Radiothon and say hi at 38 Cold Storage Road, Picton. And special thanks to all of Radiothon 2025 sponsors, including Heidelberg Materials,
10 seconds.
J International Media and Management Solutions. Stuck? Visit
In 5, 4,
helping
3,
99.3
2.
FM.
Ken Arnott back with you at Radiothon 99.3 countyfm.ca, the voice of the county. And we'd like to thank Richard Fujimoto, Dave Skippen, Chris Foster, and Christina Ziedler. They're all out there listening to us this weekend, and they made a kind donation to the community radio station here in Picton. So thank you for your donation. A friend of mine that I was out with the other night, I was telling him about Radiothon, John Lestrange. Thanks, John. He slipped me $20, and I'm going to put that into the pot this weekend. It's as easy as that. If you want to drop in person and come and see us, I'm with Mark Russell for the next 40 minutes. Mark is joining us this morning, giving up his time to be part of Radiothon and support County FM. So, Mark, we talked a little bit earlier about guitars and guitar collections, because I've seen some photos online of you and several different guitars. Tell us about what you're playing for us this morning.
So this is a Guild from the late 80s, and I bought it in the late 80s. I couldn't play guitar, but I bought it as a prize for a cool new job that I got. And I bought it at a place called Ring Music in Toronto. It's on Harvard Street, near the university. And I walked in, and Greg Keeler was in the store. He was a friend of the manager of the store. I couldn't play guitar, but I wanted to buy one. And the manager just said, "Greg, can you help this guy with guitar?" So he sat down with me for like an hour and played a whole bunch of different guitars. This was the one I liked. I bought it. I tried playing it, and then it sat under a bed until recently here in the county, like the last 12 years.
Well, I know Craig Foster, who's here with me this morning, was impressed too to see Guild on the name there. Thought that was a bit of a vintage classic as well. So we're happy to hear you. It's in great tune, great sound, and you're going to play another song for us on this guitar. So tell us a little bit more about song number 2.
I'm going to play a song called Safety Dance by Men Without Hats. They are a band from Montreal, and we were just talking about this, how they got their name. They grew up in Montreal, I think like all of us in Ontario. It's cold in the winter, and when I was young, it was not cool to wear a hat or gloves. We would walk to school in shoes, not boots.
Yes.
Uphill both ways. Right?
Yes, of course, yeah.
And that's how they got their name. They were kids in Montreal who refused to wear hats, and when they were grown up, they were men without hats.
Men Without Hats. There you go. So we're going to hear Men Without Hats, and you say this is sort of, you adapted your own style to this song.
Yeah, this song is called Safety Dance, and it was a dance song. It was upbeat, up-tempo with keyboards and all the stuff in the early 80s that made disco songs.
Yes, yeah.
What they were. They weren't really that type of
new wave disco song. We'll call it. Yeah.
But, there are a lot of versions of this. I did see a version similar and sort of adapted to what I was able to play, and I'm going to play it.
Okay, Mark Russell here with Safety Dance.
Right. If we want to, we can leave your friends behind, 'cause your friends don't dance, and if they don't dance, well then no friends out of control. We can dance, we can dance, we're doing it wall to wall. We can dance, everybody look at your hands. We can dance, everybody's taking the chance. We can dance if we want to. We got all your life and mine. As long as we abuse it, we're never gonna lose it. Everything will work out fine. We can dance if we want to. We can leave your friends behind. 'Cause your friends don't dance, and if they don't dance, well, they're no friends of mine. We can dance, everything's out of control. We can dance, we're doing it from wall to wall. We can dance, everybody look at your hands. We can dance, everybody's taking the chance. It's safe to dance. It's safe to dance. It's safe to dance. Safety dance.
Hey, a very nice cover. Thank you, Mark. That was wonderful. So if you go to your website, and I notice here it's you've got on your YouTube channel 125,000 plus views.
Yes.
And we talked earlier about the address being Lake House, and you and I have come out here a little while ago from Toronto. We call them lake houses. Some people will call them a cottage. We joked a bit about that too.
Yeah.
That's a bit of an inspiration for you because I see several pictures around your homestead here in the county.
Well, the YouTube channel is interesting. I started it as a COVID project where we were all stuck in our houses. I like going out to play at open mics and play around. You couldn't do that. So I was at home, and there's a lot of stuff on YouTube, music, acoustic covers. It's a thing. I'll do that. And I set a goal to do 100 in 100 days.
Right.
You remember the time we were stuck in our house, right?
Do something, yes.
And I had to figure out how to do it. You can't just put your phone in front of you and sit down and start playing because it doesn't sound right. You have to have an audio interface. You can get that for like $20 or $500.
Mm-hmm.
You need some equipment, and I bought a little acoustic amp that had this in it, and I could connect it to my phone and just sit down there and play. So I played something every day, started putting them up. There's algorithms that cause people to watch what you've put there. Nobody knows how they work. I worked in data for a while, part of my career, and I know how all that stuff works, but nobody knows how YouTube works. I have 10 songs in there that have 75,000 views.
Okay.
And then I have 180 songs that add up to another 50,000.
Fantastic. Now, make sure you tell us how to reach you and how to get linked with you and connect with you on that site.
Oh, so to find me on YouTube, you just type in Mark Russell Music. There'll be a lot of choices. There's a Mark Russell who's a musician in England who will show up. But you can find me. I learned a lot of things about how to post there. So most of them are the same thing. There's a black curtain in the background, and I'm
Right.
standing. They all look the same. I wear the same thing because I don't like to think about, well, what am I going to wear today to record this? I wore a black T-shirt for all of them. But you mentioned the lake house last summer. I thought, I'm going to do this outside. We have a nice yard. We have a nice view. I'm just going to take all this stuff out there on a nice sunny day and record some. So there are some that are out in the backyard.
That's fantastic. And I did look up Mark Russell, and you're right, there were a few other names there and people that I found, but Mark Russell in Prince Edward County and Lake House, and it comes up a little bit faster. So lots of your music that people can access, and we're going to hear more from you after the break. So again, we appreciate you spending your time here with us on a Saturday morning.
He's actually got plenty of time. He can do another one right there.
Do you want to do it? You up to doing one right away, back to back?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's do another one right now.
Not a super long one. This is a song by Jimmy Rankin, and we all know Jimmy Rankin from the Rankin family in the 90s. They were huge. The music was spectacularly great. Jimmy was the songwriter, the youngest second youngest of the bunch, and he spent 10 years in the early 2000s in Nashville just as a working songwriter. I think they sit in a room like this all day, 9 to 5, and write songs. So he has a lot of material that comes from that. And this is a song I like. It's called Cool Car.
Okay. Let's enjoy some more Mark Russell this morning, Saturday morning. Thanks for joining us. Don't forget to donate. We'll have more information coming up right after Mark and the break. Take us.
I got a cool car, girl, I just met miles of open road, place sleeping, yeah, ready on the radio, so take to burn. I got a feeling this night's gonna take a turn. Come a little closer, put your head on my shoulder, just me and you, get lost somewhere. If we end up in Colorado, it's a town that we don't know, baby, I go. Yeah. It don't matter where we are. I got a cool car, rise over the ground. When the stars come out, yeah, the top comes down. The wheels are chrome, it's got leather seats. It sure feels good, you're sitting next to me. Come a little closer, put your head on my shoulder. Just me and you, get lost somewhere. If we end up in Colorado, it's a town that we don't know, baby, I go. Yeah. It don't matter where we are. I got a cool car. I got a cool car, girl, I just met miles of open road, place sleeping, yeah, hey on the radio, take to burn. I got a feeling this night's gonna take a turn. Come a little closer, put your head on my shoulder, just me and you, get lost somewhere. If we end up in Colorado, it's a town that we don't know, baby, I go. Yeah. If we end up in Arizona or way up in Montana, it'll be alright. We can drive all night. If we get lost in Nova Scotia, somewhere by the ocean, baby, I go. Yeah. It don't matter where we are. I got a cool car. I got a cool car.
Cool car.
Thank you.
That was by local artist here, Mark Russell, who is joining us this morning on County Radiothon. We're raising money for your county radio station. Let's help us close the gap. Thanks again, Mark, for being here. This is in person. If you want to come, Mark's got a special announcement to make.
I'm going to donate here. I have a gig tomorrow, and this is probably half of my day.
Well, then tell us, where's the gig tomorrow? Where are you playing?
I'm going to be playing at a farmer's market in Codrington, which is just north of Brighton. Brighton has an arts council, and they really promote local music. So they make sure that there's music at the farmer's market out there. And I do it a lot. I do it 3 or 4 times a summer. There's 30 or 40 vendors who are there all morning. I play for 2 hours. They hear everything I play. And then there's 50 or 60 patrons. So I'm playing to 100 people with my little kit for a couple of hours. And
Well, that's great. Well, there's a challenge.
Yeah.
To everybody in Brighton. They can hear us in Brighton. They can hear us all the way to Coburg. So if you're in Brighton, there's a challenge from Mark. He just made a very generous donation to County FM. We're going to talk more with Mark and hear more music coming up after the break. If you'd like to meet Mark, you've got about 20 minutes to pop into the station and say hello and hear Mark live for the next 20 minutes up until 9 o'clock in person. Come and see us. Or if you'd like, call to donate 613-476-2229. We've got 2 people answering the phones if you want to give us a call. Or an e-transfer is great. info@theveritasfoundation.com. Include your name, your email, and mailing address, and use the password 993 County FM. If you're in Brighton, good to make a donation also online, 993countyfm.ca for any credit cards, just like Mary Beth Stott did. Deborah Walters also made a kind donation. Lana Danielson and Helen Morris here at the station supports County FM as well. So thank you to all those people that are listening this weekend and are making donations. That's great. And thank you, Mark. We'll be back very shortly.
Find what
Clear.
you're looking for at the County Farm
Mark,
Center.
just make sure you kind of keep snuck up towards the mic when we're talking and saying, okay, you're drifting back a little bit. It's all good. Give me the heads up.
Gardeners will love our selection of seeds, fertilizers.
Well, it should be
and
nice
tools
weather
for
tomorrow
routine
for you.
gardening. Chick
I think
days are
so.
coming.
I have a covered spot there that I can play under. So
See our full line of mints and
if
ladies
it rains,
workwear
I'll
for
play
spring.
Full Stop the
Brands
Rain.
like Tough Top. Don't forget our frozen food section, which
Well,
is
that's what I was
perfect
going to
for
ask you, put you on the spot. You're playing in Brighton now. What's some of the other places you want to talk about that you played with?
Yeah, you're gonna have a good 15 minutes in this
Yeah,
block.
yeah.
You have lots of time to
Tell
chat
us about where you played in the county. You know, you don't have to pick out a favorite spot, but maybe a memory of.
It's also a good question to ask about his what County FM means to him.
Yeah, I was going to get to that. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I was just about to say that. So not only where you play in the county, but you're donating to County FM. How does that inspire you or motivate you? And what do you like to listen to when you've got us on the radio?
Well, when you listen to the radio, you listen to what they tell you.
Well, I always say it's still probably the number one listenership would be on people in the car. You just sang a song about cars.
Yeah.
And being in the car.
And that is where I listen like that. I've been watching this all day, so I
Yeah, yeah.
But it's really in the car where music happens for most people, for me certainly.
Well, when I drove out yesterday from the city 2 hours and I had, as I said, I listened to County, I listened to Radiothon a good 2 hours on my drive yesterday. So
Oh, yeah.
always getting through the radio.
Yeah. And I actually prefer it.
Donating is easy. Call us at 613.
Everybody has their phone full of music, and
Yeah,
if you
yeah.
only listen to the music you already have,
29.
how are you going to hear new music?
Yeah.
And next time my life picking the next song.
Send an
I like when somebody else picks the next
Oh,
song.
yeah.
I don't know what's coming.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
I'm tired of picking the next song.
And
Well, that's
Whether
kind
in
of
my
like a
band or on
Spotify
the
thing
radio.
where they pick a genre that you like and they kind of intersperse.
All right, we got 15 seconds.
Okay.
Free to drop by the station during the Radiothon at 38 Cold Storage Road, Picton.
In
We'd
10.
love to see you. Thank you for your continued and necessary support of
5,
99.3 County
4,
FM's
3,
Radiothon 2025.
This is 99.3 County FM, the voice of the county. It's Radiothon this weekend. My name is Ken Arnott, here with you until 10 o'clock. And I've also got Craig Foster here helping me out. But more importantly, we have local artist Mark Russell. We were just talking during the break. Mark made a kind donation to County FM. And we were talking about how you listen to music. Do you stream us live anywhere in the world? Do you listen to us on your car radio? Mark just sang a song about a car. So you tell us, Mark, what does County FM mean to you?
For me, I listen to the radio in the car, and I think that's where a lot of people do it. And I like to be fed the music. as opposed to choose it myself. We all have music on our phones, hundreds, thousands of songs. And if you only go through the playlists that you have on your phone, you hear the same stuff all the time. You don't hear anything new. So when I'm listening to the radio, which is going to be in the car, I'm hoping to be surprised with something new I haven't heard before, and it'll be something new to like and have on my phone for future use. So it's a big deal. And County FM is important because it's not just that. It's the local businesses that advertise on County FM. That's how I know about them. That's how I know who's having what for sale or on special at a restaurant. And so the advertisers are an important part of it, and it's an important part of being connected to where we live.
Right. Well, and I feel exactly the same way. We talked about, a 2-hour drive from Toronto. So you put it on, you plug in your phone, but instead of going to Spotify, listen to County FM. And by the time you get to Coburg, you've got us on your radio anyways. So that's great. And one of the things over the last 2 years since I've been volunteering here is learning a lot more about our local artists and how many people we have out here that perform. And you've heard some already. And we'll be featuring them throughout the weekend, right until tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. We've got so many county artists taking part in Radiothon. We appreciate them being here. We appreciate you being here as well. And you're going to do another song for us.
I am. I'm going to do a song by Leonard Cohen. I promised to play a Canadian
Yes,
artist.
yes,
so
yes.
Leonard Cohen is considered a boudoir poet. He is a treasure for Canada. This song is called Chelsea Hotel No. 2. It was written during his time living in New York.
Right.
I think he lived in the Chelsea Hotel, which was a Fleabag hotel.
Right.
And a lot of musicians lived there. This is a song about Janis Joplin, which he wrote after she passed away,
Right.
about his relationship with her.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's hear it.
Okay. I remember you well, the Chelsea Hotel. You were talking so brave and sweet. The unmade bed. Well, the limousine waiting in the street. Those were the reasons. That was New York. We were running for the money and the flesh. That was called love. For the workers in song, it probably still is. Those of them left. But you got away. Didn't you, babe? You just turned your back on the crowd. You got away. I never once heard you say, I need you. I don't need you. I need you. I don't need you. All of that jiving around. I remember you well, the Chelsea Hotel. You were famous, your heart was a legend. Told me again, you preferred handsome men, but for me you were make an exception. impressed by the figures of beauty. You fixed yourself. You said, oh, well, never mind. We are ugly, but we have beauty. Ah, but you got away, didn't you, babe? You just turned your back on the crowd. You got away, I never once heard you say, I need you. I don't need you. I need you. I don't need you. All of that driving around. I don't mean to suggest that I loved you the best. Can't keep track of each fallen robin. I remember you in Chelsea Hotel. That's all. I don't think of you often. Thank you.
Mark Russell, everybody, here with us on Saturday morning. Mark, I think if you go to your YouTube channel, I heard another Leonard Cohen. You did Hallelujah, a cover of Hallelujah,
I did.
I believe. It was a very nice version.
Thank you.
Rufus Wainwright covered that.
I love his version. He's got such an interesting voice and style.
That's great. I mean, you mentioned, and I talk a lot about this on Monday nights on my program, and the Canadian, not only the Canadian collection, but the Canadian connection to
Yeah.
music worldwide. When you talk about Leonard Cohen, the poet, and obviously Joni Mitchell and people like that have influenced so many other artists. And often JJ and I talk about the fact that people hear these songs and they don't realize that these are Canadians. These are treasures, as you mentioned,
Yeah.
that we should really revere and talk about and sing more about.
Yeah.
So we've got time right now for another song. We're coming up to the 9 o'clock hour, but we still have more time with Mark Russell. So tell us a little bit more of what's coming up.
Well, more Canadian stuff. I can play Hallelujah
That's
if you
great.
like that, or you can choose something else. Let's see what else I have here. Chilliwack, Fly at Night,
Chilliwack, Fly
Big
at Night.
League, Tom Cochrane.
Well, you know what? I'm going to go with Tom Cochrane, if you don't mind.
Oh, are you? Yes.
Because
It's
do you
hockey
mind doing-
season.
Okay, well, I was just going to say, because of our cheering on our Canadian Edmonton Oilers
Yeah.
to the Stanley Cup and Big League, which is actually a song I've got on my playlist
Oh, do
for
you?
Monday night, because I'm doing sort of sports related songs on the Canadian collection.
Oh.
And Tom Cochrane did a lovely live version of Big League,
Yeah,
supporting
after
the
the
Humboldt Broncos.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's it's sort of on the top of my head, and you mentioned it. So do you mind doing that?
No.
Some Tom Cochrane, Big
Sure.
League.
Yeah, I'll do it right now. He was a kid, he'd be up at 5, take shots to make them drive. Out after school, he'd be back on the ice. That was his line. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. I'm going to let the listeners in on a little bit of a secret. When Mark and I were talking earlier, we discovered we went to high school in Toronto, not far apart, the two high schools that we went to now. Tom Cochran and Red Ryder used to play high school dances. They came to our high school one time
Oh, yeah?
when they were getting their start, and so were other groups like Kim Mitchell and Max Webster and a lot of those younger Canadian groups. Even Rush did the high school gym circuit for a while.
Yeah, we had some of those. We didn't have Rush, and I don't recall Tom Cochran, but I saw Lighthouse, Kim Mitchell, April Wine, Edward Bear.
Edward Bear, yes, I remember them.
One of the guys in Edward Bear used to play at an open mic that I went to in Toronto on College Street, and he looked like a homeless man.
Right. Who was that? Roger
Ellison.
Roger Ellison.
He wrote the song Down in Mexico.
Yes.
And he looked like a homeless man, but he would drive in from Don Mills, where he lived, with his family in a RAV4.
Right.
And he was a really nice guy. He would get up and play with me on stage. I was kind of a beginner at the time.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, that's great. Well, and actually, where I grew up, one of the members of Edward Bear lived not too far away, and also Skip Prokop of Lighthouse.
Oh, yeah.
And Bob McBride were in that same neighborhood. So it's great to reminisce a little bit about our roots and talk about Canadian music. I know you're just as proud of it as I am. We've got more with Mark Russell coming up. One more song I think we have time for after the break. So we're going to cut out a little bit here. Stay with us in person. If you'd like to come and say hi, we're here all day. Call us at 613-476-2229. E-transfer if you'd like to donate at info@theveritasfoundation.com. VERITAS Foundation. Include your name, email, and mailing address, and use the password 993 County FM. Or if you go online, it's easy, 993countyfm.ca, and make a credit card donation.
So here's what we're going to do now, because we're getting to the top of the hour. We're going to do a quick song. When we come back, we're going to have the day's first tally. So
okay, do you want to do the song when we come back? Or
well, there won't be time for another live song per se. Unless you want to do one right now. We can knock one out right now and then the tally after that.
Your choice. Totally up to you.
I'm going to do Superman song.
Okay.
It's still early for me, and
Okay. Mark Russell.
Okay. Tarzan wasn't a lazy, he just come along swooping up under his like jungle. Clark Kent, there was a leader, he would not be caught sitting around in those jungles. Superman never made any money, saving the world from Sodom and Grande. Sometimes I just fear the world will never see another him. Hey, Bob, Soup had a stranger, even though he could have smashed through any bank in the United States. Would not. Folks said his family were all dead when it crumbled, but Superman, he forced himself to Superman never made any money, saving the world from Sodom and Grande. Sometimes his starting price. I'll bet that he was tempted to just quit but he stayed in the city, kept on changing clothes and dirty old clothes till it was on home. Superman never made any money, saving the world from Solomon Run. Sometimes I feel the world will never see another
Mark Russell, everybody. You've been listening to Mark Russell here at County FM Radiothon. Our hourly total, $33,905. That's great. Thank you, everybody. Let's try to get to 35,000 in the next hour. Come on, folks. Donate in person. Call 613-476-2229. Mark Russell can meet you if you come in the next 5 minutes. E-transfer info@theveritasfoundation.com. And don't forget to include your name, email address, and mailing address using the password 993 County FM. Online, go to 993countyfm.ca for any credit card donations. Our total is going up. Thank you very much, Mark. We appreciate you being here. If people want to connect with you, where should they go?
They should go to YouTube and look up Mark Russell Music.
That's great. Thank you, Mark, once again. And we've got lots more coming in the next hour. Okay.
Thank you, Craig.
That was great. That was great. And actually, we have
Jamie moved in.
a matching donor coming out this next time. So that money gets doubled. By the Edgewater Bed and Breakfast. I'm going to have to read them next time when we come up to the hour.
Just make sure you're not eating it at somebody else's hour.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Thanks to all of our local
Great getting to know you.
graciously
Yes,
donated
thank you
their
for
talents
the
to
coffee.
Radio
You're
Thon.
very welcome. My pleasure.
Of our not-for-profit, volunteer-driven
Jamie,
community
Ken.
radio station.
Meet you.
Help us
Mark,
bridge
Jamie.
the funding gap of $74,000 by considering a tax receivable donation.
Cut into your hour a little bit.
Call us at 613-476-2229. That's 613-476-2229.
All about selling the station.
Thanks, Mark.
Online at 993countyfm.ca or e-transfer to info.
Hey, man. Our annual get together.
Yeah, I know, right?
And don't forget all your content.
I'm all over the map.
Or drop by and see us during
Literally.
Radiothon. 38 cold storage.
I just got home from Nashville, so it's like a couple days ago.
Yeah, it's busy. Takes a while to get adjusted back to the pace here.
Yeah, it does. But
Is that good comfort for you in here?
Yes, right.
Yeah, we've done this once or twice. So I'm gonna play this song. So we're gonna be hot with Jamie in about 3 minutes.
Okay. Now, I did forget, and I will talk about it. So we have a matching donor sponsor hour right now. And this means anybody who donates this hour, they double the money. So we get more that way. So the format here, Jamie, is that I do a little bit of introduction about me and talk about, what we're here for and all about Radiothon and County FM. And then we go to a break. And then I come back and we start in with you. I do an introduction and talk a little bit about your background, but I'm going to turn it over to you to talk about yourself and what you're up to and your connection with the county and all things like that, and why you're here and what County FM means to you, and your shared time between Nashville and Prince Edward County.
And what makes Jamie different than a lot of our artists is he works as a professional songwriter.
Right.
More almost than gigging around. That's more your thing, isn't it? So that element of Jamie is the part that you might want to explore too.
Okay.
That's not something
The
everybody
songwriting piece.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I had when I looked up on your website, that your connection with some of the artists in Nashville too, that you hooked up with Tim McGraw, Billy Currington. Is that? Yep.
Just got back from Nashville, in fact.
Okay.
Yeah.
And your U.S. airtime, radio singles in the U.S. And okay, are you a Titans fan or a Bills fan? Come on.
I was Titans, but I'd go for the Bills. We're close enough. All my friends are Bills fans.
When we were kids, it was Bills football. You got on television around here, right?
There's the same thing. Huge hockey fan. I
yeah,
was there
yeah.
for 12 years and knew the announcers like Terry Crisp and all that. And Terry coached the Stanley Cups, Calgary,
Right.
Played for Philadelphia back in the day. So he gets us into all the hockey games down there. And it's a different beast than that British
Well, I was
Arena. It's
binging the
crazy.
NFL channel last week in the rain. I was watching the NFL channel, and they did the top 100 plays of all time. And then that Nashville, the Tennessee Titan Miracle when they beat the Bills was number 4.
Yeah, Bills
for the wrong reason. As Bills fans.
Yeah, Bills stands for boy. I love losing Super Bowls.
And I watched the video. I watched the video, Jamie, and it was like, that was a forward pass. That was not allowed.
Oh, yeah.
I'm still angry about that.
Yeah, you got it.
We have a minute and a half.
Okay.
Yeah, I stayed up and watched the Oilers game. Dang.
What happened? I went to bed.
Double overtime. Marchand went down.
Double overtime. So Marchand, and they said last night he tied. I don't know. I guess he's ahead of playoff Stanley Cup points ahead of Bobby Hull.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's exciting, God. When you got an overtime and a double overtime, the fans are getting their money's worth.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm going to intro with Nashville, and if you want to talk, I'm going to throw in a little Bills reference there.
Just make sure you come up a little tighter for me, Jamie, when we get going, as you know.
Gotcha. Is this on too?
Well, I'm going to balance that depending on what I collect directly your vocal, that one there, and I'll use that to augment guitar writing, basically.
Where are you in Prince Edward County when you're here? Homestead.
Oh, I've lived here for my whole life.
Okay.
Like,
He's a county boy.
Demarest-ville, yeah. Always got to pronounce it right.
Yeah.
Demarest-ville.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jamie's one of our.
I just wanted to
I'll give back
very
to you.
proud. I just want to mention. I forgot to mention the Edgewater bed.
15
We're doing
seconds.
a matching hour.
In 10. 5, 4, 3, 2.
Good morning once again. This is 99.3 County FM Radiothon all weekend. My name is Ken Arnott, here with you, and I have a very special guest joining me this hour as well. Just to let you know about me, I'm 2 years here at County FM, your community radio station. I host a show called The Canadian Collection on Monday nights. I'm also here Monday midday, and once a month I help out with Mathers, music, and miscellany. So quite a variety of music that you hear at County FM. I've been out in the county now for 10 years now. Lots of volunteer time here, helping out in Consacon with the parade. I help out with the county marathon each fall, and Family Day. I always like to be involved in Family Day in the winter when people are out recreating here in the county during the winter time. So once again, Ken Arnott, I'm happy to be here supporting County Radiothon. Don't forget, you can support us as well. This is your community radio station, and we're doing everything we can to support local music and local artists. We have a very special guest I'll introduce after the break, but we want you to call us, 613-476-2229. You can e-transfer funds at info@theveritasfoundation.com. Use the password 993 County FM. Or online at 993countyfm.ca for any credit card donations. We have a special hour coming up. This coming hour is a matching donor hour sponsored by the Edgewater Bed and Breakfast. So Edgewater Bed and Breakfast, we thank you, one of our local businesses, and they will match any donations this hour up to $1,000. So thanks to them, this is your chance to donate, and stay tuned. Very special guest coming up shortly. Clear.
And now, the concert calendar brought to you by.
Thank you. Have fun tomorrow.
Days a week.
Take care.
Bringing you live local music in the Barley Brew Pub. Visit waringhouse.com for menus and pricing.
Every Monday, the Waring House presents Open Mic Night in the Barbie Room Pub.
So you've been good?
Yeah, well, I opened a little venue of my own this last 6 months. So,
Really?
yeah, in Wellington. It's called Upstreet. Music 4 days a week, and I'm getting away with it.
Okay,
Yeah.
nice.
We opened in the winter too, which was nuts. You know, we waited till Wellington was closed.
Yeah.
But I gotta tell you, I was able to fill the room fill the room, but certainly get a fat room running just because of the winter, just people that live here, man.
Yeah.
And so,
That's cool.
yeah, it's been pretty cool.
So is there drinks and stuff like you can?
Oh, it's a
Restaurant?
full pub with a restaurant,
Okay.
the whole 9 yards, for
Awesome.
sure. But the music and the events is what's been drawing.
Okay.
They let us know, yeah, man, we needed a pub.
Yeah.
So I'm
Call me, I'll come.
I've got,
I'd
yeah,
love to.
I've got a couple of cool, like actually slots are doing well. And what's been nice is I've had access to these, you know, I mix in the really good local guys,
Yeah.
and I get some good regional guys through too, to get them exposure to some of those guys as well, and
Yeah.
it's been a good experience. Yeah, well,
Yeah.
that's sure, man.
I'm gonna be here
This is a
like all summer.
99.3
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm trying to
sure.
finish up my projects and now it's just stay home. Yeah.
You know the Wilkinson boys, Tyler and Steve, you know that?
Yeah, yeah.
Or take around today or somewhere. It's-
Yeah.
He comes up pretty regularly.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, call me, I'll definitely.
Yeah.
Local news and county conversation. Help us bridge the $74,000 funding gap so we can continue to connect the county. Donations are eligible for tax receipts. We remain a non-profit, volunteer-driven community
It's
radio
nice to meet you,
station.
Gibson.
Okay.
Keeps us on air.
1 to 40.
Oh, okay, well, I'm gonna ask you about your guitar and your tools of the trade.
Yeah, the son just stays home most of the time. Record with it. Actually, I have a custom handmade guitar that sounds even better, but you know, depends. Sometimes it's too good, like it's too roomy, like the other guitars. So I'm like, you gotta be careful.
Don't forget all your contact info.
My favorite's a little Gibson L00.
At 38 Cold
It's a
Storage
small
Road.
body guitar.
Yeah, I picked up a Gildan Songbird as a small body.
Yeah, I
Freaking love it.
yeah, it's my favorite guitar.
They had Fishman make a special pickup for it, so
Yeah.
plug didn't sound
You're listening
gorgeous.
to the
And for
99.3
doing
County
the
FM.
stuff,
What is affecting
You know, it's
Radiothon
comfortable.
Yeah.
A little Kelly on it.
Yeah.
It's a little freak, but I love it.
Local musicians for their support.
All right, we got 40
listeners
seconds.
For your generous donations. Donating is
How's the fam?
Call us.
Everybody good?
613-476-2229. That's 613
This mic, yeah.
476-2229. You can donate online.
Is it musically inclined?
He can play anything, but he's an air cadet.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah,
got like a
decided
90,
he is yet.
97 average in high school. He can do whatever he wants.
Underachieved little bastard.
Yeah.
I can think of worse problems.
Yeah, I know.
All
right, so 15 seconds.
38 Cold Storage Road.
Let's go.
10.
We'd love to see you. Thank you for your continued and necessary support of
5,
99.3
4,
County FM's
3,
Radiothon 2025.
Ken Arnott back with you for County FM Radiothon, a beautiful Saturday morning here in the county, and a great pleasure to be here over the next hour with a county original, Jamie Stevers. So welcome, Jamie.
Hello.
Thanks for being here with us this morning. Let me tell you a little bit about Jamie. 10 years between Nashville and Prince Edward County. Jamie's going to tell you about some of the people that he's worked with in Nashville as a songwriter and a recording artist. So we'll stay tuned for that. And just going to ask him right off the top, Jamie, what's it like in Nashville?
It's hot right now.
It's
I
hot.
just got back. Yeah.
You were talking a little bit about the Predators, and we kind of joked earlier too.
Yeah.
We were talking about football a little bit, and whether we're a Titans fan or a Bills fan, talking about a terrible experience for my Buffalo Bills.
Yeah. It happens, right?
It happens. So yes, and Jamie is a local county boy. Tell us a little bit about growing up here in the county, Jamie, and what County FM means to you.
Yeah, well, grew up here. Been here for many years. Married a girl from here. Her family's been here for many, many years. They have the Evans Lumber down in Castle Building Center. Down
Okay.
there. Sorry, am I allowed to say that one?
You yeah.
They're local business.
So yeah, I grew up here. You know, I've done a bit of everything. Went to school up in Sudbury for classical music, actually.
Okay.
So I say, you know, I've done all kinds of different music throughout my career, and now that I do country, I got in heavily into songwriting, and that led me to, you know, get into country music. And so I said I went from Mozart to Merle.
Well, I know when I check and I'm putting my show together, I see you in our audio library quite a bit. We play a lot of Jamie Stever here at County FM, and we know people will be familiar with your music. And what would you like to start us off with this morning?
I'll just start slow and easy and ease into it. This song is a song I just wrote recently and had a female vocalist from Nashville sing with me, Val Story. She's been on many projects. She sings, I just played with her on Monday night down south at the station inn, and she plays with Larry Cordell, who wrote like Highway 40 Blues, and some other people that have played with Glenn Campbell for many years. So she's their singer now. So they have me up as a special guest and do this song. So this song's called That's Just Me. And I did it as a duet, so I can't sing her part, but I'll just sing it anyway.
That's Just Me from Jamie Stever, everyone.
There we go. On top of the world, with an ocean view, there's nothing in this life I can't do. I'm 10 feet tall, I'm bulletproof. I can weather any storm rolling through. That's just me when I'm with you. You pick me up, give me hope, breathing life and love into my soul. Well, I made a wish to that man in the moon, and that wish I made came true. That's just me when I'm with you. And oh, call me crazy, call me anything you want to. And oh, I bet you, baby, if we put it on us, we can't lose. Lucky me when I'm with you. Till our last dance, till there's nothing left, I'm gonna hold you tight till our last breath. Every word I say is true, 'cause that's just me when I'm with you.
Thank you, Jamie. Starting off nicely on this Saturday morning. And you mentioned Glenn Campbell earlier. We actually mentioned his name in the past hour. We're talking about Classical Gas, that song with Glenn Campbell.
Yeah. Well, Carl Jackson, a player down in Nashville. He's played on everything, but he toured with Glenn for, I think, 12 years in their heyday. And he said Glenn never missed. He never missed. Like a note. Like ever.
Well, and I've heard about little stories about him too, that even when he was suffering from health problems later years, he could still, as soon as he picked up the guitar and got on stage, it all comes back.
Yeah. It was just lyrics. He could play the music, but it's, the other side of the brain or something that stores that info. And it was a tough time for them. And so Glenn's daughter is a banjo player too.
Okay.
And she's, the goddaughter of Carl Jackson. So they all connected, and he's part of their family still.
So tell us a little more about some of your musical influences. I saw some on your website, some Canadians and Americans.
Yeah, a bit of everyone. I ended up getting to work and write with a lot of them, Tim McGraw Band, Billy Currington, like through doing my sessions in Nashville in the studio. Then you meet players and then you find out, oh, well, they play for the biggest bands in the world. And now I have them as my band in the studio. And then we actually became friends, started writing together. And so, yeah, it's pretty amazing what's happened in the years I've been there. You say lucky, but it's one of those you got to be ready. I think it's not just luck. It's like be ready, because when the time comes, and man, I've got a million stories. Like you could talk all day about amazing things that have happened that are just you're just in the moment and you were there. It's pretty wild.
Well, I'm going to get you to pick out a couple of your favorites because we're here for the full hour until 10 o'clock. Yeah. And if you want to come and meet Jamie, you can come to the studio live in the next 45 minutes, basically in person. Come and donate and say hi to us at Cold Storage Road. Call us 613-476-2229. E-transfer info at theveritasfoundation.com. VERITAS Foundation. Include your name, email, and mailing address. That's helpful. And don't forget, any donations of $20 or more qualify for a tax receipt. And if you're going to the Veritas Foundation, please use the password 993CountyFM. And online, of course, at 993countyfm.ca for credit card donations. Jamie Stever is here with me. We're going to hear more from him right after the break.
Explore the world of Broken Stone Winery.
Jamie Pounder's kids have bought the old North
I heard that, and I thought that it was him, and I'm like,
well,
is that how they got the Pounders?
Make no
name?
mistake, he's in there making sure everything goes smoothly.
Oh, yeah.
He's still dad, right?
Yeah.
But it's Haley and then the son that have bought the guys. They're going hard at it.
Yeah.
They've been good. They've been fun.
That's good. I know I have to get everywhere. Like my son just was getting his full license rates.
Yeah.
So like now he can drive me around to all this cool stuff I hear about and never go to, and wineries and just it's wild.
My Tuesday night open, my people that show up there, it's nuts. Half the time somebody in town work with Alice or whatever.
Yeah.
We've had recently, Steve Stanley from Most of the Low has been a reg. Wilkie comes regularly.
Yeah.
Like such good songwriters for open mics.
Yeah.
I always joke that they put together a band that can't afford it now.
Yeah.
Jam, we have fun with that.
Yeah, that's cool.
And then on Friday, Saturday nights, I hire somebody, and then Sunday afternoon, we're doing a jazz thing. It's been pretty strong.
You're listening to the
I use the term jazz music, that kind of vibe.
Yeah.
Annual Radiothon.
Yeah, I just want to go eat wood-fired pizza.
Discover what the new county looks like.
Yeah, exactly. And I put it off. Like my sisters, they've done the whole swamp booth thing and the different wineries. And I know, half the states like Lanny and those guys, knowing them for years. And it's just one of those things. Like, it's time to get out.
So I'm a long-time educator. I'm curious to know, do you get out to the schools much, or do you do any teaching while you're in the county?
No, I was asked by songwriters, NSAI in Nashville, like Nashville Songwriters Association, to do clinics here and there, but it's always conflicted with what I was doing time-wise. So it's just one of those things. Like I give advice, like new writers and stuff, work with them, kind of explain how the process goes.
Well, that's a question I fire at you. Say if you're giving advice, what would you say to young songwriters and young musicians that are getting into the business?
You're ready for radio? Get to the hook.
That's right.
There's a
10
reason,
seconds.
There's a reason why the songs are
Visit
5,
coach.ca.
4,
Helping
3,
99.3 County FM to connect the county.
Ken Arnott back with you, and my special guest this hour is Jamie Stever, and we were just talking during the break. Jamie's influences in music and also the people that he's been involved with over the years as a singer and a songwriter. So Jamie, advice for anybody who wants to get into the industry.
Don't do it. No, just kidding. No, I'm just joking. Well, it depends if you're going into songwriting or singing, my biggest advice is just, learn what didn't work, talk to other songwriters, learn why those songs didn't work. And I mean, every song needs a chance, right? They all start at zero. So I'm like, you have that chance, but then you can kind of mess it up, So basically write what you know, don't write things you don't know, because it doesn't make sense to the listener. And I tend to write songs, you know, two different ways. One for the listener, because people want to hear songs about themselves, right?
Right,
They don't want to
right.
hear your story about what happened. And I had a mentor, Ralph Murphy in Nashville, who passed away a few years ago. But Ralph was like, don't write songs about you or your truck. Or just write songs about girls, for girls. But he just, you know, because we were talking mainstream country radio at the time, you know. And I'm like, you're right. They want to, you know, everyone wants to hear about themselves, right?
You mentioned mainstream country radio, and right now I've got teenagers at home that listen to country a lot. It ain't coming from me, you know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
right now, it seems to me the new rock and roll country music has got a real swell with the youth right now, and that's got.
Oh yeah.
There's no future without youth, right?
Yeah.
And they're finding their way to country music.
Yeah, and it goes back into '90s country, which is just insane. Their look, they all want to be Alan Jackson overnight, but it's really wild. But yeah.
Well, Craig, you mentioned the current popularity of country music coming back, and Beyonce, of course, a big country album last year.
Yeah.
And now I heard Ringo Starr is actually putting
Oh
out
yeah.
a country album. And think of the early Beatles days when they were influenced by some of the Grand Ole Opry stars and a little bit of rockabilly in their past as well.
I mean, it seems everything's country. Classify it as whatever you want, but you know, I've had my good buddy Adam Schoenfeld, who plays with Tim McGraw. He's played on every record you can imagine, and I said, it's your fault. No, he was very a rock guitar guy. He played rock, and he's played with Big and Rich for 10 years. Save a Horse, Ride a Guy. He wrote that guitar part. He's written songs for Faith Hill, but it's very rocky, and it's all turned that way now. And like I said, it went from that. Now we're back to 90s country, and then the hip hop crossover. It's like there's no new rock anymore. It's just everything's country in some category.
I saw a Luke Bryan show at a festival along the way in Ottawa, I think it was, and the band wasn't even trying to pretend they were a rock band. They're playing like PRS guitars.
Oh yeah,
like it was a rock band.
Yes, exactly.
Well, we want to put you to work here.
Sure.
Again, Jamie, tell us about the next song you'd like to perform this morning.
This next song is called Her Love. I wrote it a couple of albums back, and here we go. I've seen the coast of Georgia, sunsets in California, and Colorado rivers in the spring. Midnight stars, northern lights, hometown football Friday nights, Smoky Mountain colors of Tennessee. But there's nothing like when I get home. She's got my favorite t-shirt on, picture perfect, beautiful to me. She wraps her arms around my neck and leans in for a little kiss. Time stands still and I can hardly breathe. Man, her love is something like I ain't ever seen. She walks in, lights up the room, brighter than a harvest moon, and the ocean don't compare to those blue eyes. The seven wonders of this world don't come close to my sweet girl, and there's no way you'd ever change my mind. 'Cause there's nothing like when I get home. She's got my favorite t-shirt on, picture perfect, beautiful to me. And she wraps her arms around my neck and leans in for a little kiss. Time stands still and I can hardly breathe. Man, her love is something like I ain't ever seen. Yeah, there's nothing like when I get home. She's got my favorite t-shirt on, picture perfect, beautiful to me. But when she wraps her arms around my neck and leans in for a little kiss, time stands still and I can hardly breathe. Man, her love is something like I ain't never seen. Man, her love is something like I ain't never seen. Yeah, her love myself something like I ain't ever seen.
Lovely. Everyone, you're listening to Jamie Stever here during County Radiothon. You know, at the beginning when I heard that guitar lick, it was beautiful. It sounded a little like In My Mind Going to Carolina, some James Taylor, which I'm very, you're inspiring me to go home, pick up my guitar once again.
Let's talk about that guitar.
That's good. We are going to talk about the guitar. So, tools of the trade.
Yes.
You've got a Gibson. A lot of people are familiar with that name. Tell us the history around and what you feel for your guitar.
Well, I'm a fan of Gibson acoustic guitars and Fender electric guitars. So it's one of those things, my go-tos. And yeah, I may have a couple too many. And this one is actually, there was Montana wildfires back, I don't know, 15 years ago or more. And they built this guitar. It's one of 40 ever made from Gibson. It's it's amazing. It's got the violin flames on the back of the neck and all this inlay stuff. It's called a Gibson Firebird. Okay. They make it electric. So everyone's like, what is a Gibson Firebird acoustic? Never heard of it. So they issued these, made 40 of them. I'm lucky enough to own one of them. And I bought it used from someone. I'm like, where did you steal this? Like, why are you selling this guitar? Like, and so they since local music stores like Long McQuaid, I shouldn't say local, but across the country, I think they reissued this guitar now, but they come with a price tag. So.
Yeah, I bet. Well, listen, we appreciate you being here. We're going to hear more from you in the next half an hour, but we'd like people to donate or even come in and say hi if you're available in person. We're answering the phones. I know they're a little hot right now, so if their phone is busy, 613-476-2229, and you can't come and see us in person, there are other ways to donate. E-transfer, info@theveritasfoundation.com. Include your name, your email, and mailing address, and use the password 993 County FM. Online, we take credit cards, 993countyfm.ca for all credit card donations. Don't forget, this is your community radio station. What makes us different is we nurture amateur talent from our community as hosts, like myself, as a volunteer, news people, and all roles throughout the station. We offer strong support for our local artists, and we strive to be the voice of the community. So please consider supporting us over the next half hour and throughout the entire weekend. Once again, 613-476-2229. I'm coming back with Jamie Stever right after these messages.
And now the Arts Calendar on 99.3 County FM.
So have you guys been here the whole time? Like days?
I did a couple hours yesterday, and I'm doing this morning. So they try to block it up so you're not just here for like a marathon. They try to give you a 3-hour block sort of thing. And we do have enough people that that come in and do a couple of hour gigs at a time. Yeah. You mentioned Faith Hill. Does she just still do the intro to the football, the Sunday night football games?
No, I think it's Carrie Underwood.
Oh, it's sort of Carrie Underwood.
Yeah.
But Faith Hill, I know too. She has a beautiful song on the Grinch movie. I think.
Oh, yeah.
That's the closing song.
Yeah.
On that one, too.
Yeah.
I love that song.
That's right.
Great country artist.
Yeah.
And lots of Canadians down in Nashville too, right? I think Shania Twain, she was there for quite some time in her early days.
Yeah.
I've mentioned numerous times Hank Snow, who's a Canadian. Not too many people know that.
Yeah.
And moved down to the States as well.
Yeah.
Became, one of the most popular country artists that they've had. So kind of cool Canadian connection there.
He's got a voice to cut through.
I'm going to ask you to talk a little bit about Country Album of the Year.
Yeah.
That's a very important accolade there. We want to talk about it.
County representative.
Yes.
I know.
It's still in its box.
You never know.
More than I know.
You're going to tell us about that.
Yeah, I will.
The Arts Calendar can be heard 6 times a day, 7 days a week on 99.3.
I am super appreciative of some of the wonderful artists that have moved to this area from other places.
Yeah.
But I like around our local boys on the flagpole on the way too, saying, "Oh yeah, we got some boys around here."
We're going to pump up. Don't be humble.
I know.
Sell it.
I know. I try to be. That's great.
That's the county way, right? You gotta be humble. That's the deal.
When I do a lot in the States and not here, like,
almost
when do you-
apologize for being successful.
Like, when are you playing here? I'm like, I don't know. Like, because it's, for me, it's one of those, why would they play in this spot for no money, and who's going to want to see me in the Regent or somewhere else?
Down there,
You know,
draws.
it's like, when you can see him for
Well, you
free
mentioned
at
you're here
another
for the
place, it's
summer,
like,
right? So you got to tell us what you're up to.
Now it is
Even if it's
local.
just out fishing, it's fine.
I'm going to do an acoustic tour.
Okay.
I don't know across Canada, but for sure around the
Okay.
area. Like, you know.
We had young Siobhan Bodrick doing one of her first tours, and she's used our place as her local stop on the way,
Yeah.
kind of thing.
Yeah.
Which I love that.
Yeah, I just like to play too. Like, you forget, like,
Right?
you're busy
Yeah, just-
recording
yeah.
albums, like, it's been go.
Wilkie shows up on my open mic retreats, and it's just to play songs.
Yeah.
Just for the right reasons. I
Yeah.
love that.
Yeah. Yeah, there needs to be more of that. I just don't like the 4-hour night, you know,
Yeah.
cover songs and all. Like, I do it. Yeah, I will do it. Like, I played over at Signal before. My sister lives down the street now, so it's like, well, let's go. I'll play there.
Yeah.
Go that fun. But yeah, it's just in general, it's always tough. And, you know, I'm on Sirius XM, all that. That's paying the bills. Then you're not on there all of a sudden. It's like back and forth. Like, you know, it's just finding how to make income now.
Yeah.
You know, and if you're not out playing, it's like, I'm just waiting for major cuts in the US right now. Like, my whole catalog, 250 songs, pitching them to all the stars. Like, let them do it and travel and pay.
Yeah.
Because it's really good money if you have a number one. But it's
Do you
like,
get paid when they shortlist a song, even if they don't use it?
no, they got to pretty much put it out, and it has to go big, like, to make some.
20 seconds.
You can still make
include all your contact info, or feel free to drop by the station during the Radiothon at 38 Cold Storage Road.
In 10.
We'd love to see you. Thank you for your continued and necessary support.
5,
99.3
4,
County FM's
3,
Radiothon 2025.
Welcome back. My name is Ken Arnott, proud host of the Canadian Collection here at 99.3 County FM, and proud Canadian music fan. And speaking of being a proud Canadian, we've got Jamie Stever here in the studio this morning. Jamie is not only a proud Canadian and a very successful Canadian, but born and bred here in Prince Edward County. So we're going to ask him a little about growing up in the county and some of his success right through Canada, right across Canada and into the United States. So we're going to ask you about Country Album of the Year.
Yes.
Tell us a bit about that. Don't be humble. Don't be shy. Let's hear about it.
Well, you know, I've put out 4 full-length albums since I started this in 2013 as a country artist, and I caught wind. Well, actually, it was Jamie Pounder that went down to this awards show in Nashville called the Josie Music Awards. And I'm like, what is that? I've been there for 12 years. I've never heard of this. Like, and I should have. I just didn't. So I looked into it and I'm like, I should submit next year. And I'm working on a project. So it got like 7 different nominations, and then ended up winning, Country Male Album of the Year there. It was at the Grand Ole Opry where they gave it out, and it was packed. My folks came down. Dean Brown and his wife, Dean plays fiddle with Tim McGraw. They came as well and sat with my folks and cheering me on. So it's really cool. Just all that happened that way, because, you know, you go through the night, it's, you know, in different categories, and they didn't win, but then it like, okay, now for the big ones of the night, you know, and it was
That is
female
amazing.
or male country album of the year, and they called it out, and I'm like, there's no way. The album's called Life and Love, and it was pretty well
From
done.
Prince Edward County
Well,
all the way to the Grand Ole Opry.
And understand, when we were kids too, you mentioned Jamie Pounder. I mean, Jamie's dad, Rolly, was a musician around here,
Yes.
but the music scene wasn't non-existent, but it wasn't like anything like it is now.
Yeah,
And Nashville seemed a million miles away from
Yeah.
Prince Edward County when we were kids. Now,
Yeah.
there are no degrees of separation from any song anymore to Prince Edward County. But at that time,
yeah.
it wasn't like there were musicians all the way around to inspire you. You kind of had to find your own inspiration
Yeah.
a little bit.
And you could almost tune in WSM 650 AM radio up here. Like, it's
Right,
so
right.
far, right? But
Yeah.
and growing up watching the Grand Ole Opry, you know, they used to show the show, you know, and it was like, wow, this is pretty amazing. Then to be able to sing on WSM 650 live, like the Grand Ole Opry radio station, that was another highlight. That
I love that you
went
still have
through,
those
like,
moments.
It's just like, holy cow. And it's like, I'm always go, push, the next thing, bigger, better, you know, and you forget to enjoy like that
Yeah,
moment.
yeah.
So I'm like trying to, you know, learn how to tell myself, hey, just hey, 15-year-old version of you would be losing this mind right
Yeah.
now. Like, so think that way all the time.
Well, we
Keep
are
pushing.
so proud of you and so pleased that you joined us this morning.
Yes.
And encouragement and motivation for anybody out there from Prince Edward County. You can do it as a
Yes.
musician, as a star across Canada and south of the border as well.
Yes.
So you heard it directly from Jamie Stever,
Yeah.
Country Album of the Year from October 2024, I guess that was.
Yes.
Just a little over a year ago.
Just got a nomination for the first song I sang. That's just me with the duet as like vocal event of the year. So they're slowly for this year. They're releasing what's nominated, so I'll know more later in June. But at least we have that first nomination for this coming.
Wow. Well, we've got some time with you coming
Yeah.
up for the next 22 minutes.
Yeah.
If anybody wants to come in and say hi, an old friend or whatever,
Yes.
we are here. We're here all day, but Jamie's here with us until 10 o'clock. What are you going to play for us next, Jamie?
I'll play
What's up?
the first track off that album, Life and Love. It's called Don't Play with Roses.
Thank you.
Strolled into an old beach bar. Met a man with 1,000 scars. You could tell I had a heavy heart, so we ordered a couple more. What brings you by today? He said, was it the one who got away? Oh, I could teach you a couple things, cause I've lived through love and war. But maybe all she wanted from you was to be there by her side. And maybe all she needed from you was to listen every time. Forgiveness on your knees, cause flowers ain't enough. Boy, when it comes to a woman's heart, all I know is don't play with roses. I stumbled home to an empty bed, thinking about every word he said, and everything I should have done instead of watching her move on. Cause what I thought was going so well turned into going through hell. Lying here reminding myself of why she's really gone. Or maybe all she wanted from me was to be there by her side. Maybe all she needed from me was to listen every time. Forgiveness on your knees, cause flowers ain't enough. But when it comes to a woman's heart, all I know is I don't play with roses. Maybe all she wanted from me was to be there by her side. Maybe all she needed from me was to listen every time. Forgiveness on your knees, cause flowers ain't enough. Boy, when it comes to a woman's love, all I know is, yeah, when it comes to a woman's love, all I know is, I don't play with roses. Don't play with roses.
Thank you, Jamie Stever. Now, Jamie was mentioning that he's going to be around the county this summer.
Oh yeah,
So tell us what's going on in your life for the next couple of months.
barbecue, swimming.
Yes, like all
Maybe
of
the
us.
beach, some kayaking, of course, fishing. you know.
Yeah, some fishing.
Yes. And my son just got his license, so now he can drive me around to all the wineries.
Now, your son, is he a musician? Does he play as well?
He can pretty much play anything. I've thrown everything at him, even a banjo. You know.
Okay.
We're in Demarest, so you need a banjo.
That's
No,
cool.
he's
That's
really
cool.
good, super smart. You know, doing well in school, in Air Cadets for many years now, and he's just moving up and up, and that's pretty amazing. So yeah, he'll be in grade 12 this coming year.
So if you're driving through Demorestville and you smell the barbecue, the fish on the barbecue, and hear some banjo, stop in and say hi.
Exactly. There you go.
We've got some time for another song. What would you
Sure.
like to play for us next?
I'll play you a song that I wrote a while back, and we mentioned, I mentioned the Ralph Murphy, Jamie just writes songs for girls also. So I thought about this idea for this song, and I'll let it be self-explanatory. Let's just say that.
Okay. Okay, you're up.
late for work every single morning. Her hair's a mess, running out the door. So try to buy coffee with no money for the 1,000th time. Forgot her purse at home. Now some call her crazy when she's out drinking. Some call her broken, crying, and upset. Some call her mama when they get hungry. Some call her sister, daughter, their best friend. But I just call her beautiful. She's not afraid to say what she's thinking. And the power of her smile blows my mind. Tangled up together while we're sleeping. I can't believe I get to call her mine. Some call her crazy when she's out drinking. Some call her broken, crying, and upset. Some call her mama when they get hungry. Some call her sister, daughter, their best friend. But I just call her beautiful. Some call her crazy when she's out drinking. Some call her broken, crying, and upset. Some call her mama when they get hungry. Some call her sister, daughter, their best friend. But I just call her beautiful. I just call her beautiful. I just call her beautiful. Yeah.
Anybody ever call you on, hey, is that song about me?
Yeah, I know, definitely.
Those first couple of lines, I can just see, hey, wait a minute.
Yeah. I think I sneakily got good at that style of song. I have, and I've had a friend of mine in Nashville. She's like, "You really like those love songs, don't you?" And I was like, "It's what I do, I guess." I don't know.
Well, call her crazy, call her beautiful.
Yes.
You can call us too, 613-476-2229. And if you come in to visit and make a donation, you can say hi here to Jamie Stever, who's with us this morning. Very nice to have him in the studio. E-transfers are welcome. info@theveritasfoundation.com. Please use the password 993 County FM and online 993countyfm.ca for credit card donations. We've had some donations come in from Martin Trainer, Keith and Carol Norris, Kim Davison, and Michael Farrell. So thank you to all of our kind donors out there and listeners to 99.3 County FM. This is your community radio station. I'm here with Craig Foster helping me out this morning until 10 o'clock. And of course, Jamie Stever. We'll be back with him shortly.
I actually didn't have a commercial break there, so I just queued up a Jamie Stever song.
That's
for
an
a
old
couple
one.
of minutes. Yeah.
I gotta get my, like, you guys don't have all my albums. I just haven't dropped them all.
There's tons in here.
Yeah.
I know this is probably
Yeah, there's like
2010 or something.
Yeah, there's like 2 new albums. My new EP just came out too, like 4 songs.
You can use that to segue to that.
Yes.
Do you do vinyl? Do they still put out vinyl for your
I haven't.
stuff?
Yeah,
No?
they can. No.
Yeah.
I was gonna do just a couple copies for my old manager and just to have.
No 8-track.
No.
When I listen to old stuff from mine,
Yeah.
sometimes I find it a little not cringy, but I think, boy, I've grown since then. Does that happen for you?
Yeah, this is this one. No, I did it. It's out there. It's nothing they can do. I can't stop it now.
I wasn't referring to
No,
the
no.
song personally, but I know
No.
there are times, sometimes I'll listen, I'll catch someone on the radio or something that I haven't heard in a while. I forgot that one. I like that. I forgot how good that was. Then sometimes you go,
Yeah.
come a long way since then.
This doesn't totally suck, but it's not as good as what I do now.
So when I went on your website, good production of This Life Ain't for Everyone.
Yes.
You gonna play that, or you gonna, yeah, I like that. That's good.
That's funny. I had my finger
It's
on
got
that.
a little bit. Oh, you got it.
I did. I had my finger on that.
Okay, well, I want to hear it live, and I was going to tell the old joke about what you get when you play a country song backwards.
Yeah.
You get your dog back, you get your girlfriend back, and your truck starts.
Yeah. And there's a story behind This Life Ain't for Everyone song, so I'll tell that
Okay,
quick. And then
well, I'll intro it, and you tell the story.
I was playing with a bass player out of Napping and Keith Gordon for about 10 years. Just shtick. This guy's all shtick. And you'd play some, cover that it could be a fucking Beatles song, and people would go nuts. And afterwards he'd say, "Thank you, we wrote that in the car on the way over there." And I rolled my eyes every time he said it.
Yeah.
And he left the band, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago, and I'm still finding myself dropping that joke on occasion. I'm like, you bastard.
Yeah. Well, the old guys I used to play with, like Larry Cordell, that were Highway 40 Blues and all that, they have a joke. They play every Monday night at the station, and like the best players, Willie Nelson's keyboard players, the best of the bands, right? And they always say, "We have a special deal tonight." They hold up their CDs, if for any reason you get home, or even on the way home in the car, you just don't even like the album cover. Any reason, just send it back to the station end, and care of the station end, and we'll be sure to send you a CD we don't like. And they've used it over and over, and it's like it never gets old. Like people just love it.
Yeah.
Laugh. It's always new people too, like
Yeah.
tourists, So I thought that was a funny one.
He's in a band now with a guy who he's a straight man all of a sudden. He's playing with Trevor Walsh over at Kingston doing Trevor not. Trevor's been doing the chicken wing circuit for 100 years. And Trevor's a pretty outgoing guy too, so suddenly he's a straight man. All right, 5 seconds.
We're pleased to have Jamie Stever here live with us this morning. We're talking about some of his songs. You just heard one right there. I went on his website, www.jamiestever.com. Came across a great production song, This Life Ain't for Everyone. And Jamie's going to do it for us live. It kind of reminded me of the country song joke. What do you get when you play a country song backwards? You get your dog back, you get your girlfriend back, and your truck starts.
Yeah.
So tell us about This Life Ain't for Everyone.
Well, this song I wrote just by way of knowing a friend that played at this bar called Losers in Nashville, and it's not a horrible place. It's the most popular place.
The name is
it used to be a hole in the wall that all the musicians would just show up to, and my buddy Rhett played there for 10 years, acoustic guitar. He's from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and it'd be packed, like just shoulder to shoulder, and celebrities would go there too. It was just amazing who you'd run into. So. But there was a sign there. The slogan is "This life ain't for everybody," and it's cowboy boot and says "Losers" on the shirt. And that sign was behind his head every night. I go see him play, and it's just "This life ain't for everybody." And I said, man, I would feel guilty because you've been having the sign behind your head for this many years playing here. If I wrote this song with anyone else but you, so I said, let's get together and write this song, and this one came out.
Well, that's important that you are not only performing, but a very lucrative, successful songwriter as well. So we want people to know about that, your other prowess.
Yes.
So let's hear the song.
All right, This Life Ain't for Everyone. Front door needs a coat paint, and the porch swings hanging by one chain. Got a whole list of honeydew things, but I ain't got time. 'Cause I got 4 walls around me, and Jesus in my heart. 3 kids that ignore me, and my old truck still starts. And there's too many reasons why I'm thankful for my one true meant to be. This life ain't for everyone, but it's good enough for me. I think about those friends of mine, hit the town every Friday night, chasing women and whiskey like they're going out of style. Living fast and living free, no responsibility. Have embraced them with my company a real long while. Cause I got 4 walls around me and Jesus in my heart. 3 kids that adore me, and my old truck still starts. And there's too many reasons why I'm thankful for my one true man to be. This life ain't for everyone, but it's good enough for me. Yeah, I got 4 walls around me, and Jesus in my home. 3 kids that adore me, my old truck still starts. And there's too many reasons why I'm thankful for my one true man to be. This life ain't for everyone, but it's good enough for me. It's good enough for me. All right. Geez, I barely made it through that one.
That's nice.
Sometimes you just forget your own song.
Okay, well,
But,
no, you
yeah.
did a great job. No,
Dang Oilers kept me up all night. And everyone else.
Do you know, Jamie, in my experience, all of my hockey player friends want to be rock stars, and all my rock star friends want to be hockey players, right? Isn't that the way? You probably find that in Nashville a bit
You
too.
probably make a little more money sometimes.
yeah, well, the fans are pretty. I don't know. You talked about the fans in Nashville for the Predators. But
Yeah.
something there's crazy maybe is that the
Oh.
fans out in Edmonton right
Yeah.
now, go Canada.
Yes, exactly.
Let's talk about the ability for a second to schedule creativity, because when you're a professional songwriter, sometimes you have to. Most of us just wait till something flies through the air. But if you're getting paid, you got to get to work. How do you schedule creativity?
Yeah, we book a writing room, or I used to have an office there, and you just 10 a.m. Get your coffee, go write a song every day, over and over and over, sometimes twice, and it's just. I think once you have the craft, down, you just need an idea. So a lot of the writers and publishing houses, they're just praying that someone brings something good, because they've worked there for years. They run I call it the hook book. I always write down, every little thing I hear, like, or overhear in conversations. People are like, why do you go out so much? I'm like, well, I need material. So it's not easy, and especially to get a ringer. But once you get onto it, if you have an idea, and usually pretty much all my writes, I don't show up without already having a song, and we still mull over other things, and in case nothing comes up, I'm like, great, well, what about this? And most of everything I've ever done was on my own albums is that just ideas I had in the morning, and what about this? What about this? So yeah, it's tough. Now, you can spend 8 months to write a song if you want to go back. Like that's your path. Mine is like, I just try to get them done. Don't leave them lingering, because you have more to write. You can maybe fix a thing when you go to production. But other than that, yeah, it's definitely, you need to practice doing it over and over and over again. Everyone thinks that you just sit home, get high, and write songs, get inspired.
It's a job.
Some people do, and that's fine. I'm good with that. It's not me, but I'm like, it's one of the things. However, it gets there. Like, who knows? Some songs are written in 15 minutes, and they're classics. It's just on a napkin in a diner. So.
And do you feel like when you come across something, ooh, I like that? Yeah,
instantly,
yeah.
Riffs to songs, I keep all the good ones for myself.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm a guitar player. That's how I grew up. Just 14 years old as guitar, and then, like I said, classical music school, and then I was working painting houses throughout the area here, Quinte area, and Picton, and country radio was on, and I was 20 years old, and I just heard those songs. I'm like, I like what these songs have to say. So I went on a songwriting cruise after years of practicing songwriting, and there was mentors from Sony Nashville and LA and New York, different genres, and they just were like, man, your songs are commercial as hell. You got to come to Nashville. So I literally just went home, quit my job, and started making the trips to Nashville, and then eventually had a condo there with a business partner, and just did it, and the business changed, and COVID, changes. So you make all these plans, and I was on, US radio throughout the southern states and doing radio tours, and then all that just halted, and it did for everyone. Like
Yeah.
people were trying to figure out what's next. So I kind of just recorded music, and my producer Dan Frizzell has been amazing. He's worked with everyone you can imagine. He's doing Kid Rock's album right now, like as an engineer, which is kind of crazy. But yeah, so just go and figure it out along
From the
way.
mean streets of Demarest.
Yes.
Well, I know, and
Exactly.
we appreciate you so much for being in here and supporting County FM
Yes.
and being with us today live and performing for our listeners out there. And a long way from Nashville and a short drive, I guess, from Demarest-ville.
Yes.
But we certainly appreciate your time and your effort here. And
So what we're going to do now, because it's near the top of the hour, we're going to set up the tally intro. Whoop. We missed the drum roll. So what we're going to do is this. We're going to give you an imaginary drum roll. We're going to let JJ finish what he's doing. JJ's got to get his voice in there everywhere.
okay, we don't have time for a number.
Yeah, let's go quick. Run. All right, ready for the drum roll?
The drum roll. And this was a matching donor hour too as well. So we thank Edgewater Bed and Breakfast, our matching donor hour sponsors. This hour, our total comes to $35,580.
Yeah, well done, everybody. Well
On this
done.
Saturday morning. Match donations of up to $500 for the hour. Once again, thanks again to Edgewater Bed and Breakfast. $35,580. Jamie Stever was with us. We appreciate his time. Jamie, a little bit of time left. You go ahead. Tell us what you play one more little song if you've got one.
You're into the next hour now.
Okay.
You got to stop sneaking other
Yeah.
people's
Oh,
hours.
well, Jamie's doing such a good job.
Yeah. Play or not play?
Well, what you will do is there anywhere, because we know that you're a hot ticket south of the border, is there anywhere we can be able to catch you play while you're home up here? I know venue, just saying.
Just check my website, jamiestever.com, and you can get to all the music, iTunes, Spotify, anything you use on that. And I'll be posting, I think I'm doing an acoustic tour dates, probably later in the summer into the fall. So just stay tuned to my website and check out. I do have a new video on there. You can go watch right off my website, or it's on YouTube. It's called I Don't Twerk, and I wrote it for Brad Paisley. It's a cartoon version of me, like Pixar animation. It's hilarious. Please go check that out, and please stay in touch with me.
That's great. Well, listen, Jamie, I lost track of the time. We've been having such a good conversation, enjoying your time here with us this morning. We appreciate you once again. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of your lovely weekend out fishing, perhaps.
Yeah, well, yeah. I wish. Anyways, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Okay, we're out, guys.
All right,
Perfect. Thanks, guys.
Thank
That
you.
was awesome.
Very nice and easy. Painless.
I just going, it's early. Singing going.
Well, and I've heard over the last couple of days on about the air quality.
Oh, yeah.
Throwing their voice off a little gravelly with the air, a problem with breathing.
Bay of Quinte Mutual Insurance Company.
Yeah.
Property
I usually,
call 613
when you get too much air
4719.
Well, I know we closed the windows at the house yesterday, just put the air on. More about the, it's not being such fresh air.
Volunteer-driven
Yeah.
community radio station.
Well, the
Please
weather's
help us
been
bridge
great,
the
you know,
funding
it's
gap
hot,
of
it's cold.
$74,000.
Lucky it's not.
Well, a friend of mine took us on a little harbor cruise downtown on Thursday night, and again, it was just so easy. And even worse yesterday, we couldn't see the skyline.
Really?
229.
Well, yeah, yesterday I thought it was going to rain all day.
I
I was doing smoker ribs
all day.
long, so I just kept going. Oh, yeah, there's fires.
Yeah, not rain, but you see, but you see that hazy sunshine.
See, he's got the banjo.
38 cold storage road.
I was gonna come and join
Including
Oh, yes.
insurance and financial.
Jamie, a little souvenir. Did you leave this behind? Was that
No, I got it.
Oh, okay.
All right, have a good day, guys.
Thank you again.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
Hey, Craig, thanks. You're out. All right. I think I got everything I need.
Hiya.
Good day.
Can I plug this into your wall?
Great.
Good. Great job.
Oh, right out there, yeah. Well, you guys are situated before I decide what a good microphone was. Okay, just to let you know, you need to put a song in there. It's called Rick's Bauer. Rick's Bauer. Or Tom Lake. It's just one song, I think it's all live. It's just, you can't play it again. So it's called Rick's Bauer. That's it. Is it Rick's Bauer?
Rick's Bauer.
Let's try Rick.
Yeah. It's Rick says it.
L-A-L-A. Sorry, L-A-I-L-E-I-G-H.
Oh.
That's it. And then get rid of the Y. That's it.
All right.
Sure, yes, Rick Bauer. Yeah, Bauer. Now that is mine. What was your order of that one? What is that? You have it ready?
Doesn't matter. I got it.
It's already loaded and stuff.
All right. We got about a minute and a half before we go to air.
You may want to hire us after you hear it.
Well, you know, I know.
The guy runs his own pub now. He needs good talent like this. Other than a Wednesday night, we're ready to go.
Now, I'm playing the bass. The accordion is acoustic, but I've got a left-hand bass that you're going to hear. I'll adjust the volume according to what you
Any
need.
question I need to sing?
I'm going to sing it. Thank you. Great.
Just that. Needed.
You'll hear this no matter what you do.
That piece probably going to be too loud.
We'll find out.
Well, let me say this. You'll let me know before. Good.
All right, we got 30 seconds. All right, I'm going hot here. Radiothon 2025. My name is Craig Foster, and here we go. It's that time of year once again. We're well into this weekend now. We are wading in deep. The talent continues to flow. As a guy who's been working in radio around here for a decade or so and has been doing the local scene myself, I thought I knew all the artists, and I saw the Pictones. I thought, who are the Pictones? Well, turns out I know at least 50% of the Pictones. We'll talk about that in just a couple of minutes' time. But this, of course, is Radiothon. It's that time of year where we reach out to you to ask if you're picking up what we're putting down. And you have emphatically told us year after year that's exactly what's happening here by donating. And it's your chance again this weekend. Here's how you do it. The best way, come down here, listen to some music, hang out. It's a community station. Bring your debit card, your checkbook, whatever the things have to these days, and make your donation in person. You can give us a phone call, 613-476-2229. You can e-transfer info@theveritasfoundation.com. Include your name, email, and mailing address. Use the password 993CountyFM, by the way. And you can donate online at 993countyfm.ca for credit card donations. And so that's how that part of things work. And by now you recognize the way this part of things work is that we grab our favorite artists from the area. They come in here and they donate their time. And we have a blast with them, and we all make money, and it's a great weekend. We all have fun. It's a great social weekend, too. And so, like I said, if you have a chance to come down and hang out and maybe meet Mark Despo, if you haven't already. I don't know how you haven't met Mark Despo if you live in Prince Edward County. I'm not sure how that
ruined the surprise.
Yes, I did. I let that rabbit out of the hat, didn't I? Well, since we got them right here, let's start then by introducing you to the Pictones. Now, the first voice that you just heard, you've already heard me name his name. We know who Mark Despo is. And if you don't, well, then you're new to the county, I would suggest. But this particular project, I'm going to suggest is pretty new, given that I was not very familiar with it. So, Mark, why don't you start by telling us about this particular project, the Pictones?
Well, the Pictones is something Tommy came up with. I mean, he's got all sorts of names on his albums. It's Tom Layton, by the way, over
Yes.
here. And on the accordion, I don't know if people can see, but I'm there you
All right. He's announced himself.
I announced myself indeed.
So we just keep changing it for the hell of it because we're not really in it for the money anymore.
Sure.
But
So
the Pictones works on a lot of different levels, so that it's a fun title for us. First, we were calling ourselves, it's Mark Despo, we were calling ourselves the Despo-Rados.
Yeah, I remember
And
that.
we thought that was so clever, but a lot of people didn't get it. But the Pictones, it just sort of works on a more basic level, and it's fun for us. We do pick and play, and Mark is living in Picton, so there you have it.
The other thing is, I had an argument with him. I wanted to call it Break Wind and Fire, but Tom wouldn't go for it. I don't know why.
The immediate and obvious question is, how the hell do you get anything done, the two of you, with that shtick all the time? You guys are always having some fun with this, aren't you? And that's why you do it, right?
That's why we do it.
Let's talk about that and this station then, because you, of course, Mark, have been somebody who's been very directly connected to the station for some time.
Right from the, I even got the certificate.
Yeah?
Yeah, it says 10 years.
I got a 10-year certificate as well. I didn't write the 99.3 jingle, though, so there's that. That was actually, somebody asked yesterday about their initial, what hooked them into the radio station. They said it was the 99.3 jingle.
Excellent. That's what I wanted.
So
That's what I wanted
legend
to
in the
hear.
foothills. So the Pictones, so we know Tom Lake, we know Mark Despo and the different sort of variations. I assume the Pictones, or whatever we're called today, we're still going to get the same kind of bluegrassy vibe that you guys are known for. A little bit of shtick, a little bit of
Celtic,
fun,
a little bit of Celtic.
a little bit of Celtic, a little bit all over the place, right?
And you're in for a surprise today because we downloaded one of Tommy's songs on
Yeah.
there, and it's called Rick's Bower.
Yeah,
Rick is a former Fairbrother prior to me. You might remember him.
I do.
Yeah, great player. And he'll be joining us on July 1st and July 2nd, I think it is.
Well, it's July 1st for sure, because it's going to be a Canada Day at Waring House. I can't be there myself, but Rick's jumping in, and it's a great night. They've got lots of Canadiana, and they've got fireworks, a great fireworks display there. Canada Day at Waring House is always a lot of fun. And also, Rick is coming to the county on the June 24th, because that is Saint Jean-Baptiste Day. And he and I play French music, but they wanted more Quebecois music. So we're going to play at the winery in that afternoon on Saint Jean-Baptiste Day, and then that night at Waring House. And we've got an amazing fiddle player that she's played here before, but she's mostly from Coburg area, Saskia Tompkins. So it's lots of French music, Parisian music, and lots of Quebecois on those days. So
wow, we're so culturally evolved.
you know what, we really are.
That's
We
what we
really
do.
are.
All
That's
right,
what we
let's-
do, man.
And here we are to culturally devolve, if I know you two guys. Let's play a little bit of music, if you will, and set the tone. Let's have a little fun.
Okay.
Set
Pictones.
the pick.
Set the pick tone.
Just a quick introduction to this song. It comes from Milwaukee Whalers, and I wrote this song. It's about the train, the longest train owned by one man. It was named J.R. Booth, who basically built Parliament buildings. Guy showed up in Ontario. They're Irish. His dad was Irish from Quebec. And this song is about that, as if somebody was imaginary, somebody was going to take that railway. It's now a hiking trail, of course, but it goes from Ottawa to Parry Sound.
And it goes through from Ottawa, it goes to Arnprior, and then a lot of other towns. You're going to hear all the towns as Mark sings this. Are you in a D key, a D, Mark?
Well, let's start that way.
There you have it on the K, the pick, because we're already off the
Ray is
rails.
set the pick tone.
I just
know.
turned 70, and
I could play it. What year are you in?
Oh, C.
Well, I could do that. Okay.
Lucky
Okay,
rehearsal.
we changed the engine. We put a little more coal in. I think we're ready. There we go.
On board a train one day, I found I was bound. Going across Ontario, heading for the sound. Park the engine, stop the conductor, he did say, "The service is where you are." No, I'm going all the way. From Ottawa to Arnprior.
fire and then past Gary's Bay. On the shores of Carson Lake, steaming all the way. The Madawaska River run is really not that far. To the rocky shores of Georgia on the APSR.
Roll past farms and ranges, golden to our fire. Took on by the picket bush till he was set on fire. And vegan building stopped to rest and found water too. And made our way to Golden Lake and on the go. From Ottawa to our fire and then past Billy's Bay.
On the shores of Carson Lake, steaming all the way. The Madawaska River run is really not that far. Rocky shores of Georgian Bay and the OAPSR.
It began to grow and grow all the way to Berry's Bay. All the way to Berry's Bay, on the way down. Afternoon we left behind cliffs of Rock Lake shore. Little Joe and Clay Lake, Rainy Lake and more.
From Ottawa to our fire and then past Berry's Bay. On the shores of Carson Lake, steaming all the way. The Madawaska River run is really not that far. To the rocky shores of Georgia and the OAPSR. Fire and then past Berry's Bay. On the shores of Carson Lake, steaming all the way. The Madawaska River run is really not that far. To the rocky shores of Georgian Bay and the OAPSR.
Finally left the Highlands, surely on our way. Town and people harbor on the shore of Georgian Bay. Well, that's my tale, and I must say it really was a lark. I went with the Harry old APSR.
From Ottawa to our fire and then past Berry's Bay. On the shores of Carson Lake, steaming all the way. The Madawaska River run is really not that far. To the rocky shores of Georgian Bay and the OAPSR. From Ottawa to our fire and then past Berry's Bay. On the shores of Carson Lake, steaming all the way. The Madawaska River run is really not that far. To the rocky shores of Georgian Bay and the OAPSR.
Wow, banjo and accordion. You guys got all the ladies back in the day, didn't you? Right?
Real chick magnet, really chick magnet. Accordion and banjo. You can't beat those. So
Right.
That formula.
Right?
If we could get a bagpipe player, which we still been looking around for. I used to play the bagpipe until I got tired of the jokes.
Well, listen, Steve Sawyer was in yesterday. We were fairly relentless on the banjo jokes. I'm not gonna lie. What's your favorite banjo joke over the years? You think?
Well, how do you tune a banjo?
Okay, which one?
Nobody knows.
Hey, right? Yeah, honestly, that's a great way. So let's take a little break. We'll come back. We'll have a little bit more fun with the Pigtones. Tom Layton and, of course, Mark Despo. This is, of course, Radiothon. That's what we're doing here today. Come and see us, 613-476-2229. E-transfer info at theveritasfoundation.com. Online at 993countyfm.ca. We're rolling along beautifully here. The numbers are rolling in. We have our goal set. And I got to tell you, every year you continue to let us know that you're happy with what we're doing here by the way that you support us financially. And of course, this is the time of year we ask you once again to reach into your pockets and help out. If you like what we're doing, we're going to come back and do some more. We'll take a break. We'll be back. This is Radiothon 2025.
The parks, beaches, art galleries, wineries, and rural lifestyle are attracting a lot of well-deserved attention from our charming small towns.
Yeah, I found the key basically was just to have this microphone on because this was big enough. I had like a tiny video or something.
Do you want me to turn it down?
You know, I have pretty good control here. Cans are the key. Cans are the key.
You know.
Do you get EQ on that?
Not really EQ necessarily.
Positioning of the microphone.
Yeah,
I'm okay talking wise.
yeah.
Lovely, well done.
Thanks.
Specializing in stunning outdoor
You'll
living
let us know.
areas tailored to your needs.
That's the one nice thing
Again,
people like
Green
about
Gables
my
and
room is
Greenfield
that I just
agree.
leave my TV set up for that room to plug and play.
And
Yeah,
both
love
times,
that.
Oh, really?
an
Even I don't have to bring
exceptionally
my
pleased.
guitar. I love that.
In
I don't have a road you never have.
I know, right? Every time I pack up a gear, I swear I'm gonna play a flute the next life.
Somebody was telling me yesterday, it was Bobby
When your
Cameron,
dream
he said
yard
that,
becomes a reality, visit
the guy that lives
today.
from Poland goes back and forth
Celebrate
to
National
Poland and plays
Indigenous
there.
Peoples Day
Yeah,
in the
that he
county. The
brings
Tompkins and Mohawk
records and
Symphony
things like that over
takes
there,
center
sells
stage
them
at the
because no
Regent
one can afford
Theater
to get them.
Saturday, June
He said they got a
21st.
guy that does a
Tom
roadie
Wilson
for 20
discusses
bucks
the
a day.
discovery
Yeah.
of Mohawk heritage
20
through a
bucks a day
special
to all that
performance by an orchestra
Stuff
led by
around.
world-class conductor
Check
Darcy
your
Ecker.
tune just
Take
when
your
you're
time
done.
with Tom and weave together personal narratives and get Tickets for the Tom Wilson Mohawk Symphony performance are available online at theregenttheater.org.
So when we talk about Joe, we're not talking
production.
donuts, right?
Media sponsor, 99.3
Well, that would be
County
good too, to
FM.
get them.
Boys.
Donuts are just rolling in. Should have done
You're
that
listening
stuff.
to the
Yeah,
99.3
donut guy.
County FM Wellings and Victor Radiothon
He was
2025.
alive from
A big thank you to all the local musicians for their support and to our listeners for your generous donations.
He ended up being a
Donating
donut
is
guy.
easy. Call us at 613-476-2229. That's 613-476-2229. You can donate online at 993countyfm.ca.
You know what happened to
Send
me
an
yesterday?
e-transfer to
Well, Greg, a couple days before
using
JJ can't do this thing, so he
99.3
needs
as the
another thing on
password.
Friday. So
Please
I've got
remember
two
to
of them here.
include
You
all
can
your
have them.
contact info.
And I thought that
Feel
was the end
free
of
to
it.
drop
So
by the
I didn't
station
come
during
in
the
at 10 o'clock.
Radiothon at
So I got a call at 11
Road
saying, "Are you coming
We'd
in?"
love to see you.
Well, I thought
Thank
you
you for your
well, you just do the
continued
first
and
one.
necessary
That
support.
was 5:11.
Oh, and you walked in. I heard about
walked in at
that.
5 after.
We're about 2 seconds away. Welcome back to Radiothon 2025. Joining me in studio, a couple of names that really need no introduction, but I'll do it anyway. Tom Lake and Mark Despo have been staples of this music scene for about 6,497 years, I think.
98.
I feel like. But, I want to touch base on that because one of the things I remember when I showed up and started schlepping around playing some music, the existing music community, those that have been here for so long, were so supportive. They were the best. They weren't saying, no, that's my gig. They were saying, hey, you should come try this gig. That was the way that it was.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping and I'm part of paying that forward. I hope that's
Thank
something
you.
that's a responsibility
Excellent.
of mine. But let's talk a little bit, because I know that you do the Waring House you had a terrific relationship with that particular venue. I'm a firm believer in putting the right people in the right place, in front of the right audience.
That's right.
The Waring House has been a really great fit for
Absolutely.
the things that you do over many years, and your open mic as well. Wednesdays, I think, too.
It was. They have so many open mics now. We decided we do more of like a kitchen party, which we'll invite a musician or so to come in and join us for like a real kitchen jam.
So you've just adjusted the format a little
Yeah.
bit, but that's been such a nice way to help to guide young artists along and point them in the right direction, or even just be around and let them realize this is what we can aspire to be as well.
It's really nice to have like a kind of we'd be like kind of a house band behind anybody that wants to do their thing, and we can back them up in any way they need to be backed up. So it's kind of fun.
And so let me talk about the plans for this particular project. Then the Pictones. What sorts of things will you be getting up to?
Well, Tom, go ahead.
Oh, well, thank you. Well, with the Pictones, it's a really varied repertoire, lots and lots of Canadiana stuff. And originally, Mark and I are both from the Maritimes, and so it's got a nice maritime edge to a lot of the stuff we're playing in this, which really makes it upbeat, because we got the accordion and the banjo and the guitar and
Mizuki.
and the bouzouki and
Boran.
we bring lots of instruments out, and there's so many great Canadian songwriters, and it's not an exclusive thing, but I think people really enjoy going out and hearing lots of Canadiana.
We do that as a country, don't we? Really like to appreciate and revel in our own artists. And I think that's a huge thing.
It doesn't matter what generation, because there's good musicians in every generation's taste in music.
Anybody that says, you have lots of your classic rock buddies that say there's been no good music since 1977. Well, you're not listening close enough, man. You just got to listen, because they're out there, for sure. All right. Let's do this. Let's play a song. What do you do for us?
Right. Okay. Well, this is from a project called Lux Crossroad, and it's myself, and a guy named Jamie Snyder and Jake Breeze. We were sitting around waiting for Alec to show up for a rehearsal at my place when I used to live in downtown. And we waited, and when we were sitting around in a circle, and Alec never showed up. He forgot about it.
He still hasn't.
Sounds a little like
we're
Alec.
three guys, and we've all written songs. So we jammed around the thing. Let's record an album. So we did, and we called ourselves Lux Crossroad. And the album's called 1951, which is the year that Jamie was born. And this is a song from that album. It's called Whenever Lightning Strikes.
Written by local boy Mark Despo.
Whenever lightning strikes, just like it did today. Or when your bubble breaks, you lose your bed. Your tables turn, your arms are losing side. You just give up your pride after the fall. You can call on my name, you can ring on my bell. Baby, I'll be there. Notes from a dusty jar, from under a big grass bed. Read over with teary eyes, gazing from time. For it's a brand new sky, so many broken rides. All the memories, stuck in the dark. You can call out my name, you can send me a wine. Baby, I'll be there. You can call out my name, you can ring on my bell. I'll be there, baby, I'll be there. Justify healing time, I'm on the borderline, right between yours and mine, right to the bone. Life's been a rocky road, but I'm on your inside, and I'm loving you home. You can call on my name, you can send me a wine. I'll be there, baby, I'll be there. You can call on my name, you can send me a wine. I'll be there, baby, I'll be there. I'll be there, baby, I'll be there. I'll be there, baby, I'll be there.
Very nice, fellas. Very nice indeed. Yes. Are kids picking up accordions and banjos these days, do you think?
Picking them up and giving them to us.
He wants to teach, but there haven't been any takers yet. We're hoping.
It does bring up a bigger point. The kinds of music that you do is very roots oriented. Obviously, you mentioned your East Coast roots and some of the folky elements that show up and that sort of thing. In any genre, if there's not youth, there's not future in that sense. Are you seeing, or have you been on the radar of any younger artists that are kind of taking that path? You think, that's great to see.
Yes, in fact, working right now, and I must talk to you, Tom, about that, is Luke Donovan, that's Lynn's son.
Yes.
Luke's just finished 7 years of university. He has a master's degree in architecture.
Now that's easy for you.
Archaeological architecture.
Yeah, it took Luke the first 6 years to be able to pronounce it himself.
Well, but he did pass that one. So anyway, he's right into fiddling, and he called me yesterday. Actually, he said he'd like some backup track. He does busking in Halifax, And he said there's a lot of competition, and everybody's got a ghetto blaster beside them with a backing track.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, so if he plays a fiddle and he needs something like.
I remember him as a kid busking here at Picton around.
Oh, he did all the time. Yeah. He can make these. This kid is growing up though. He's very bright, and he reads music, and he's incredible.
Yeah. Well, that's awesome.
Tom and I helped him with an album that he did called Bowery Street.
Isn't that great?
That's right.
Bowery Street, you said.
Yeah, well, he was living on Bowery
Well,
Street.
here's a quick story. My first band was a punk band called Left on Bowery.
Oh,
I learned to play guitar on Bowery Street with my roommate there.
Were you living on Bowery Street too?
I lived on Bowery Street for
I
a
was
while.
living
as
right
well.
down by the Dell.
Yeah, Glenn Schmidt was my roommate back
That's
then.
amazing.
But anyway, yeah, it's so weird that Left on, and then randomly, I joined a band called Left on Bowery. It wasn't like I named it; it was just that was weird.
Already.
That's wild. Great coincidence.
So you guys brought a song that you wanted me to play that's sort of in the can as well, something from Tom called Rick's Bower. From Better Late Than Never, which is pretty good itself, a little turn of phrase. Tell us about Rick's Bower.
Yeah, this is a song. It was written and dedicated to Rick Bower, but we're playing it on recording because it's got some different instruments that I play on stage, but we don't have them in the control room. And I'd like the listeners out there to have a chance to hear not just me play the accordion, but this has got keyboards in it, and I'm playing the bouzouki. And a pair of it starts off with a pair of bones, like rib bones. So you'll hear that, and then it starts off really traditional, and then it sort of sounds gently funky. And I hope you like this. And once again, Rick is going to be coming to Picton to Waring House on June 24 for Saint Jean Baptiste Day, and also July 1st. Oh, and he's also coming. They're going to have a Frere Brothers reunion on June 25. So there's 3 dates that are going to have Rick, and here's a tune called Rick's Bower.
All right. The rib bones.
The bones.
Who doesn't use bones in a track anymore?
What a unique instrument.
Who thought of it? That's what I don't get. It's like sitting around in a cave eating and decided to pick these things up and start rattling it.
My first finger for playing around corners. I know, right? That's why I mentioned it in my first one.
Good luck with that.
Yeah.
I'm thinking I can't do that past there anymore.
Sorry. This is like the plant finger that you get on a lot, so it actually works out okay.
It's when you get that index finger. You getting any of that in your
Not so bad yet. A little bit, tiny bit of this hand, but the shitty thing is I feel like, I finally got to the point with my guitar where what I hear in my head comes out through my hands. Now my fucking hands won't work.
Now what? So he's got a new fire and pump going in.
We've been doing this Sunday afternoon, kind of a jazzy thing. It's been doing well for us, actually. We get
Who do you get in there?
Reed Kent and Lenny and those kind of people.
Yeah.
Do a Sunday afternoon thing, and it's been a good ticket too. Great. We hit fire capacity on a Sunday afternoon in February. Not supposed to be able to do that probably. Crazy. People are showing up.
Yeah, I think like these open mics are a good idea, especially for newer musicians, classic musicians, and things like that. And anything that people can do for that is good. I remember the time like there was nobody. There was us and a couple of garage
It's
bands.
not unusual at mine. Like I remember 2 weeks ago, I had 3 junos and a grand band. Milky comes regularly, and what's cool is that I'm also seeing people that like Dustin Keller who's showing up at my local lights, and now he's out there kicking around. You see the development, the improvement, and I like that, watching these guys develop through these open mics and having people that have had these careers at that same open mic. You can see the inspiration for them, right? You know Steve Wilkinson?
Yeah, absolutely.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
They're coming in here.
Might have to
I think they're next.
He's our songwriter.
Boy, I think
Tyler.
Tyler's in the place with them. I think the girl is
Amanda is
on her own.
She shows up. Actually, she shows up because she's been friends with Melanie Hillman, so she shows up in Bell's Mountain. So yeah, she's doing more of her own thing. I think Tyler's not doing a lot. I don't think, and I think that Steve just doesn't quite know where it fits anymore. Like he's been doing. I know books for many years. He's not quite sure
As we get older and stuff.
Yeah.
Well, there's a the nice thing about the wearing this is all the old people that are there, and we're perfect for that.
Yeah, I'm super careful. Like my Friday night and Saturday night group, for example, the younger drinking crowd is coming through. So if I throw, an older musician out there, it's going to be lost on them. So I have to make sure I kind of use my more contemporary people on Friday and Saturday nights. Yeah. Sundays, I have more of an open playground that way, and that works my DJ. So good for you. All right, 20 seconds. We're just going to chat for a second and throw a commercial anyway.
Yep.
I'll choose this number.
Yeah.
So I think it'll be started off
Very nice, by the way.
All right, Tom Layton playing every instrument he could find under the bed on that particular track, I think. I don't think we would have fit them all in the studio, so it's probably the right way to go to do that canned version of Rick Bauer from Better Layton Than Ever, which is...
It needed a banjo. That's the only thing I'm going to criticize about.
Everything needs a banjo, isn't that the answer to that? Okay, so listen, this is Radiothon, of course. Let's be quasi-serious for a half a second, because Mark Despo is, of course, one of the guys that has been here from the ground floor. And so while it's a fairly general question to ask artists what County FM means to them, I think in your case, it might run a little deeper because you've been involved in this for a while now, brother.
Right from the beginning, and that's when I wrote the song, the theme song for 99.3. That one.
Who knew that was going to be that and the Mushroom Plant song, your big hits?
Yeah. Well, and the one we're going to play right next, the Cherry Valley Rambler.
Yes.
But I before we get any further talking about donations, Bobby, I was interviewing Bobby Campbell yesterday.
Cameron.
Bobby Cameron. And he challenged $25 to all musicians. So right there, I said 27. And then I went out and actually paid 30.
Nice.
And then, Tom, what are you going to do?
Well, I was telling Mark before we were playing. I said, I plan on supporting the Radiothon as well by making a donation. He said, well, how much are you thinking? I said $40. And so he said, well, that's perfect, and hopefully that's gonna help and maybe inspire people as well to dig in and support a great station, some great local music and talent.
Prove that musicians aren't cheap.
The big decision for me, do I play?
We only get paid that way.
I hope that Bill McBurney and Drew Ackerman are watching this, because it's hard to squeeze anything out of their pockets.
Well, I'm not going to go there, but it doesn't have to come out of their pockets, because they can e-transfer.
Yeah, that's
or play it on or on plastic.
Yeah.
That's all right.
Well, let's tell them how. E-transfer info@theveritasfoundation.com. Include your name, email, and mailing address, and use the password 993 County FM. You can also come in person. That's always the fun way. Call 613-476-2229. 993countyfm.ca for online donations is a pretty easy way to do it too. Lots of methodologies. We won't make it difficult for you to help us. There are, of course, many ways to help your community radio station. But this particular weekend, we focus on the funding gap that needs to be bridged. And every single year, you continue to let us know that you're picking up what we're putting down. So we're going to do some more of that. It really is, isn't it? And we are, I've heard the term punching above our weight when it comes to this station. And I don't think we realize, I think we're in this little bubble here. And I'm going to give you a little frame of reference. I was asked to go and speak at Queen's University, I think it was last summer, on behalf of our news department, sort of thing, or at least be involved in this.
Yeah.
And it was community stations and college campus stations. What I didn't know was that I was essentially a keynote speaker because our news department is massive compared to any other community station.
Good.
And everything that we do here is on a much larger scale, it seems, than regular or other stations of its
Look
ilk.
at the experience we have, though. The volunteers that work around the board of directors itself is you got every key experts in every field.
And right from the get-go, I will say this, that JJ and the clan, you all set out, it was going to be run professionally from the outset. This was not going to be a bunch of, hacks in a back room, making their way through. We're going to run this like a pro outfit. It's going to feel like commercial radio, but all the grapevines of the small town. I think they pulled that off here.
Yeah. Well, I think the grapevine is probably the gem of and I have to shout out to Lynn.
The Velvet Hammer. I love your interview style.
Boy. There's somebody who's been around for a while and knows how to introduce somebody.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, actually, you too. You took that news department and
well, that's John Mather left that on a pillow for me. So, and then, let's take 1 second to mention some of the wonderful people we lost by John Mather as well. When we've been here 10 years, that means we've lost some beauties too. And so, you think of Gwen, you think of John, some of the people we lost. And we want to make sure that we mention those people as well, Bobby. And so to those people as well, thank you for your contributions to County FM in the last 10 years or so. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back and we're going to have a little more fun because that's what you do with these guys. You have fun, you play some music. This is Radiothon 2025.
It's the season to look good.
Good idea, guys. Shout out.
Lafferty's Menswear.
Yeah, that's a
From
wonderful.
date nights to wedding days.
We don't do that
orders,
enough
Backyard
sometimes.
barbecues. They've got the perfect fit for every occasion.
Suits,
It means a
shirts,
lot
golf
to
balls,
people.
and
I don't
everything
know
in
why
between. Your local menswear shop.
Make your next impression
It's
a
a-
lasting one.
There's a fair
Visit
bit of effort
Lafferty's
put into
Menswear.
the
For great
volunteers,
style,
and
it's
some of
just
them
a
are
fitting
really
away.
dedicated.
Find them in Belleville
I'm
or
thinking
at
of Ann and
Lafferty'sMenswear.com.
Vanessa.
Lafferty's Menswear.
They don't
Because
get
every
paid, but
man
they
deserves
just
to look
come
his
here and they
best.
put many hours into it.
County Kids of Steel is back at PFAC, Sunday, June 8th.
You're still
This
doing stuff
triathlon
here
invites
when you can.
kids aged
I do my
10 to
Friday
17
live
to
show and I do the
lifestyle.
morning news
Great way for
essentially.
you to
I heard you do it the
challenge
other
yourself
day.
in a fun and
Yeah,
supportive
yeah.
environment.
You do it here or you just
Bike,
record
ride,
it?
Combination
enjoy
thereof
barbecue
depends on the
lunch
day a little bit.
afterwards.
I'll usually kind of do the first half here and then
County Kids of
voice track the
Steel
last
on
hour so I can go
CA.
back and open the
This ad
restaurant.
brought to you by Books and Company.
And that way
your
you get the weather in and the
independent
latest
bookstore on
news and
15
stuff like
Well,
that.
yeah, you want to make sure you keep
What's
it.
it look
You're
like
listening
outside?
to the
Yeah, you want to keep it
99.3
feeling
County
somewhat
Volumes of
contempt,
Clifton Annual Radiothon.
It's,
Today's music is
it was getting hard to juggle
Bay
at
of
one point.
Queen
Now we're at the
Mutual
time of year where I have
Insurance
staff,
Company.
so
For
now if
all
I got
your
to come do
property
this, I say, all right,
insurance needs, call
come in today, you work, and
613-476-4719.
Hope you
Thanks to
got good
all of our
staff.
local musicians who have
So
graciously
we feel pretty good
donated
about the
their
team.
talents to
They're all going to have their little rough edges,
2025
but we got some really good
in support
people
of
to
our
work with,
not-for-profit,
work around.
volunteer-driven
So yeah, no, we feel
community
good about
radio
that.
station. Please help us bridge the funding gap of
Competition for the
$74,000
staff.
Well,
a tax
people know
receivable
us, we like
donation.
this.
Donating is
So that
simple.
helps.
Call
Like,
us at
Jess, they know me,
613-476-2229.
and we've got a great vibe at our
That's
place, so people want to we get to make money too.
613-476-2229. Donate
$300 a
online
shift.
at
Tips, so
93countyfm.ca.
they'll do that all day.
Tips, right?
Or e-transfer to info
That's something
at
that
the
I learned from Halo,
various
actually. I've
Use
never been a tip
93
person.
County FM as a
And,
password.
like,
And don't
we
forget
put our
all
tip
your
jar, two of us,
contact
and it was like
info. Or
$150
drop by
or
and see us
something.
during
Tip jar.
Radiothon.
Over one
Say
evening.
hi
And we weren't even that
at
good.
All right, we got 15 seconds.
All of Radiothon 2025 sponsors, including Heidelberg Materials and JJ International
You're gonna
Legal
introduce
and
us to
Management
Christina, right?
Solutions. Stock? Visit
Don't mention the funeral, just
JJ's
say, yeah,
helping
come.
99.3 County FM
Just
to
check it
connect
out.
the
Radiothon 2025. My name is Craig Foster in the house with the Pictones. That's right, the Pictones. They set the tone over here, didn't they? That's Tom Layton and Mark Despo, a couple of names very familiar to the music scene here in Prince Edward County, of course. Funny, I've always found naming bands debated by existence. You must have named 600 bands by now. Let's spend some thank yous because we've talked about, we've been sitting here saying, hey, please reach out and donate. Well, a lot of people already have. We want to make sure that we're underlining them as well, like Deborah Abui. And by the way, I hear that name anytime there's any kind of donation situation. So thank you, Deb, for your continued support of the station. Donna Trimble, Diane Kennedy, Barbara Bolton, Linda Beestra, Selene Wade, Peter Mast, and Richard Linnett. All another group of fine people that have really telling us that they appreciate what we're doing here, that they want this station to be here, that they recognize its valued place in this community. And for that, we thank you and we agree. We think it's got a pretty good spot in this community ourselves. Now, you don't bring these characters in here without listening to a little bit of music. So what do you say, fellas? you play us another song.
Okay, so this one is a Fairbrother song, I think, and the guest request list. Probably my favorite Fairbrother song, written by Rick Bauer. We talked about him earlier, and of course Alec Lund. And it's called The Cherry Valley Rambler. It's about a true story about a fella who only had to go to Picton one time in his life for an event, and so he walked. I mean, you could drive that in 10 minutes, maybe. It would take him about an hour and a half to walk. And he had a little hobby farm where he had a couple of chickens and cows and stuff like that. So he left them and he went to town and never came back. It's called the Cherry Valley Rambler.
He only been to Picton once, and you're going to hear, if you're not from the area, you're going to hear some Picton landmarks in this chorus.
I give you the Picton.
1, 2, 3.
His name was Kelly, but he might have been Harry. I know it wasn't Bongard. My sister might have married one. Walked in Cherry Valley, had a sleepy disposition. Lived a quiet life.
He'd never been Picton.
Heard about the body by Up Street on Saturday. We showed him drunken fights. He even got a rapid light. Given short and he laid his boots and he hit for the bright light. Just about an hour. England with the nightlight. Picton on a Saturday night, picking up parking meters. Went to see the movie show down at the Region Theater. Shannon's up the ladies, dinner at the Star Cafe. Stood outside the Royal till sun came up next day. Early Sunday morning as he headed for his home again, thought about where he had been and all the things that he had seen. Said, I spent my life shoveling crap on the street and paddle. And this is the good life. I have no need to travel. Picton on a Saturday night, picked up parking meters. Went to see the movie show down at the Region Theater. Shannon's up the ladies, dinner at the Star Cafe. Stood outside the Royal till the sun came up next day. Once he got back home again, he said hello to all his friends. The sheep and cows and ducks and hens, and they always would be hens. Back to head and he thought out loud, I got no use for county. There ain't no time for sport to play, farming in the county. Picton on a Saturday night, picked up parking meters. Went to see the movie show down at the Region Theater. Shannon's up the babies, dinner at Star Cafe. Stood outside the Royal till the sun came up next day. His name was Kelly. He might have been a Harrington. I know it wasn't Bongard. But his sister, she might have married one. She learned to carry me back.
He'd never been to Picton. He had no use for Picton.
How county is that, right? I used to giggle when I heard names like Bongard and Harrington because, you know, we all had those guys in our high school class around here. But it just occurred to me that you referenced Upstreet in that song as well. And of course, you know, my venue down the road is called Upstreet. For me, that expression came from the secretary at CML. We used to get to go to lunch downtown every once in a while at my friend's restaurant. You had to get a note to go Upstreet for lunch. Yeah. And so I love that I heard the reference to Upstreet in there as well, too. Yeah. So county colloquial.
We actually wrote a song called Upstreet.
Is that right?
If you haven't, I can't do it now, but then we wrote a song called Upscale.
Yeah.
Same tune, but with all new words to it.
Is that right?
Even we can't afford to do it.
Yeah, right.
All right. So we're going to take a quick little break. We'll have time for one more song with these guys when we come back. This, of course, is Radiothon. So let's take a minute to talk about what we're doing here. Of course, is a huge, huge weekend for us every year in that it helps to bridge that funding gap because This is not a free place to run, even though lots of people certainly donate their time for free here. And I mean many, many people. And this weekend is also 100% a celebration of those people as well. So anybody that's listening that has spent even an hour here donating their time, thank you. And some of you have spent hundreds of hours donating your time. And so this is also in support of you people as well that have come through here and worked so hard on County FM's behalf. And so if you would like to keep this train rolling, here's how you donate. You can come in person, Cold Storage Road. That's the best way to do it. Come and check out the Pictones. There is a banjo here, but don't be afraid of that. Call 613-476-2229.
Easy, girls, easy.
The Stampede of Women. I can see it now. E-transfer to info@theveritasfoundation.com or online at 993countyfm.ca for credit card donations. Let's take a break. We'll come back with more Radiothon 2025.
The Arts Calendar.
Clear.
Somebody should control those women outside that are lined up to get in. I hope they're going to donate, not just come and ask for autographs.
Just to come and ogle the banjo.
Just stare at the banjo.
There's one girl out there that said it's accordion and she's interested in. She wants to throw it. She wants to throw it into the garbage. Perfect pitch.
We were at the Regent a year ago doing. We were doing some sort of a special. Oh, I know. It was Suzanne Pasternak's right celebration.
And Gallery presents.
And I was downstairs in the change room, and Lenny Stewart was in there, and I walked in her changing room, and it's like, whoops, don't worry, Lenny, it's okay. I'm wearing birth control.
Which was the accordion.
It worked.
He was pointing at his accordion.
Yeah.
He doesn't actually know. You got to explain that because when you said I'm wearing birth control.
He points at the accordion. Yeah, we're not on the air.
Yeah.
Yeah, if they can't see the accordion on that.
Let me see the back of your head. It's just, oh yeah, it's getting there, but it's okay. You're solid. You're solid. Like even Tom, I've been bald since I was 30 years old.
The library's
But
author
there you
series
go.
continues,
Lots of
featuring Martha
good-looking
Patisse,
bald
Thursday,
guys
June
around.
19th at 7 p.m. at
Look at that.
Burlington Branch
The car,
Library.
Right.
Star Trek.
All are welcome. Visit
You made being bald cool.
peclibrary.org/.
Need help for sure.
The Arts Calendar can be heard 6 times a day, 7 days a week
Oh, we
on
did just enough songs to do
99.3
this.
County FM, the voice of the county.
Hi, I'm Jerry.
I'm back here at 5 with Renee in that group. And who else?
And avoid texting to include God.
Oh, boy, Peggy Boy.
Peggy Boy.
Doing some blues, I would imagine.
Oh yeah, Peggy likes to do blues. I'm playing a lot of blues guitar lately myself. Actually, but one nice thing about the open stage is we set it like a jam too.
Blues is good for that.
And so,
Same.
yeah, it's
Over and over again.
yeah. But the one thing it's done for me is push me into other genres and things I wouldn't normally play. So suddenly I'm playing lead a country song or that kind of thing. And of course, that's always healthy. Anytime you're pushing into an area you haven't been before. You're not growing, you're going backward. You know what I mean?
Back up, like usually kind of a house band.
Well, yeah, Joe often brings the bass, and he's pretty handy with that, and I can play. I'm fairly proficient on cajon, if that makes any sense. I can make that thing sound pretty good.
It can. It does a great job without getting in the way.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
a brilliant
yeah.
instrument.
I mean, I've learned to do little fills and things that are just anyway.
It was just a toy originally, but now you see it in professional.
Yeah, I'm finding my way around it pretty good, actually. All right, ready to go. Welcome back to Radiothon 2025. We get caught yapping here. That's what we do, because that's what this place is. It's a big community room. Well, it's really a community building here we've got going on. If you haven't been down to Cold Storage Road, by all means, the door is open through regular business hours, at least anyway. You are always welcome to come and visit, check it out, see if it might be an opportunity to volunteer here for you as well. Just saying, plenty of people have certainly taken us up on that. There are many, many ways to support your local radio station. One of those ways is to show up at Radiothon and entertain the masses. And that's what Mark Despo and Tom Layton are doing today. They are the Pictones, the newest incarnation of this particular band, I guess. Eventually they'll settle on a name, I'm sure. Pictones are here today, though, and we're having some fun, of course, because that's what these guys do, musically speaking. We have some fun. So let's do that right now, boys. Let's have some fun. What are you going to play for us?
Okay, well, this is another song from the Walking the Whalers' last album called Un, deux, trois, four. And the song is called Howlin' at the Moon, and it's strictly a banjo piece. I wanted to put an instrumental on the album, and this is it. You can call an instrumental pretty much, as Tom knows, you can call an instrumental anything you want. Kind of thing. There's no lyrics to it. Howling at the Moon.
Yeah, there you go. All right, very nice, gentlemen. Very nice. Thanks so much. Okay, guess what, boys? It's just about that time of day. We have another hourly tally to perform or to announce right now. Let's get this queued up here. The new number, $36,130. Yes, everybody. Give yourselves a tremendous round of applause. Well on our way to our goal. Plenty of work to be done yet, but we're getting the job done with some of the wonderful entertainment we've had here. Mark and Tom, thank you so much for being here this afternoon. Always a pleasure.
Thank you for being such a wonderful host.
Refund?
You made it easy for me.
And of course, it's all about celebrating this lovely little radio station right here, isn't it? 99.3 County FM. Lots of time to donate. In the next hour, we have, I believe, Steve and Tyler Wilkinson coming through, so the talent continues to fly. We'll be back. This, of course, is Radiothon 2025. All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, fellas.
Terrific job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Would you unplug the orange cord? Well, thanks, Mark. You made that big fun for us. Thanks.
But it's sure nice to have something on the board. I'll tell you that.
Oh, there we go.
Hey, Fair Brothers.
That's St. Patrick.
Yeah.
I was at Mount Tabor.
Yeah.
Thank you, Craig.
Yeah. I think I got Steve and Tyler next to us. Yeah. Want to grab some banjo with their parts?
I pulled up to the window and I ordered something up. I had to listen to the intercom. We waited for the light to be still there today. If Uncle Billy's shotgun hadn't blew me right away. Well, the light turned red and the traffic kept a thumping, but it wasn't quite as heavy as it was a while ago. Cars going this way, cars going that way. Makes you kind of wonder what it's there at all. Ran through the red light, ran through the other, but the color of the light didn't bother them at all. Cars going this way, cars going that way. Just to get a coffee and a throw to the road. In 1998, I took a little trip back to the Sanders up Dickman Strip. I took my Aunt Sally and my other Uncle Phil around the main world where we hear each other.
Connecting the county every minute of every day. We give you the fun stuff, and we're there for you in times of emergencies. This is CJPE, better known as 99.3 County FM, the voice of the county. Listen to us live anywhere at 99.3 countyfm.ca. County FM, it's where we all come together.
You're listening to the 99.3 County FM Wellings of Picton Annual Radiothon. Today's music is sponsored by Bay of Quinte Mutual Insurance Company. For all your property insurance needs, call 613-476-4719. Thanks to all of our local musicians who have graciously donated their talents to Radiothon 2025 in support of our not-for-profit, volunteer-driven community radio station. Please help us bridge the funding gap of $74,000 by considering a tax-receivable donation. Donating is simple. Call us at 613-476-2229. That's 613-476-2229. Donate online at 993countyfm.ca or e-transfer to info@theveritasfoundation.com. Use 993 County FM as a password, and don't forget all your contact info. Or drop by and see us during Radiothon and say hi at 38 Cold Storage Road, Picton. And special thanks to all Radiothon 2025 sponsors, including McDougal Insurance and Financial, Picton, and to Angie's Cooper Pump and Septic Service, helping 99.3 County FM to connect the county.
Are you the co-host today?
You are stuck with me, brother.
Oh, buddy, that's excellent.
On CMT coming this fall. Would you give it up for the lovely and talented Amanda Wilkinson?
What? How did that happen? What a coincidence.
What was this from?
CMA's a few years ago.
Oh.
Years ago.
Do you want to go
2005.
see the chair over there?
Yeah, come in, don't be shy.
Okay, thank you.
I showered a couple days ago. We're all right.
This is my girlfriend, Wendy.
Hi, Wendy. How are you?
I'm good.
Nice
How
to
are
meet
you?
I actually had a dream that I let her know when we were here that she would show up because she's 10 minutes away.
Yeah. Nice. Are either one of you doing more singing than others today? What's the dynamic today?
What's that?
Are either one of you doing the drummers and singing today?
We're-
What's the dynamic is?
We're both going to be singing. Actually, because you're doing some lead stuff and I'm basically
I
just.
got it under control. I just needed to know
Why don't you switch chairs?
So this is one with your vocal like that, and then I can use the other one kind of wild card the guitars. Right. Had Jamie Stever this morning. You guys know Jamie?
Yes.
Yeah, good seeing him.
Funny, I never played this before.
Yeah. No, it's not. Yeah.
This was your solo with Universal South.
But I'm trying to figure out, it's a weird chord.
I know it, but I got lazy. You know, I only ever played F in it. We have lead guitars and we do that shit.
Right?
Yeah. I keep my volume down.
Oh, that's it. Yeah. That's it. That's the chord.
2018.
Going hot in a second here.
That's good.
That's from back to Canadian Country Music Association Awards show from 2005, Amanda Wilkinson. And that was fun because there was a whole bunch of other Wilkinsons in the house jamming along to that one. Joining me now are Tyler and Steve Wilkinson. The name Wilkinson, of course, has been pretty synonymous with Canadian music for a long time around these parts. But we've been really enjoying having them literally around these parts lately. Steve and I have been able to cross paths quite a lot. I've been had the good fortune of jamming with Tyler along the way a couple times too. And so we always love to have them in studio, and that's where we are now. So first of all, gentlemen, thank you for joining us.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good. Which one of these two mics am I talking into?
This one here.
Okay, I will talk.
Yeah,
this
we'll
is my
sort
talk
it out.
mic.
This is
All
your
right,
talk
there you
mic.
go.
All right, we'll get her sorted out.
Just a dumb musician.
So one of the really cool things about this particular music community right now is you have such a great blend of people that are sort of finding their way, up and comers, maybe they're hobbyists, but this layer of these professional musicians that are still kind of, playing around the area and giving them sort of that area of it's a little inspiration, I think, that comes from that as well, too.
Buddy,
right?
I'll tell you, local music is growing.
Yeah.
It's really cool. I see all the open mics, the ones that you hold in Wellington at Up Street Cafe. Absolutely wonderful. And I've made a whole pile of new friends in the music business who are driven by their passion.
Well, and that's just it. When people are showing up to these open mics, for example, like yourself, you're doing it for the right reasons, aren't you? Doing it because you just want to play the songs. You just want to play some music with the friends.
You want to sing to something that's breathing.
Right? Yeah. There's that. Now, Tyler, we haven't heard much out of you musically lately, necessarily. So I want to know what you've been up to, brother. Keep hiding a little bit.
Just a lot of writing. Over the last year and a bit. My best friends and I were in a rock band together back, like 12, 13 years ago. And eventually we were young. So eventually we ended up just kind of going our own ways and stuff like that and having families. And over the last year and a half, we just have reconnected. We wrote and recorded a new song and are in the process of finishing another one. And
well, that's great.
Yeah, I mean, it's I think there's a stigma on music sometimes that you gotta make a career out of it, and I feel like if you gotta get back to finding the fun, finding the fun in it,
Too many times in the music business, I see artists where you can use the analogy of the tail chasing the dog.
Mhm.
They think they need to have fame and fortune, and when please be led by your passion. An audience will find you if it's meant to be. Labels will find you. You can get on a larger stage. Every national and international act started locally.
Yeah.
Just be driven by what you love.
Yeah. Yeah. Talked to Jamie Steve this morning.
Yeah.
Who, of course, is writing professionally in Nashville. And we talked about the process of scheduling creativity.
Yeah.
Because when it becomes your job, now you can't just wait for the ideas to fall out of the sky. Now you have to sit down and you have to get to work, right?
You have to be aware of hooks when they fall on you, where you see them.
The hook book.
Yeah, the hook book or the hook catalog or the hook suitcase. But you also have to, when I lived in Nashville for 10 years, I'm a carpenter by trade. I took a journeyman's attitude towards writing.
I like that.
I got up at 9:30. I was in on the road at a publishing company, writing with a writer. We wrote for 3 hours. We broke for lunch, and then we wrote for about another 2 hours after that. But you set about to take it seriously as a business. And I know that's kind of a cold, hard thing to say, but you end up with some amazing songs. I happen to be writing with an amazing writer, very successful, Don Schlitz. Don wrote things like When You Say Nothing at All and Digging Up Bones. And I said to Don, we were writing and we just finished our second song. I said, buddy, you must write a lot of songs in a day, because I know I'm your second appointment today.
Yeah.
And you just inferred that you got a third appointment. Don says, I write so much because I'm only brilliant about 4% of the time.
And so throw a lot at the wall and we find out what sticks in a second.
Well, there's an old expression. You gotta move a lot of horse manure to find a mushroom.
Yeah.
I wrote it, not that, but I wrote it in a song. You got to move a lot of rocks to find a diamond.
Yeah, like it.
You know, I think one of the great thing about the songwriting community in Nashville is the diversity and the amount of songs and the creativity that can happen in that town. I think the only problem with writing 2 or 3 songs a day is you got to find the people to write with, because there's people out there that will legitimately have a clipboard with a pitch sheet that now they know this person's cutting songs, this person's recording, this person's recording, this person.
It's called Rofax.
And then all they'll do is say, oh, Keith Urban's recording. Let's write a song that sounds like a Keith Urban song.
Yeah.
And then where's the creativity in that?
That's not super organic.
And I think anytime I've ever sat down with anybody and they've said, oh, well, Carrie Underwood, she's in the studio right now. And I was like, so what type of song do you write? And I want to write, and my reply is always the same. A hit. Let's just write.
Yeah.
Let's just write music for the sake of being creative and trying to say something with melody and words that maybe has never been said before.
And write a good song, because don't ask me what the chemical structure of a hit is,
right.
But I would strongly suspect there's a lot of money involved. You can just write a good song.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Speaking of good songs.
Yeah.
Why don't we play one? I mean, you didn't bring guitars not to play, right?
Yeah. And you're gonna play. I think we should play your song first.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's start it off with a good song. Which one are you playing?
Oh, we're gonna play something that I played at Upstreet Cafe.
Maybe I've even played a little lead guitar with it once in a while.
I strongly suspect you have. Yeah, the song, I wrote this song down in the Florida Keys. I didn't have 2 nickels to rub together. I went down there with a pop-up tent trailer and an aluminum boat tied to the top of it. And any day that it wasn't windy, I was fishing. This day it was windy, so I wrote this instead.
Ready?
1, 2, 3. tell these four walls I'm glad that she's gone. Tell the alarm clock it was time to move on. Stories I've made up have everyone con, but how do I lie to my heart? I'll tell my best friend we can paint the town red. Since she walked out, it's been full speed ahead. Sure he believes everything that I've said, but how do I lie to my heart? This old heart knows me so much better than that. It's known the truth from the start. I'll sell the whole world on this old chuck and jive, but how do I lie to my heart? I'll tell my mama not to be so concerned. I'll tell my pillow not to toss and turn. No longer care about the bridge that she burned. So how do I lie to my heart? This old heart knows me so much better than that. It's known the truth from the start. I'll sell the whole world this old truck and jive, but how do I lie to my heart? If anyone asks me why my world's such a mess, I'll say I'm happy. It's been all for the best. Over the hurting, I've learned to rest. So how do I lie to my heart? I'll even fool her, it's easy as pie. But how do I lie to my
There you go. Nice job, fellas. Beautiful stuff. I've always liked that song. You know that, Steve.
Thanks, pal.
I got a soft spot for that one. We're going to take a quick little break. We'll come back. We'll talk more with Steve and Tyler Robinson. Here's what you do to donate today. You can come in person. That's the best way to do it. Come to Cold Storage Road. Come hang out. Listen to some great music. Meet some great people. You can call us 613-476-2229. E-transfer to info@theveritasfoundation.com or jump online 993countyfm.ca for credit card donations. And we'll be back. This is Radiothon 2025.
And
Clear.
now, the concert calendar, brought to you by Pounders.
And you
Pub
flying
Patio
on them
in Wellington,
buttons.
Formerly known as
Not the first day.
Dogs, and featuring
I have a weird
Late Night every
Do you
Thursday.
know what WSM is? Yeah, Nashville. We got asked twice to do a 4-hour slot. Like we were the buddy. What was Jerry's last name?
And John Sharkey
WSM Radio, morning guy got cancer. They asked us to come in and fill in. They asked a bunch of
The
artists.
concert calendar is brought
So
to
we
you
all
by
took a
Pounders
day and
Pub
did it.
Patio in Wellington.
Jerry
It can be heard
Hall.
6 times a day on 99.3
Anyways, it'll come.
FM,
Yeah.
the voice of
Long
the
and the
county.
short of it is
Disputes
I have
over a
no
workforce
desire to be on
can divide
radio.
families and
You
lead
have got to be
violence.
interesting
Pretzel
and
Daily
brilliant.
we focus on resolving estate conflicts.
That's not where I live.
The second time
When your
I
child
came
grows
in,
up
I had
conservative
done
executive
research. I
or
had
defending your inheritance,
stuff that
we
I
are
could
here to
talk
help.
about that
I'm
would
Mike
keep
Pretzel. At Pretzel
things
Daily
moving.
we bring experience and determination to
But
your side.
I had no desire to be playing it.
967-9930.
I filled in
This
for
is 99.3 County FM. Wellings of Picton Radiothon 2025.
I can't remember if it was when it was Wiggy and McKay or if it was Lewis and McKay. I think it was when it was Lewis and McKay. I filled in for Lewis or Wiggy. I can't remember which one. But
$500.
that was an early
99.3
morning.
County FM means local music, local news, and county
No, I was
conversation.
filling in.
Help us bridge the $74,000 funding gap so we can continue
No,
to connect
I was
Donations
I was
are
him.
eligible for tax receipts. We remain a non-profit, volunteer-driven community radio station. Your support is what keeps us on air. Donating is simple. Call us.
What do you want to play next there, Sasha?
No, it's your turn, pal.
613-476-2229. Or donate online.
Always like summer. Up-tempo fun. What you show me, is that where your depot is? Oh yeah, you're there and I'm up here.
As a password, and don't forget all your contact info.
You're an E, aren't you?
During Radiothon and say hi at 38
no.
Cold
Sorry.
Storage. Thank you again for matching You're listening to the 99.3 County FM Wellings of Picton Radiothon 2025.
I gotta tell you, I was doing the open mic at Pounder Thursday night. There's a fella here, lives on Salmon Point Road. He was pretty good. Best hair in the county. Like, he had a woolly mass of hair. I played Carpe Diem Mañana. He says, I love that song. Oh, I said, thanks a lot. I said, it's never been on the radio. Yes, it is. This is County FM has played your acoustic version of it. I said, well, hell, that's great.
It's something that they keep reminding them. By the way, they're listening.
Yeah, that's what I said.
All right, 10 seconds.
Thank you for your continued and necessary support of 99.3 County FM's.
Welcome back to Radiothon. My name is Craig Foster. Always fun to hang out with Steve and Tyler Wilkinson. Now, that's a name that, of course, you're familiar with if you've been around the Canadian music scene. And let's just touch briefly on those days, because there was a time where your life was a little crazy. There was a reality TV show schlepping around, following you around, and all kinds of things happening there.
Oh, it's crazy.
How much do you keep sort of one foot in those days and one foot in what you got going on now? Or is the temptation to remove the foot from that days? Or is that something that is just part of who you are and that needs to be part of who you are?
It's part of a wonderful past, the best job I ever had.
Right.
I mean, I don't know how Tyler feels, because we toured extensively at one time we were doing 250 dates a year on a bus. I said, I loved it. I'm not sure my kids felt the same way about being with their dad that much.
Yeah, but as a dad, I can see that, because you will understand the value of being able to do this with your family. When you're a kid, you just kind of want to get out from under dad and go do your own thing a little bit.
You got it nailed.
There's the guy we should probably ask about that. Yeah. Right over there. Tyler, what's your take on that?
I'm eternally grateful of being in a band with my family. My dad taught me how to write songs. Probably my favorite part about music in general is being creative and writing something that means something to you or makes you feel proud that you were part of it. You know, you go into a room for 3 hours and 4 hours, or however long it takes, 30 minutes, and you create something that you never know what it's going to do. And it could do nothing, but it could be something that you're insanely proud of. But I do feel like there was a time where I said to myself, and it has nothing, it's no offense to dad in any way, shape, or form, but it's like when you create something with two other people that are your family members, at some point it's not a what about me, it's what am I capable of?
Yeah.
What abilities do I have without relying on these other people to help guide me through it? And the rock album that I made, I mean, I'm insanely proud of it.
He's
You know,
got
it's-
one song in particular. I keep asking him to go back and relive that song and bring it back. The song is called "The Devil Wears Pink."
Yeah.
Huh. I'm not kidding. It's a killer song.
It's been years since I've listened to it and went, I'm never going to sing like that again. That was 15 years ago. But I think that's maybe a common misconception when they talk about, like, especially a family group that, like, where they might go off and do something on their own. It's not that you don't want to do the things with your family. It's that you almost want to say, I know that I have something within me, but I don't know what it is, what that is yet.
You know, that's just a growth issue, though, really, with any young person that lives under two parents or a single parent. They always want to stretch their wings. They want to see what they can do.
Of course. And as a father, you want that. You know,
Absolutely.
as much as you value that time together, at a point you go, hey, man, let's see what you got. Let's see what you can do. Because you're always looking, okay, what else might I be capable of creatively, like you said? So
I have taken such pride in the endeavors of Tyler and Amanda both individually. And I'm so proud of what they do.
How old were you when that crazy ride started?
13.
Wow.
I was 13, turning 14 when we actually signed a record deal.
Well, he had to go to a judge and get a legal document signed by the judge, allowing him to sign our first record deal with Warner Brothers.
That's something. It's a great story, man. And so by extension, then, when things happen that early, when you're looking at the next chapters, that become a big scary animal because it was all you'd ever known. And all of a sudden there was this new chapter after you'd stopped doing the family thing quite as much. Was that a big scary animal at the time? Or was that exciting because you felt like, okay, here's my chance to do?
I think it's a healthy mixture of both.
Yeah.
It's a healthy mixture of both. I think the scary part came in the form of I was always, like, on stage. I wasn't the one that was ever up front and doing the majority of the talking. That was always Dad and Amanda. Like, they were always the ones that were taking the lead and basically making the show have flow in between.
Your dad's
songs.
been known to talk.
Yeah, exactly.
I know my way around.
I was going to say, no, you've spent zero time with him. So yeah, I think that was the scary part. Is like, what am I going to do when I get up there? Am I just going to be like the next song is?
Yeah.
And I feel like forcing myself to get into that position, it made me a more, it made me a better showman when you're not playing music.
Gotcha.
Nice. And yeah, like that's it. There's a safety net.
Let me tell you a short growth story in the music business.
Yeah.
Okay. Part of the process, after we would do our shows, we'd go out and we'd sign autographs anywhere half an hour to an hour and a half, 2 hours. We were signing autographs.
Yeah.
One autograph line, this young lady comes up and she slides a piece of paper over to Tyler and he goes to sign it. And he might have been 14 at the time. And she was a couple years older than
She was not 14.
She was not 14. She wasn't, but she was in her teens. And he went to sign it, and she said, "Oh, Tyler, no, that's my phone number. If you get bored later, call me."
Yeah.
She leaves. Tyler looks at me and he goes, "If I get bored later, I got PlayStation on the bus." I said, "God bless you, son." I said, "That's not going to last."
That's a good story. All right, so listen, you don't put Wilkinsons in the house with guitars and not have them play. So why don't we do that? Let's. I think we're going to hear one of Tyler's now. Is that correct? What we're doing now?
It's his composition.
I love that.
Yeah. It's called Summer.
Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4. Really all that we get always seems to fly by so quick. Just enough time to get in trouble, just enough time to fall in love, just enough time to think we never get enough. Shorts get shorter softball kisses that I can't keep, memories. Midnight skin and an ocean breeze. Just enough time to know the good stuff. Just enough time to fall too fast. Just enough time to think I hope that you'll be back. When those shorts get shorter, skin gets darker, water gets a little bit warmer, drinks get a little bit colder, music gets louder, nights get longer, life gets a whole lot better, better. Summer, summer. I know I ain't the only one who feels like that. Just waiting on the 9 long months to pass. Till those shores get shorter, skin gets darker, water gets a little bit warmer, and drinks they get a little bit colder. It gets louder, nights get longer, life gets a whole lot better, better. Summer, 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 summer.
All right. You guys got all right musical chemistry there.
Well, thank you.
I said when he was a small child, and say it even more so these days as he grows older, I have practical immortality because he's the same shape and size and sound of me. You know, when I shuffle off this mortal coil, I know there's somebody here that sounds the same.
You've left a footprint for sure. Let's talk about your other footprint too, Amanda. Let's talk about her briefly as well. Which I last time I saw her a couple of weeks ago. I guess we're longer than that now. She showed up with Melanie.
Yes.
At Upstreet. We had a blast, of course, as always.
She's in the middle of a recording project on her own. They were putting horn sections on it.
Yeah.
I'm not sure it'll be in a country world, but it'll be great music. I guarantee you it'll be great. And in the meantime, she and her husband have put a huge addition onto their farmhouse here in the county.
Yeah.
They're raising pigs and chickens. And it's so funny to hear her relating about her trials of the day involving animals. I just love it. She's like, you know, Ma Kettle.
Let's bring the conversation back to County FM for a second.
Yeah.
A lot of the people that come through here, musically speaking, are at different places musically, career-wise. In other words, they get a kick out of hearing themselves on the radio, and that's a big part of County FM for them, right? They get to feel like rock stars. You're used to hearing yourself on the radio. That's not new for you. So why is this station special to you?
Buddy, this is in a world of corporate radio where your programming is set in stone from 1,000 miles away, which a lot of radio stations are shifting to.
More and more every day.
It's better for their profit margin.
Yeah.
You've got a radio station here in the county that deals with county interests, with county events that are going on. It supports local music from county musicians. This is a rare thing. This needs to be supported. It needs to be lifted up.
It has a personality.
Yeah.
And this is not me ragging on, big syndicated radio conglomerates and saying that the people who are on there don't have a personality. I just mean the fundamentals of this radio station are about individuality of the people surrounding the area. You can't tell me that a person in Manitoba programming a station in Belleville, Ontario knows what's really going on in that area. And that's it. Stations like this are important. I mean, they're what radio started with.
It used to be that the majority of radio was local radio.
Yeah.
If they did a remote at a restaurant, at a car dealership, and you went there, you could put a face to the voice that came out of your 6-volt or 6 transistor radio. These days, it doesn't happen like that, because the same music, the same stream you're hearing here, somebody else is hearing maybe 150 miles down the road. But the county is special in that it's local radio, local personality, supportive of the incredible music that's here.
I want to touch base too about the open mic scene here, because one of the things that I've noticed or I've seen is that you have become a fairly regular fixture on that circuit. You've made some good friends. And one of the things that I appreciate, that having been hosting open mics for some time, is that, of course, it's a combination of these up-and-comers, hobbyists, and people like yourself who have had successful music careers. And one of the things that I appreciate is the validity that brings for those other musicians who have those dreams, or maybe they don't, maybe they just love to play songs, and they see a guy like yourself coming regularly and playing for all the right reasons and just playing songs. And I think that's a really valuable contribution that you make to this community as well, my friend.
Well, I'll tell you, I love to see the growth in open mics. I love to see that people have come out of their bedrooms and living rooms and wherever they were playing their music, and they're sharing it with the public.
I can think of 4 people off the top of my head that came through our open mics, you know, at that stage, and now they're gigging around, playing the scene, and I love seeing that. It's so great.
There's a lovely couple. She sings gospel music sometimes. He plays a wonderful fiddle.
Yeah.
Well, she happened to hear one of my original songs that she said, we formed a band called Heartlight.
Yeah.
And I would love to we do harmony things.
Yeah.
I would love to do that song. And so she asked me for it was never recorded on any of our albums, so I sent her a copy of it. And she said, if you come to, well, they're doing a show at the Old Church Theater.
Nice.
In North.
Great little venue, yeah.
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 The end of the month or something, 25th or 27th, something like that. She says, come and you'll hear your song done by Heartlight. I said, well, that's cool. I love it.
Awesome. Okay, we do have some time here. Do you want to sneak another song in before we take a break? Can we do that? That'd be cool.
Sure. Sounds good. Actually, I'll do that song I'm just talking about.
Okay, that's a nice segue, then, isn't it?
Yeah, you know, there's so much garbage going on in the world today. It's kind of discouraging. In my writing, a lot of times I like to put something about lifting up the human spirit without getting preachy. Okay?
Yeah.
And I wrote this song. It's called Why Can't It Be Like That? Turn the morning news show on. They said the threat of war was gone. Every hungry child's been fed. A roof is over every head. All the nations of this earth have joined hands to heal the hurt. No politics, no foreign lands. It's just one neighborhood of man. I saw a world I've never seen. I heard my alarm clock ring. Realized it all had been a dream. Why can't it be like that? If each of us did our part to tear down the walls of hate that separate our hearts. Why should it be so hard to make one dream come true? Imagine a world of love. That's what I've been dreaming of. Why can't it be like that? Went downstairs and poured a cup, but that dream hadn't really woken me up. Thought about it all day long, and I wondered how it all went wrong. At a place the world can be, suddenly I came to see Maybe I can't change the world, but there can be a world of change in me. To find a few kind words to say, help some stranger on his way, to give a little more than I did yesterday. Why can't it be like that? If each of us did our part to tear down the walls of hate that separate our hearts. Why should it be so hard to make one dream come true? Imagine a world of love. That's what I've been dreaming of. Why can't it be like that? Well, maybe it's not that hard to make one dream come true. Imagine a world of love. That's what I've been dreaming of. Hey, why can't it be like that? Oh, why can't it be like that? Oh, why can't it be like that?
Nice, very nice. And it's a guy who delivers the news on a daily basis. I'm picking up what you're putting down. You know what I'm saying? All right. This, of course, is Radiothon. Always a blast hanging out with Steve and Tyler Wilkinson. We're going to take a quick little break. I want to remind you how you can contribute, how you can support this radio station. There are many ways to do it. But this weekend, we're asking you to do it quite directly, and that's by reaching into your pockets. And we know that by the day, that's harder to do sometimes. And one of the things that we so much appreciate is that by making those donations, you are literally telling us to keep doing what we're doing. And every year you continue to up that number, and that tells us to keep doing what we're doing. So we're going to take a break. We'll be back with more Steve Tyler Wilkinson. This is Radiothon 2025.
This spring, grab your dice.
We don't want to hear no jingles. We want to hear the quiet rustles of big bills.
Pitching snake oil like a sideshow geek.
Yeah, there you go.
Characters will level up.
One young woman will discover a hero in time.
Whether you're a theater lover or a D&D diver,
The magic clipboard.
This triathlon invites kids aged 3 to 17 to embrace an active lifestyle.
Is this the 10th year?
I think we're 11 now.
11th year.
Wow.
Yeah, because I'm 10 years deep and I came after 1 year.
That's so cool. That's good. Oh, yeah, there. It says right there, 10th anniversary last year. I should have paid attention when I was here.
You're listening to the 99.3 County FM Welling's Picton Annual Radiothon. Today's music is sponsored by Bay of Quinte Mutual Insurance Company. For all your property insurance needs, call 613-476-4719.
It's not still the cold storage.
All of our local musicians who have graciously donated their talents
County
to
Farm.
Radiothon
Okay.
Cold storage road.
I used to get my apples.
Volunteer-driven community radio.
It's a cool shop. I bought a lot of stuff.
Funding gap of $74,000 by considering a tax receivable donation. Donating is simple. Call us at 613-476-2229. That's 613-476-2229. Donate online at 993countyfm.ca or e-transfer to info@theverisfoundation.com. Use 993 County FM as a password and don't forget all your contact info. Or drop by and see us during Radiothon and say hi at 38 Cold Storage Road, Picton. And special thanks to all of Radiothon 2025 sponsors, including Heidelberg Materials and JJ International Media and Management Solutions. Visit JJ.com.ca.
5 seconds.
99.3 County FM to connect the county.
Welcome back, Radiothon 2025. My name is Craig Foster. We are well on our way to the goal. We're halfway through the weekend or so now. And so you have certainly been in support, 613-476-2229. We got to keep the ball rolling because we are providing the outstanding entertainment that lives right here in this neighborhood. Let's talk about that for a second. How spoiled are we to be in this weird little community where everywhere you turn, there's a really quality artist?
It's blossoming.
Right?
I'm not kidding you. At the event that you hold weekly, I've heard some amazing. What's her name? Rita again.
Rita comes on Sundays and plays. Yeah, one of our
She's amazing. I love her jazzy style, and it's like it's a broader. It's not just straight ahead country. It's like you can get a broad range of genre in music, and I just love the fact that they've adopted the county.
Yeah,
this is their home.
Yeah, and we have, we had Jamie Steer here earlier too. So we've also got our homegrown talent as well, right? So we're very proud of that too. So
absolutely,
let's play some music, fellas. Let's do that. What are we gonna do now?
We're gonna do a song that Tyler and I wrote, declaring why we, including yourself, do what we do with a guitar over our shoulder.
All right, love it.
The song is called Limelight.
All right.
Smoke creeps in, fills the air. Lost and lonely, find our chairs, waiting on the glow to set me flying. You're my blessing, you're my curse, center of my universe. I can't give you up, 'cause I died trying. I'm counting down the hours until I'm back. In the limelight, just a little taste and I'm feeling alright. Nothing's gonna get me this high. I live for you, addicted to the limelight. Another stage, another town, another over-medicated crowd, pouring out my soul while they pour whiskey. I'm your love, I'll chase you down. I'll follow you till we burn out, 'cause most nights you're the only one that gets me. Oh, limelight, just a little taste and I'm feeling alright. Nothing's gonna get me this high. I live for you, addicted to the limelight. Oh, 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 I'm down the hours until I'm back. In the limelight, just a little taste and I'm feeling alright. Nothing's gonna get me this high. I live for you, Limelight, all you gotta do is turn on and I shine. Nothing's gonna give me this high. I live for you, addicted to the limelight. Another stage, another town, another over-medicated educated crowd. I live for you, and I'll die for you.
I've always said that one of the things that we get to do musically is we get to do that thing on stage that not many people get to do, right? There's that magic thing that happens, and we're so grateful for that on a daily basis. And I think that's what that song says to me. I wrote something similar through COVID.
Oh, did
because
you?
at that time,
Yeah.
We weren't allowed to have that limelight. We were off that stage. So I wrote a duet with Megan Hutton, actually.
It's one of the safest addictions you'll ever have.
That one was called Home Again, about being back on the stage where we felt like we belonged.
Oh.
And so COVID was a tough time for artists. Did you lock yourself down and write, or how did you handle that stretch?
It was very difficult. There were no gigs.
Yeah.
I mean, you weren't working.
Yeah.
So you had to have a creative outlet somewhere, and thank God there's always a half dozen or more guitars in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
And so you sit there and try and fix your Jones.
Yeah.
And write something new.
Yeah.
It's
Love it.
crazy.
All right. We are going to take a quick little break. We will have time for another song when you come back. So if you guys go and prep, that would be great. I also want to talk about maybe what's next. You, I get to talk to quite a lot, Steve, but Tyler, we don't get to pick his brain that often. So we're going to talk to him in just a minute. We'll be back. This is Radiothon 2025.
Be your precious coach to Sandbanks Winery for the Humane Society King's Preserve fundraiser. Live music, vendors, a silent auction, and a
Sounds
doggy ice
good.
cream parlor. Support our
Oh, buddy.
community.
No,
Sunday
I'm not
evening.
just saying it because we're on the air talking about it.
Sandbankswinery.com.
It's like open mics and music events. They're popping up like mushrooms after a spring
They
rain.
really are.
I love it.
Yeah. And listen, I had one night I counted 3 Jones and a Grammy in the room. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
I love that blend of people too, right?
Oh, I'll tell you, you know what? It's nice to get that recognition. It is. But for me, the biggest buzz is when the audience is into it, and you come off the stage after an hour and a half, and you're not even touching the wood.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
I'm preaching to the choir. I know it.
How are your hands holding up? I got my first finger playing around corners.
I got an arthritic knuckle.
Yeah.
That looks like it's growing another finger.
Yeah.
But you know what? It just is what it is. I find that, believe it or not, if I want to play guitar and my hands are feeling a little stiff, I do the dishes.
Really? Eh? That warm water.
Hot water, oh yeah, it loosens them up.
Yeah. Come to my husband dishes. Well, for me, the best there is, I finally am in a place where whatever I hear in my head comes out in my hands on the guitar, but I'm a goddamn hands won't work.
Well, we had a lead guitarist that worked with us for a number of years, Brian Franklin. His brother, Paul Franklin, is legendary in steel. Dire Straits paid him $1 million to tour with them. And Brian said to me, he says, he was showing me something on the guitar. And I said, oh, okay, I think I got it. He says, it's okay if you get it here. You got to get it here. Your hands have to learn.
Yeah.
And it's like there's almost muscle
There are
memory.
these levels of breakthrough that you go through, aren't there? Yeah.
It's incredible. And I have nothing but admiration for people that do it well.
Send an e-transfer to info@the
All right, we got 20 seconds.
Using 99.3 County FM as the password. Please remember to include all your contact info, or feel free to drop by the station.
All right, am I started up?
At 38
Yeah, you started
Old
off.
Village Road, Picton. We'd love to see you. Thank you for your continued and necessary support of 99.3 County FM's Radiothon 2025.
Welcome back, Radiothon 2025. One of my favorite things about Radiothon is hanging out with people that you just really like hanging out with. We got our great friends out in the hallway I see here, great friends here in the studio, and that's one of my favorite parts about this station and about Radiothon. At the station in general, we all kind of do our own separate thing, but this is the time of the year, this is the weekend where we all kind of show up here, and we love that part. It's a great buzz in the room, and we hope to keep that going. 476-2229. You can call us. We got to get those phones going. They've been a little bit quiet. I know you listen to music. That's what it is. But we get those phones going. Info at the Veritas Foundation if you want to e-transfer. Online at 993countyfm.ca or credit card donations. Now, before we went to the break, we talked about what's next. Because for any artist, creators got to create. we have to be in that limelight. We have to be doing what we do. And so, Tyler, I want to ask you, because we haven't had a chance to kind of catch up much lately. What have you got going on next? Because you talked about you've got a couple things in the can right now you're working on. Tell us about this.
I mean, for me, it's just making music when it makes sense and is fun for me. You know, it's there's a lot of pressure when you come from being in a successful group. It's like, well, that's what you have to do, and there becomes a lot of stress, anxiety revolving around the fact that that's absolutely what you have to do, and sometimes that literally sucks the fun out of it. It's all the fun and creativity out of it. For me, it is writing and playing when it really is going to feel like fun.
Yeah, the machine.
Getting back together with my best friends and creating a song last year and working on a song now, and like there's zero pressure, zero anxiety, zero pressure. It is like, let's just create music.
So based on that, there's not really a timeline for when we can see this drop in, is there? And that's okay too. You know, I get that. Yeah.
Again, the timeline brings the pressure.
Right. Yeah.
You know, you do things when they feel right, and do things when they, are good for your soul.
We're talking about putting together enough material and getting some soft seat theater gigs like we used to do as the three of us.
Sure.
Because we're writing lots, but we're also grabbing old classic songs and putting our spin on it.
Nice.
And he and I have been talking about going into the studio and cutting a song that was a hit, I think in 1968.
Yeah.
And putting our own spin on it, with a little Celtic flavor involved in it. And it's, for me, my happy place is making music with my kids. I wish Amanda was with us. She's tied up doing stuff in her world. I wish we still could, but by golly, I love making music with my son. There's nothing like it, nothing better.
All right, let's do that.
Okay,
let's do that. Got time for one more. I give you. What are you gonna play for us, by the way? You have a.
You'll know what it is.
Okay.
Yeah, you'll know what it is. This is the one I was just talking about.
Okay, I got you.
I have a vision.
Stephen Tyler Wilkinson.
Am I starting right out?
Yeah, kick her off. Son. Soldiers and make some comment. We're finally on our road. This summer I hear they're drumming for dead in Ohio. Two soldiers and Nixon coming. We're finally on our road. This summer I hear they're drumming for dead in Ohio. Gotta get down to you. Soldiers are cutting us down. Should have been done long ago.
All right, well, that
Thank
one's
you,
easy
thank
touch
you, thank
there,
you so
fellas.
much.
That might be all right. That one has a chance. You wrote that in the car on the way over.
Oh yeah. Don't call Neil or whatever his last name is.
All right, gentlemen, thank you so much for coming to hang out today and supporting the radio station. It means a lot to us, and it means a lot to have you here. And it's great to catch up again. Looking forward to you got coming up musically, mister.
Thank you. I
Looking
keep
forward to
twisting
hearing
his
that.
arm to come out on a Tuesday night.
We'd love to have him.
Wellington.
I'm pretty sure I can find a microphone for him.
There you go.
All right, sure. All right. Listen, you know what time it is now? It's just about that time, top of the hour.
It's for County FM Radiothon.
Boy, this hour went fast.
This hour's talent.
Are you on?
The new total, $36,995. Very nice, everybody. Well on our way. We're getting it done. We'll be back with quick news after this. This is Radiothon.
Thank you, brother.
All right, I'm going to do a live news on the fly now, so this will be easier. I've got the Wilkins opening for me.
I hear that. I recognize the strains. See you, brother. We'll see you Tuesday.
Yeah, awesome. Come and play, man. Good to see you again, brother.
Yeah. Thank you.
Nice to meet you, Wendy.
Oh, okay. Am I in trouble? Yeah. Okay.
Principal's office.
Love yourself. Absolutely.
No, it's pretty.
Yes, but they get longer because you stay up with alcohol. Yeah.
That is one thing. I'm not factually correct. Yeah, and then it just drives somebody's like,
Wild. We always take constructive criticism.
Anyway, hope you have a great time. Thank you.
And it's so much. Not a problem.
Thank you. Johnny gave us $100 just now. I think she has
Inside that old envelope, get lonely, call me. Anytime at all, I'll be there with you. Always, anywhere at all. There's nothing I got that I won't give. Money is never enough. Here's a penny for your thoughts, order for my mom, and only your mama's love.
Connecting the county every minute of every day. We give you the fun stuff, and we're there for you in times of emergencies. This is CJPE, better known as 99.3 County FM, the voice of the county. Listen to us live anywhere at 99.3 countyfm.ca. County FM, it's where it all comes together. This is the voice of the county, 99.3 County FM. The news is
My name is Greg Foster. This is your County FM Weekend Update. The special air quality statement has been lifted, but all is clear not quite yet. High-risk air quality due to wildfire smoke was expected over the area into yesterday evening. Northerly winds should improve the air quality. Smoke is expected to be a factor tonight, meaning that people may be looking at limited activity as a safety precaution well into the weekend. Ukrainian officials say a massive Russian drone and missile attack in the eastern city of Kharkiv on Saturday has killed at least 3 people and injured 21, the latest in nearly daily widespread attacks. The barrage included aerial glide bombs and become part of a fierce Russian onslaught in the 3-year war. Israel has retrieved the body of a Thai national taken hostage during a Hamas-led attack in 2023. That from Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz. He said the body of Natapong Pinta was retrieved during a special operation in the Rafah area in southern Gaza on Friday. A 35-year-old was working as an agricultural laborer in southern Israel when he was kidnapped. County FM Sports third-round coverage underway at the RBC Canadian Open. And a couple of Canadians, Nick Taylor and Richard Lee, are 3 off the leader. Last night in the NHL, the Florida Panthers evened the series with Brad Marchand's double overtime breakaway goal, giving the Panthers the 1-0 win, tying the series at 1 apiece. In other hockey news, Washington Capitals head coach Spencer Carberry won the Jack Adams Award as Coach of the Year. County FM weather forecast, mix of sun and cloud today, a high of 25, a index of 27. A few clouds tonight with some local smoke, a low of 12. Tomorrow, mainly sunny skies, a high of 24. That's your County FM weekend update.
Tonight and Sunday, issued by Environment Canada at 10:30 hours this morning, covering eastern Lake Ontario and the waters around Prince Edward County. Winds are light,
Thank you. Who's in
becoming
charge?
west 10 knots near noon, then veering to north 10 knots this evening. Wind veering to northeast 10 knots late overnight. Winds will be northeast 10 knots Sunday. Waves are 1/2 meter or less. Looking ahead to the extended forecast, on Monday, winds will be light,
Yeah, he's not
becoming
far away.
southeast 15 knots in the morning. On Tuesday, winds will be light.
Oh, he's coming in now.
On Wednesday, winds will be light.
I'll just make out a
20 knots later
bump
today.
out any stops so he doesn't get
Water
any
temperature
surprises.
on several weather boards think at 1100 hours, winds there were in the north
The Larkin.
It's
all right, I missed you.
101.1 fuel
But
pascal.
I enjoyed a tremendous fish sandwich and a couple of events.
Lake Ontario water level is 75.09 meters, slightly above seasonal average. And sunset tonight will be at 20:49 hours. For further updates, listen to the Voice of the County, 99.3 County FM, or go to www.weather.gc.ca. The marine weather reports are a cooperative effort between 99.3 County FM and the Coast Guard Auxiliary. In a marine emergency, simply dial *16 on your cell phone or call channel 16 on your VHF. Help will be on the way. Have fun out in the water, but please wear your PFD at all times and don't cruise with crews. Be safe out there.
Measles is spreading. The good news is that the measles vaccine is safe, highly effective, and can provide lifelong protection. Contact your local public health unit to check your vaccination status or book a vaccine appointment today. Visit ontario.ca/measles to learn more. Paid for by the Government of Ontario.
This summer, County Cider
Hey there.
Company
Get
celebrates
ready for
30
Gabe and
amazing
Meg.
years, and
Remember,
you're invited to the
send us
party
your dollars.
Saturday,
Give us a
June
call,
14th from 11 to
613-476-2229.
filled with live music, local vendors, and exciting giveaways. Kids events happening too, and free to attend. The tap room is now open 7 days a week, so it's always a great day to relax and raise a glass in Wapoose. Celebrate on June 14th at the County Cider Company, County Road 8, just past Bongart's Crossroad. Visit countycider.com.
You're listening to the 99.3 County FM Wellings of Picton Annual Radiothon. Today's music is sponsored by Bay of Quinte Mutual Insurance Company. For all your property insurance needs, call 613-476-4719. Thanks to all of our local musicians who have graciously donated their talents to Radiothon 2025 in support of our not-for-profit, volunteer-driven community radio station. Please help us bridge the funding gap of $74,000 by considering a tax-receivable donation. Donating is simple. Call us at 613-476-2229. That's 613-476-2229. Donate online at 993countyfm.ca or e-transfer to info@theveritasfoundation.com. Use 993 County FM as a password and don't forget all your contact info. Or drop by and see us during Radiothon and say hi at 38 Cold Storage Road, Picton. And special thanks to all Radiothon 2025 sponsors, including McDougall Insurance and Financial Picton, and to Angie's Cooper Pumping Septic Service, helping 99.3 County FM to connect the county. You're listening to the 99.3 County FM Wellings of Picton Radiothon 2025. A big thank you to all the local musicians for their support and to our listeners for your generous donations. Donating is easy. Call us at 613-476-2229. That's 613-476-2229.
Trip through the wall. What's the deal with the phone? Is we working off, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Unless you're gonna be texting all the way through it.
Yeah, this guy Pat Larkin wants to interview me on the radio or something. Gabe's in the corner texting again.
It's not a bad lyric.
Gabe's in the corner texting again. Someone's gonna be receiving some text pay. Texting pay.
I'm sorry, this is tradition now.
No elbows up. Elbow. There's a Canadian reaction. Yeah. Ah! Stand on guard for
It's that time of the week again. I'm counting up every pile again. With all these lines so you can hear that song. Look out! Saturday shenanigans. Look out! Saturday shenanigans. Look out! Saturday shenanigans.
Oh, we got to do it. One word, repeated 3 times. Shenanigans.
Shenanigans.
Oh,
Shenanigans.
oh my goodness, we are underway. Yes, indeed. And as you can tell, it is a special Radiothon Shenanigans edition. Only 2 hours, so we've got to compress and pack all the shenanigan power we can into these 2 hours. And of course, if we're going to kick it off, we've got to kick it off with some fellow shenanigators who are constantly up to shenanigans and have been shenanigating for quite some time down here. In fact, if I think about shenanigans, I definitely think about you two. Meg Hutton and Gabe, how are you?
We're great. How are you, Pat?
I am good. Amazing. And Gabe, I always get you to say your last name.
Guadagnine.
Do you see? And
A
you know what?
guadagnine.
A guadagnine. And that, you see, once it's out, then I can say it.
Yeah.
I'm the exact same way. It's like, hi, right. You say for what do you want to be called? Oh, okay, great, got it.
Tim. That goes out to you, Tim Snyder. Anyway, it is Radiothon. How do you donate? Well, come on. There's a window down here. There's a window. You can literally come in the door, look in the window. Don't feed the animals, but then you can walk in and donate. Donate. You feed the musicians. Donate with Pearl Hukel today, sitting lovingly. There she is. You can give us a call, 613-476-2229. Hey, look, if you're alive, call us right now so that we know.
Ring.
Wow. All right, crickets. We love you. You can call in too. 613-476-2229. E-transfer to info@theveritasfoundation.com. Please include your name, email, and mailing address. Please use password 993CountyFM online at 993countyfm.ca for credit card donations. I wonder how many times we can say 99.3 County FM in 1 hour.
99.3 County FM.
99.3 County FM.
I'm going to say, don't challenge us, man, because
it may just become my standard greeting.
I'll commit.
You know, have a great day. 99.3 County FM.
Yeah, it's gonna happen. We're gonna make that happen.
Your name is 99.3
So
County FM. Have a good day.
Let's leap right in here,
Sure.
and we're going to plug your live events because you've got one tonight.
We do. We're gonna be in Belleville at Capers Restaurant. Fantastic food.
Downtown.
Yeah, downtown Belleville tonight, 6 to 9 p.m. And then, one of my favorite shows to play. We're gonna be at Wellington Park this Tuesday from 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. for the Lions Club Music in the Park. It's a free event. There's hot dogs,
And it's been going on for a decade.
Isn't that crazy?
A decade. That's a decade of shenanigans down at the Wellington Park. So you see, the
shenanigans
reasons
hard.
you kicked it off last
week.
There it is.
Yeah, and the reasons in Instant Rivalry have been, I think, two of the longest bands. We've been there for the full 10 years. So Caleb and I will be coming in at the end of summer, but Gabe and I are in on Tuesday. So come on down. We would love to see you. Better yet, come on down to the studio right now.
Yeah,
come say hi.
because it's about to get hot. What are we playing first?
We wanted to play a song that we wrote together called All In.
Yeah.
And it's an original by Megan and Gabriel.
Oh, lovely. All right, here we are, all in, Megan and Gabriel.
I know we said no strings back in the beginning. That game was fun to play, but are we really winning? I wanna break the rules, cross a line. 'Cause girl, I think about you all the time. And it's just like you to say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. No, please don't run away. I don't wanna wreck this. Well, we're at a crossroad. I gotta know which way you're gonna go. 'Cause baby, I'm all in. Tell me you're all in. I gotta tell you now. I can't go without. Baby, I'm all in. I'm all in. There's other lips to kiss, but I don't wanna taste them. There's other paths to walk, but I don't wanna take them, no. We're at a crossroad. I gotta know which way we're gonna go. 'Cause baby, I'm all in. Tell me you're all in. I gotta tell you now. I can't go without. Baby, I'm all in. I'm all in. It'll end now, but I'm all in. Yeah, I'm all in. Yeah, baby, I'm all in. Tell me you're all in. Yeah, I'm all in. I'm all in. I'm all in.
Yeah! Yeah!
You're listening to Radiothon 2025. This is Megan.
This is Gabriel on 99.3 County FM.
And they're all in. That was amazing. Thank you. Amazing, you guys.
Thank you, Pat.
Your sound guy also thanks you for your mic technique, but everything in there was
Yeah?
just amazing.
Cool.
Yeah, absolutely astounding stuff.
Yeah, we're doing okay that way technologically.
What? Do you mean the state of the planet, or? Because I mean that could be a big discussion. No, we're good. We're good. We're good.
Awesome.
Wow. So quite obviously a personal track in there. did you both handle lyrics on that, or
We did. Yeah, that was a group effort. Yeah, we a couple drives in the truck, the trusty rusty, a couple of living room chats with a bottle of wine. It was a good collaborative effort for sure.
We have a specific bottle of wine that we'll dive into when we're writing together, and
Oh.
it's the Van Alstyne Red from Carlo Estates Winery. It's
Yeah.
distilled with moonshine.
It is.
It's a good thing. We'll have a glass, and one of our biggest things is we want to be able to tell some of the stories of our life through our music, and in a universal kind of way. And Gabe had a moment in our relationship where he was all in, so I kind of came up with a melody and then shot it at him, and away we went with that song.
well, and cheers to you, because that's exactly what Richard Carlo was trying to put into that port with stories.
Absolutely.
So that's what
He-
comes
Oh,
out
how
of
about
it.
He made it happen.
So beautiful ingredients all the way across. We're going to take a quick little break so you guys can have a little breather. We don't like to work you too hard. But speaking of working people, we need you to come out and donate, and it is time to do that. You can come down and see us in person. Call us 613-476-2229. E-transfer to info@theveritasfoundation.com. That is VERITAS Foundation, all one word. Include name, email, and mailing address. Please use the password 993CountyFM and online at 993countyfm.ca for those credit card donations. Heck, you can even donate old Rusty. All right, stay tuned. We'll be right back.
You're listening to 99.3 County FM.
No,
the voice of the county.
Enhance your home with windows and doors proudly made in Canada. I'm Jason from VTech Window and Door. We're proud to offer a selection of high-quality windows and doors designed and
The harmony's
manufactured right here.
Thanks.
So whether you're upgrading
When you
your
pull
home
back
or
and
building
went
new,
up into the higher shot there. It's like, yes, man.
The whole goal, like when I was writing the melody, so it originally was in F sharp minor, and we went through 11 different keys to find C minor, so that it just
Basically, just worked our way up the neck.
Yeah. Here?
Yeah.
And here?
How about here? How about here? How about here?
From 11 to 6, a fantastic day filled with live music, local vendors, and exciting giveaways. Kids events happening too, and free to attend. The tap room is now
Yeah, that's
open
gonna be a
7
great
days
time next
week,
weekend.
so it's always a great day to relax and raise a glass in Wapoose. Celebrate on June 14th at the County Cider Company, County Road 8, just past Bongart's Crossroad. Visit countycider.com.
There's the Pope on Angie's Cooper Pumping Septic Service with none other than the professional
Professor of Poopology.
we begin to donate, right?
Would you rather have a royal flush or a full house?
How would you describe your service, Frank? With your visual inspection, call 613-242-1441. Angie's Cooper Pumping Septic Service.
Hey, how's it going?
Sure you want some money?
Yes, please. How are you?
It's coming.
We appreciate it. What's your name?
Will Tamil.
Will
Hey,
Tamil.
Will, great to
I'm
see
serious
you.
dad.
Yeah.
Oh, of course you are.
Cool guy.
God, I love them. I love
Very
them.
good to see you.
Cool man. Yeah. That's me.
Yeah, no, absolutely love them.
Yeah, they're fun, eh?
Oh, yeah. Big
They're
time.
so talented.
Amazing. Great to see you, Will.
Thanks for playing it. You guys play them all the time.
I'll keep firing them, that's for sure.
99.3 CountyFM.ca. 99.3
Oh my goodness, we're back. We want to say a big hello to Will Tamil, just came in. Harry Tamil's dad, of course, from Kojak. Woo! You! Yes, indeed. Some grand stuff. So we also have, Megan Gamer here. Holy smokes.
Hello.
Hello. Happy to be here for Saturday Shenanigans on Radiothon.
All right, so let's talk performance just for a moment,
Sure,
because it is something I love to chat about.
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
We've treaded the boards together.
Yes.
We have certainly sung together on stage. But one of the things that I have to say, we talk about it, but we don't remark on it as much maybe as we should. And I'd like to take a moment and remark on it.
Okay.
The audiences down here in Prince Edward County are some of the best audiences bands
Absolutely.
that I have ever played in front of, and some of the best I know that you guys have played in front of. And it's that energy, just like we just saw here with Mr. Will Hamill, who just came in, big smile on his face. And, you know, just the fact that we play a son's band, we've got all of this sort of performance that's going on all the time. And the audience reaction, not only that we see through donations and things like that here at Radiothon, but I'm talking, there's a particular recording of Lenny Stewart in the library where she finishes, oh shoot, what's the big Tina Turner song?
Which one?
Rolling.
Proud Mary.
Proud Mary, there it is. And the very first thing you hear is a lady sitting in the crowd. This is, I believe, at the Region. Killed it!
Yeah, absolutely.
And I mean,
love that.
one of the things I really love is when you go through a store or something here in the county,
Yeah.
and someone just sort of comes up to you and go, "Hey, I caught you
Yep.
on Saturday night." You don't know who they are.
No, you don't.
And they go, "I just want to tell you how amazing that was."
Yeah.
And I just want to say thanks, because for those of us like you guys who go out and do this, it's people like that that well, all the crowds that make us want to come back and do it again.
Absolutely.
For sure.
I was just at a store, I won't say which one, in Picton a couple weeks ago, and it always seems to happen serendipitously when you need it the most too. And like a stranger came up and they were like, "Hey, I just want to let you know, like I listened to your show on County FM for the 2 years that you did it, and I come into all of your shows, and I've never had the nerve to say hello. Want to say hello, and I just want to say like thank you for the music that you write, and I absolutely adore you. I'm one of your biggest fans." And I needed that day, and it was just so great to make that connection, to get to know her name, and to get to know just another member of our community. And the radio station was really at the heart of that.
Yeah.
So it was really neat.
Yeah, just another one of those things that
Yeah.
seems to feed into, which is
Yeah.
amazing.
Yeah, there's an authenticity, and people are hungry for also authentic artists.
Mhm. Yeah.
So, and we've seen that across the board from the people who have walked in and out already of this building during Radiothon, and the people that are going to be coming up, like our fellow musicians around the county. But for sure, we've seen that firsthand, like over at Carlo Estates. Also the Wellings, for sure. Shout out the Wellings. I mean, come on. People, yeah, they're hungry for that authenticity, and they reflect that right back, being up on stage, whether acting or playing music. They reflect that right back in their appreciation. So you're absolutely right about that, for sure.
Bang on. So with a lot of gratitude, we're going to step into our next song.
Yes,
What have we
sir.
got coming up now, Mick?
This is one of our fans' favorites, so we thought we'd do it for you guys today. This is a little mashup of Maroon 5 and a band that you might like a little bit too, Pat. This is a little U2 and Maroon 5. We call this She Will Be Loved.
With or without you.
Oh.
Beauty queen of only 18, had some troubles with herself. He was always there to help her. She always belonged to someone else. I drove for miles and miles and wound up at your door. I've held you so many times, but somehow I want more. I don't mind spending every day out on your corner in the pouring rain. Look for the girl with the broken smile. Ask her if she wants to stay a while.
See the stone set in your eye. Feel the thorn twist in your side. And I wait for you. Sleight of hand and twist of fate. On a bed of nails, she makes me wait, and I wait without you, with or without you, with or without you. Through the storm, we reached the shore. You gave it all, but I want more, and I'm waiting for.
Tap on my window and knock on my door. I need to make you feel beautiful. I know I get so insecure, it doesn't matter anymore. 'Cause it's not always rainbows and butterflies, there's compromise to move things along. Yeah, my heart is full, my door's always open, just call anytime you want.
Yourself away, and you give yourself away, and you give, and you give, and you give yourself away, and you give yourself away, and you give yourself away, with or without you, with or without you, oh, I can live, with or without you, with or without you, with or without you, with or without you, with or without you.
Yes, you give me love, with or without you. A beauty queen of only 18 had some troubles with herself.
Oh, yes, indeed!
Thanks for sitting with us, Pat.
Thank you for having me in. Wow. All right, so the mashup. I love a bunch of those that have come out. That one's really good. Forbesy does one. Michael Jackson.
He does Michael
Jean.
Jackson, Stairway to Heaven, and then sometimes he slips in a little Metallica into that as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's so
incredible
much
stuff.
fun to do as an artist because, well, for us, we come from really different musical backgrounds, and we try to find like songs that we both land on that we like, and then kind of shove them together.
Yeah, we have another one by that we've mashed up, Lana Del Rey and Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That we play now live,
Yeah.
and people seem to dig it.
Oh yes. Big
Yeah,
time,
and I'm working
big
on
time.
one right now for Tracy Chapman and Olivia Rodrigo. So
Oh,
newest one.
yeah, so it's fun.
Fabulous stuff indeed. Now, you guys have got a little business together. The
Yeah, we
business.
do.
We also
Let's talk
run
about
a
that.
business,
Let's
yeah.
talk about that a little
Oh,
bit.
okay.
Yeah.
Well, we own a company called The Bright Side.
The bright side. We
Wait, does that make you Mr. Brightside?
It does. It makes we actually sign our emails, Mr. and Mrs. Brightside.
Coming out of our cave,
It's-
gotta pay the debt, because you need it all, and we do it all.
Yeah, seriously, we do a lot of outdoor and indoor beautification stuff. If you're, getting rid of some sod or need some garden freshening or some bushes trimmed or even your house painted, we do it all. I did a job for a lovely lady over on County Road 1, and I painted her lawn ornament that was in the shape of a cow. So
I came home and we had a
there are
really
unique skills out there.
Yeah.
Lawn ornament ornament painting. One of the skills I don't have is saying the word ornament.
But yeah, seriously.
One of the things we found was I'm very free Monday to Thursday, music, of course, all weekend long, but needed something to do during that time.
Mhm.
And being an artist and being able to beautify somebody's home is so great. We both grew up servicing our families and seniors within the community. So we really saw that gap for small jobs at a reasonable rate for that demographic. So we're really happy to be able to get to know them and just love them and be able to take care of their property.
And you know, one of the things that I discover more as a small business owner, as I move along through things myself, is how closely, putting your business out there is very similar to putting together a performance.
100%.
And, it's really remarkable when people start to realize that, because you start talking to business people out there and you go, you do realize that, you expressing what you're doing and getting out and doing this in the community, the environment, wherever you're doing it, is actually a performance.
Well, in that same way, it's all about who you are and like the self-expression, right?
Mhm.
So like we love to bring that to the job site. We love to bring that to like all the time that we put into it off the job site, because there's a lot of planning, a lot of scheduling, a lot of communication that we, go through in order to make these jobs work and happen. But also, just being on site, dealing with not dealing with, sorry. That was a miss.
Dealing with those darn customers.
It's a great job. Being with our customers, like we'll be singing on the job.
Yeah.
We always love to bring that bright side to getting those jobs done, right? So, a lot of those jobs can be daunting or kind of freaky. We love to bring that brightness and that light into our jobs.
When we first started kind of working together this way,
Mhm.
after we got married, and we were singing together all the time, it was literally like, oh, well, we could also start doing that too. So we're constantly working together.
Yeah.
You sick of me yet, babe?
Well, you're both here, so
I didn't hear that. What?
I think
Pardon, huh?
No. I think the lyric is all in.
Yeah.
All in, baby.
Great stuff. I'm going to make one other little comment here just before we head into one more song, and then we'll take another break so you can have a break.
Sounds great.
But I have this beautiful perspective right now,
Okay.
which is I have all of Meg, and then it feels like Gabe is like just peeking over a wall at me. All I've got is like Gabe's nose and eyes. So every now and then I get this, dee-dee, and then I love while we were singing, this hand goes up and he's like, right there. And I'm like, okay, no more Bono there. That's perfect. Anyway, thank you for the perspective.
Of course.
Kilroy was here. No, Gabe was here. He's got the nose eyes looking over.
Well, come on down to the station and you can have a perspective of us too,
Yes.
folks.
Yeah,
come and say hi. We're here for a little while.
Right beside Gabe. You put your eyes right here. No, do come down. Well, I think Will's probably out of the parking lot.
Will left.
That's just the-
Thank you, Will, for your donation.
Yes. All right. What's our next track?
I was thinking about doing a Suzanne Pasternak song.
Oh, yes, indeed.
Because as past being a performer at Radiothon, I'm also the person that begs all the musicians to come in and play, but it's not really a beg thing because everybody really wants to support the station. And Suzanne was, I should say, a huge supporter of County FM. So this is for all the Suzanne Pasternak fans out in the county.
And I'm going to throw a little plug in
Please
here
do.
because Natasha is up from California.
She
She's
is
got
this
a
month,
show with
yeah.
Annalise. I believe
Hi,
there
Carlo.
are only 3 tickets left or something ridiculous, but it's going to be a phenomenal night of music. Those two exploring grief, which is going to be particularly amazing. So anyway,
Yes.
You got to plug Natasha whenever Natasha comes to town.
Absolutely. I'm going to dedicate this to Natasha because it's actually about her.
Yes, it is.
It's called Trouble at the Border, Suzanne Pasternak cover.
Woo!
Load up the car, pack my guitar again, take the highway eastbound, cross the river into Watertown. Start saying my prayers, praying that this car won't break down. Then we cross the river into Watertown. Well, I don't mind the driving and I don't mind the snow and I don't mind these drunken sailors with no place to go, and I don't mind these rowdy bars, don't mind the payout. take these lonely nights being so far away from my little girl. And all these friends I know, I know. Well, I got trouble at the border, you boys. You better let me through. I got one show at 9 o'clock, and I'll play another till soon. They start checking me out and they say, hey, what do you have to declare? I declare I've had my fill of lonely nights. Highway blues, and I don't mind the driving, and I don't mind the snowing, I don't mind these drunken sailors, no place to go, and I don't mind these crowded bars, don't mind the pay. I just can't take these lonely nights being so far away from my little girl. And all the friends I know, yeah, I know. Well, I got trouble at the border, you boys better let me through. I got one show at 9 o'clock, and I'll be playing another till 2. And I don't mind the driving, and I don't mind the snowing, I don't mind these drunken sailors, no place to go. And I don't mind those crowded bars, don't mind the pay. I just can't take these lonely nights being so far away from my little girl. And all the friends I know, I know.
That one's for you, Susie Q. Oh my goodness. What a big smile. What a big smile. I mean, she's up there right now smiling down on that one. You
Drinking
know
a
it.
glass,
Yeah.
shard with the ice cube.
You know it.
You know it.
You know it. That's just beautiful stuff. We're going to take a little break, give you guys a little rest.
Sounds good.
A reminder to keep listening to this radio station. You
What
need
radio station?
99.3 County FM. In person, you can come down and donate. You can call us at 613-476-2229. E-transfer to info@theverytaskfoundation.com. Include your name, email, and mailing address. Please use password 993 County FM or online at 993. Guess what? CountyFM.ca for credit card donations. You are in. We have some lovely folk who have come down to see us in person. Big waves from us. How are you? Thank you. And the Colonel is in the house.
Colonel from Kentucky.
The actual Kentucky Colonel.
Yeah, the real one.
Yeah, the real
He
one.
has 22 spices.
Yeah, he does. And a lovely.
Absolutely.
All right, that break as promised. Here we go.
Whoops, the pressure's on that one before tonight.
Whew. Now, anything else that you guys would like to cover or talk about or shine a light on or
business
bush trimming?
I'm
over here.
I
was like, oh.
Any of your bushes that you trimmed? Yeah.
Her eyes went that way. And I just
Yeah,
put
we
mine
both
down
just
here.
kind of
Like,
went
can't hit the giggles now.
You can't not, but like.
Yeah. Really? Hoping to record?
Yeah, because you got another original.
We do. I have one more if there's time for it. I'd love to.
Yeah. No, I'd love
It's
to
the one we
focus on
played
it.
at the Homegrown 10th anniversary concert.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it's a fun song to do. So
And that was an incredible night.
we can talk about that.
Yeah.
Let's talk
Beautiful
about
thing to talk about.
Sorry, I was spaced out. What night is that?
Well, I was pretty much
10th
spaced out
anniversary.
that night too, but.
But wait.
10th anniversary at the Regent for the radio station.
Yeah, so people.
Over at that theater.
Yeah, Liz was side staging.
Yeah. She was
Yeah,
helping me with the script.
And we were singing.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Sandwiches? No. Yeah, I think.
No, we had some.
Wraps?
We had wraps.
Oh.
And fruit on a stick. It was so good. What was that bird called? The lunchbox. They're great.
The lunchbox, yeah. Oh, that's a nice little break. So what's on the rest of the plan for today? I know you got the show tonight. Are you just taking it easy? You're not
I'm
doing
going to ice
we
the
will,
crap out of my
we
shoulder.
will have to, yeah.
Walk the dog and head to Bell Vegas. You know, that's basically a day trip.
Yeah, I hear you.
Trust me, musty.
Had a wheel bearing go this past week, and we were on our way to Wellington when it was happening. Well,
Going to record Cue the Punk. And
Yeah.
then it went.
and it was just like the wheel was doing that, and it was like, thank you God, literally, thank you God that we were able to get back home, because that would have just been a whole other level of that whole situation. But anyway, I was able to get the parts and like get it fixed up in time to get it going again.
So all I could think of was like Radiothon with no car.
I've been around the roundabout about a month ago. We just hit the point where, you know, everything was clear in the car. We just done oil change.
Yeah.
You know, everything was fine.
That's
You're like,
the
yeah.
way.
And I just wheeling around thing, and all of a sudden the engine goes kunk, and the light comes on, and there's a little puff of smoke out the back, and it starts warning me about traction control. And I'm going, what the fuck? So anyway, I get home and research this. It turns out that the valve cover seal had blown, and so oil had got in on the two of the spark plugs, which just caused a misfire.
Right.
And it's not a big deal. You just replace the whole cover.
Yeah.
So I go online and I'm like, all right, oh, there's a universal one. I'll buy the universal one, right? So I buy the universal one. Well, no, it's not universal. They have a 1.4 liter engine, a 1.6 liter engine, and a 1.8 liter engine.
There's so many different levels of like checking to make sure that you have the right one.
By the time I was finished, like I purchased this on Amazon. I'd done the payment plan thing. The stuff had arrived. Then I had to ship it back. Wait for that to clear through. Then I could order the new stuff. It's just coming today.
Yeah.
Just like.
No, seriously. I also had the belt on my lawnmower go within the same 48 hours, and it was just like.
Springtime in the county.
Exactly. Bought the wrong belt because it was the right size, but it wasn't double tapered, which I needed. So I had to figure out who. And it wasn't $30; it was $150. So it was just like,
It's too good to be true, and it probably is.
All right, we got about 47 seconds.
47.
Yeah. Oh, and so the other big news.
Yeah.
Where's there a move?
What?
We're moving.
Where are you moving to?
Milford.
Shut up, that's awesome.
Right on the boat.
I love that for you.
Right beside Bruce.
That's great.
So Bruce is here. We have this tiny little 1800s farmhouse here, and then
Cool.
the guys we did the trail with
Another
are
place.
here. And
Yeah.
Peckish is here.
Awesome.
And I'm vice chair of the Mummers.
That's so great. Dreams come true.
Oh, big time, big time. So you combine that with everything else that's going on, and we're sort of doing one of these right now. Liz and I, in terms of feeling really good. As long as she decides not to get hit by any more trucks,
was
she should be okay.
insane.
Oh, should I hit by truck?
Well, I'll tell you about that after.
All right.
Here we go. Yeah, nice try there, music. Slide in like that. Thought you had us, didn't you?
We're taking
Thought you
over.
could just come in and play, did you? No.
Playtime. It's
Oh,
our playtime.
my goodness, my dears. It is always a pleasure to have you guys here.
Always a pleasure to be interviewed and held in the studio by your capable hands there, Pat.
We're not supposed to tell them what happens off air.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
We got a camera rolling
Yeah.
for those of you who don't know too. So
My hands are here. Anyway, I wanted to talk about another grand time that we all had together. And actually found out that it's a lead into this song you're about to play. So that kind of works out really well. And it was an incredible night put together for the celebration of the 10th anniversary of this radio station.
Incredible musicians all put together. I may be in the room with somebody who may have had a lot of work on her plate while putting all that together.
Confirm that for sure.
But it all paid off because there were so many incredible performances that night. And I'm looking at you two, including some of the incredible performances that were kind of. So it was one of the first times I really caught you guys on a larger stage.
Yeah, we kind of piggybacked. Well, I had done all of the organization and producing for that particular live show. And I really wanted, and because I believed in our duo so much, I really wanted to include us. So we got included in the homegrown mashup. We mashed up, if anybody wasn't there, we had Benny Vander, who plays with Spiceburg All-Stars, with Secret Beach and Miss Emily. He was on drums. We had Tony Forbes, Kayla Button, Bill Wood, us, of course, and Jake DeVries, who is
some of the finest backup singers in the county.
Absolutely. We had that. We had Mike Farrell in the house. We had Renee, and it was just so great to get our DJs up on stage too. And we got to play one of our original tunes at that, and it was just such an awesome night.
Spectacular, in fact.
Yes, spectacular, as they say.
Yeah.
Playing a sold-out show at the Regent, I've been blessed to do it a couple times, 3 times, and it is friggin' awesome.
Is it not?
It's awesome. It's the best.
I
You did it in bigger heels than I did.
There may still be a video out there that I may go watch every now and then, because just watching that crowd react,
We loved it.
Again, it's just coming back to it. So that 10th
We're
anniversary.
alluding to the Rocky Horror Picture Show, folks. If you don't know what we're talking about, we're alluding to that.
Don't dream it, be it. Anyway, speaking of that song, one of the songs that you showed us that night is exactly what you'd like to perform on your way out.
Absolutely. This is Supernova. It's a long way down.
You were the moon, I be the stars. Wish that I might be where you are. Oh, but it's a long way down.
If you were the sun, I'd be the sky, giving me life, taking me high. Whoa, but it's a long way down. Nothing ever stays this way long. Something this good must be wrong. They say what goes up will come down. That is a long, 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 long way down. You are the sun, I am the dark, burning too bright, eclipse in my heart. Whoa, it's a long way down.
You are the night, I am the day, never the same, always a change. Oh, such a long way down. Nothing ever stays this way long. Something this good must be wrong. They say what goes up will come down. But it's a long, 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 long way down.
I was falling, felt like flying. You were calling, I was crying. Supernova, you won't survive, I won't survive. We will survive long, 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 long. Such a long, 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 long way down.
Falling, felt like flying. You were calling, I was crying.
Supernova, you won't survive, I won't survive. We won't survive long, 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 long. Such a long, 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 long. Such a long, 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 long way down.
yes, indeed.
Thank you to our live audience here at the studio.
Oh my
Hey, folks out
goodness.
there.
Incredible stuff right there. Supernova, long way down.
Okay.
Any thoughts on the inspiration there? Or?
It's fun. It's a funny, quick story. So Gabe and I are both very A-type personalities, very bright individuals, but we're also very different. So when I was writing this particular song, I wanted to have this fictitious wink wink couple that were like, you know, as bright as the sun and the moon and trying to exist in the same universe. And sometimes that doesn't always work out. So that is kind of the inspiration behind that song.
Nice. Nice. Well, listen, I am going to take it nice and easy on you too, because you have got a show tonight.
Sure, what's up?
Well, not, but we've got about 7-8 minutes left. Did you want to do one more? Or?
Absolutely.
Okay.
We can do it.
No problem.
Let's do some Canadian content for Radiothon 2025.
Oh, like totally, eh? Hold on.
Totally, eh?
Just a second, eh?
Oh, yeah.
I got to get all Canadian up
Get
here.
your Timmies out,
Got my
bud.
shimmies, got my elbows up, all
Yeah.
set to go, eh?
Let's go, bud.
All right, eh? Gonna go for a rip.
You betcha.
Are ya?
Hey, bud, gonna go get a double and head out down to Milford.
I had my
Heading
Canadian
upstream.
breakfast there, eh? Cigarettes and coffee from Tim's.
I'm gonna go up my dooryard and watch my Chimbly.
All right. Go for a ride with the Ranger.
This is a very, very acoustic version of The Weeknd's Blinding Lights.
Ooh. Here they are. Gabe and May.
I've been driving hard. I've been on my own for long enough. Maybe you can show me how to love. Maybe I'm going through withdrawals. You don't even have to do too much. You can turn me on with just a touch, baby. I look around and Sin City's cold and empty. No one's around to judge me. I can't see clearly when you're gone. And I said, ooh, I'm blinded by the lights. I can't sleep until I feel your touch. I said, ooh, I'm drowning in the night. When I'm like this, you're the one I trust. I'm running out of time, 'cause I can see the sun light up the sky. So I hit the road in overdrive, baby. Whoa, Sin City's cold and empty. No one's around to judge me. I can see clearly when you're gone. And I said, ooh, I'm blinded by the lights. No, I can't sleep until I feel your touch. I said, ooh, I'm drowning in the night. When I'm like this, you're the one I trust. I'm just going back to let you know I can never say it on the phone. I'll never let you go this time. I'm just going back to let you know I can never say it on the phone. We'll never let you go this time. And I said, ooh, I'm blinded by the lights. I can't sleep until I feel your touch. I said, ooh, I'm drowning in the night. When I'm like this, you're the one I trust. Yeah, I said, ooh, I'm blinded by the lights. I can't sleep until I feel your touch.
Oh, yes, indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, Meg and Gabe. All right.
It's been a pleasure, Patrick.
Oh my goodness, you two. Absolute pleasure and an honor on my side. And thank you for bringing the bright side energy in. And I had just the right amount of coffee to keep up with you.
Yeah. Usually I'm the one begging caffeine to keep up with Pet, so that's great. That's great. We used to come in at like 6, 7, 8 o'clock in the morning to do an instant rivalry interview with you, and I would like chug a coffee to be at your level of energy. So thank you.
And I'd be in here vibrating because I'd already had it.
I just want to say thank you to all the listeners out there listening to 99.3 County FM, joining us for this hour.
Yes, and in fact,
donating.
we've got one last little thing we're going to do here. Ready
You have the
for
tally?
it? Oh, yes, I do. You ready for it? Here we go. Here we go. Oh, well, you never know what's coming next. Just a second here.
You don't know what's next.
Oh.
I can fake a drum.
It's now time to do this hour's tally.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for it? Here it goes. This hour's tally, $38,250. That's 38250. Congratulations. Oh my goodness. Thank you. But keep it coming. Keep it coming. Our goal, of course, this year, $74,000. That is the funding gap. And how do you donate? Well, you come down in person. We've got some fine folk down here right now. Great big waves to them. How are you, Ian? Great to see you. Call 603-476-2229. E-transfer to info@theveritasfoundation.com. Please include your name, email, and mailing address. Please use password 993 County FM. Online at 993countyfm.ca for credit card donations. Come down, donate, and then get out into that sun.
And we're clear.
You're off.
Okay, thank you so much.
Stand up for your rights. Rags and fold
Your articulation.
for the workers to unite.
Oh, because it's got one of those tracks.
So take it from Dr. King.
Thank you very much.
I ain't gonna place us in every voice. I'm in your rocket ship. Fly off to Mars. Take all your money. Buy all the stars. We ain't for sale. Like one of your cars. And the northern stars, that one's ours. Well, this machine kills fashion like Woody wrote so well. Joe said guns and witches, Spanish bombers and
Great to see you.
black boys on mopeds. Sinead stood and fought. And Joni cried when they paved paradise and put up a parking lot. I'm in your rocket ship. Fly off to Mars. Take all your money. Buy all the stars. We ain't for sale. Like one of your cars.
Need any help there?
Set them in. Hey, Chip, you all right?
I guess we're doing something.
That gonna be okay for you?
Yeah, great.
So swing this one over here.
Well, for me, it's different.
Your cane is on the counter.
Okay.
In the room. Do you want it in here? Just in case? Yeah.
Bring that in. Right there.
Use that. How far away do you want to be over top of it like that?
You want to be pretty much straight into it. You should be okay there. And I'll come adjust it if there's any mucking around. And I'm just going to take a quick little break with myself there, Billy. And
Oh, yeah.
Gotta have a break once in a while. Every now and then.
If I had a rocket launcher, like Cole felt that night. I'm in your rocket ship. Fly off to Mars. Take all your money. Buy all the stars.
So where all happens in one little room.
Yep. Like one in the northern star, that one's soft in the northern stars. That was all.
So I actually
Connecting the county every minute of every day. Give you the fun stuff, and we're there for you in times of emergency. This is CJPP, better known as 99.3 County FM, the voice of the county. Listen to us live everywhere at 99.3 CountyFM.ca. County FM is where we all come together.
You're listening to the 99.3 County FM Wellies of Picton Annual Radiothon. Today's music is sponsored by Bay of Quinte Mutual Insurance Company. For all your property insurance needs, call 613-476-4719. Thanks to all of our local musicians who have graciously donated their talents to Radiothon 2025 in support of our not-for-profit, volunteer-driven community radio station. Please help us bridge the funding gap of $74,000 by considering a tax-receivable donation. Donating is simple. Call us at 613-476-2229. That's 613-476-2229. Donate online at 993countyfm.ca or e-transfer to info@theveritasfoundation.com. Use 993 County FM as a password and don't forget all your contact info. See us during Radiothon at 38 Fort Storage Road, Picton. And special thanks to all of Radiothon 2025 sponsors, including Heidelberg Materials and JJ International Media and Management Solutions. Stuck? Visit jjthecoach.ca, helping 99.3 County FM to connect the county.
Pre-recorded stuff.
Game start.
Yeah, they break for commercials.
Kissy face, that T-phone. I'm trying to kiss your lips for real. Red hearts, that's what I'm on, yeah. Come give me something I can feel. Don't you want me like I want you, baby? Don't you need me like I need you now? See tomorrow, tonight, go crazy. All you gotta do is just meet me at the Hey, so now you know the game. Are you ready? Cause I'm coming to get you. Get you.
Oh, no, I am not there.
Fair Brothers still playing the group? Well, no, Alex is one of the Fair Brothers. Yeah, yeah. I was gonna say, because I see he's over there. Mark is trying to keep it popular. He does a lot of Fair Brothers. But there's no Fred Brothers as such anymore. Yeah, right. Yeah. I filled in for Alec for a long time. Oh, did you? Yeah.
All right, Mr. Madeline Brew, how are you?
I'm glad to be here.
Well, I'm very glad to have you.
Maybe your kiss a second.
You sounded great, you guys.
Yeah, did we good?
We did,
It's
yeah.
all thanks to the sound guy.
Yeah, great.
Yeah.
He's a pro. Thanks for setting me up that I have to follow you.
We had to follow the Wilkinson, so.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Have fun. See you around, okay?
Yeah.
You take care. Yeah, see you next time, okay?
Yeah, turn on 99.3, you'll hear me.
I will. All right. Looks like I'm free of all my indentures.
So here we are, unsupervised.
I know, it's frightening, isn't it?
It is.
I don't think they fully realize what they've done.
I saw the skipper there, and he looked a little
sketchy. But he always looks a little
That'll be bang on. Yeah, I think the one that's down a little bit.
Got it.
There, better there? Yeah. But you'll know when you see the dials.
Quick before we're on air. What time do you normally get here Thursday mornings?
What time do I?
Like 5 to 6, right?
Maybe. I'll answer that some other time.
It's all pre-recorded.
I'll send you a note.
Can I get that?
Oh, yes, of course. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, I know that. Here's the sheet of paper.
Oh, we got about a minute 35 here. Sorry, what was your name again? Just so I got it.
What was your name again?
Sal. Sal. Thank you, Sal. I'm not forgetting that now.
That's okay.
Yeah, Sal's from the Azores.
Well, you mentioned Sal a couple times to me, so it was really nice to see him in person, then have him disappear in behind the monitor.
Yeah. We'll hide and make him feel.
We'll call him the harmonica corner.
There we go.
Harp corner.
Harp corner.
How's the week been there, Billy?
Been good.
Yep. Buford is doing all right.
Buford's been doing all right. I gotta do a song for Buford while we're here.
Excellent.
His favorite song.
All right. He better donate.
Oh, he did.
Did he?
Yeah, he sent some of his treats over.
Did he purr?
So that's good. You're the big time now, buddy.
Oh, I know.
Just gotta slow down.
All right, and welcome back. It is, of course, Radiothon, the 11th annual, and tremendous hour this past hour, of course, with Megan and Gabe. But now we're going to flip it on its head. Now we're going to change it up. Now we're going to take it in a whole new direction. And the reason being is we have one of the finest gentlemen in Prince Edward County sitting in front of a microphone right across from me. For those of you who don't know him, well, you're probably not from Prince Edward County. That's all I can say. Mr. Bill McBurney, oh my goodness, how are you, good sir?
How are you doing, buddy?
Listen, my man, as soon as they told me that you and I were going to be here together,
yeah,
I was there may not be a radio phone after this.
Unsupervised, you and me.
Yeah, they had no idea.
And a listening audience.
Yeah.
At our disposal.
And you got the red hussy out in the parking lot.
I got the red hussy in the front with her summer bikini on.
I noticed. She's looking really good.
Oh, yeah.
And you got your favorite nap spots all set up for the summer.
I have.
And you've got some shows coming up, which we're going to talk about.
I've got some stuff, yeah.
But
sometimes too much.
Yeah, but there are moments when I look over and I'm like, Bill, you're not supposed to be busier than me.
I say that to myself all the time.
I'm sure
I don't listen.
Buford also looks at you and says, "What are you doing? What are you doing? Come over here and give me an ear scratch." Now you brought someone along with you, and I'm loving this. We're going to bring him right into it. We're calling him Heart Corner.
Oh, wow.
Let's check in with Heart Corner. Sal, how are you, my man?
I'm doing very well. How about yourself?
Oh, I'm doing absolutely fantastic. Now, the funny thing with Sal has taken over the seat where Gabe was. Now, all I had with Gabe was a set of eyes and a nose. And with Sal, all I've got is a pair of sunglasses and a hat. So he's
a little shorter.
He's expressing all sorts of emotion to me over here. Sal, how long have you been playing with this fine gentleman?
Oh, my goodness. Probably 8 years.
10 years.
10, yeah.
Yeah, we met at the Waring House.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a fine place to
He came
meet.
over to one of our
The kitchen party. Yeah.
And he's sitting there saying nothing, and I find out from his wife that he plays the harmonica.
Oh,
So
Sal.
I said, well, what are you doing sitting?
Sal, your marketing committee.
So I drug him up, and we became very good friends. And Sal has a boat down in the Keys.
Oh, lovely.
And there was several winters there that I went down to the Keys and spent a week or 10 days.
10 days.
We hit every barn.
Oh, yeah.
We played them all.
They're still talking about the Colonel down there. Colonel and Sal.
Yeah.
We had a blast.
That's phenomenal stuff. And Sal, what brought you to PEC?
Well, we've been here now for about 45 years.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I was trying to think of when we actually came through, and I think it was somewhere around 82, 83 that we moved into a place up on the North Shore.
Okay.
And I've been there ever since. It's a great spot.
Amazing. 45 years. That's incredible. I'm surprised I haven't seen you yet.
I try to keep under the radar.
Yeah, until the wife gets up. I understand. Now,
Well, we're here to make some money.
I know. And so we got to entertain somebody, don't we?
We're going to try.
All right. So what have you got lined up for us on the
Well, I
get-go?
brought you a present.
Oh,
I know you don't like to be left
yes.
out, so I brought you an instrument. And the first song is going to be a train song.
All right.
And you can add in just wherever you feel like it's appropriate.
Where a train might roll through.
Yeah.
Now, can I just train the train here for a sec?
Oh, yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, there is a lyric in here that says, when you hear that whistle blow, son.
Yeah, it might lend itself to it. Eh?
Maybe.
All right. I'll wait for my big moment.
So this is a song I drug back from the South called The Hobo Blues. It was done by the one of my favorite, Lonesome River Band.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. And I heard those guys do it one time about, oh, I got to steal that song. We need a whistle. I got a hole in my pocket, back my old knapsack. I got a train to catch, I'll on down the track. I've been hanging around this hotel way too many days. I got to travel on, must be on my way. I got the hobo blues. I gotta go, got the hobo blues. When you hear that whistle blow, gotta move, got the hobo blues. and try to hold me, but I keep moving on. I have to hang around nowhere for long, 'cause I'm caught up with the fever of a single train song. Got the whole blues so way down in my bones. I got the hobo blues. I gotta go, got the hobo blues. When you hear that whistle blows, gotta move, got the hobo blues. When I die, bury me in an old boxcar with a coffee can and my old guitar. Just make sure I'm close enough to hear that passing train. I got the train fever running in my veins. I got the hobo blues. Gotta go, got the hobo blues. When you hear that whistle blows, gotta move, gotta have the hobo blues. Okay,
So can I come on tour?
I think we should go right now.
All right.
Well, we're
I'll get
ahead.
the t-shirts made up.
Let's do the whole song. We're ahead. Let's put it. Hey, I brought a little story I thought would be appropriate.
No, I was hoping for one of the inappropriate ones.
We're on the air, bud.
I know.
Yeah, what the heck? I've been throwing out a better.
Yeah, by worse.
But I brought a native story.
Oh, lovely.
That I think is very pertinent to what we wanted to do today.
Okay.
And I got thinking, you know, I'm the kind of guy, when I hear somebody saying, well, we're going to raise $72,000. I don't even know. I have never seen that much money in my life. Are you kidding me?
I'm not even sure I want
So I don't relate to that. I look in my pocket and I got $5. And I think, well, that's not even going to touch 75,000. What's the point? Okay. So I thought, well, if you have enough little $5 bills, they add up.
Oh, yes.
And they're so important, you know, because it's not everybody that can write a check like some people can. I can't do it. So this little story is a native story. And there was a forest fire. And the forest was blazing away. And all the little critters are running around wondering, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? And they said, well, the bear will know.
Oh.
So they went to the clearing and they made a big circle around the bear. The bear was sitting there and they're asking the bear, what are we going to do? Our forest is blazing away. And the bear said, okay, well, let me figure this out here. So while he was pondering it, 2 little hummingbirds flew over. And they landed by a little creek that was there, and they each dropped a water each. They picked up 1 drop of water each. And they flew back and they dropped their 2 little drops of water on the forest fire. And they flew back, and they got 2 more little drops out of the creek, and they flew and they dropped it on the forest fire. And they came back, and as they were coming over, the bear looked up and said, "What do you guys think you're doing?" And they said, "Everything we can."
Yeah.
So my friends out there in listening land, love y'all. Just do what you can. Is what I want, what I'm asking. And I'm not above groveling, begging. Heck, Fat and I'll streak around bare naked in the parking lot and throw some money at us.
They'll pay us not to do that.
Whatever it takes.
We'll take double the payment to not do
we
it.
need to pay the bills, and above all, we need to keep the station on the air. And that's what we're trying to do right now with all the outgiving of the staff. I don't know how many volunteers you have here. You got
We're over
a ton of
100.
them.
We're over 100.
100 volunteers, yeah, that donate their time at like 5 o'clock in the morning in the middle of the winter.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
So
and you know, actually, there's another interesting side to that too that I'm going to throw in there. In this age of artificial intelligence and all the nonsense that gets made, this is still true to the heart. These are real voices. This is real music. These are real musicians. This is a reality, and
this is the real
it's
County.
the truth, right? And when we start dealing with that in these days and times, we need to find our beacons of truth, and this is a beacon of truth.
And I fully understand there's people that are having a hard time paying the rent. You know, I mean, things are tough these days.
Oh yes, big time.
And there's so many worthy things that I'd like to do if I could. You know, I'm involved with the Case Rest.
In fact, I was going to bring that up, so I'm glad you brought that up.
That's a very important thing to me. The animal shelter that Ann Moffat runs is very important.
And she's been doing an incredible job for so many years.
You know, and the radio station. And I can't support everybody all the time, but I just like the hummingbird. We're doing everything.
We do our little part, right?
So I'm going to look in my pocket. And here's how I do it, because I can never afford to give money away much. But I've got a 20 and 2 5s.
Yes, indeed.
Okay, I'm going to give the 20 to the radio station.
Lovely.
And I'll have $10 to
get you through
till the end of the month.
Yeah, hold on. I'm just going to check mine.
Yeah, everybody in their pocket. You bring in
look at that.
Come on.
Look at that. I got a dust
We
storm.
got to set a
I got a
good
dust
example.
storm.
I gotta get the moths out.
Yeah.
You don't need them all.
Yeah. I'll leave my coffee cup. But no, seriously,
But
the
that's
message.
what
goes.
I can do
That's
today.
impeccable.
I can do $20.
Yeah.
And maybe tomorrow I can do another 20. I'll tell you tomorrow.
We'll see how she comes. Now, what would you like to do? You want to take a little break, or you want to do another song?
I'd like to do another song.
Let's go into another song.
This is Buford's favorite song.
Buford's probably one of my favorite cats out there.
And
So
to those out there that don't know who Buford is, he's my cat. He's my buddy. And wrote a song about him, and he got all bent out of shape, and now he wants royalties and a star. But this is his favorite song. Hey, little girl, you better call the vet. I got some news that you don't know yet. The flames go higher. Oh, your dog's on fire. I really like that cute little fella. Better go to the store, get a bag of marshmallow. And the flames go higher. Oh, your dog's on fire. Glover says, "Play it again, Dad. Play it again. I love that song. You don't love fire. Ha ha ha." Sorry, all
I
you
imagine-
dog lovers out there.
I imagine him staring at the window. I see that little chihuahua. You're on fire.
Your dog lovers is your cat's on fire.
Oh my goodness, amazing stuff right there. Just a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, it is Radiothon. You can donate in person. We still have some fine folk down here. Have a great one, you two. You can call us 613-476-2229. You can e-transfer to info@theveritasfoundation.com. Please include your name, email, and mailing address there. Use the password 99.3 County FM or online at 993countyfm.ca for credit card donations.
Anybody that pops by here in person in the next hour gets a big hug.
Oh, not only a big hug. So there's one of the
Might
big
get a
things.
sloppy kiss on the cheek. You never know.
He's adding to it as it goes.
I mean, we'll do anything.
And then it's also a super hour donation hour this hour.
Right.
Yeah. So your donation is actually I believe doubled, but I'm going to check on that for our next break.
Yeah, let's do that.
All right, concert calendar coming your way right now.
And now, the concert calendar, brought to you by The Waring House. Open 7 days a week and bringing you live local music in the Barley Room Club. Visit waringhouse.com for menus and prices.
Oh, yeah.
Every Monday, the Waring House.
Geez, with a collection like that, I'm sure you've got a deal.
June 6th, Peter Ray is at Pounders Pub and Patio. On Saturday,
What are we
June
doing?
7th, it's Pounders Pub and Patio's opening
I'll
party
be your
with
baby
live
tonight.
music from 62 South, Mad Hatter, and Dusty Keller. And John Sharkey is at Three Dog Winery. And on Sunday, June 8th, Matt Smith is at Huff Estates Winery.
The concert calendar is brought to you by The Waring House and can be heard 6 times a day, 7 days a week on 99.3 County FM.
I've seen a couple good Sunday jams going at your place.
Oh man, we're having some sales here all the time.
Yeah.
Is there any more water around?
Yeah, I can get you some more.
Auction and a doggy ice cream parlor. Support our furry friends in need.
Thanks, so.
Sunday, June 8th. Details at sandbankswinery.com.
This is a 99.3 County FM Wellings of Picton Radiothon 2025 Super Matching Donor Hour. For every
There it
dollar
is, home
donated,
hardware.
it will be matched by $2 up to a total of $2,000. $1 becomes $3, $10 becomes $30. Proudly sponsored by Picton Home Hardware.
Wow.
99.3 County FM means local
And
music.
a hug and a big sloppy kiss.
County
Yeah.
conversation.
So if that doesn't have people coming in, I don't know what will.
We remain a non-profit
With the exception of a couple of my ex-wives.
Keeps us on air. Donating is simple.
Oh, yeah, maybe it's not a kiss, it's just love.
2229. That's 613-476-2229.
I'll be ducking and diving.
Or donate online at
Like my last one said,
countyfm.ca.
Bill, I miss
Or
you.
E-transfer.
And she reloaded.
Oh, yeah.
And use
Yeah, I saw my ex the other day. Suddenly I'll hit that, meant something new.
Contact info. Or drop by during Radiothon and say hi at 38 Cold Storage Road, Picton. Thank you again to our matching donor hour sponsor, Picton Home Hardware, up to $2,000. You're listening to the 99.3.
All right, we'll come off of this. We'll head back in. You got about 49 seconds.
A big thank you to all the local musicians for their support and to our listeners for your generous.
Wait, that's supposed to here the other day. Yeah, we're no longer doing it for the money.
613-476-2229.
Yeah.
You can donate online at 993countyfm.ca. Send an e-transfer to info@theveritasfoundation.com using 993 County FM as the password. Please remember to include all your contact info, or feel free to drop by the station during the Radiothon at 38 Cold Storage Road, Picton. We'd love to see you. Thank you for your continued and necessary support of 99.3 County
Okay, here we go, gents.
2025.
Oh, we are back. Kentucky Colonel Bill McBurney, myself, and the astounding Harp Corner Sal. I'm really loving that, Sal. I'm gonna have to put up a sign over there.
These little handles will stick, you know.
Yeah. Harp Corner, you got.
Yeah, Harp Corner.
Oh, beautiful stuff. Listen, Bill, one of the things that is very dear to you, I know, is Kate's Rest, and you've
that's a biggie.
Yeah, you've done a bunch of stuff there. You've got another one coming up in Benson Park. You want to talk about that?
That's not my deal. That's
well, you marketed it.
But yeah, it's just going to be a great thing.
Mm-hmm. Now they're trying to build 2 new buildings. Are they
Yeah,
not?
Joanne Quinn of County Rocks.
Yes.
She does beautiful crafting with stones and crystals and wire, and she's made a couple of things for me. They're really neat.
Nice.
And Renee Wiseman Stanner, she's helping her out, and they're having it's a craft show.
Oh, lovely.
Or craft fair, I guess, in Benson Park. On the 20, whatever Saturday, I think
it's the 28th.
28th, I
Yeah, I'm
believe.
pretty sure that's what's ringing.
Yeah, the afternoon of the 28th in Benson Park, free admission, just wander in. And she's going to have vendors with all kinds of neat stuff that you can buy. And there'll be an assortment of musicians.
I was going to say that I'm smelling music on the wind here.
Yeah, now I've got an eye operation 4 days prior to that.
Yeah, but I mean, you go through an operation every 3 days.
If I can get somebody to lead me up there and feel around for the mic, I might do a song or two. You know?
Beautiful.
I'm going to try my best to be there.
Well, we're going to start calling you the Bionic Man because I'm pretty sure they just,
Holy cow, there's nothing left to replace.
Yeah.
And the parts are hard to find.
You should see this guy lifting stuff.
Yeah.
No, it's
Trying to
incredible.
find parts for an 86-year-old car.
Yeah, well, I'm having enough trouble with the 54-year-old model.
I keep going up to Glenwood, and getting new parts. The date's right on the stone. Just dig them up.
Oh, it's a fine one from the 70s, man.
Put a wire brush. I got a knee up there the other day.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
Yeah,
oh,
they
wow.
started with my toenails and they're finishing with a haircut. Like, give me a break.
I told you it was going to take a turn. All right, spare parts. What have you got for us now?
Well, this is a song done by a guy that was really instrumental in making me play a guitar when I heard him the first time. His name was Bobby Dylan. Maybe you've heard of him?
Yeah, I think I know this one.
Oh, when I first heard that guy, I thought, well, this guy can't even sing, and he's a strong.
He's good.
Yeah, he's good. Maybe there's a. But being a Kentucky boy, a Southern boy, I kind of bluegrass it a little bit.
Understand.
Close your eyes, close the door. You don't have to look anymore. 'Cause I'm gonna be your baby tonight. And shut the light, shut the shade. You don't have to ever be afraid. 'Cause I'm gonna be your baby tonight. Well, the mockbird's gonna sail away. We're gonna forget it. Big fat moon's gonna shine like a spring. You're gonna let it. You won't regret it. Get your shoes on. Don't you bring your sweet self and your bottle over here. 'Cause I'm gonna be your baby tonight. Come on, son. sail away. We're gonna forget it. Big fat moon's gonna shine like a sweat. We're gonna let it. You won't regret it. Keep your shoes on. Don't you feel it? Bring your sweet self and that bottle on over. 'Cause I'm gonna be your baby tonight. Yes, I'm gonna be your baby tonight.
Aha! Yes, indeed. Gorgeous stuff right there. Mr. Bill McGurney. Awesome.
Thank you.
Awesome stuff indeed. Oh my goodness. So one of the other things I wanted to bring up with you, Bill, was I've been seeing some amazing pictures of you, Bill Wood, Johnny Max. Johnny G.
Yeah.
Now, he's got an afternoon coming up, I think, out at his spot, doesn't he?
Johnny G?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be his second annual.
It's coming home or something like that.
Yeah, he's out on whatever number, the road that goes by Lake on the Mountain.
There we go.
Eight,
7,
six or seven.
I think it's 8, isn't it?
I thought it was 7.
7.
I think
We got a 7 from
the
Hart
other
Corner.
side.
7 from Hart
Yeah.
Corner.
Yeah.
Well, he's got a nice place up there.
Yeah.
And that's going to be a week, 2 weeks from today.
Yeah, I figured it was coming up.
Yeah. And you can go out there. It's going to be like an event.
Yeah.
I'm taking my camper out. I'm staying for 3 days.
That's why I wanted to ask you about the pictures.
Yeah, I got my camper all set to go. I'm just going to go out there and have a good time.
Oh, yeah.
Every musician you ever heard of is invited. And
He's
there'll be music
incredible,
all afternoon,
incredible
all
guitar
into the evening. We're having he's throwing a barbecue. And he's just a neat guy to be around. He's like Bill Wood, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, these are top heavy hitter pickers.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Johnny G is something else.
I first met him when he was doing Warm. Well, and I think he's still doing Warm Nelly every now and then with Vera. But,
Yes,
catching those two back in
Yeah,
the day.
Vera lives in, I think, Windsor.
Yeah, she's down that way, and she's pretty mean on the squeeze box as it
Oh
goes.
man, she's a going concern.
But when I first caught those two, I just said, "Wow, I've got to stick with this guy and see where he's going." Because holy smokes,
It's going to be a blast.
Oh, yeah.
I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah. And you, of course, the consummate performer, always set to go.
Who, me?
Yeah, you. It's not just the hat.
You know what? I think I'm getting better with age.
Do you?
And you know why?
Yeah.
Because my hearing is going. I sound much better.
Oh, another one of the perks of old age.
I mean, sing in the shower sometime and stuff your ears full of cotton. You sound great to yourself.
That's typically where my audience is, anyway. You got another one in there for us, Bill?
Another song?
Yeah.
I've got about 300 or 400.
Oh, I figured that might be the case. Do you want to choose one, or
This
shall we
one I
go?
like. This is an old traditional song called "Rank Stranger." Now you know what a rank stranger is.
Rank? No. Could it have something to do with?
Rank?
Could it have something to do with smell?
Rank is absolute stranger.
Oh, okay. Like
Like you haven't
way
even
far
heard
gone
of this guy.
Yeah, never.
Yeah, that's a rank stranger.
Oh, okay.
He was a rank stranger.
Never heard of this
And that's
guy.
in the key of E.
All right, into the G, E. Here we go.
I wonder again. My home in the mountains. It's early dawn. I was happy and free. I looked for my friends, but I never could find them. I found they were all rank strangers to me. Everybody I met seemed to be a rank stranger. No mother, no dad, not a friend could I see. They knew not my name, and I knew not their faces. I found they were all rank strangers to me. All moved away, said the voice of a stranger, to a beautiful land by the bright crystal sea. Some beautiful day I'll meet 'em in heaven, where no one will be a stranger to me. Everybody I met seemed to be a rank stranger. No mother or dad, not a friend could I see. They knew not my name, and I knew not their faces. Knew they were all rank strangers to me.
Oh, yes, indeed. Well, Bill, I'll say one thing.
Thank you all. Thank you all.
I am darn happy that you are not a rank stranger to me.
No, there ain't no rank strangers in the county.
No, that's for sure. Now, I want to swing you around to something else that's a little close to your heart.
Yeah.
The Andrew.
The what?
The Andrew.
Yeah. The Andrew.
Yes.
Yeah, neat deal. Huh?
It's a pretty cool space, eh?
Very cool.
Yeah, and I gather that you've been maybe performing down there every now and then.
I love that place. I just as soon play there as anywhere I can think. Yeah.
Super. Yeah. I mean,
sound is great.
That's one of the things we're
People
lucky
are
about
great.
down
The
here.
vibe is great.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, we've got some really incredible performance spaces
Yeah.
to play, and I wanted to point that
Yeah,
one
Lynn
out.
has done just a knockout, unbelievable job.
Yeah, really changed that up. And I thought, I just wanted to bring some attention to that. And I also wanted to ask you about your hat, because you and I, we have a big love for hat wear and headwear. And,
Yeah.
You know, I think we sort of add to our personalities how we're feeling by what we're wearing. So how'd that one get chosen today?
Well, this one's got a little story to it.
I like a little story.
We're on the air, right?
Oh, yeah.
Have to
Clean it up.
I was living out in Colorado. That would have been, I was out there in 2000.
All right.
So 25 years ago. And working for a whitewater rafting supply company.
Oh, yeah.
And we did sports shows in the winter. So I'm doing a sports show in Denver. And this gorgeous woman, I mean, hard to look at gorgeous,
Too good.
was walking by with one of these hats on,
Okay.
right?
So I'm liking where this story's going.
You see,
Oh, yeah.
yeah. So I saunter over to her and I go, I love your hat. And she says, oh, I'm selling them. Oh, really? Well, I just bought one. So she took me over to a little table there. And of course, I got there and tripped over a few chairs on the way and did my usual cool thing.
The big entrance?
Oh, yeah. I was talking like that. Yeah. So she sold me this hat. And because I was also an exhibitor there and working, she gave me a discount.
Oh, nice. Okay.
And they're called Shady Brady's. Shady Brady hats. So I've kept this hat, and every time I wear it, I think of her.
Oh, how could you know it?
I'm telling you, Pat, she was a knockout. I mean,
I was originally going to start calling you spare parts on the way out, but I made up calling you Shady Brady.
It wouldn't matter what she was selling, I would have bought 10.
No, I was going to say, you see these stunning coffee cups Bill has? That's amazing. What a great story.
Oh,
Great
man,
story.
I am so shallow. But I'm working at it.
Oh, my goodness. All right. Let's do one more. We'll take a little break after that, give you a breather, and we'll come back and wrap it all up. So, you okay over there, Sal?
Wrap it up.
Oh, yeah, my hat and my glasses are great.
Yeah, you're doing it. Here we are, Sal's still here, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, you can join in on the chorus of this one.
All right. I was looking forward to that.
This is my J.J. Cale, which I love. Tulsa, Oklahoma boy. And it's called, they call me the Breeze. And I kind of resemble that remark because I've been up and down a few roads in my life. Hope I'll get up and down a few more.
And if not, you'll be the most delightful breeze we have. Here he is, ladies and gentlemen, Bill McBurney.
They call me the Breeze. Keep blowing on down the road. Yeah, they call me the Breeze. I keep blowing on down the road. I ain't got with nobody. I just don't care who you know. There ain't no change in the weather. No. There ain't no change in me. There ain't no change in the weather. Man, there ain't no change in me. I ain't got nobody. I just don't care who you know. Come on, Sal. Take her away. I've got that green and light, baby. Got a green I'm moving on. I've got that green and light, baby. I've got the green I'm just moving on. I might go out to California. Might go to Georgia instead of home. That's why they call me the Breeze. Keep blowing on down the road. Yeah, they call me the Breeze. Keep on blowing on down the road. I nobody. I just don't carry your head low.
There you are. Oh my goodness. Bill and Bernie.
Yeah, come on. That's
Fantastic
a $5
stuff.
song.
That's a
right
$5 song right there if I've
That's
ever heard one.
$5. Come on.
How do you donate? You come down in person. You give us a call, 613-476-2229. E-transfer to info@theveritasfoundation.com. Include your name, email, and mailing address there. Please use the password 993CountyFM or online at 993countyfm.ca for credit card donations.
There you go.
That's the business.
Boy.
All right, we're going to take a little break. We're going to come right back.
I can use a little break.
This hour's total and just a tinge more Bill McDermott.
All righty.
This is 99.3 County FM, the voice of the county.
Nice.
Got a good
bell.
Outdoor space at county.
How you doing?
Good.
You having fun?
Outdoor living areas.
Oh, yeah.
Sounds like it.
Oh, yeah.
And I've been tuned in.
Always.
Always, yeah. You don't know how
Greg,
many.
you know, Sal.
Maybe
my
I'm
last
sure.
song.
Maybe at Bill's open mic.
This is her corner.
No, I've seen you. Oh, yeah. We have. Same circle.
I
think it was at the league. Yes, yep. Bill's open mic. That would be for sure. I saw you play. You had that weird looking doohickey.
I took it apart.
Oh, you did? Okay, yeah. That's you
I
for
took
sure.
it all apart.
Because I was kind of baffled by what you were doing there.
Oh yeah.
So-
I couldn't get my mouth into it.
Is the purpose of that just so you have one unit and
One
with all the
unit,
different
and then
keys
you
on the
you
same
can
thing?
just flip around for the keys. Yeah.
So it's a novelty, but kind of inconvenient.
Well, I mean, you have everything with you, but I just find that for ease of playing, I can
You're
hit
listening
the
to the
whole octave.
99.3
Yeah.
FM
If
Wellings
I
Equipment
get right into it, but
Radiothon.
the other ones,
Today's
they're so
music
close
is sponsored
together, and
by
they're like
Bay of
this,
Plenty Mutual Insurance
so you
Company.
can't
Yeah, you
For
can't
all
really
your
clap your
property
lips on it.
insurance needs,
get in
call
there really tight. So
613-476.
Here's a story. Here's a story you can relate to. I did my session
All of our
yesterday.
local musicians
Like Neil
and
Young's
artists
song,
are
right on
provided
his
with
line.
I can't hear
And I
anything.
do the property position.
2025.
And it started going this way. And
So
so
I collect ducks.
towards the end of the
I've
song,
got a
I'm
unicorn.
cleaning my neck. And I don't know
It
if
looks
you've
like
ever
a duck.
had to fix that.
yeah,
before.
I haven't used that.
Okay. Yeah, it's part.
Like a clip or anything.
Oh, well, not right
Oh,
beside
so
you,
yes,
but-
you
That's
would
my
run into
baby.
trouble.
Yeah.
Oh, it
Red
was
husky.
really
Yeah,
awkward.
so when I came in.
Mid-song, couldn't do anything about it.
Yeah, I just put her in her summer
Yeah, no,
clothes
you're playing the
yesterday.
guitar
Yeah.
and playing the
I,
harp at the same
Yeah,
time. You know.
kinda
I did mine last week, but
So how you doing, Pat?
I have.
Very
What
well.
year is
Yeah.
yours?
Yeah.
It's
You're always
18.
doing well.
I got a
you're
bunch of
doing
stuff
it.
going really well.
Mine's
So
a
I'm
Yeah.
Mr.
What is it?
Positivity.
Is it a
Well,
C?
there's a lot of
TJ.
positive stuff going on. So
Have a J, right?
You're the master of
Yeah, we've
ceremony.
been together for 28 years.
That's cool. That's cool. I still have my first car, my very first car.
Oh, yeah.
A 73
I
Super.
love my Jeep.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
We got time for one more song, you say?
we're gonna hold.
Okay.
Domino, we've got time for one more song. What am I doing telling you that we haven't got time for one more song?
We're gonna do a John Prine.
We're in.
Which one?
Speed and Sound Alone Rivers.
Oh, beautiful.
Your independent.
Or we can do Hello and.
So what I'll do then is we actually have our tally total for the hour already. I'm gonna do that and then
Did we make any money? Do we know how much we did?
we
for
went up
now?
by $1,200.
We did? Is that good?
Yeah. As you said, little drops, right? Little drops.
Come on,
But
hummingbirds.
a grand an hour is certainly nothing to sneeze at at all. Now, we all know it was because of Sal.
Oh, yeah.
Over here,
Sure,
right
I'm
corner.
sitting here being
You know.
very quiet.
Someone donate $1,000 to that poor bugger having to sit in that room with those two.
Well, I tell you, I've never been inside a radio station.
Have you not?
No.
Oh, well, shoot. When we're done, I'll take you on a little tour, show you.
Yeah, no, I just.
It's all smoke and mirrors.
It's great. That's, you can do everything in a small room, so you have 3 or 4 of these rooms.
So this is basically known as on air. This is production.
Okay.
So all the commercials that you hear, things like that, they're all done in here. That's the news department. So all the news recordings and stuff that you hear are recorded in that booth. We got 2 soundproof booths over in the green room where interviews and stuff like that can be done, or you can come in and record instruments, whatever you like. And our office is back here, just in the end and that sort of thing. So yeah, it's kind of cool that when I used to look at those buildings and think, geez, the radio station takes up goodness knows what. Right? You came here and said, oh, okay, it's a couple of computers and a transmitter.
Yeah, but it's great. It works great.
It's been doing it.
I didn't realize it was such small quarters.
Yeah. Well, it explains a lot of our personalities.
Yeah. No, it's cozy. You can sit and talk, and it seems like normal.
Springtime in Prince Edward County.
This is 99.3 County FM, the voice of the county.
Sounds in a
This is 99.3 County FM radio.
Okay, here we go.
It's now time to do this hour's tally. Connect.
All right, it is now time to do this hour's tally. Have I got everyone's attention in the station? Because we are now at $39,675. Oh my goodness! Thank you so very much. Just incredible, incredible
Come
stuff.
on, you hummingbirds.
Yes, exactly. Bring the
A
hummingbirds in.
loony, just a loony. We don't care.
Yeah, or a 2, a quarter, a dime, a nickel. We're good. We're good. Bill,
do what we can.
I wanted to make sure that my promise to the audience was made out okay, which is that you have one more song.
Well, I got to do a John Prine.
You gotta take
I
her
don't
at
do
the
a
door.
set anywhere without throwing a John Prine. He is all-time hero. Next to Willie.
I hear you there. All right, well, take it away there, boss.
Come home late, come home early. Come home big when you're feeling small. You come home straight, come home curly. Sometimes you don't come home at all. What in the world has been going? What in heaven's name have I done? You've broken the sweet sound of loneliness. Out there running just to be on your own. I've got a heart that burns with fear. I've got a worried and jealous mind. How can a love that should last forever get wrecked so violently? What in the world has come over me? What in heaven's name have I done? You've broken the speed of the slowness. You're out there running just to be on your own. mighty mean, dreadful soul. It's crossed the evil line today. How can you ask about tomorrow? You ain't got a word to say. So what in the world has gone wrong? What in heaven's name have I done? You've broken the speed of the cycle. Loneliness. Out there runs the right there runs the You're out there running just to be on.
All right, beautiful stuff indeed right there. Mr. Bill McBurney, ladies and gentlemen. Bill, Sal, thank you so much for coming in today. We're a little further into the next hour than we should be, so before we get kicked out again, we better get out.
Thank you very
You
much.
got it. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thank you.
And thank you all.
It's great.
Connecting the county every minute of every day. We give you the fun stuff, and we're there for you in times of emergencies. This is CJPE.
Absolutely fantastic. Thank you. I look forward to coming over to see you at the apartment.
Oh, okay.
Perfect.
County FM. It's where we all
There's people out on the street doing collections to make sure you not take your clothes off and run around the park. All right, we'll do it.
Okay.
We'll do it. That's what it takes. That's
You're
what it
listening to the 99.3 County FM Wellings of Picton Annual Radiothon. Today's music is sponsored by Bay of Quinte Mutual Insurance Company. For all your property insurance needs, call 613-476-4719. Thanks to all of our local musicians who have graciously donated their talents to Radiothon 2025
We'll make sure we got everything
in support of our not-for-profit, volunteer-driven community radio station. Please help us bridge the funding gap of $74,000 by considering a tax-receivable donation. Donating is simple. Call us at 613-476-2229. That's 613-476-2229. Donate online at 993countyfm.ca or e-transfer to info@theverisfoundation.com.
There you go,
Use
Sal.
993 County FM as a password, and don't forget all your contact info. Or drop by and see us during Radiothon and say hi at 38 Cold Storage Road, Picton. And special thanks to all of Radiothon 2025 sponsors, including Heidelberg Materials and JJ International Media and Management Solutions. Stuck? Visit jjthecoach.ca, helping 99.3 County FM to connect the county.
If you are a survivor of sexual assault, you have the right to seek justice, not just in the criminal courts, but through a civil claim for the harm done to you. At Pretzel Davies Thompson, we provide compassionate legal support to help you pursue the compensation you deserve. You are not alone. I'm Candace Davies. Call me at Pretzel Davies Thompson for a no-cost confidential consultation. 613-967-9930.
This spring, grab your ice and your tissues. Chatterbox Theater presents She Kills
Should we do it
Monsters,
for
a
walking?
heart-pounding, hilarious journey through Greek,
Are people
Greek,
walking?
and goblins.
Yeah,
Live
I've
on
seen
site
plenty
at
of people
Picton
walk
Public
it, so
Library, May
I
29th
don't see a problem with that.
Characters will
I brought one for the station and then two giveaway.
One young
So I'll
woman
give that
will
to Kate for
discover
the
the
station.
hero
Thank you.
I
inside.
just thought that would be
Whether
a
you're a
smart.
theater
Yeah,
lover
no, that's a
or
great idea.
D&D diehard,
Station?
don't miss this pretty
No, I know,
experience
way above
next
mine.
weekend. Tickets at
So Robin, once you're all set up, I'll just have you sit here.
Yeah.
That's okay, all right?
Today.
Robin, what
Celebrate
year?
Indigenous Peoples Day in the county. The Tom Wilson
2024.
Mohawk
Brand new.
Symphony takes center stage at the
January
Regent Theater Saturday, June 21st. Tom Wilson discusses the discovery of his Mohawk heritage through a special performance by an orchestra led by world-class conductor Darcy Hefner. Take the journey with Tom as he weaves together personal
I
narratives
believe
and
he's gonna be
contemporary
due. Yeah,
sound
I think
in
he's
an artful way. Tickets for the Tom
Actually, I
Wilson
think it was
Mohawk
yesterday.
Symphony performance. are
That's
available
that's
online
last.
at
Oh, that's
Regent
out.
Theater.
Yeah.
That's last year.
Yeah. No, I think he was on yesterday with
County
Suzanne.
FM, the voice of the county. You're listening to the
Is this good?
99.3 County of
Nice.
Welling's official
Good. That'll
Radiothon
go closer.
2025.
Yeah, pretty good.
A big thank you to all the local musicians for their support and to our listeners for your generous donations.
Thank you.
Donating is easy. Call us at 613-476-2229.
guys.
That's 613-476-2229. You can donate online at 993countyfm.ca. Send an e-transfer to info@theveritasfoundation.com using 993 County FM as the password. Please remember to include all your contact
About
info.
15
Or
seconds.
feel free to drop by the station during the Radiothon at 38 Cold Storage Road, Picton. We'd love to see you. Thank you for your continued and necessary support of 99.3 County FM's Radiothon 2025.
This is Greg Hine, host of Thursday evening's Wondrous Stories, the best in progressive rock, right here on 99.3 County FM. I'm also the host of Tuesday evening's Side Roads, the home of the blues in Prince Edward County. I've been a volunteer at the station since early 2019. I was welcomed immediately as a member of the County FM team, and that sense of unity was a reminder to me of what makes this community so special. What I learned very quickly upon my return to Prince Edward County in 2018 is that this wonderful community and volunteer-based station was actually a regional connecting point wherein local artists, businesses, restaurants, organizations, and residents alike were able to advertise, connect, converse, and stay informed all at the same time. Community events, concert calendar, news, weather, sports, this station has it all. The station's eclectic mix of music is unlike any I've ever heard. We at 99.3 County FM are here to serve you, the community, but we can't do it without your involvement and support. We work hard to connect the county and to be your essential service. In happy times or times of emergency, we're on the air 24/7 and able to immediately deliver important and timely messages to the county and you. Throughout this 11th anniversary 2025 Radiothon, we have a goal of reaching $74,000, but we simply can't do it without kind donations from the people we serve. That's you. Please help us reach our goal. No need to hesitate. There's a number of ways to donate. You can call us at 613-476-2229. You can donate online at 993countyfm.ca or e-transfer to info@theveritasfoundation.com, password 993countyfm. Be sure to include your address and contact details. Or you can drop in, say hi, or mail us at 99.3 County FM, 38 Cold Storage Road, Picton, K0K2T0. We are cutting to a short commercial break, but when we come back, I'll be joined by Robin Scott on this 2025 99.3 County FM, Wellington Picton Radiothon.
Hey, this is Dari from Goodness, and you're
Nice
listening to our
done, man.
Okay, the next segment is going to be
It's the
relatively
season
short.
to look
I'm going to ask you to play
and
a
you know
song
where to go.
pretty quickly,
Lafferty's
and then I'll ask
Menswear.
you a
From
couple
date
very
nights
quick
to
questions,
wedding
and
days,
then I'll ask you to play a
boardrooms
song.
to backyard
And then the third
barbecues, they've
segment is
got
the
the
big
perfect
one.
fit for every occasion.
Suits, shirts, golf
No problem.
polos, and
I like it.
everything in between. Your local menswear shop.
Make your next impression a lasting one.
easy, I
Visit
promise.
Lafferty's
Yeah.
Menswear. With great style is just a
I
fitting
think it's
away.
best if
Find
you
them in
announce.
Belleville
That's
or
right.
at
Somebody give it
Lafferty's
away.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah, I'd say so.
Absolutely. I just want to make sure it's worth doing.
Oh, that was worth doing. Oh, yeah.
No, that's a fantastic idea.
Explore the world of Broken
You know,
Stone
I'm full on.
Winery with the vineyard discovery tour.
Everybody
You
else
can
was
take
like-
Somebody's got to have good ideas.
Or explore
That's
at
the
your
real
own
one.
pace.
That's the hard
Available
part,
starting
right?
Saturday, June 14th. And
Reinvent.
99.3
I'll
County FM.
My idea was to give free COVID
broadcasting
vaccinations,
live from
but
the
for some
winery.
reason that wasn't accepted. I don't know.
Seasonal vineyard
But be sure to wear your mask.
Yeah.
No,
County.
COVID,
The
that was my
Vineyard
busiest
Discovery Tour,
year.
opening
No kidding,
ceremonies
huh?
on June 14th at 1
Really?
p.m.
Did you do just like a lot of like where you like sent off to do like private gigs, of course?
You're
So
listening to
I-
the
obviously everything
99.3
was
County FM
Yeah.
Welling's
And so I put it out there in Facebook World for you
Radiothon.
somebody that's
Today's
home
music
alone,
is
it's their birthday,
sponsored
it's their
by
anniversary,
Bay of
and
Quinte
they
Mutual
wanna
Insurance Company. For
show
all
up,
your
plug
property
in
insurance needs, call
their house,
613-476-4719. Thanks
No
to
kidding.
all our local musicians who have
Smell that.
graciously donated
I
their
was
talents to
doing
Radiothon 2025 in support of our not-for-profit,
Oh my God.
volunteer-driven community
For like
radio
how
station.
long at a time?
Please
Like
help
hours?
us bridge the
Okay.
funding gap of
And there was always a donation
$74,000 by considering a tax receivable
Of course,
donation.
of course, you have to be outside though, right? Like,
Absolutely.
yeah, and then they watch it through windows or something like that, or just like from a distance
They
outside.
social distance on the lawn chair, they would tell all the neighbors, they'd all be sitting in their chairs, and I would just turn it up as loud as I could
CountyFM.ca
without
or
really
e-transfer info@theveritastfoundation.com. Use 99.3
I need an excuse not to do this now.
I know what it's like.
It's like, hey, come on. If I could use a bit of a break.
Yes. I didn't get COVID until it was nearly over.
I still didn't get
I did.
I got it twice, and I remember the first time, because it took like, I think midway through like 2022 was when I first got it, because I was a PSW for like during the whole time. So, you know, you're exposed to it all the time. We had an outbreak, and of course, it was going to get to you eventually. I remember feeling like it was the end of the world. Like, oh God, it actually happened, you know, I got caught, you know.
Yeah.
It's like, well, what's going to happen?
Yeah, I figure I had it twice, but the first time was before they were actually calling COVID.
Oh yeah,
pretty early on.
I was really sick.
You did it before it was cool.
Yeah.
At the Veritas
No joke, I
Foundation.
was so sick.
On that point, it did become a thing. Like people wanted to announce.
Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, I got it.
Right?
I unlocked it, everyone. So 15
seconds during the Radiothon at 38 Cold Storage Road, Picton. We'd love to see you. Thank
Put on
you for your
Facebook. Today,
continued
Gage
and
has
necessary
COVID.
support.
That's right.
Gage is feeling COVID.
Wearing it like a badge.
Radiothon
All right,
2025.
2, 1.
Welcome back to the 99.3 County FM Wellington Picton Radiothon 2025. This is the one critical time of year where we ask for direct support from our beloved listeners, businesses, and the community at large. We're grateful for the contributions to help us bridge the funding gap so we can continue to connect the county. I am very pleased and honored to be joined today by Belleville-based music artist Robin Scott. Robin's been writing, recording, and performing for several years. Additionally, she's been a member of the Hastings County Board of Education's concert choir, and she even spent time in Nashville recording her first single that was released to radio. And we are fortunate to have Robin here in the studio with us. Robin, welcome to Radiothon 2025.
Well, thank you for having me. It's been a while. I think I did this a couple years ago.
Well, you just answered my first question. Is this
Did
your
I?
first Radiothon? The answer is
it's
no.
not. No, it's not.
We've got a
But,
veteran in our midst.
I think it was during that awful C word because it was at Megan's studio. It wasn't here.
That's
It was-
right.
It
They
was
did it at
offsite.
Back 40.
Exactly.
I remember that.
It was that long ago. But it was fun. So when I was asked if I wanted to do it again, I was all for it.
Oh yeah, well this is fun.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
it's very important. You know,
Sure
we're
is.
trying to raise money here, but
Yeah.
and for a good cause, of course. But it is fun. At the end of the
Yes.
day, we're all having a good time, right?
Well, we all know how important local radio is, right?
Of course we do.
You see smoke going off, you know, and like a couple streets over. It's like, I wonder what's going on over there. You're going to turn your local radio station on
That's
because
right.
they're going to interrupt
You know it.
their radio programming to
You
let
know
you know.
So I'm going to hit you with an easy one here. Where did you grow up, and when did you first know that music was going to be a path that you followed in life?
Oh, okay. Well, that's kind of an easy one. I've lived on both sides of that Bay Bridge. I've always lived around Belleville, never in Belleville. So I went to Rednersville Public. I went to Sterling Public. I went to Kente Public. I went to Foxborough Public. I was kind of like always around this area. My dad was into music when I was like a toddler, like a kid. And so I was the kid in the corner watching dad do it, right? So when I was 15, 16, I've been in the choir. And my dad said, hey, kid, you wanna go to Nashville and cut a single? I was like, sure. Okay, we can do that. So, you know, you're lucky when you got, you know, my dad had friends that he could introduce me to.
Yeah, connections
right?
are important.
Yeah.
You got to have talent, but connections,
You know,
so
they
help.
matter.
Sure
They matter.
Okay, let's jump right in. Can you play us a song?
I sure can.
Can you? What song are you going to play?
Well, this one's on, it's on the first full-length album that I did. I recorded it in Oshawa, and this was back before I was writing my own material. This one means a lot to me. I've sang it at a lot of different places for different reasons because it's just a song about life. It was the very first song that went top 40 on Canadian country music radio for me many, many moons ago, before babies. It's called I Want to Live Like That. I wanna learn from my mistakes. I wanna get back what I take. Wanna be there for my friends. I wanna always make theirs. Wanna live like that. I wanna laugh right up now. I wanna make my mama proud. Wanna have the strength to cry. I wanna always know I wanna live like that. Wanna live that way. I don't wanna be afraid. I wanna love like that. Change every day. I wanna be better when I pray. I wanna slow dance in the rain. Wanna love and be loved. Use my way with the man. Wanna live like that. I wanna walk where things go right. I wanna see my baby smile. Wanna go gracefully and the shadows beside the sea. I wanna live like that. Wanna live that way. I don't wanna be afraid. I wanna live like that. Change every day. I don't wanna be afraid. I wanna live like that. Change every day. I wanna live like that. I wanna live like that. I wanna live like
Wow. Wow. Beautiful. Wow. That was amazing. That was fantastic. Listeners, that was Robin Scott, and this is the 99.3 County FM Wellington Picton Radiothon 2025. Robin, love that song. Love that guitar. The inlay is absolutely perfect. It's a Taylor guitar.
It is.
For the listeners, and the inlays just gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful.
It's an 820 CE 12 fret.
Yep.
I had, so the first time that I ever sang down in Nashville on a stage was, we've been going to Nashville forever, my husband and I. Our honeymoon was in 1997 in Nashville. And probably I'd say maybe 8 years ago, he's like, we're going to rent you a guitar and you're going to sing on stage down here. I'm like, no, it's okay. Let's just go have fun. That's not why we're here. He's like, nope, you're doing it. So he opens the Yellow Pages, because that's my husband, and finds a place, and we go and we rent this guitar, and I fell in love with it and didn't want to give it back. And then I found this one online, and it was the last one available in Ontario. a limited edition because
Yeah.
it's the road.
Yeah, I've
redwood.
never seen anything resembling that.
It's the California redwood on the
Yeah.
rosewood back and
Yeah,
stuff.
you don't see that in Taylor's much.
I just said, I want this. I don't care. What am I waiting for? And we were kind of going through a pandemic, and I told myself I didn't need to wait to have my dream guitar, so I bought it.
Well, it pays for itself, and beautiful. The other thing I want to comment on is your playing style. You've got this percussive thing
I do.
that goes on with your nails.
Yes.
And I just love it. It's
Unless you're in studio, you don't want that.
no,
right?
no, you try to avoid. No, but in a live environment, that's actually a
It
nice
helps.
little accent.
It helps.
That's great.
Yes.
No, it's fantastic. Okay, so we are going to cut to a short commercial break, but please donate if you can. Call us at 613-476-2229. You can donate online at 993countyfm.ca or e-transfer to info@theveritasfoundation.com, password 993countyfm. Be sure to include your address and contact details, or you could drop in or mail us at 99.3 County FM, 38 Cold Storage Road, Picton, K0K2T0. When we come back, we'll hear more from Robin Scott on this 2025 99.3 County FM Wellington Picton Radiothon.
And now the Arts Calendar on 99.3
Wellings of
Sometimes we get marbles in our mouth.
Yeah.
There's nothing we can do about it.
Sometimes
It's unfortunate when it happens on a mic. Going out in the air.
It depends on how you look at it, because then they go, oh yeah, she's real.
Yeah.
You
Oh,
know?
yeah. I've heard some stuff like that. I'm like, okay, they're a little more relatable.
I sometimes slap the desk and go, well, let's start that one over.
The one thing that I've been told anyway, because I'm not on the air often, I'm mostly like behind the scenes guy.
Yeah.
But I do get the chance to be on the air sometimes. And like when I first did, every time I would flub something, I would say, oh, sorry, like, but like the thing, or like, sorry about that dead air or something, you know, folks, like, the thing I heard is like, don't apologize for that.
Yeah.
Because like that's where things.
It makes it more obvious.
Yeah, where you don't want, like, that's where you don't want that transparency, you know? Because it's just like, just try to like let it roll off the back kind of
Yeah,
thing.
and sometimes you need to, if you're in the middle of it, you still need to get it set. Sometimes you need to say, well, let's start that again.
Yeah,
Or,
which I've done.
you know what I mean? Because you have to break the narrative in order to come out fresh and stop stuttering over your words, right?
Exactly.
Well, I've seen the best of the best.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Roger Waters starting a song, in front of thousands of people. No, we're going to do that one again. Yeah.
I screwed up one of my own songs at Rockfest last year. It was just like, are you kidding me? It
Do it.
was the nerves getting the better of me, right? Like, that's
Oh,
a
yeah.
pretty big
The arts
deal
calendar
when
can be
I'm
done
the
6
opening
times
act
a day,
and I'm like,
7
You don't
days a
plan
week
for
on
mistakes.
99.3 County
Yes, I'm
FM,
not
the
better.
voice of the
You
county.
roll them.
there's a song in there.
I'm
I accidentally did it on
Charles
purpose.
Morris.
It
Yeah,
didn't get written.
there you
It just
go.
hasn't been written yet.
I like the accident on purpose.
Accidentally did that on purpose.
You're listening to the
Similar thing was like,
99.3 County FM.
I've been to a few open mics and
Radiothon 2025.
and what the, like
Thank you to all the local
I've
musicians for their
learned
support,
guitar,
and
but
to
I'm
our
not like
listeners
anywhere
for your
close to
generous
this level, of course.
donations.
But like,
Donating
what's
is easy.
See, I don't
the-
even consider myself a guitar player.
Oh, I beg to differ.
I'm serious.
I beg to differ.
But,
But
paper.
oh yeah, but just 30 seconds. Just so we can go. So the yeah, but like we were at an open mic and this I forget who it was, but this like clearly professional player was like, you know, she flubbed up and she's like, I'm gonna restart that song. It's like, oh, okay, you know, like pros kind of have their, you know, their flubs and they even feel the need to
It
restart.
makes it feel possible for anybody to make mistakes.
Exactly,
You're welcome
yeah.
to make your own
Thank
mistakes.
you
You can
for
all
your
make them.
continued and necessary support.
Exactly.
Alrighty.
99.3
5,
County
4,
FM's Radiothon 2025.
1.
Welcome back to this 99.3 County FM Radiothon 2025. This is your nonprofit, volunteer-driven radio station's foremost fundraising event of the year. We need to raise up to 1/3 of the station's revenue during this 4-day stretch of live on-air performances by local musicians. And we're very fortunate to have one of those local musicians in the studio with us right now. The very talented Robin Scott is here to share some music and some background on herself.
Hey.
Robin, did you take music lessons or are you more or less self-taught?
I took music in school. I did do that. And then it wasn't until I'd say 2011 that I decided I wanted to play guitar. And so I sought out a specific person, Matt Ray, because I wanted him to take me further. I had already done a little bit of my own teaching, right? Teach myself, but I wanted to get better. And so I sought him out because that's who I wanted to teach me. And he's still a teacher, by the way. He still teaches and he is
Nice shout
He's
out.
wonderful. He's wonderful. Oh, but I mean it. I do. He was the producer of the album that I released in January. And it's kind of like our personal project. And he's actually the writer on the one song, track 10, Jack and Charlie Daniels. So I covered one of his songs on my album.
I saw you pick up your CD,
Yes.
Robin. I understand that you have a message for the listeners out there.
Well, I brought two of them with me today because I thought, how can I encourage some donations? So I brought two of them with me, and two people that want to walk in here and make a donation, they get to take a CD with them. So that's my little contribution today, aside from going and playing some songs.
38 Cold Storage Road, you heard it. Free CD, Robin Scott.
Absolutely.
And,
get
come on, get over here.
Too.
So the lessons that you did take, was it theory or was it more application based?
And that's what was great about him. I said, I want to come in every week with a song I want to learn. And the way I looked at it was every song I learned was going to challenge me in a different way until I just got better and learned more. I could still learn a heck of a lot more, but I kind of got spoiled. My son now plays with me, and he's brilliant on the guitar, very quickly. He has a very brilliant mind. And so it made me lazy. I just play rhythm. He does all the fun stuff that dances around me and fills it up, right? So
the rhythm's fun too.
It is. When it's also very important. Like, let's not forget
It's the backbone.
It is. You know, you talked about my tempo with my fingers, right?
The lead stuff is the flowery stuff on top, right?
So don't get me wrong. The flower that makes it pretty. You know, that's those sweet lines that follow the vocal line to just dress it up. And he dresses it up very nicely, and I'm very proud to say that he's.
So how old is Matt?
He is 21.
Okay, so he goes out on the road with you?
Well, he doesn't go to Nashville with me, but he would normally be here for something like this today, but he's in Michigan right now.
Okay.
He's watching cars go around making left turns, and, so he's got to have his own life too.
Of course.
So
No,
I'm missing
absolutely.
him, but he's out having fun. So it's
Good.
just me and my guitar today.
Well, is guitar the only instrument you play, or have you dabbled in others?
I took piano lessons when I was little, but you kind of lose that over time. And then of course the typical school band stuff like the clarinet, the saxophone. If it's got six holes on it, I can play a song. Do you know what I mean? I can find any type of reed instrument or a flute or something like that. I'll find it and be able to play a song or two, but I just don't have the desire to do it. Right?
You know what I find? I talk to a lot of people about this, and I taught for 13 years myself, so I had a lot of students through the years. And what they find is they start with piano because visually it makes the most sense.
Yes.
White keys, black keys, you know. And anybody, a 1-year-old can go plunk, 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 plunk and make a note.
Right.
Playing guitar, not so much. You can't. A 5-year-old can't. Doesn't have the dexterity or the strength to press down on the string.
Yes.
Right? So you start with piano, but they often evolve into guitar.
Yeah.
Piano can often be a lone wolf
Mhm.
instrument. It's not exactly portable. You're not bringing your piano to the campfire,
Yes.
but you're bringing your guitar, right?
That's right.
Drummers have the same predicament, right? They're
Yes.
inconvenient,
Yes.
but they're also lone wolf, in the basement,
Yeah.
it's making noise. But you need other people to flesh all of this out.
Yeah.
The guitar, in my opinion, is the most adaptable.
Yes.
It's portable.
Yep.
It fits into any scenario,
Absolutely.
regardless of the style of music.
Yes. This isn't my only Taylor. I have a Taylor Mini as well.
Oh, is that
Yes,
right?
Mini. And that's the one that if I'm flying, that's the one I take.
Yeah, don't bring that.
I don't.
No,
I don't fly
please
this one.
don't.
I can't fathom them. Dropping it or breaking it or something. I
No,
would be
please.
heartbroken.
No,
So.
I would be heartbroken.
Yeah.
If you were heartbroken because of your guitar. Folks, I wish you could see this guitar. It's absolutely
Well, they should
gorgeous.
just come to a show and then they would be able to see it.
Or hurry
you
up
know?
and get over here and you can see the guitar and get a free
get a
CD.
Yes.
I mentioned at the top that years ago you ventured to Nashville to record your first single. You mentioned you were 15, is that correct?
Yes, the first time.
Wow. Talk about that experience.
Oh,
Nashville. I mean, that's Mecca.
completely different than it is now, right? Like you almost can't compare the industry. It's completely different. So my dad, Randy Scott, was friends with Ontario Slim, and through Ontario Slim, we met with Gary Buck, and he's a well-known name in the Canadian country music scene. And he took me to Nashville to cut a single. Now it was, in and out. I want to call it cookie cutter, but that's not what it is. But you knew your song before you got there because you had like 3 or 4 takes at the song after the band listened to you sing it, your ghost tracks, and it was mixed mastered. Here you go.
Get it in, get it out.
You were in and out, literally, because there was someone next waiting, and then you were one of many that day.
You're not being coddled.
That's right. Not even
people aren't idolizing you that day. It's just,
and so I went down and did that, and it did okay, and so we went and did it again, and then we recorded one in Belleville, Ken Harmon's studio. And then it was off to Oshawa Cradle to Rave Studios with Thomas Wade as my producer of my album, and we did a full-length album. And that was
fantastic.
In early 2000s. So
very nice.
It seems like a long time, but it really wasn't.
Well, what an experience to have at a pretty young age.
Absolutely.
I mean, you were probably better off at 15 than you would have been at 22 when you understood the gravity of it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? When you're 15, it's like, okay, just tell me where to go, or tell me what to do. Okay, you understand here. Here's the X. I'll stand here.
Definitely, the music is definitely evolved, but I've evolved too. I've grown up as a person too. I with that first album, I was having some real success and wanting to chase a dream and all that kind of stuff. And it was actually working on a second album. I call it my ghost album because I never really did anything with it. I released one song from it, which had good success, but I literally it's in the drawer, you know what I mean? Because I decided that I wanted to be a mom and start a family. And so my priorities changed.
As they do.
Yeah, so I have 3 children, and you start to lose your identity as a mom. You become mom with a hair clip instead of Robin. So that's where picking up the guitar that my husband had bought 20 years prior that was in the closet because he thought I should play it. I decided to pull it out of the closet and start messing around. And it just kind of snowballed from there. So music means something completely different to me now than it did back in the 90s. I want my music I'm living in the moment. I'm not chasing the dream. And that really changes how your music comes out. It changes how your music is received. And I'm just letting my music take me where it wants to take me.
Well, what a release. I mean, that's freedom in a way. Is it like when you stop chasing the big dream, you can just enjoy it for what it is. It's music.
I don't write the songs for radio. I write the songs for me. If radio likes them.
I was going to ask you that question. I said, when you had success on the radio, did that change the way you wrote? Did it like kind of creep into your head? Oh, that's not commercial enough.
See, back then I wasn't writing. I was doing whatever other people told me I should be doing. Right? But now it's different. It's different now. So it's about music itself, and it's just about writing. All of my songs are about either me or a close friend. They're true stories. They're they come from somewhere. They come from sayings. They come from whatever, So
can you play one of those songs?
I can.
Please do.
I thought that maybe I would play the newest one, the one that's out at radio right now. Give it a little shout out. It's on all of your socials. Like you can find it anywhere, iTunes, Spotify, wherever you stream your music.
And what's it called?
It's called Karma Don't Let Me Down. I was actually in a bad way when I started writing this song. I was not happy. And I was like, mad at someone, and if what goes around comes around, karma don't let me down. But my songs are love songs. They're not angry, bitter songs. So how do I fix this, right? And so I joined up with my new co-write friend, Stacy Vipond, and I said to her, okay, this is a love song, but if what goes around comes around, karma don't let me down. So she's been let down time and time again, but if this one is the right one, hopefully I've done it right. So that's the backstory of Karma Don't Let Me Down.
Bring it on.
You're nothing like anything I've ever been. I'm expecting you to let me down. Waiting for the good to go bad. Can't believe just what I found. All I know about love's got me third. Pray this time it's real. Hopefully it's my turn. Stop chasing my decisions. Universe listening. Fingers cross and led me straight to you. Been a good girl to my heart, came around, he's stealing my heart. Goes around, comes back around. Come on, don't let me down. Come on, don't let me down. I'm used to getting used to found a good friend, giving you all to me. You see me like the others did. Give me all I need. Oh, I know my love's got me good. Greatest time it's real. Oh, but it's my turn to listen conversations. Universally slammed. Fingers crossed and let me straight to you. Been a good girl to my heart. Came around, he's stealing my heart. Goes around, comes back around. Come on, let me there. Come on, don't let me there. Don't let me down, don't let me down. Come on, don't let me down. Don't let me down, don't let me down. Come on, don't let me down. Stop wasting my decisions. Universally slammed. Fingers crossed and let me straight to you. Been a good girl to my heart. Came around, he's stealing my heart. Goes around, comes back around. Come on, let me down. Oh, don't let me down. I'm speaking full. Don't let me down. I'm speaking full. Don't let me down. I'm speaking full.
Wow. Wonderful. Absolutely incredible. It's like you've got your own built-in click track.
Yeah.
I love it. It's such a nice add-on, isn't it?
That's all right as long as I'm keeping good time.
No, that's right. No, well, obviously you are.
Oh, thank
But,
you.
no, that's excellent. And I also caught my eye that the inlay is also on your cape hole.
I'm spoiled. That was a Christmas present a few years back from my husband. And yes, he bought me this beautiful, it does say tailor on the side of it.
Yeah,
it is
yeah,
meant
yeah.
for a tailor.
I would
and,
assume so.
Yeah, no, that capo stays with this
Yeah.
guitar. I have.
Sorry, you listeners can't see it, but just trust me when I say it's absolutely gorgeous.
Some people don't know how to work it. It's because you literally, you pinch it from the bottom. It's
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. And you just
Squeeze
slide
and
it up
release,
down.
and then okay,
Uh-huh.
kind of works the opposite way for most
Exactly.
cables, yeah.
Exactly.
Most cables you're on top,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah, but yeah, no, and it lives with this guitar. And
Yeah, no, it's perfect. So there's artists that influence and there's artists that inspire.
Right.
Can you give me examples of both in your life?
Well, I've always been a huge Dolly Parton fan because of who she is as a person. My kids have been season pass holders at Dollywood for 20 years. They didn't go to Kansas Wonderland. We went to Dollywood.
Yeah.
We love Pigeon Forge, Tennessee. We love the atmosphere. We love everything that is instilled within it. You know what I mean? It's God bless you. Y'all come back now, and you just it's within her entire amusement park. You feel. I don't know, you just feel the love, right? And her songs are the same way.
Of course.
They're simple, they're real, and I write that way too. Do you know what I mean? Like who says that a good song isn't 3 chords, right? 3 chords is the truth.
Some of the best songs are 3
Miss
chords.
Loretta, you know?
There's also some pretty good 2-chord songs.
Absolutely.
But okay, so she's an inspiration.
Yes.
Where are the influences?
Well, I certainly. Oh, you got to be kidding me! Oh my goodness! Wow, that means so. Look at that!
Hey, there you go.
$100 donation.
Fantastic.
He gets a CD though. Absolutely.
Oh, of course. Hey, of
he
course.
does.
Of course. Pearl.
Thank you.
There you go. Congratulations and thank you.
I
Thank you very much.
appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Appreciate you. Thank you all. We just had our first
Thank
CD
you.
pickup, and we have
Wow.
one more. Get over here.
$100
Robin
donation.
Scott,
That's
her
a good
2024 release, Rear View Mirror, is available. It's sitting on the desk right in front of us. Please drop by and pick it up.
I'm so humble.
Mike Harper.
Mike Harper?
Yep.
Mike Harper. Thank you, Mike.
My goodness.
Yeah, so again, getting back on track. So Dolly is obviously inspirational,
Absolutely.
just an all-around
Yes.
great human being, as well as one of the greatest musicians of all time. Now, with the influences, who do you think has crept into your playing?
My playing style and how I write and that kind of stuff, believe it or not, is like your Lady A, your Little Big Town, that type of influence. But I still have the hardcore stuff. Like, there's only one person I ever waited for an autograph for, and that was Lori Morgan. She was at the Havelock Jamboree the same year I was, and I had backstage access and all that stuff, and I knew she was just over there. I could see her like hanging out by her bus, but I was like, no, I can't.
Fangirl.
I really was. I was really, really having a hard time not going out, but I didn't. I kept, I'd be professional and leave her alone.
Try to
But
keep your cool.
That's the only autograph I have is Lori
yeah.
Morgan. I love her music, and I think that if you were to take Lori and Dolly and Lady A and Little Big Town and smash it all together, you might get Robin Scott.
Yeah, it's all in there.
It's kind of all
sometimes it's cloaked, but
Yeah.
it's in there.
Yeah.
Osmosis.
Yeah.
It's around us all the time.
Exactly.
So, quick side story. I'll make this very quick. I was a fanboy of Johnny Cash. I got to meet him in 1996 after a show in Massey Hall.
Yes.
And I was trying to be cool. I don't think I was at all. I didn't have hope in hell of being cool. It's Johnny Cash, right?
Yeah, you stumble over your words.
Oh,
and
no,
everything
completely.
else,
No, I made a total fool of myself, but I got to meet Johnny Cash, and he signed a few things for me, and I have them at home with pride. So anyways, Robin, I think we need to hear another song, please.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you a little story, if that's all right. I just got back from Nashville. We always go a long weekend in May and then again in September. And when I'm down there, I have the pleasure of writing with Tim Taylor. Tim is, like, in my mind, one of the icons of Canadian country songwriting. He was married to Anita Paris. Back in the day, they had 3 duo albums. They were duo of the year for like 5 consecutive years or something. Like, it's crazy. And people still, I don't know if there is a Canadian artist that has had an album in the last 20 years that didn't want one of Tim's songs on it. So I'm very humbled and proud to call him my friend, and we write together. So he's making me a better writer.
Yeah. That's awesome.
So my songs are always about stories. They're always about things that I've experienced, things that I do. And this is what I talk about, like my music coming around full circle and like living in the moment and seizing that moment, right? Not every marriage is perfect. And long before we had kids, we went to a marriage counselor and fixed our little troubles before they became big troubles so that we could have a successful marriage. We've been together, it'll be 28 years this September.
Nice.
And so one of the things that our therapist taught us was you got to put in more than you expect back. If you're both doing that, you're winning, right? And so a lot of my songs have lessons in them, and they're things that were taught to me. We just this past weekend, we were at the ALS walk in Belleville because our family business has a transport trailer wrapped with ALS, but we're a big sponsor of ALS because it has affected friends of ours personally. And our therapist happened to be there in his own chair. So I took the time and went over and sat in front of him and reintroduced myself because I certainly didn't expect him to remember me from 26 years ago. 23 years ago. And I'm like, you don't expect you to remember me, but you saved my marriage. And I now have 3 children. And I wrote this song about some of the things that you taught us 23 years ago. So to try to validate him, you know what I mean? So music can really, really touch a lot of people and come all the way around and hit you in so many different ways. So Tim and I wrote this together. I was really happy that he came in on it with me because I had already started the song. And it's brand new, so you'll have to, if I flub, you'll know why.
You won't know. It's brand new.
Well, this is true. It's called In a Love Like That. All right.
Up in the morning, he puts the coffee on, calls her one more time to get up. She'll bring the eggs to the kitchen table. Love is better than Folgers in their cups. Midday rolls around, it's his break time, with a busy workload weighing on his mind. He pulls out his sandwich and everything's alright. When he smiles, the corner where she took a bite. 'Cause it's the little things that you do to show the one you love what they mean to you. You put in more than expecting back. Everyone wins in a love like that. Everyone wins in a love like that. She calls from work, says meeting's running late, sounding overwhelmed and tired. He picks up takeout on his way home, and a bottle of her favorite wine. Settling in for a quiet evening, with the dog between them there on the couch. She'll get the lights and turn the TV on and start the series they've been talking about. 'Cause it's the little things that you do to show the one you love what they mean to you. You put in more than expected back. Everyone needs a love like that. Yeah, everyone needs a love like that. Everyone needs a love like that.
Yeah, beautiful, gorgeous song, Robin. That is Robin Scott, and this is the 99.3 County FM Radiothon 2025. Please donate if you can. Call us at 613-476-2229. You can donate online at 993countyfm.ca or e-transfer to info@theveritasfoundation.com, password 993countyfm. Be sure to include your address and contact details, or you could drop in or mail us at 99.3 County FM, 38 Cold Storage Road, Picton K0K 2T0. We're cutting to a short break, but when we come back, we'll hear more from Robin Scott on this 2025 99.3 County FM Wellington Picton Radiothon.
Can't do more than that. That's all you can do.
Wait, just to the
It's time for one more song. We'll jump into right after the break.
Yep.
And then I'll ask you a quick question, and that'll be
This is
wrapped.
99.3 County FM, the voice of the
At
county.
some point, you can go off every so often. Just check them off.
So these are all official donors?
Yeah.
You're listening to the 99.3 County FM Wellings of Picton Annual Radiothon. Today's music is sponsored by Bay of Quinte Mutual Insurance Company. For all your property insurance needs,
So I think
call
we should have about,
613-476-4719.
7 minutes
Thanks
left
to
in the
all of
hour.
our
We'll
local
come back.
musicians who have
Okay.
graciously donated their talents to Radiothon 2025
What,
in
I think
support
one
of
more
our
song.
We'll start with one and then
volunteer
see how much time we got.
community radio station.
If there's time.
Please help us
It'll
bridge
probably
the
be one,
funding
'cause
gap
it's like
of
a- probably a 4-minute song.
$74,000 by
Okay.
considering a
Yeah.
tax receivable
Kinda told me which
donation.
song I was
Donating
doing.
is
Gotcha.
simple. At 613-476-2229.
Kinda
That's
ties it all together too. 'Cause it's about me and my husband, so it makes sense.
Donate
Yeah.
online
Yes.
at 99
I felt so bad. I was here when John Sharkey got interviewed
at
on
theVeritasFoundation.com.
and he did great,
99.3
but like,
County FM as a password,
told me
and
that,
don't
you know,
forget all your contact
he gave me like a
info.
signal
Or
when,
drop by and see us during
when he wanted my
Radiothon.
last
Say
song,
hi
because
at 38
he had
Cold
Somebody to
Storage
Love
Road,
by
Picton.
Queen, of
And
course,
special
right?
thanks to
And
all Radiothon
so he did that
2025
song,
sponsors, including
and I thought I was like, okay, we're gonna do that last song, do the
Financial,
tally,
Picton,
wrap
and
up,
to Angie's
and then but
Cooper
for some
Pumping
reason I've
Septic
heard the song a million
Service,
times, but for some reason I forgot
99.3 County
how long it
FM,
actually
Picton
is.
the
So he
county.
finished up, and then
You're
we still had 4
listening
more
to the
minutes, so we did the tally.
99.3
And I was
County
like,
FM
well, John, you got time for one more song.
Radiothon
And so he was okay
2025.
with it. Like he did it
Thank you
perfectly,
to all
but I
the
just
local
like,
musicians
you know,
for their
I could tell I
support,
threw him
and to
off
our
a little bit.
listeners for
Yeah,
their
you know, he was
generous
expecting somebody to love
donations.
to be the final song,
Donating
right?
is easy.
So he like closed his iPad and got, you know,
I've changed my mind about which songs I was
That's
going to play 10 times since I sat down.
2229. You can
Kinda gotta
donate
roll with it.
online.
Exactly, yeah. I'm ready to
Countyfm.ca.
try that
Send
harder.
an e-transfer to
Yeah, right. No, he needs to stop playing on easy mode. That's his problem.
County FM as the
I still get emotional when I sing that song now because of
info. Or
last
feel
weekend.
free to drop by the
Yeah,
station
because
during the Radiothon at 38 Cold
About,
Storage
10
Road,
seconds.
Picton. We'd love to see you. Thank you for
Yeah,
your
about-
continued
about
and
7 minutes.
necessary support of
Although we don't need to
99.3 County FM
No, I understand.
Radiothon
We
2025.
still have one more CD.
And welcome back to the 99.3 County FM Radiothon 2025. I'd like to thank the following donors: Doreen Harvey, Patricia Kerford, Ron Irwin, Karen Palmer, Joanne Coker, Don Stanton, Karen Graham, Marilyn Kennedy, Michael Callis, Stephen Cianco, and our very own Craig Mills. I'm here in the studio with Robin Scott. Robin, you got another one?
I can do another song for
Yeah.
sure. So this song is, have you seen those commercials? You see them on the socials where they're in the car and she presses play on the radio and all of a sudden he realizes the song is about him, right? So they've sent the lyrics off and, made this mushy love song, right? And they're all, gosh, it's about me. I thought, well, I can do that. I don't need to pay somebody to do that, And so this is my mushy love song about me and my husband. He's my sidekick. He's my best friend. He's my biggest supporter. He drives the bus when we go to Nashville,
Yeah.
He's the one that pushes me to keep going and to, do those things, right? So it literally is about us. He was a bull rider back in the day and he hung his rope up. You can find all these songs online. This one's called it's called, what's it called? Take My Hand. That's what it's called. It's called Take My Hand. I'll be in the back of the movie theater watching in June. Popcorn with elegance on top. Yeah, my mind is racing. I can tell you how that story ends. But I know this is who I was ever since. 'Cause he's got my mind, he's got my heart. I'm on his head from the very start. Don't look around, just wait. I see a whole new world when he takes my hand. Driving down the winding road from the backseat next to him. He gave me on
Open encounter is born in this town, and they keep the window. Be sure not here just for show. 'Cause he's got my mind, he's got my heart. I'm always there from the very start. No looking back, just a red hair. I see a driving down and saying why oh, now there's a guitar if you look close, see him there in the road. Sure, 'cause I'm here just for show. 'Cause he's got the mind, he's got my heart, always there from the very start. Don't there. Just straight ahead, I see the whole beating take my hand, baby.
Yeah. Robin Scott. Fantastic stuff. So, Robin, where can people find your music online?
Well, it's obviously you can find it on anywhere where you stream your music, but the easiest thing is to go to robinscottmusic.com, and right from there you can find everything. There's all the links to all of my stuff, or you can just Google me. You just have to remember it's Robin with a Y.
With a Y.
Robin with a Y. So we still have one CD sitting here.
Yes, we do.
One more walk-in.
Next walk-in donation gets a free Robin Scott CD.
And they don't have to match the last one.
Don't just find your way here. Robin, thank you so much for your time and talent. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm happy to help.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Okay, we've got a new top of the hour tally. We get a drum roll?
Great County FM Radiothon. It's now time to do this hour's tally.
$40,395. Nicely done. Thank you all so much. And keep it coming. Thank you.
Okay. There
Cool.
we go.
Exactly 3 o'clock. Okay.
Perfect.
Perfect.
No, we didn't plan that at all, did we?
Sometimes we get lucky. Thanks, Gage.
Yeah, no, that was great, guys.
Thank you.
Fantastic.
It's a pleasure meeting you, Robin.
Yeah, no, it was lovely.
No, it was fun.
And I'm sure I'll see you down the road.
Absolutely.
Oh, okay. Nope.
I should let you. Oh, wow, man.
Sorry, it's the Radiothon.
Connecting the family every minute of every day. We give you the fun stuff, and we're there for you in times of emergency. This is CJPE, better known as 99.3 County FM, the voice of the county. Listen to us live anywhere at 99.3 countyfm.ca. County FM, it's where we all
I'm going to take the CD over to Pearl, and she's going to make sure the next block is that.
You're listening to the 99.3 County FM Wellings of Picton Annual Radiothon. Today's music is sponsored by Bay of Quinte Mutual Insurance Company. For all your property insurance needs, call 613-476-4719. Thanks to all of our local musicians who have graciously donated their talents to Radiothon 2025 in support of our
Larkin had this
not-for-profit,
for,
volunteer-driven community radio station. Please help us bridge the funding gap of $74,000 by considering a tax receivable donation. Donating is simple. Call us at
So you take that one.
613-476-2229.
Where you're gonna sit,
613-476-2229. Donate online at 993countyfm.ca or e-transfer to info@theveridisfoundation.com.
Okay, cool.
Use 993countyfm as a password.
All right.
Don't forget all your
I like the
contact
idea.
info. Or drop by and see us during Radiothon.
Yes, I
Say
am one.
hi
That
at
makes more
38
sense.
Cold Storage Road, Picton. And special
You are
thanks
the
to
one.
all of Radiothon
I don't know, it's like-
2025
it's a
sponsors,
fixation in my
including
head.
Heidelberg Materials
Should be
and
the-
JJ International Media and Management Solutions.
Yeah.
Stuck? Visit jjthecoach.ca, helping 99.3 County FM to connect the county. Every week at 99.3 County FM, we create a newsletter to keep you informed about what's coming up on the grapevine and special events and activities at County FM. Stay informed. Have the newsletter delivered to your inbox every Saturday morning. Just go to 993countyfm.ca to sign up. And while there, get the latest information on county arts, agriculture, events, and more.
do I
Find
care about-
everything you need to know about your community and your community radio station at 993countyfm.ca. 99.3 County FM, connected the county.
John, I've got the
You're listening
guitar
to
mic over here.
99.3
Yeah, I was saying, John,
County
you
FM.
can sit there and Rowena.
Radiothon 2025.
Where do you
A big
want?
thank you to all the local musicians for their support and to
they're
our
not banging.
listeners
Oh,
for
you-
their
and you got-
generous
you don't have the
donations.
line in. You have to
Donating
connect to the
is
mic.
No, we
easy.
don't have a
Yeah, I
line.
did.
So at this point, to your guitar and this one you speak in,
That's 613-476-2229. You can donate online at 993countyfm.ca. Send an e-transfer to info@theveridisfoundation.com using 993 County FM
Like I
as
said,
the
the intro and all that, we'll play a
Please
song.
remember to include all your
And then
contact
I'll,
info. Or
we do a
feel
song?
free to drop by
We'll
the
start, we'll
station
talk a
during
little while,
Radiothon.
like we were talking about, and then we'll do it, and you guys will do a song, and then I'll lead us into a commercial break.
99.3
All right.
County FM's
4
Radiothon
seconds.
Is it okay that I just
2025.
leave some words up here? I don't trust myself.
We are back live on County FM Radiothon. I am Dave Wheatley. It's time for the 3 o'clock hour, and I'm Phil Knox and I are here to take over the controls for the next hour or so. And we are here with Rowena and John Kitchen. How are you guys?
You have such a warm reception. We are doing fantastic. So happy to be a part of this event.
So happy to have you here for Radiothon. And we were saying off the air, you guys didn't realize it, but we kind of go way back, you and I. We technically, my wife and I catered an event that you were playing, and I still remember that was easily over 10 years ago, and I remember seeing you guys play and being wowed. And,
Thank you so much.
and talking to Penny Kitchen, and just, I don't know, it seemed like a great time. So I'm glad to see you guys again. And we're so happy to have you here for Radiothon, so.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's just the two of us. Usually when we do this event, it's
Yeah.
also with my mom, Penny,
Yeah.
who's unfortunately under the weather.
That's,
so
yeah, I heard
you're
that.
stuck with just the two of us for the next hour.
Okay, well, we'll live with it. I feel
We'll talk to her as if she was here. Yeah, just pretend, right? Yeah, in spirit.
In spirit.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I was going to say. So let's get started with how your relationship with the Kitchen family relationship with County FM and Radiothon and how we go back together.
Ooh, I mean, that's hard for me to answer because I can't remember a time really when County FM wasn't the voice of the county. But for me, as somebody that's fifth generation Prince Edward County, I can say with full confidence that we're just such a diverse community. So I think it's fantastic to have a station dedicated to showcasing precisely that. And not just with the people that you invite on air, but also with the music.
Mm-hmm.
That's something that with the music that hopefully you'll also hear today, but that I perform with my parents as well as it's all over the map. So it's great to also have a radio station that plays music that has such a diverse span. It's fantastic.
I didn't mention this yesterday, but I mean, with County FM's our own radio station, there was a time where we didn't have a station. I lived here for a few years before this place existed, and the county we didn't have our own radio station to represent local musicians like you guys. And actually, that was
one of the first things that made me want to come here was the meeting all the musical people.
Yeah,
It was
absolutely.
like before I ever bought a house here, I was already like, I want to go there. I already met several people who play music, and music is my life, and it's and you guys are a great example of that. So,
thank you.
John, do you have anything to add about history with the county FM?
Only that I wasn't born here, but I'm a Toronto downtowner, but
yeah,
I immigrated back in '87.
Oh yeah.
Penny, my wife, who's not here today, unfortunately. She was born and raised here. I met her in Toronto when she was an animation artist. Came down, and I remember saying I would visit in-laws, and I would say to my wife Penny, you know what? If I could just get a job down here compared to downtown Toronto, which I loved, compared to downtown Toronto, this is like Andy of Mayberry down here. It's great if I could just get a job. And I did. I finally got a job and settled right in. And that was 30 odd years ago.
Yeah.
Never looked back. Could get me out of here with a crowbar now, along with other people.
I know how you feel.
Down. Yeah.
I was gonna say, wow, our stories, the years are a little different, but our stories are surprisingly similar. Having a wife my wife wasn't born and raised here, but kind of close to that. So that's what sparked the interest. So
yeah, we've seen a lot of growth.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Oh yeah.
You and we also. But you know what? In the long term, it's good growth.
Oh, big time.
Because the people that are here for person, they're happy to be here and they're grateful to be here.
Yeah.
And they feel lucky to be here.
Now that you mention it, I love having been here for 15 years, watching the evolution of the county since 2010, and then throw in 4 years later the radio station to accompany the evolution. It's just this is a great place to be. This is a great thing to be a part of when you live in the county. So
you're so right.
Yeah. You guys want to play a song?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you want? Let's do that Bobby Darin thing.
Yeah, let's do Dream Lover.
Yeah.
Something nice and
Cool.
upbeat. Why not?
Okay. This is John and Lorena in the kitchen. You are listening to 99.3 County FM, the 2025 Radiothon. Take it away.
Every night I hope and pray a dream lover will come my way. A boy to hold in my arms and know the magic of his charms. 'Cause I want a boy to go my own. I want a dream lover so I don't have to dream alone. Dream lover, where are you? With a love oh so true, and the hand that I can hold to feel you near as I grow old. 'Cause I want a boy to call my own. I want a dream lover so I don't have to dream alone. Someday, I don't know how, I hope he'll hear my plea. Some way, I don't know how, he'll bring his love to me. Dream lover, until then, I'll go to sleep and dream again. That's the only thing to do, till all my lover's dreams come true. 'Cause I want a boy to call my own. I want a dream lover so I don't have to dream alone. Dream lover, until then I'll go to sleep and dream again. That's the only thing to do, till all my lover's dreams come true. 'Cause I want a boy to call my own. I want a dream lover so I don't have to dream alone. Please don't make me dream alone. I beg you, don't make me dream alone. Please don't make me dream alone.
Whoa! That was Rowena and
There's an octave change up there in the middle at the
I
end.
love a good key change.
Yeah, I love it. Key change.
Nothing will lift a song better than a key change.
so true.
You're listening to 99.3 County FM and our 2025 Radiothon. That was John and Roy in the kitchen. I am Dave Wheatley, your host for this hour, and don't forget, we would love a donation. Please call if you can make one at 613-476-2229. You can e-transfer to info@veritasfoundation.com. Include name, email, and mailing address. Please use password 993CountyFM, or you can donate online at 993countyfm.ca. And we thank you, everyone, for your donations. Let's keep it going. We will be back. Wow, screw that up. We'll be back.
And now, the concert calendar.
County Kids of Steel is back at PFAC, Sunday, June 8th. This triathlon invites kids aged 3 to 17 to embrace an active lifestyle. It's a great way for youth to challenge themselves in a fun and supportive environment. Swim, bike, run, and enjoy a barbecue lunch afterwards. Please expect minor drop today on countykidsofsteel.ca.
This ad brought to you by Books and Company,
Great.
your independent
Great start,
bookstore
let's
on
say.
Picton Main Street for over 30
And yeah, we got
years.
music. We can,
Every week at 99.3 County FM,
so
we create a newsletter to keep you informed about what's
Yeah, and then we'll go live.
and
I've never seen
special
this jock
events and
assist
activities
It's
at
new.
County FM.
It's new since
Stay
yesterday.
informed. Have
Oh.
the newsletter delivered to your inbox every
they've always
Saturday
had
morning.
this, don't use
Just
it.
go to 993countyfm.ca and sign up. And
That's
while
the
there,
generic
get the
version of
latest
live
information
events.
on county arts, agriculture, events,
So,
and
yeah,
more.
we're gonna go
Find
live.
everything
Again,
you need to
talk
know
about,
about your community and your community
oh, yeah.
radio station at
Genesis, the beginning of the
99.3countyfm.ca.
How it became what it is
99.3
today.
County FM, connecting the county. You're listening to the 99.3 County FM Wellings of Picton Radiothon 2025. A big thank you to all the local musicians for their
45
support and to our listeners for your generous donations. Donating is easy.
Oh, yeah.
Call us at
In radio, we say that.
613-476-2229.
Being a drummer, but that's not.
No, I loved it.
613-476-2229.
I could hear like the
It's like-
tone and
it's
the
like-
things in my head.
It's like it's a habit for me, but it's also the radio. The
Send
drummer
an
wants to hit
e-transfer
the
to
radio
info@theveritasfoundation.com using
By the way, that
993
song,
County
like,
FM as the
Hot Shots
password.
movie.
Please
It's-
remember
it's
to
my-
include all your
one of the
contact
most
info,
funniest movies
or
in the
feel
90s.
free to drop by the station
that
during the
scene in
Radiothon
that
at
movie, that
38 Cold Storage Road.
I always
We'd
think
love
that.
to see you. Thank you for your continued and necessary support of 99.3 County FM's Radiothon 2025.
Thank you, JJ. Yes, please continue giving those donations. We will have another total, by the way, at the top of the hour. I'm Dave Wheatley. I'm here with Phil Knox, and we are speaking with Roanna and John Kitchen of the Kitchen family. If you've seen them live, you know they are great, and we are so happy to have them here for Radiothon 2025. So I would like to. I'm interested in the history. I know that Roanna, you've been with this whole thing since you were pretty young. How old were you when you started?
Oh, that's a good question. I would say performing with mom and dad regularly, I would have probably been 6, 7.
6 or 7.
Yeah, I felt left out. I saw my parents doing so much performing, and when they weren't performing on stage, they were practicing or jamming at home.
Yeah.
My grandmother also was a concert pianist, so if I wasn't with my parents, I was at my grandmother's house and she was playing the piano.
Yeah.
So it was just something that very organically I stepped into,
Mhm.
and obviously very happily so. It was always our bonding moment was when we were
I would
making
imagine.
music as a
Yeah.
family.
Yeah. I was gonna say I don't know why, but I feel like I saw you like very, very, very early on or something. Like yeah, it's I don't know. I seem to remember you being mind-blowingly young to be on stage singing with a voice like that. Like yeah, it's just I don't know.
No, it's been a fantastic way to grow up, and if memory serves me correctly, when we first met, that probably would have been when we were doing a lot of shows, and I was very blessed in that any money that we made from our own shows, my parents would always donate back their cut, and that's one of the main ways that we helped to fund my university
Nice.
Tuition funds. So
that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
When I'd go to bars in the afternoon, we were out when it got, say, above 3 feet high. I would take her with me for some daughter-father time.
Yeah.
To bars, and prop her up in a stool. Everyone loved her and bought her milk only. Yeah. So
Right.
then I could get my afternoon that way, get my therapy, and have good daughter-father time too.
So it was a great experience growing up too, because mom and dad always threw me in the deep end, whether we were.
Yeah.
No, I'm dead
That's good.
serious. Every
that's
time,
healthy.
whether it was performing at local venues like the Regent Theatre or
Yeah.
absolute dive bars downtown Toronto.
I played some of those.
Yeah. It's like a rite of passage.
Yeah,
We all have to do
totally.
that at some point. But it really helps you to get your stripes as a performer.
Yeah.
Learning how to bite the bullet and make music that can appeal to different audiences.
Yeah.
No, it's been great experience. So a long time. Don't make me do math live on radio.
Okay.
But it's been many years.
Okay. John, I want to know, what's it like seeing Rowena blossom into having seen it from the very beginning? What's it like having seen this evolution?
From the very beginning, Rowena came to us and wanted to take, I forgot how old you were, but very, very young. You wanted to take singing lessons.
Mm-hmm.
I said, oh, okay. On two conditions. Number one, you play and sing good music. And secondly, you learn how to read music. I don't. I don't read a note of music. So I said, on those two conditions, okay. And we took her to a vocal coach, great guy, Rob Martin in Belleville.
Mm-hmm.
And it was on the second lesson, he came out from the practice room, leaving Rowena in it, speaking with Penny and said, what are you doing with this kid? And Penny said, well, she wants to take singing lessons, that's all. He said, well, I just threw some show tunes at her and she was doing those and doing some jazz and she did that. He said, she could sing anything eventually. He might even go, even opera. Well, fast forward and there you are. But it was a case of her coming to us and saying she wanted to progress in it, in music. We said, okay, fine, on the conditions you take the right path. And away you go.
Wow.
And but to see her working, it's beyond pride.
I
It's
can
like,
imagine.
holy cats, that's our kid.
Better not mess up now.
And also, in University of Toronto, they put a book on your head for opera so you wouldn't move around?
Yeah, that was one exercise.
I've heard that.
That didn't work.
Oh no, it was brutal. I won't lie. If you've ever seen my mother perform, she can't help but to move. She's even worse than me. But I completely forgot all about that. In my first year, I was singing some solemn aria, and they put a book on my head and said, "Can you sing this?" Just standing and focused strictly on your alignment and your breathing.
Really?
I was not successful in that exercise.
That sounds restricting.
Yeah.
Yeah, you said that.
Hopefully they're not teaching quite so strictly now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it was good discipline for you.
Absolutely good discipline.
Yeah, you said that even at the time. And you also gave me a compliment too. You said, Dad, these professors, they agonize over what chord here, what note to pull there, and everything else. You pull these chords out of your ass, as any county girl would put it.
I don't know if we're allowed to swear live on the air. Actually, it was something that used to drive me absolutely insane when it came to studying music theory. We would have these skills videos where they would play a chord progression and we'd have to analyze it by ear.
Oh, really?
And it was just absolutely brutal for those that don't have perfect pitch.
Mm-hmm.
And if I'd come home on a weekend and I'd be listening to these videos and I'd be focusing so much, and my dad would just walk by, that's an E flat, that's a C, and it used to drive me absolutely insane. So you may not read music, but his ear is absolutely fantastic.
No, well, that's
and yours too, thankfully. Yeah. But it was fun to do. The whole progression.
It sounds like
fun.
Yeah.
From the day that she was able to stagger around, it's been fun. Penny and I are also older parents.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were married 15 years.
Oh, really?
And then I got a call at work in Belleville, and Penny said, "I've been to the doctors," and I said, "Are you okay?" She said, "I'm pregnant." I said, "Who's the father?" I was 56 years old at the time. So this one comes along. And I said, my only hope is that she can play music. She understands music. Well, she's paid that
You're
back.
putting that much more eloquently. The real thing that they actually said was, well, if she's tone deaf, we're just going to have to send her back.
Yeah.
So we're very happy. And she's a good person too.
Oh, well, that's a nice bonus.
Yeah.
I try.
Yeah. So we have fun with it,
Yeah,
and
we do.
to say the very least. And it's been a growth experience for all of us, because when we were tied up with County Theatre Group, we were privileged to be part of these different productions. You know, Jesus Christ Superstar and
Some Gilbert and Sullivan shows.
Gilbert
as well.
and Sullivan stuff. You know, and I didn't know a reader, and I didn't know music. Everyone else was a reader. I knew what they were doing. You know, so there I would be sitting for my money. I'd be sitting with a music stand with one piece of paper on it. When everyone turned their music, I would pretend to turn the page just to keep people happy out there.
Yeah.
But Rowan has been hand in hand with essentially all of those performances and all of those productions, which gave her the backbone for going to do stuff like opera.
Yeah.
You know, in say city areas.
You know, the county absolutely shaped my music.
Oh, yes.
Even outside of my parents, but I was so lucky
I
that
would
we had
imagine.
such a rich music community in the county.
Here, yeah.
And it was just so inspiring and encouraging. Absolutely fantastic, truly.
Well,
yeah.
Why don't we do another song?
Brilliant. Okay. So this next one we're going to do is something that we've actually put together.
Last night.
Last night, to put it diplomatically, but
Sometimes these are the best ones.
I mean, knock
biggest
on wood.
hits.
Let's hope.
Beautiful tune.
It's a beautiful tune. It's a music theater tune, actually. It's called "She Used to Be Mine." It's from the Broadway musical called "The Waitress." And usually I'm a melody-driven person, but for this one in particular, it was really the text that drew me to want to learn it. So we're gonna attempt.
We'll attempt, yeah.
Okay, you are listening to Radiothon 2025 on 99.3 County FM. And John or Rowan Kitchener is going to do another song for us. Go ahead.
It's not simple to say that most days I don't recognize me, that these shoes and this apron, that place and its patrons have taken more.
Key.
It's in the key of F.
Yeah.
I was thinking, this feels a little high.
Here we go.
Take
You-
two,
you can
ladies and
monkey fall from the
gentlemen.
tree. Okay.
All right.
Live radio.
Live radio.
Live radio,
Okay.
nothing like it.
Nothing.
It's not simple to say that most days I don't recognize me, that these shoes and this apron, that place and its patrons have taken more than I gave them. It's not easy to know I'm not anything like I used to be, although it's true I was never attention sweet center. I still remember that girl. She's imperfect, but she tries. She is good, but she lies. She is hard on herself. She is broken, won't ask for help. She is messy, but she's kind. She is lonely most of the time. She is all of this mixed up and baked in a beautiful pie. She is gone, but she used to be mine. And it's not what I asked for. Sometimes life just slips in through a back door and carves out a person and makes you believe it's all true. Now I got you, and you're not what I asked for. If I'm honest, I know I would give it all back for a chance to start over and rewrite an ending or two. For the girl that I knew will be reckless just enough. Will get hurt, but who learns how to toughen up when she's bruised and it gets used by a man who can't love. And then she'll get stuck and be scared of the life that's inside her, growing stronger each day till it finally reminds her
to bring back the fire in her eyes that's been gone but used to be mine. Used to be mine. She's messy, but she's kind. She is lonely most of the time. She's all of this mixed up and baked in a beautiful pie. She's gone, but she used to be mine.
Wow. Wow.
Thank you, John.
Bravo.
In the kitchen.
Bravo.
Yes. Bravo, bravo.
Tomato,
Encore?
tomato.
No. I'll say encore later. I'm Dave Wheatley, and you are listening to Radiothon 2025 on 99.3 County FM. And we would love it if you could make a donation. Give us a call at 613-476-2229. You can e-transfer to info@theveritasfoundation.com, including your name, email, and mailing address. Please use the password 993 County FM, or you can donate online at 993countyfm.ca. So we're going to talk a little further with John Irwin in the kitchen a little while and get at least one more song, possibly a few, but we'll be back.
Oh, you want me? Oh, live radio. Okay.
You're listening to 99.3.
I was going to ask that question.
We're the voice of the county.
I don't have a microphone.
Enhance your home with windows and
I
doors
wanted to
proudly
know
made in Canada.
how much
I'm Jason from
the
D-Tech
theater
Window and Door. We're
versus
proud
the
to
opera
offer a selection of
I
high-quality
miss
windows and doors
What?
designed
I
and
miss it.
manufactured
How
right
much I
here in
miss the
Canada.
theater stuff.
So whether you're upgrading your
That's
home
brilliant,
or
by the way.
building
Let's, after
D-Tech
the
makes it
stop
easy.
saying, we'll go into
Choose
that.
Canadian
Okay.
craftsmanship
Yeah.
and support Canadian
And
jobs.
also,
Visit D-Tech Window and Door, corner of Church and
talk a little
Station,
bit
Belleville.
about
Enjoy your local
various
theater.
theater shows, because I remember you guys in a
Transform
bunch of
your
different
outdoor
theaters.
space
Yeah.
with County Stone.
County Theater Group.
Specializing in
and,
stunning outdoor living
and I don't
areas
know if
tailored to your
you've
needs.
done
They
any
have some
since
great
you've gone to
gables in
university, because I
Bloomfield
think
and
we had a
Greece.
path.
We've had
right?
Jones
You
who won
go
2 projects.
popular
And both
one, or you
times
go
we
more
did
the opera.
exceptionally
Yep,
pleased
I
with the
auditioned
work.
for
In particular, he
both
tackled the
jazz,
part of our
which is more
business
That
popular,
might be an
conversating
interesting
customer traffic
evolutionary thing
and
to
always
get
on
into.
time,
Yeah,
on
for sure.
budget,
Yeah.
works quickly, and we recommend him.
Because it was a choice,
County
right?
Stone.
It was
When your
absolutely
dream
choice.
yard
Actually,
becomes a
that's something
reality.
that we could
Visit
segue if we did autumn leaves
CountyStone.ca
next.
today.
We could
Oh,
talk
that's the
about
one
your
you
precious
featured.
we
in
could
it.
talk
Sandbags
about
Library
exactly.
for the Humane Society.
By the way, I tell people all the
Contemporary
time, talking about discipline.
Live
Let me
music,
just say,
vendors,
when I
asylum
did my audition for
options,
Harvard
and
College,
ice
Rogers
cream
Block
parlor.
was the
Support our
professor.
furry friends in need.
Let's just say within a minute, within a few minutes, he was like,
You're
You're not getting
listening
in.
to the 99.3
You need more
County
lessons.
FM
I
Wellington
mean, he wasn't
Picton
about it, but
Radiothon.
still, it was very
Today's
blunt.
music
Oh,
is
the
sponsored
audition's gonna be
by
brutal.
Bancorp
Yeah, he's
Mutual
like,
Insurance
not
Company.
gonna happen this
For
year,
all your
and I
property
would take more
insurance
lessons
needs,
and
call
practice.
613
All right.
476
My 19-year-old self was
4719.
hollowed out.
Thanks to all
For the rest of the day,
musicians who
not
have
for a long time,
graciously
because I just went back to
donated
jamming
their
with my
talents
friends.
to Radiothon 2025.
For the rest of
You
the
filled
day.
it up, but you were hauling it out. You filled it up with a bunch of
Volunteer-driven
stuff on
community
since then,
radio station.
which is
Damn
great.
right.
So you,
Bridge the
yeah.
funding gap of
Okay.
I didn't stop
$74,000
playing
by
music, so.
considering a tax
That's what's
receivable
most important.
donation.
Yep.
Donating
Yeah,
is
exactly.
simple. Call us at 613-476-2229.
I think that's
The other one, G, was-
613-476-2229.
You know what? It reminds me of that one time we actually did this tune. And you did an instrumental in this tune. And it was one of those moments on stage where I actually looked at my mom in the audience and I gave her the panic eyes of like, I have no idea where we are right now.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what to do. I'm just gonna keep smiling. And you, I don't know, you were off on Planet Mars, I swear to God, doing this song. And eventually I'm just like, I'm just gonna sing a note and pray to God that you jump in with me. Anyway, that's my trauma associated with this song in particular.
And your mom was dancing at the time, right?
Oh, of course.
Oh, yeah.
No, she looked at me and was like, you're on your own, kid. Like, good luck. Survival of the fittest in this
September
family.
18, 1955. A 10-year-old, Terry Sprague, is watching television with his
This is one of
family.
the,
Their
I
farm
was
lies
here,
along the
so
flight path of planes bound for the Army base at Picton
someone
Airport,
put it in.
so it wasn't
Yeah, I don't know
unusual
why
to
this
hear
thing,
engines. But this
Turn
night
off
was
automation, we'll go
different.
after this.
When we heard this jet going down the bay.
Well, why
we
don't I
never
just
thought
put this
anything
John
of
moved
it.
here?
This is what I mean.
Circled
Yeah,
around
that's what I mean, sorry.
less than
But
a half
this
kilometer
this
east
should
of
be
the
after
base
this.
and came
Not your
back,
fault. I'm
and
just saying.
that's when we noticed it.
Hey, man, I just
The
pressed
whole,
the
I
button.
know. The whole please donate from Jay, that whole pre-recorded donation from JJ should have been after what we're hearing now, but oh well, it happens.
And I remember my brother Gordon, who's 8 years old.
This is the downside to the whole digital scheduling thing, right?
Yeah.
It's like in the old days.
And they keep
before my time.
changing it, so where you thought the button was is no longer there on the screen, so you go to hit it, and it's not there.
In the old days, everything was set up with actual
It
physical,
wasn't until
tape
2019
player,
that Terry
Yeah.
finally found
It's
out
more
about
reliable.
the reel or the carts or
It's
it's more work, but yeah, it's you're not as worried about things getting mixed up. In fact, if you switch around a commercial and a feature like this, the program director would be like, what the hell just happened? How did you get that wrong? Oh yeah, program director. We don't have a program director. It's the whole thing, right?
Yeah, that must be kind of
I've
freaky
been telling
too.
people in radio for years, program directors are the guys who have the most stress because they're the one responsible for everything on the air,
That's
effectively.
horrible.
This
They're the boss of
tragedy
the whole
remained
thing.
etched in Terry's
So,
memory.
yeah,
and
they
it wasn't
get some of
until
those
he
guys,
met
not all.
Hillary's
Paul at
nephew that
95.5
he
is a really
learned
nice
the
dude.
cause of the
But
crash.
some of those, some program directors get really intense.
45.
We don't have one. Oh, we have Craig, our GM.
Yeah.
Craig's a
Craig,
great.
is it Craig Foster?
No, Mills.
Oh, Craig Mills.
Mills is the news director. I mean, Foster's the news director.
Okay.
Mills is the GM. But
For many
yeah.
years,
Traffic
a
gets
large
upset,
circle
too.
of barren land
Because they
existed where nothing
Yeah.
grew
Here's my
in the
commercial.
field,
Oh,
and
yeah.
fragments of
The old
plane
days in
debris
traffic,
remain sticking out of the
straight on
ground
the commercial.
to this day.
It's
That's the term.
99.3 County FM.
Sorry, that's
Traffic?
traffic coordinator.
Yeah. Ordering
And
where
they,
the traffic.
long story short, they told us in college, you don't want to be a traffic coordinator.
It's sponsored
10 seconds.
by Robert and Matthew Christie of Edward Jones Picton. Robert and Matthew,
5,
passionate about
4,
understanding your
3,
goals and partnering with you to achieve them.
Okay, we are back live on 99.3 County FM's Radiothon 2025. I'm your host for this hour, Dave Wheatley, and we're here with John and Roanna Kitchen and having great talks and hearing some great music. And if you want to donate, you can please do. Call us at 613-476-2229. You can e-transfer to info@theveritasfoundation.com using your name, email, and mailing address, and the password 993 County FM, or you can donate online on our website 993countyfm.ca. Now, as I said, we're here with John and Roanna Kitchen and Phil Knox, and Phil had a couple questions.
Oh, you want me to say them?
They sound
stole
better.
my microphone.
They
stole
sound more
my
genuine
microphone.
coming from you. So,
Well, I remember you guys in a whole bunch of county theater group stuff and stage plays, and then you were singing more stage show things, as you had mentioned before, and then but you also have this beautiful voice for opera and arias and wonderful things like that. So, do you still sing? Was it a decision because you studied and have performed a number of operatic things?
Yes. When I began my university education, usually for voice, unless you go into a music theater program, which honestly that would have been probably my ultimate dream, except I can't dance to save my life. So for me, it was a matter of jazz or opera or classical voice. And I auditioned for both. Actually, the next tune that Dad and I are going to perform was the same tune. It's a jazz standard that I had to submit for pre-screening material to do my audition for the jazz department at the University of Toronto's Faculty of Music. But I ended up choosing to go down the classical route. And I hope nobody hates me for saying this, but my logic behind that was that if I studied classical voice technique, it would be more applicable to different genres of music.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't want to limit myself to one type of music because I love it all.
Yeah.
So I figured when it came to classical voice, we focus so much on diction. We focus on breath control, alignment. Projection is a huge thing in opera as well because we never have mics usually. So that's what I've been focusing on is opera for the last 8 years. And now that I'm done my university education, I'm very eager to get back into exploring other types of music as well. But for now, my main focus is still going to be opera. I have one coming up in August in Italy, which I'm absolutely terrified for, but it's going to be a great opportunity for sure.
What's the opera?
It's going to be Le Notte di Figaro by Mozart.
Oh,
nice.
And I'll be singing my actual dream role in any opera ever, which is the Countess. Most of your listeners will probably be familiar at least with one of the famous duets that my character will sing. It's that famous scene that's played in Shawshank Redemption with Morgan Freeman with the duet. Anyway, I'll be singing that in a few months. Yeah.
That sounds exciting.
Wow. Now, do you get to go over to Italy, John, and you and Penny to see it?
We are.
Excellent.
We're going to be there closing night.
Yep.
Oh, great.
Okay, and then we'll spend a couple days in Rome and come back, and that'll be a big trip. Trip of our lifetime.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Well, last year was Turkey.
No, that was
Year before, sorry.
No, last year I had the opportunity to record a huge aria with the Prague National Orchestra.
Cool. Wow.
Yeah, which was really, really fabulous. I believe I was the only Canadian during that engagement, which was pretty fun. And 2 years before that, I actually did 3 operas in Bodrum, Turkey.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, so opera's definitely been my focus for the last few years. I miss jazz and I miss music theater desperately. So after the August engagement, I'm looking forward to exploring more of those avenues for sure.
Great, great.
Where is that going to be? More jazz, like around, I don't know what I'm trying to ask, like more locally or?
I mean, probably a bit in the county as well, but I'm based in Toronto now. So
Okay.
more of the Toronto scene, hopefully.
That makes sense, yeah. Would you like to do another song for us?
Yeah, sure thing.
Okay.
So most of you will be familiar with this one. It's called Autumn Leaves. The autumn leaves divide the window. The autumn leaves are red and gold. I see her lips, the summer kisses, the sunburnt hands I used to hold. Ooh, since you went away, the days grow long, and soon I hear the winter song. But I miss you most of all, my darling, when autumn leaves start to fall. Since you went away, the days grow long, and soon I'll hear the winter song. But I miss you most of all, my darling, when autumn leaves start to fall. But I miss you most of all, my darling.
Excellent.
You are listening to Radiothon 2025 on 99.3 County FM. I'm your host, Dave Wheatley. I'm here with Phil Knox, and we are speaking with John and Roanna Kitchen. And that was that song called again?
It's Autumn Leaves.
Autumn Leaves. That was good. That was very nice. And what is your songwriting process like? What gives you inspiration? What puts a spark in you to write songs?
I mean, that might be more of a dad question. He is definitely the songwriter of the family. Take it away, Dad.
Oh, thank you so much.
You're welcome. He loves me, I swear.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I've written a couple of things, but they're from a female's perspective, which one I did called "Ain't Going Home with You." Girl in a bar gets hustled, has nothing to do with the individual.
Yeah,
it's funny. It's a funny tune. Okay, so that's one. Ain't Going Home with You.
Yeah, but what's your process? What inspires you to write?
The first thing is, like most guitar players, it's a riff.
Yeah.
Hit the riff. See if there can be a vocal line put on the riff, and then after the vocal line and the riff are sort of introduced to each other, then the tune starts.
Yeah.
But it's around generally to me around a riff.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. I've been there.
Yeah,
I completely
But it's a fun process. I've done it in a number of years, but it was. I look back on it and what I have done, and it's from as I say, it's coincidentally from a female perspective, which is it's okay. That's what Penny's for.
Yeah,
and this one too.
You consult and say, is this? I wouldn't. I see if I did that. I'd ask not every female I know, but every female I see in that process. But is this correct? Is this how you would react? Or is this how you would feel about this? Or
well, yeah, that's good research.
Yeah,
the tune that we did, I finally got the key right. Before that one, is very much of a female song.
Yeah,
because if you look at the title, you think, oh, it's some guy.
Yeah, she used to be mine.
Used to be mine. No, it's the girl about herself, what she used to be.
Yeah.
So it's a hard, beautiful marketed and beautiful tune, but it's a female perspective tune.
Yeah.
So it's so I try to, what I've done, I try to do it in that mentality. A girl, what would a girl be like?
True feminist dad. Love that.
Yes, yeah.
Well, it works because
I think it works. Yeah,
it's created some great tunes from what I've heard. So it's great. Thank you, John and Roanna Kitchen. We'll talk a little more in a little while. I'm Dave Wheatley, and you're listening to 99.3 County FM and Radiothon 2025. Please donate if possible. 613-476-2229. You can e-transfer to info@theveritasfoundation.com, including your name, email, and mailing address, and the password 993 County FM, or donate online at our website at 993countyfm.ca. We will return after these important messages.
I love that line. Important messages.
When I was a little kid, they'd say that all the time on Saturday morning TV. And I was like, what do they mean messages?
Yeah, exactly. What am I missing here?
The language was like, what? I don't know. I love saying that for that reason.
Yeah.
Back when I was a tiny kid, I didn't understand. But,
Are we gonna do one more tune, or is it just gonna be chitter chat?
you can do it. We got time for one more.
Okay, what do you want to do?
What do you got?
We could do.
I was going to ask you that we have two Penny and Roanna, one Roanna.
Tune into County FM
Songbird
every Sunday
Oh,
morning
God.
until noon.
There's a long way back.
There's music and miscellaneous.
Oh my goodness,
brought to you
Dupes
in part
Do.
by
That's I was
Kitchen
like,
Denture Clinic, offering a range
I
of
think that was
services
also the one that I
and
sang for my
free
UFT audition
consultations.
for
Monday to
classical
Thursday
voice.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Kitchen
I must have.
Denture.
Oh my goodness, that must have been when I was like.
kitchendenture.com.
Doesn't have a year here, but it's.
Would you mind if we played either of those just to kill some time? But in case we need the pad, just the last part of the hour.
Yeah, sure. If you don't mind, just mention like how old I was.
I would-
Because I'll listen to that and likely dial
I
in.
would forget it. It seems
Breaking the rules of the road.
got this on the library. Like, oh my god, that's
Alcohol,
Yeah.
drugs.
Or play, you know what? If you don't mind, if you're gonna play something, could you play the Songbird recording? Because that at least shows
Oh, yeah.
your mom.
For sure.
Okay.
Actually, that's great. She's not here.
Yeah.
You're listening to the 99.3 County FM Wellness Effective Radiothon Thank you to all the local musicians for their support and to our listeners for your generous donations. Donating is easy. Call us at 613-476-2229. That's 613-476-2229.
The date on the file here says
You can donate
2019.
online at
Does it sound right?
99.3countyfm.ca. Send an e-transfer to info@theveridisfoundation.com using 99.3
Coming back in
County
20.
FM as the password. Please remember to include all your contact info, or feel free to drop by the station during the Radiothon at 38 Cold Storage Road, Picton. We'd love to see you. Thank you for your continued and necessary support of 99.3 County FM's Radiothon 2025.
2.
Thank you, JJ. Thank you, County FM listeners. We love the donations. Please keep them coming. I'm Dave Wheatley, and as you just heard, you're listening to Radiothon 2025. We're sitting here talking with John and Rowena Kitchen. Unfortunately, Penny could not make it today, and I was actually looking forward to speaking with her because just the same way I was excited to talk to you guys after all these years. But in honor of Penny not being here, we're going to do a song that involves Penny and Rowena.
Do you want to give us an intro to it? Or how did it come
Any
about?
insight?
Yeah. You said that this is an older recording from 2019, I believe.
I think so. You may have actually recorded it sooner. But
Okay,
yeah.
maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. I'll know within 2 seconds if I want to die a little inside hearing my voice sing. But Songbird has always been a special song between Mom and I in particular because we always found the lyrics to resemble not necessarily a romantic love, but more of the love that you would share between mother and daughter. Yeah. So it's something that we really, really enjoy performing. And it's also one of the first tunes, I believe, one of the first that I ever actually learned how to perform with mom and dad.
Oh, cool.
So it was where I was starting to get used to adding harmony lines here or there, pushing myself a little bit out of my comfort zone. Yeah, I had no idea that we had this on file. So
Well,
I'm eager to hear it, but also very anxious.
Well, that's natural. Okay, well, let's get it going. This is Penny and Rowena Kitchen with Songbird on 99.3 County FM.
Whoops.
That was a great recovery for live radio. Seriously, like I've been through this. I've been through that.
That's so funny.
I've been through that kind of thing a million
You're killing
times.
it, Phil.
That's
so funny. You got me second guessing my guitar because this was there for a second.
You didn't know you played electric guitar.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey man, it's I don't know, like it used to, that sort of thing would freak me out. Like once upon a time that would freak me out. Nowadays, these things happen.
I just get up and start ad-libbing myself.
Ever since the whole system shut down mid-Grapevine, and we had to kill time by playing something like one of the systems, something like the CD player. Then Pickering and I were just sitting here going, "We got nothing."
The Grapevine shows mostly talk, right? So you've got to have music to go back to. I remember being here with Dave McKay.
Yeah.
And doing the Tuesday Grapevine with him. And it was COVID time. So I had him on a conference call in front of one of these mics here. I had the guest on, and I'm operating the board and in here by myself. And the telephone went dead. I lost them both. So I'm talking to them. I'm trying to get them back on the phone at the same time to get the conference going. It's an hour-long show. That happened at the beginning of the show. So I'm battering away, hitting buttons, making phone calls. I get them back on the phone and we carry on. And we didn't make that mistake. We did that on purpose.
Just gotta own it.
Yeah.
I honestly, the concept of me and technology, like I don't get it. Even with my phone, I don't understand. So the idea of that kind of already nerve-wracking energy behind a live performance, plus technology and having to hit buttons, is actually my new hell.
I don't blame you. It's funny because I am a big technology guy. But, I mean, not that I'm an expert, but I'm a fan of a lot of technology, you know. But I still get nervous, and I still, you know, like I ask people, but now I used to ask people, do you have any idea? Do I sound nervous at all? And like, everybody's like, no.
Yeah.
Fine.
But even in your belly, you're
But and my best friend who was on the air at birth too, like 88, he and I both talked about that. We both sound really smooth on the air. I used to be jealous of him before I really got my chops going because he started, yeah. But we've talked about that. Are you ever nervous? He said, every time. That's what we do. Nobody has any freaking clue. This is awesome.
Yeah.
And knowing the technology is part of it, right? I'm not literally shaking right up till we go on, but I feel like I've got a bit of nerves going, and then once we get moving, I'm like, decompress.
Yeah. And then it's fun.
Yeah. Ironically, I never used to get nervous playing music on stage. Never, ever got laid back, play my drums, you know. Occasionally sang back up once I leave. By the way, I wish someone told me when I was like 15, take singing lessons. It'll help. Trust me, man. It'll help.
That's how I feel about piano. Like I wish everybody took
20
piano.
seconds.
Yeah.
Because it just helps. But honestly, drums.
You've still got around 8 minutes to cover.
Oh, I know. I'm not going to do it totally.
5, 4, 3. I'm very good at counting. 2, 1.
That was Penny and Roanna Kitchen with Songbird. You are listening to 993 County FM and Radiothon 2025. I'm your host for this hour, Dave Wheatley. I'm here with Phil Knox in control of the board, and we're speaking with John and Roanna Kitchen, having a great time, I think, and they're playing us some music and giving us some insight on being the Kitchen family. You kind of touched on it, more than touched on it earlier, but like, what do you see in the future for expand more on your future with music, and where do you see this whole thing going?
Oh my goodness, that's the dreaded question for
Yep.
every musician ever. Can I say I don't know?
Yes.
Is that an appropriate answer?
That's completely understandable.
It sounds silly, but I know that I'll be a happy woman as long as I have music always in my life, in whatever way that ends up presenting itself in the future. As I was saying, my immediate focus now is I have an upcoming opera contract in August. I have another one happening in spring of 2026 with an opera company in Toronto as well, which I'm also really looking forward to. Both of the roles are a bit out of my comfort zone, which is always exciting. Next steps, start taking more voice lessons, probably with a music theater professional and jazz professional, hopefully get an agent, and hit the ground running in Toronto. We'll see.
Yeah, I'm curious to see you do some like some jazzy, like some upbeat jazzy kind of stuff. I don't know. It's got me thinking.
Yeah, well, it's a relatively recent decision that I made. It was actually with a show we were doing in the county back in February, I believe, and we were doing a show, and then the next day I had a virtual coaching happening for this opera, which again I'm really excited for. But at the end of the weekend, I was doing a check-in with reflecting on from which engagement was I feeling a lot more passionate and excited about, and it was a relatively easy decision. So not to say that I'm not going to want to continue pursuing opera, but it's a matter of just acknowledging my county roots and wanting to go back to that a little bit more and remind myself why I started making music to begin with.
Well, that sounds great. Do you want to play another song? One more song. We have time for one more.
Da, 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 da. Do you want to do the Roy Orbison song?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. This is a fun tune. It's called "Crying."
Ooh,
it's a really
it's
a really popular one, but I love his music.
So do I.
Yeah, I mean, killer vocals. And even though, I mean, obviously he was a very successful artist, but I think his actual vocal technique is very underrated.
Not as successful as he could have been, but
exactly.
But he's got like a, for lack of a better word, cult following among the major. I learned years and years ago that he's got a huge respect, following, admiration among all the musicians, the famous, really famous musicians we all admire.
Really?
Among
I'm actually
them,
happy to hear
they
that.
all love Roy Orbison.
Yeah, because he's fantastic.
Yeah, nobody can blame all these. Yeah, all the other geniuses seem to really, really, really love him. So
Yeah, because the melodies are always killer, but then you try to sing them and it's a different story. It's actually quite tricky.
Yeah, unique.
Exactly.
Big time.
So we're gonna try and attempt to do a little bit of justice.
Just put a lot of pressure on you.
Exactly, no pressure. I was alright for a while. I could smile for a while. But I saw you last night. You held my hand so tight as you stopped to say hello. You wished me well. You couldn't tell that I'd been crying over you, crying over you, and you said so long, left me standing all alone, alone and crying, 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 crying. It's hard to understand, but the touch of your hand can start me crying. I thought that I was over you, but it's true, oh so true. I love you even more than I did before. But darling, what can I do for you to love me? And I'll always be. I love you. It's now that you're gone, and from this moment on, I'll be crying, 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 oh,
Wow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was John and Rowena Kitchen covering Roy Orbison, and a damn fine job, I would say.
Thank you.
I love that guy's voice, and you nailed it. Oh, actually, specifically, there are a couple times where it's like, if I was singing this, I'd be afraid to hit that note. Yep, you nailed it. Afraid to hit that note. Yep. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you. Well, it's fun to sing that kind of repertoire where you can tap into more of your jazz pop
Yeah,
voice,
totally.
but then also draw from my operatic training a little bit as well.
Well, that was an awesome version of the Roy Orbison classic, and thank you, John and Rowena.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for having us today.
Of course.
Thank you.
Blast.
Thank you. Now, you don't have the drum roll because it rolled past, so you're going to have to do it.
I'm going to have to
do the drum roll.
You're not going to coach it. Oh, right. I'm a drummer. Why did I bring my snare drum?
What's the hour total?
The hour total. Wait for it.
Yes.
$42,295.
Well done,
People are coming. Thank you so much, County FM listeners. Still got a ways to go. We really appreciate your help. Please call and donate at 613-476-2229. You can e-transfer it to info@theveritasfoundation.com, including your name, email, and mailing address, plus the password 993 County FM. Or you can donate at our website, 993countyfm.ca. This is Radiothon 2025. I'm Dave Wheatley. We've been speaking with John Roy in the kitchen. Phil Knox has been on the controls. I hope you have a great evening. Radiothon.
In the county every minute of every day. Give you the fun
Thank you so much.
Thank you again, guys.
You killed it.
This is CJ.
Thank you guys so much.
And Phil, it's so nice to see you again. Mom's gonna be so sad because she missed you.
Yes.
You're always, it's always emails from you, right? With like the funny uplifting videos and stuff like that.
Sometimes.
Sometimes I feel like
Sometimes I'm
she's
funny.
yeah. She's forwarded a lot of those like pick me up emails before in the past, which is nice.
Yeah, that was I seem to like
Thank
these
you so much.
radiothon interviews more and more.
No, thank you.
Yeah. And I'll,
Especially when it's people, like, for the last two years, it's been people I already know.
Yeah.
Like, last year and this year, it's been, I've already said, I mean, that's probably the least, still, like, there's probably, you know, there's
some history.
a sprinkle of history there. But like yesterday, it was Annalise, or on Thursday, it was Annalise again, who I both know for different reasons. I've known for 10 years.
Yeah, but that's more, it's fun in a different way,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, exactly.
Do you help with your guitar, Dad?
And tell your mom I was disappointed. I was really looking forward to talking to her.
Yeah.
Make her day.
Well, but Dad and I were driving and we're like, damn, like Mom's always the one that does. And I say this with the utmost respect. Mom's the talker.
Yeah.
Both Dad and I are like,
You guys can fine. I'll have you back on the radio any day.
Yeah.
Thanks again, guys.
Thank you very much.
See us during Radiothon and say hi. 38 cold storage.
You ask Mark to come in.
Thanks to all of Radiothon 2025 sponsors, including Heidelberg Materials and JJ International Media and Management Solutions. Stop. Visit jjthecoach.ca, helping 99.3 County FM to connect the county.
I'm running solo, so I'm doing host and everything. So I got a couple of songs going in here.
Okay.
But I'll get in. We are live on the air up here, so.
I'm not here to do anything or say.
Really? Yeah, you can clap it. So which is the guitar mic?
Well, we've been using this one
For the guitar.
Yeah, for the guitar. So you can use whatever one you want. I've seen them use this one as well. So.
Well, I just need to stand to sing, so.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Then maybe that one should just be raised for you to sing.
Oh, okay, that sounds good. And I'll talk into that. Perfect. Yeah, because the guitar is out. Yeah, the guitar is a little loud, and what'll happen if we try to feed it to Now, the problem I have, what I had last year, is I'm hearing impaired. That's why I'm hearing aids.
Yes.
And I hear really good from behind.
Okay.
So is there any chance during the songs we can just pull that portion?
You can do it closed all the time.
Oh, okay.
If you want, because I think they were trying to get
Yeah, no,
phone
that's
ringing
what
and
Craig
things
was
like
saying.
that. Yeah.
Wants to give it the feel and everything. But
Yeah, no.
No, I don't need to do it now, but when we, I go to do a song or something. So I need about 4 songs, so we just, that was
Yeah, whatever. We're starting a little late because we were actually at it a little bit longer. But I mean, having seen you at the pub, but I never really came up and.
Oh, you've seen my show.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I'm not gonna do that kind of stuff, because I get in trouble.
This isn't the Legion, right? So, yeah.
So I'm, I didn't realize you were you.
Well, you wouldn't know me from the crowd, so I was there with Lenny Stewart after Dad's over there. I've seen you actually in the pub as well. So.
Well, that's one of the reasons, so I'm not really doing any bar gigs anymore. I can get in trouble. And I do a lot of double entendres, you know. So I thought I'd do some couple of traditional songs, and Vanessa wanted me to do the acoustic Zeppelin.
Okay.
Too, so it's going to be a little extra.
Excellent.
So you can pull that door when I start. Just because it's a ballady song and I need to have it quiet.
But you're not going to start with that, right?
Yeah, I'll start with that.
Okay, I'm gonna stop this now.
Okay.
And we are live on the air with 99.3 County FM. And you've got Philip Knox on the line here with special guests. Mark McGreevy Mark McGreevy is joined us here in the magical studio on the Radiothon for 2025, and thank you for all your donations. But if you haven't donated yet, I either invite you to come in person. You can call 613-476-2229. You can e-transfer info at the Veritas, that's VERITAS Foundation.com. You can please include your name, your email, your mailing address, and please use the password 99.3 County FM. And you can also come online at 99.3 County FM CA for credit card donations. So you've got a number of ways. Our goal is to get to 74,000 to make up our shortfall. With we have love our sponsors and our advertisers, and we get some grants, but the donations, this is our yearly big donation grant time, so appreciate you guys digging deep out there. Now, as I said, I've got a special guest in the studio, Mark McGreevy, been playing Celtic music, East Coast music for over 30 years. County Down in Ireland. And I'm not Irish. I could probably get away with Scottish with a name like Knox, but tell me about, it was County Down in Birmingham, England. Tell me your roots and how you got into Canada here, my friend.
Well, I came over in my dad's genes. I was born here.
Were you? Oh, really? Oh, see, now they said you had some County Down in your background.
Well, yes, that's where my father came from, County Down, Northern Ireland, and my mother was from Birmingham. So I'm an orange and a green.
You're an orange and a green. Okay.
Yes, I'm a combination, and but for some reason the Celtic music's always resonated with me, and so I've always enjoyed doing that over the years. And a lot of with the Irish humor, I did a lot of humorous songs, as you said you experienced at some of my shows. So So I was born in Belleville, actually.
Really?
Yeah. I had to get out of the big.
That piece of information was left off of this sheet of paper here. Look at that smiling face.
Well, you see, because they want to emphasize that I'm in the county, you see.
That's right. That's right.
We had to get out of the big smoke and move to the county.
Now, you said your dad was from Ireland, your mom was from Birmingham.
That's correct.
Was they play a lot of Celtic music and
well, my dad would play a lot of the Irish rebel songs,
okay,
which would be the antithesis to my mother, because she was the orange, you see, and he was the green. And so when I was growing up, I'd be hearing these tunes, and when I thought, I'm going to learn to play those tunes, Mom was, you can't play that tune. And it's about killing the British, right?
Yeah.
So it was always contentious. And so a lot of the songs you've actually heard, like we're off the Dublin and the green, everybody thinks is a nice, lively tune. It's about killing the English. That's what it's about.
Okay.
So I didn't realize that when I was young, because I thought, there's a nice, lively tune. So, but anyway, I really enjoyed it. It's kind of like if you're not tapping your toes, you're dead.
That's true. That's true. I heard a lot. I grew up in Ottawa for a period of time. There was a Carlton Show Band.
Yes.
And I heard a lot of their music because it was something my family used to play a lot of. And the Carlton Show Band was a great source of Celtic music. And he was born in Hamilton, Scotland, over there. So he's well, I guess you wouldn't know. He's a Scot, not a Brit. I couldn't say. United Kingdom was the right term, I think. So you're going to play a few songs for us today. What song would you like to start out with?
Well, I'm going to get back to my roots and do an Irish ballad. I don't usually do ballady stuff, as you've probably noticed when you've seen me at my show. But I thought, here you got a captive audience, and it's a nice quiet room. So I was going to do one about during the Great Famine. And this is called Paddy's Green Shamrock Shores, and it's about in 1847, it was known as Black 47 in Irish history, and that year alone, over 20,000 people died just on the journey to America and Canada. And this is a nice ballad about one such successful voyage.
Excellent.
Paddy's Green Shamrock Shores. Is that a word? Yes. Let's see. Okay.
From Dedicate we sailed away. We were taken on board by a pleasant crew, bound for America. Fresh water then, oh, we did take on 5,000 gallons of more. In case we'd run short, going to New York Harbor from the Shamrock Shore. We sailed 3 weeks, all so set on the line on board the 3. We were all confined to our boats, and no one to pity for me. No father kind and no mother dear, but a lift up me head once or sore. Which made me think more of the lassie I left when we landed on the other side, and drinking over a parting glass, we all had our supper and wings, and we took each comrade by the hand in case we might never meet more. And we drank to our health, to old Ireland and Shamrock Shore. So fare thee well, sweet Eliza, my dear, and likewise to ask farewell to me, comrade brave, that dwell on that sainted ground. If fame or fortune shall favour me, oh, and I have money and so, I'll go back and I'll wed the lassie I left. I'll go back and I'll wed the lassie I left on
Yeah! Wow! You know, that was the type of song that I wanted to get some spoons. And just,
I got the spoons in my guitar case.
You never travel far without them, though, do you?
No, I keep the guitar case full of about, used to have about 20 of them.
Yes?
Down to about 5.
Okay.
They walk.
They do they?
We used to hand them out at shows. I had to put a sticker. Please do not
Take
home.
this spoon. Yeah. Oh, isn't that great? You're listening to 99.3 County FM, the voice of the county, Radiothon 2025, with my very special guest, Mark McGreevy. Now, Mark, tell me a little bit about, I saw something in your bio here that talked about yuck yucks.
Oh, yeah.
What because I went to Yuck Yucks in Toronto. I know they have a franchise and it's all over in different cities as well. But was this Yuck Yucks in Toronto?
No, it was actually Yuck Yucks here.
Okay.
Like I do some comedy of that at the Waring House, and they were having a Yuck Yuck show, and they wanted me to be the MC.
Okay.
Right? And I think I did that twice. Now I can't remember. They were headliners in Canada anyway, and so it was at the Waring Hall.
Okay.
So I was talking, Nora at the Waring House. She says, can you be the MC? She do some of your funny stuff, and I also do these backwards fairy tales and with spoonerisms, like a Bach backwards, like
yes.
a pea little thrigs in the morning wolf, and so I just did a bit of that, and it apparently went over so good they hired me back to do it again.
Isn't that great?
That was great. It was fun, but stand up is tough. It's a tough biz.
Well, but now have you done stand up in different places?
Usually at my shows, I do a bit of, as I say, I do these fairy tales, which isn't musical, and it turns out to be quite funny. I include the audience in it, and I use their names, but I mix their names all up, and that's sort of the extent of my comedy routine. But it works out quite well. If you ever go to the Legion on November's Day or St. Patty's, they get me to do it there. I can't really do it much anymore in a bar because of political correctness.
That's true. You've got to be a little careful because you never know who's videotaping you too.
Well, there's that, and a lot of the songs, like the double entendre songs. First of all, a lot of people don't understand. Young kids don't really get it.
Yeah.
And then some people think it's offensive. Like, for instance, I do this English song, which everybody requests that knows my show, and it's about a guy that loses his pet rooster. And in England, they call a rooster a cock. And so it's called, has anybody seen my cock?
Right.
Well, I've been doing that for years and years, but one night, the owner comes up and says, "Oh, somebody was quite offended by your song." Now, they might have not have heard the setup to the song. So
well, that's true, yeah. You almost have to give them here's a play sheet.
Exactly. And I usually do. I usually set them up and say, this is what they call a rooster in England, just so you don't get offended. But it is meant, it's double entendre, right? It means two meanings, and it's up to you which meaning you want to take, right?
It's a common humorous tactic by a lot of humor.
It's very British, actually.
Yeah.
And anyway, I enjoy doing that, but you just can't really do it anymore. And so I only do special events, like people that hire me for private gigs. I don't do bars anymore because it just, all this stuff falls flat. But I do private gigs because they want that kind of stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
And the Picton Legion, they invite me many times a year to play.
Do you have one coming up soon? What's your next one?
That's a private party. November's Day.
We can crash. We'll come and crash.
Yeah, come crash. Well, the Legion's always open to everybody.
That's true. That's true.
So
I'd love them.
I think the next one is November 11th at the Legion.
Is it the public one?
The public one, yeah.
Make sure we get some public service announcement in that on the air so we can announce that and pack the place.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah.
Now, you're listening to 99.3 County FM, the voice of the county, and this is Radiothon 2025, where we have a number of very talented local musicians that come and donate of their time and their work and the songs that they sing and share it with us to help us raise money for our wonderful local station here. And there's a number of ways that you can donate. You can come on down to the radio station. Please come down when the station's open because we won't let you in if it's after closing time. There's no one here. You can call 613-476-2229. You can e-transfer to info@theveritasfoundation.com. Please include your name, email, and mailing address, and please use password 993 County FM. You can go online at 993countyfm.ca for credit card donations. So we're going to take a short break here for some commercials, and we'll be right back with more Mark McGreevy.
Explore Internet just got 10
I
times.
did a story about that. I just want to get Pat's hat and water off out of the way because he left it.
One of those.
How you doing?
I'm good, thanks.
Enhance your home
This is
with
too.
windows and
I
doors
think so.
proudly
I don't
made
think
in
it-
Canada.
well, it's not mine,
I'm
so-
Jason from DTech Window
Okay,
and Door.
I'll get it out of
We're
here.
proud to
Is this one
offer
of
a
those
selection
matching
of
punch
high-quality
hour
windows
No,
and
I don't
doors
think this
designed
hour
and
is.
manufactured right
They
here in
didn't give
Canada.
me
So whether you're upgrading your
So-
home or
Well,
building
I didn't know if you
new,
want to mention, I
DTech
play a lot
makes it
with
easy.
my father-in-law, Rick.
Choose
I've seen
Canadian
him the old guy on bass.
craftsmanship
Yeah.
and
I've seen him.
So between him and I, we're gonna donate $100. So
Wow.
I wanted to mention, or what can I say? I challenge anybody to match.
Absolutely, yeah, by all means.
99.3 County
And you
FM
might
continues to
want to
connect
just
the
say,
county with our
yeah,
exciting
you might say, oh yeah, I've seen you play with your father-in-law, and I'll
times of
throw
Prince
it in.
Edward County.
Yeah.
Join us for
He
some
plays a very
amazing
unusual
stories by
bass that
exceptional
actually
people
has
and
thin
events that have
bass.
shaped the
Well, I used to
county
jazz
as we
bass.
know it
It's an
today.
upright bass, but
Reflections on lives
cut off.
and times at Prince
Yeah,
Edward
it's the same
County
as the
made
upper half of a
possible
big
with
bass.
funding
It used to
from
be
the
a jazz
government of
player.
Canada's new
Oh, really?
Horizons for Seniors program and sponsored locally by
All right,
Base
so
31,
we've got,
Prince Edward County's hottest new cultural
43,
destination with its
and we got
multiple
54.
venues and a spectacular lineup of Canadian musicians
It's
and
gonna be 96
performers.
this year.
Reflections
Really?
on lives at
He doesn't like
times at
anybody
Prince
knowing
Edward
his age,
County
but
exclusively
you can ask his
on
age and I can get
99.3
around
County FM, connecting the county.
We could just leave it out.
You're listening to the 99.3 County FM Wellings
I
of
was gonna say,
Picton Radiothon
age is a secret.
2025. A
Born in
big
the
thank you to all the local musicians for their
No age.
support and to our listeners for your generous donations. Donating is easy. Call us at 613-476-2229. That's 613-476-2229. You
Okay, we
can
got 30
donate
seconds.
online at 993countyfm.ca. Send an e-transfer to info@theveritasfoundation.com using 99.3
Is that
County
picking up the guitar
FM
okay,
as the
you know?
password.
Yeah, it's picking up
Please
great.
remember to
Great
include
signal.
all your contact info.
The guitar's loud
Feel
now.
free to drop by the station.
Well, I'm
during
adjusting it.
Radiothon.
Oh, I thought you were,
Playing,
okay.
so,
You
yeah.
didn't have headphones on, so I didn't know how you.
Well, I'm watching the
Thank you for
levels
your
Oh,
so,
perfect.
on the board here, so
See, I like to be on the mic. That's just so you just be on the mic.
that's
We're
we
glad
do.
you're adjusting.
Here we go. And we're back. Welcome to Radiothon 99.3 County FM 2025. And listen, we've got so many great donors out there, but I've got a wonderful guest in here. And listen, Mark McGreevy,
Yes.
I want to talk to you about a show that I saw you do. Your dad was playing with you, and he had this strange looking bass. What can you tell me about?
Well, people say it looks like it's out of Star Wars or something like
I
that.
know, yeah.
But it's my father-in-law, actually.
Okay.
And he's from Holland. He was a famous jazz player back in the 50s. And when he came to Canada, the jazz scene wasn't catching up with him, I guess. Or it's starting to come back now, the jazz scene, like
Yes.
there's all these jazz festivals. So we had this great big upright bass. And being slightly older than myself, it was hard to haul around and everything. So we went to the music store to find something more adequate. And basically they have this electronic bass. It's just the top half of an upright bass. So we like to say it's his regular bass that had termites. So there's no body to it, just is held up on a stick. And but he's magic when he plays it. Just to watch him, his fingers just glide over it.
Yeah.
So we've been doing that for a number of years now, actually. I used to play solo, or I used to play with another local musician, Fraser Hardman, for years, doing bass and that. And then we kind of parted ways, and then I went back to being solo. And then my wife, she says, why don't you get Dad to play with you? And I said, I don't want to insult him because, he's a jazz player, like a famous jazz player. And my music, I figure, is, would be an insult. And so we asked him if he wanted to, sit in. He says, well, I pretty well know all your songs, because they would come and watch us play.
That's right.
My wife and her father would sit and watch my show. So he ended up learning all the songs through osmosis, I guess. So, and ever since he's been playing with me, the audience just loves him. They love, the way he plays, and they all go up and ask him questions about his bass, and they all love him. He's great to watch.
Wow. Yeah. Well, I certainly was intrigued because I've seen the stand-up basses.
Yes.
All the time, and seen that type of thing, but I've never seen an electric one or something like that.
Yes.
So, yeah.
It's an electric fretless bass, but it sounds like an upright bass, like a jazz.
Yeah. So you've been working on the Radiothon program with the radio station for a while. What does the radio mean to you in the county?
Well, you find out all sorts of stuff. I love listening to the grapevine and that, and you just learn so much.
Yeah.
Because you say, "Oh, I didn't know this, I didn't know that." So when we're in the car, we try to turn it on as much as we can, and you learn something.
Yeah.
And it really makes you feel like you're part of a community.
Does, doesn't it?
It really does.
Yeah, there's a feel for it. I mean, there's a, you know, we the radio station here, there's a number of not-for-profit organizations. There's so many people helping so many people here in the county, and we try to get as much information out about what the other not-for-profits are doing. So, and local news. We have a lot of
And the local
information on
news,
local
yeah.
news. So. Which isn't always the easiest to find out what's going on as well.
Yeah, you know, you could find out when Mary's chicken actually left the coop and everybody's looking for it. That's always nice to know.
Yeah, yeah. So have you got another song for us?
Yeah, I got a Scottish song for you.
Good.
A Scottish, this one's about an island in the Hebrides in north of Scotland. It's called Mingulay. And it was a fishing village for over 2,000 years. I don't know how they figured that out, but if you go research it. And it was abandoned in 1962 for whatever reason. And I think there's just, I don't know if there's sheep grazing there or what, but it's an abandoned island. But this is a net pulling song. Some people call them sea shanties, but it has that tempo for pulling in nets. And it's a song that's usually sung with a lot of male harmony. But I think it's a very nice song. And the strait that goes up to the island is called the Minch. And they would sail up the Minch fighting the winds to get back home. And this is what this song is about. And it's called Mingulay.
Oh, here you go, boys. Let her go, boys. Swing hard now on to feel your boys. Let her go, boys. Sail over to Mingulay. What can we go? Oh, white community. What can we go? With no let her go, boys. Oh, one day come, sail over to Mingulay. Let her go, boys. Swing her hand round now. Here you go, boys. Let her go, boys. Sail over to Mingulay. Well, wives, they are waiting by the harbor. They've been waiting since break of day. They've been waiting for their loved one as the sun sets on Mingulay. And let her go, boys. Swing her now. And let her go, boys. Sail over to Mingulay.
right. All right. Oh no, here comes trouble.
Oh, there's trouble.
Here comes trouble.
Geez.
Just singing along in the car with you on that
Oh,
one.
geez, we got.
Unfortunately, we can't do it again.
No,
Well, some donuts that'll cure them.
well, we could just, we could do the whole thing. You know, I could smell the salt.
Well, this is bad Mark that came in. I'm good Mark and he's bad Mark.
I know.
It's the other way around, my friend. The other way around.
We have-
Everybody says so.
We have Mark Despo's
I
joined
don't think
us
there's anybody else like me in the world. Never have been. Nobody's
that's
ever
true.
seen anything like me.
just to create havoc in the hearts of millions. Welcome to the show, Mark Despo.
As it turns out, Phil, I'm next to host right after.
And I'm going to press buttons on you, and I'm going to mute your
Oh, I
mic.
better
on
be
you.
nice to
There
you.
you go.
Oh, I wish I had a mute for him. That's really handy. To
Would you like a mute, the Mark Despo mute button? Okay, I think we could sell a few of those in here.
I think so.
In the
I don't think so.
Now, you know, the jig at the end, at the end of that song, the little jig, I felt like putting down cross sabers and stepping off there.
Aye, and that's an original.
Was it?
That's called McGreevy's jig.
Is it really?
Yeah. I don't know how to play any of those other jigs, so I just made one up myself.
Well done.
Seriously.
Well done.
Our playing getting good.
Is it?
The what is?
The guitar playing getting much better lately.
Oh, well, thank you. Well, you taught me everything I know. I still know nothing, but anyway.
He's
That's not a whole lot, is it?
All right, folks, he's passing a $5 bill over to Mark McGreevy for saying that for him. So.
I left my wallet in the car.
Did you?
Yeah.
Speaking of money, and my father-in-law,
yes,
we're going to do a challenge out there.
Right now, excellent.
Right now, Rick and I, between the two of us now,
yes,
we're going to give a grand sum of $100.
Wow, fantastic.
You just talk to musicians because I think Tom was the last one at $40. So you could have gone 50 and gotten away with it.
Oh, geez, I retract that. No, but Rick will do the 50 and I'll do the other 50. That's a good deal.
Well, thank you
there
so
go.
much.
250s. He should probably do 60 though.
Geez, now you're negotiating.
Then you should do 60.
Come on, see, he's into
Well,
the
he is on
marketing.
a fixed income though.
He's into the marketing. Okay.
Fixed engine. Used to see his cat box.
Do I really want to?
Yeah. It's,
Okay.
It's an electric computerized cat box.
Oh, that type of cat box.
Litter box.
I thought you were talking about something else.
Meanwhile, the rest of us have to go at it by hand, right? You know, with it.
Yeah, it's a shovel
Those
stuff. I just push a button and it empties it. So.
Does it really?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, came back the very next day. I'm always worried about there's a trap door that goes down. I'm just wondering if that trap door would open while the cat's still peeing in there. Like, what if he's a long peer?
You should experiment.
Takes me forever.
You should experiment.
You need
Lock the cat right into the hole.
You need to be on the mic.
Okay. 99.3 County FM, voice of the county. You're listening to Radiothon 2025, and we'll be right back after these messages.
Yeah.
So
Too much talking.
So
Making it easier.
yeah, Vanessa said you gotta do the acoustics up one. So that's
Clear.
Do we need a mic for Mike or for Dave?
Well, that's what I'm saying. He
You've
wasn't on the
got
mic.
three. Can you talk into that one, and we will give this other one to?
Well, actually, because they probably never got half your conversation.
Probably just as well, actually.
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought he was coming here to give us.
2 marks.
Good mark and bad mark. Well, I know I stand up to sing, so I just that's what I'm doing. So I was using this.
Thank
for
you,
the
Craig.
guitar. Anyway,
I didn't have the headphones on.
You take one or take it out of the room?
Take the whole room. Put it on the table.
He's already mad enough.
you can apologize to the audience that Mark didn't have his mic on.
That's right. Well, I could tell that I failed in my, no, that guy, whoever he was that was operating the board, wasn't me. It was somebody else. Everybody else has a board operator. You were a board operator yesterday, were you not? Or this morning?
No, I had Gage do my.
You did?
Thank goodness.
Okay.
Because it's a new board, really. I don't know if everybody knows this, but part of the money that we operating funds and capital fund we've got new programmers and
We have
Neat
updates
stuff
to
going
the
on.
software. We've got rent to pay. We've got lights to pay.
beautiful website now. It's been completely renovated and it's amazing. And that costs money.
Yeah. Mentioned Vanessa Pandos has a special request. She requested last year, but I didn't because I planned to play another one. So I'm
Did she?
forced to have a special request from her. I saw her last night at the Waring House, so you got to do that song.
Okay.
So it's not Celtic-y, it's rock. It's acid rock.
Oh, good. Well, we've got
Media sponsor, 99.3 County FM, the voice.
we've got
of
one.
the county.
We've got one more.
You're listening to the 99.3
Acid rock,
County
but
FM
it's just
Wellings
common.
of Picton
It's just
Annual
common rock.
Radiothon. Today's music is sponsored by Bay and Quinte Mutual Insurance Company. For all your property insurance needs, call 613-476-4719. Thanks to all of our local musicians who have graciously donated their talents to Radiothon 2025.
No,
in
this is my
support
old
of our
club.
not-for-profit, volunteer-driven community radio station.
Oh, yeah, go on.
Please help us bridge the funding gap of $74,000 by considering a
I just don't, because you don't need to practice. Like when I was playing my practice. Oh, I never practiced. And I realized now that I'm not
That's
getting
613-476-2229. Donate
I don't want to
online
miss
at
nice flying.
99.3countyfm.ca.
Did you need to mention the flying on that one?
E-transfer to
I'm the guy that flies
info
around in
at
that parachute around the
theveryfoundation.com.
county.
Use 99.3
No,
County
a lot of
FM
people
as
see
a
this.
password, and don't
Next time he goes out, we'll bring a shotgun out.
20.
Drop by and see
Put a
us
target
during
on his ass.
Radiothon. Say hi at 38 Cold Storage Road, Picton. And special thanks to all Radiothon 2025 sponsors,
10.
including McDougal Insurance and Financial Picton, and to Angie's Pooper Pumping Septic Service, helping 99.3 County FM
2,
to connect the
1.
county.
And we are back, and you are listening to 99.3 County FM, the voice of the county. Phil Knox is your chief button pusher, and I have Mark McGreevy and another Mark snuck in, and we now have a microphone on him, so we'll be able to hear his dulcet tones. See that? Say something in dulcet tone language.
A dulcet is something that from Nova Scotia we eat. It's called dulce, and it's very good.
It's seaweed.
Yeah, it's a seaweed.
Yeah.
It's good though.
Okay. All right. See how we're segueing completely off a topic here? This is Radiothon.
It's maritime.
That's true, maritime.
Let him do his song.
Okay, wait a minute. I got to tell people how to donate here. In person, you can call 613-476-2229. You can e-transfer to info@veritasfoundation.com. Include your name, email, and mailing address. Please use the password 993 County FM, or you can do online at 993countyfm.ca for credit card donations. Now, we're back. Mark, you've got a special request from the wonderful, the pandemonium lady herself.
Vanessa Pandos.
Vanessa Pandos. Okay. So what did she ask for?
She wanted some acoustic Zeppelin.
Acoustic?
I didn't know that was possible.
Okay.
But apparently it is.
All right.
So I'm going to do a little acoustic Zeppelin instrumental for Vanessa. I'm doing this for you.
All right. Well done.
There you go,
Well
Vanessa.
done.
Hope you're happy.
There you go, Vanessa. A little Led Zeppelin for you. And you're listening to 99.3 County FM, the voice of the county, and this is 2025 Radiothon. And I'm in here with Mark McGreevy and Mark Despo. Say hello, Mark Despo.
Hello.
Mark Despo.
Yeah, see, I was waiting for him
Yeah,
to do
that's what I
that
was
second
waiting
part. He's just always supposed to say that. Repeat exactly after me.
Repeat after
Try it
Pete.
again if you want.
Okay. Hello, Mark Despo.
Hello, Mark Espo.
There we go. See, he's getting it.
He does talk to himself.
See, now you need to take him on your next Yuck Yucks.
Yeah, that's what I think. Yes.
Yeah.
I heard that on
Put
the
him up
radio.
on stage.
Good Mark and bad
Stepping in
Mark.
the comment. I hear you're stepping in
GM
the
and
comment.
DM.
Wouldn't that be good? Wouldn't that be a great show? I'd pay to go and see that show.
Really?
Yeah, I would. Now, tell me, I know you pick up a lot of Celtic music here that you've listened to over the years. Have you ever tried to write something?
I actually have, but I got the wrong guitar for that. So had I known you wanted originals, like I only do originals,
Okay.
but they're originally done by other people.
Yes.
So
Yes, I think that's called an original of a cover.
original, yes. Yeah, I don't have the right instrument for the one that I've written, but maybe next year
Okay,
we'll do an original.
great.
Is that tuned to Dad Guy?
Yeah, that's tuned to the Dad Gat.
Okay, that's why you don't have the right instrument.
That's why I don't have the right instrument.
You don't have time to tune.
No.
Well, you would if there was a song.
Because I still got to do another Scottish song for Phil. Right?
Well, yes, I did tell him that I was of Scottish.
Yes,
blood.
Aren't we all?
So yes,
When the time comes.
when the time comes, I'm also Irish when there's green beer flowing. So,
Aye.
or actually, anytime there's a Guinness around. So
Yeah.
can I say Guinness on the air? What?
That's a good question. Zero.
Yeah.
Zero
Guinness.
Guinness.
Zero.
That's
That's,
what I-
right. It's non-alcoholic Guinness.
That's right. You're not allowed to talk about anything that can get you intoxicated.
That's right. That's right. That's right. You know, I'll tell you a little side story. When I was doing with Dave McKay, and I was doing the Grapevine for a number of years on Tuesdays, and we had Dr. Peter Oglaza, who was the former health guy for the county, and he was saying you can't talk about marijuana until the legalization's passed.
Oh.
So we could only talk about there's this stuff out there, and we couldn't actually talk about it.
I do have an original that I can play on.
Do you?
Yes.
All right.
Well, I think it was an original. Yes. It's a song. You've heard the song Copperhead Road, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, that's right. Well, I'm not going to play that.
Okay, good.
But I wrote a song called Consacon Road. And people say, they
Oh,
think
hi,
I
brothers.
plagiarized it. I don't think I plagiarized it. The similarities, Copperhead Road was in the States.
Yes.
Mine is in Canada.
Yes.
There you go.
It was back in the Vietnam War. This is back in the Afghanistan War.
Okay.
And he was talking about growing marijuana. Well, they do that here. And about whiskey running in the old days. Well, in the county, we've had our own whiskey and
We
rum
had
running,
our own.
right?
Yeah, yeah.
So this is a song. I don't see the similarity between Copperhead Road.
Let's just listen to the tune and see if there's a similarity.
You think the tune is similar?
Well, I don't know yet.
Okay.
We'll just see if we can do both. Okay, stand up for that one there. Okay, you're adjusting this out.
not very famous. You hardly ever saw my granddaddy around here. Cause they only come to concert twice a year. He bought 100 pounds of meat since a copper line. Well, everybody knew. Well, the revenue man was a granddaddy bad. He had a partridge holler with everything he had. For my time that I've been told, he never come back from Consacon Road. Hey! Granddaddy drove whiskey in a big black Dodge. Well, he bought it and he picked it at the Elks Dodge. Old Big P painted on the side, yeah. Just shot a quarter climber inside. Now him and my uncle turned the engine down. I can remember that broken sound. Well, the old Big P came in the middle of the night. I heard Mama cry, knew something wasn't right. Heading down and picking with a weekend note. Sang the whiskey burning down Consacon Road. I volunteered for the Army on my birthday. Not a lot of work in the county. I did 2 tours of duty in Afghanistan. When I came back, you take the seeds from Hillier and Wildfoods too. And you plant them versus holler the old VP's got a chopper in the air. I wake up street and like I'm back over there. I learned a thing or two from the town, and you know, you better stay away from Consacon Road. Consacon Road. Consacon Road. Consacon Road. All right. Original, well done. Well done.
We'll be right back after these messages.
Are we doing one more song or?
Yeah.
The Arts Calendar
I'll do
is
your
brought to you
Scottish
by Bay of Quinte Mutual Insurance Company, protecting county homes, farms,
It's
and
the Arts
businesses.
Calendar.
Forgot about that.
150 years.
It is very similar to Copperhead Road.
476
Oddly enough. I wonder who else actually does song manipulations similar to
Yeah, you would never do that though. What kind of
Rude
person?
thing to do.
What kind of person would do that? I know.
I know one guy, Alec Lund, he would do it.
He would do it in
Yeah,
heartbeat.
Winding streams and tranquil ponds.
What was the Walmart one too?
Visit RenoGallery.com.
Oh, look at this.
Who we got?
Oh, it's
I saw hats and things that was there.
Renee and
When you
Lenny
see dragonflies,
is today, and Sid. Oh God.
Hey,
Oh,
there's
crowds here.
Visit
Today's Lenny's birthday.
AdareGallery.com.
No,
Sid's birthday tomorrow.
It's Sid's birthday.
no, it's not.
She kills the monster.
Oh, they're celebrating it.
Yeah, you can't
Heartwarming,
mention it.
hilarious journey through grief, geekdom, and
No, it's
dominance.
not. No, it's not.
Live on stage.
Okay, so we'll get
at the
right-
Public Library.
So I'll get right into the tune for you, your Scottish tune when we get back in the air.
Sure.
The Wellington Art Walk is June
So we're getting paid, aren't we?
All the green bikes to the 10 studios and galleries.
3,295.
Fred Ford Greg Hall.
Find brochures in local studios, galleries, and businesses.
Send tune?
Yeah,
The
but
library's
it's a little
author
awesome.
series
It's a little
continues, featuring Martha Batiste,
Yeah,
Thursday,
remember
June
what?
19th at 7 p.m. at
Yeah.
Wellington Branch Library. For
You're
events,
the only guy I know that
visit
can run his watch.
peclibrary.org/library.
The
Arts calendar can be heard 6 times a day, 7 days a week.
All right, I got
on
a Cider County, 31
County FM,
seconds.
the voice
I
of the county.
Event Parker
County
PSA.
Cider Company celebrates 30 amazing years, and you're invited to the party Saturday, June 14th.
Well, we'll steal into your time.
Filled with live music, local vendors, and
We'll
exciting
steal into
giveaways.
yours.
Kids events happening too, and
tell her
free to attend. The tap room is now open 7 days
right
a week,
into it.
so it's
Where's,
always a
where's
great day
Greg?
to relax and
Lenny
raise a glass
out
in
there, Lenny.
Watkins.
What the
Celebrate on June 14th at the County Cider Company, County Road 8,
Doesn't
just
stop
past
talking, no
Bongart's
matter which way
Crossroad. Visit countycider.com.
Hey, it's Big Ben from County FM. You're gonna go out and have some
Sandy, they have a
drinks,
tuner
don't
right
drive,
watch it.
get a cab, call a
I
friend,
have it
call
on
your
my
mother
phone.
if you
I
have
have
to.
it.
That's
She'll
really
come
good.
pick you up because she loves
But
you.
this is,
And
this
so
is
do
on
you.
sale. This is
So
the
don't drink
Pixel
and
2.
drive.
This is the
A
old
message
Pixel.
from your friends at
Fantastic. You know what's
99.3
great
County
about it?
FM. The
I can
voice
say,
of the county.
You're listening to
remind me in an hour to do
99.3
something.
County FM.
Okay,
Well,
that's
it's a
good.
50
You know, you're
shocked on the
Radiothon
wrist.
2025.
Well, and it pops up.
A big thank you
And when
to
you
all the
answer, you
local
can answer your phone
musicians
with
for their
this. Goes right by
support
hearing
and
aids.
to our listeners
If
for
you
your
call me,
generous
so.
donations.
Okay, 30
Donating
seconds.
is easy.
30.
Call us at 613-476-2229. That's
What are you singing?
613-476-2229. You can donate online at
We've been drinking all afternoon over at
99.3
Norris.
Send an e-transfer to info@theveritasfoundation.com
Yeah,
using 99.3 County FM as the password. Please remember to include all your contact info, or feel free to drop
15.
by the station during the Radiothon at 38 Cold Storage Road, Picton.
So we're
We'd
gonna
love
go
to
in
see
right
you.
into the
Thank
song.
you for your
Oh, you
continued
can-
and
so we're
necessary
back.
support
It's
of
Scottish song.
99.3
Five,
County FM's
4,
Radiothon
3.
2025.
And we're back, and Mark McGreevy has one more song he's going to honor us with.
This is a classic. I like to modernize some of the old classic tunes, so it's a little more upbeat. It's called Loch Lomond. In 1749, after the Battle of Culloden, two of Bonnie Prince Charlie's men were captured by the British, and one was sent to be executed. And the story goes, the other one was set free to return to Scotland. So before he was executed, he wrote this poem, apparently, and sent it to the freedman, because it was believed in those days, if you die away from your home, the angels will come and take you home via the low road. The living take the high road. By yon bonny bank and by yon bonny brae, the sun sets bright on Loch Lomond, where me and my true love were always born together. On the bonny banks of Loch Lomond. He'll take the high road, I'll take the low road, and I'll be the sky. And before me and my true love will never meet again. On the bonny banks of Loch Lomond. It was a where we parted on yon shady ground, on the steep side of Ben Lomond, where in deep purple you hold the hills and the moon's coming out in the blue. We'll take the high road, I'll take the sky, when we party, and not to know we'll never meet again. On the banks of Loch Lomond, where the weavers sing and wildflowers and sunshine a broken hearted and lonely sickness bring again. Oh, she's from Heaven. We'll take the high road, I'll take the low road. Let me for you, for me and my true love will never meet again. On the bonny banks of Loch Lomond.
My little birdie sing, and sunshine from the suddenly cut down a broken hearted man on his second spring again. Take the high road, and before you, for me and my pillow will never meet again. Take the high road, I'll take the night, the sky, and before you, for me and my pillow will never meet again.
Thank you. That was the 2 marks. And thank you for a Scottish song or Celtic. All right. This hour's amount for the fundraising is $43,295. Yay. Way to go. Way to go, you guys. Thank you very much. Thank you. Listen, thank you, Mark, for doing the show. And thank you, Mark, for doing the show. And
I was here anyway.
He was
you were
worried-
here anyway.
He was worried about me. He thought he needed a hand here.
That's what.
I was worried I'd have to
As I said, he taught me everything he knows.
Did he? That's what he said. That's what he said. Thank you guys very much. Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
See you, brother.
In the county every minute of every day. Give you the fun stuff every day in times of emergency. This is CJPE, better known as 99.3 County FM, the voice of the county.
Come on
Listen
in.
to us live
She's
anywhere
here
at
solo. I got a
99.3
feeling this
CountyFM.ca.
means that
County
is she
FM.
singing or is
That's
she?
where we're all-
Glenda's here. Maybe Glenda's gonna sing with her something.
It's like I'm wearing around my neck. Remember I couldn't?
Is it all right if Helen Wells joins us
Yes.
with her singing voice? Because we're gonna do a summer walk, which is a song she loves.
There's a microphone there, and you can have. I guess you can use that.
No, you use one.
Talking property insurance needs, call 613-476-4719.
Who's doing the?
Thanks to all of our local musicians who have graciously donated their talents to Radiothon 2025 in support of our not-for-profit, volunteer-driven community radio station. Please help us bridge the funding gap of $74,000 by considering a tax receivable donation. Donating is simple. Call us at 613-476-2229. That's 613-476-2229.
There is around
Online at 993countyfm.ca or e-transfer to info@themeritsfoundation.com. Use 993 County FM as a password and don't forget all your contact info. Or drop by and see us during Radiothon and say hi at
There he is.
Cold Storage Road, Picton. And special thanks to all of the Radiothon 2025 sponsors, including Heidelberg Materials and JJ International Media and Management Services. Visit cjthecoach.ca, helping 99.3 County FM to connect the county.
We're gonna bring the girl in.
She's coming. Where do you want me to sit?
You sit there. We need another chair
Chair
for
would be
her.
good.
Sorry?
We'll go get another chair.
Yeah, I've got it on music, so. Hello. Have you guys been out on the boat today?
You know,
I was gonna say,
I'm
Sunny,
gonna tell you something. I'm gonna make this joke during our show too.
this isn't yours. I think
No.
This was Mark's.
So you're prepared. My
Okay.
husband has asked if he can nap during this interview because
It's Mark that you're gonna have to, because he's the one who's talking. I'm just
I'm
pressing
just
buttons.
preparing you.
Yeah, I told me the microphone here.
Hey,
We
how
need-
are ya?
We need a chair for you, because,
I'm only gonna be in here for like literally, are you gonna get them to do a song right away or are you gonna make them talk first?
it's entirely up to Mark.
Oh, it's up to tomorrow, okay.
Mark's, I'm pressing buttons here, so.
You're pressing
I'll
buttons.
need a microphone here for the guitar.
Why don't you take this one?
Can you bend it in?
pass it over to her.
Oh, Helen, you'll just be right here. And
That's how you
it's
wanna
just
do
gonna
it.
be the first song.
Oh, okay.
And then we'll, and where's the camera? Oh, hi. Donate to 99.3 County FM, the voice of the county. Please. I guess I should turn my phone off.
Yes.
So if I tell you anything silly,
I'm just gonna stand by.
people are gonna hear me in the future, so I know that, right? So I better control myself.
Anyways, I'll let you get in there. I'll let you get in there first, because you're gonna, do you guys want the door open?
Sure.
Whatever.
I think
It gets
so.
hot
Some air?
here,
It's
yeah.
a hot here otherwise, and they like the.
We don't, I like the background noise.
I'll need your lyrics, so you might wanna get those prepped and ready. Here you go.
Yeah, so we'll just mark, if it's okay, the first song we're gonna do is one that Lenny likes to do with us, and then she has to go, so we'll do it first.
Perfect, and this is it. Like, that far.
It's perfect. Look at that. Look at that.
And that Sid's coming in. Sing too.
And Sid, you wanna come in and sing too, Sid? You wanna come in and sing too?
I was going to, but I don't want to show you all up, so I'll stay outside.
He's a rock musician from the past.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, do you want me, I could fade this out, or you want to let it finish? We've got 20 seconds left on Crowded House.
Do whatever you wanna do.
It's your show, Mark. It's your show.
It's your show, you're driving the bus,
Although,
I'm just
you know,
pressing the buttons.
I'll take over, but just so you get a feeling that maybe you're in
Will I
charge.
be heard when you take over?
No, you won't be, will you?
4 seconds.
I won't let you take over.
Okay, good. Be strong.
Okay, we're on the air again on this beautiful, beautiful, beautiful day. Oh, I just took the microphone off now. Sorry about that. Yes, and we're on Radiothon 2025, and we have our next wonderful guest. This is amazing, Phil. Phil on the board here. It's amazing the people we're getting. It's amazing.
It's incredible, incredible. Talent,
How many,
talent.
how many numbers? Of people?
45, I think, is the total for the entire 4 days, if I'm not mistaken, but we've had some people come
Well,
in
now
and
it's
sing.
46.
Well, yes, we've got 46 now.
I'm a
'cause
spare.
Someone, we got a spare here.
I don't think I'm been harmonizing in here.
Yeah.
I hope you will be.
We had the 2 marks, so,
Yes, I was listening.
Maria?
Yes.
We have Renee and Greg, and they are Telegraph Narrows.
Yes.
Telegraph, yep.
And I guess we're going to start with that is, where did you come up with Telegraph Narrows?
Okay, do you want to answer? Actually, I have a request. Greg has worked all day, and yesterday
He
he
can answer.
started spraying.
Let
So
him
he's
talk.
wondering if he could have a nap while we do this.
Oh, I thought he was having a nap. He's such a low-key guy. It's hard to tell.
So I said I would ask for
You
him.
was out pretty late last night, at least 9 o'clock.
We were out very late for us, and then, but he also worked, like he was up at 6 in the morning spraying.
Spring, yeah.
And
Oh, that would
then
explain it.
today, he was up clearing out all the trash that's been accumulating and then going to work, and now he's here. So he's tired.
So ZZ Top's out of the question?
Not today. He does play in the green.
I know, I've heard of it.
Okay, without further ado,
Why
let's
are we
get into
called
our
Telegraph
first song
Narrows?
with Telegraph Narrows.
Oh, you want us to tell you why we're called
We ran out
Telegraph?
of time on that part.
Oh,
Of
did
it.
we?
I'm just kidding, I'm sorry. Telegraph Narrows was up in Northport, correct?
I'm sorry, this is going to be a messy interview. I apologize to the audience out there,
Already? You haven't
to
even
you
said it
already,
yet.
and it's getting very hot. Telegraph Narrows is where we live.
Yeah.
So you know where the bridge that they've been working on. Everyone
Skyway.
goes to the res for their grass and all that
Yep.
stuff. We live on the county side.
Good for
And
you.
that strip of water is called Telegraph Narrows.
Right.
So that's what we
Because
call
it's
it.
very narrow, and there's lots of telegraphs.
I don't know. And Helen lives very close to us, actually, in Northport. So we've sort of become friends by inheritance. I sort of inherited her as a friend because
Like boring sugar and stuff like that.
Yeah, kind of something like
because
that, yeah.
her very best friend Deneen was my next door neighbor.
Mhm.
So
Doing
that's
well.
how we met.
Yes, that's right. Yes, now we're bosom buddies as well.
Yeah, it's
All right.
quite an inheritance.
Well, there you go. We know where Telegraph Narrows is, so don't everybody go there all at once. It's a small place. Beautiful to see. You want to see those Narrows.
If you sail, anyone who sails knows the Narrows because they go through the Narrows.
Probably had to bring your heel up on that.
So this song, are we ready for
Yeah,
a song?
you go for it.
Okay, this song we recorded, and I don't like the recording of it, so I no longer let anyone play it. But every time we perform it, it's a song we really love because it was written about our dog that passed away, who was the most amazing, marvelous, phenomenal dog anybody has ever had on the planet, in my opinion. And her name was Bianca. And
Her name was what? Donald Trump?
God.
You said it was the best dog ever. I figured Donald Trump was his name.
Her name was Bianca. She was a cockapoo.
Dogs.
Insult to dogs. She was a cockapoo. And she was the sweetest, most wonderful little creature. It's the first dog I ever had, and she has my heart to this day. Anyway, we wrote this song about her, and you know how when you take your dog for a walk, how wonderful it is. She passed away after we recorded it. So every time we perform,
Did you not like it?
Sorry. Are you guys seeing this? I told you this is going to be a crazy interview.
They don't put me in here for no reason, you know.
Okay,
Why
so
would I play
and
that?
Helen loves to sing along because she likes this song. And
I do.
It's
a charming song. It's absolutely charming.
And
It's
we
light
would
and-
never say no to Lenny Stewart.
That's Lenny Stewart talking in the background. She's going to sing on this one as a guest musician.
Okay.
Phil and I will try to keep our mouth shut for a while. All right. Right, Phil?
No.
Be very careful, Mark. I know where you live. And I'm a really good friend of yours. There we go.
Start.
Yeah. All right. Yes, we can start.
She even gave me a hug last night. The corn gets higher. On windy days we watch dandelions blow, picking wildflowers as they grow. People's gardens really make the show. Out on a summer's walk, me and my little dog, chasing all our blues away. It's our favorite time of day. The heat of the grass warms her paws, hugs my skin soft, summer gauze. Days like these are precious because days like these hold no flaw. Out on a summer's walk, me and my little dog, chasing our blues away. It's our favorite time of day. Chasing butterflies and bees, shouting careful Bianca, please. Seeking shade beneath the willow tree. Seeking refuge and peace under that grand canopy. There's nothing better than this for my little dog and me. Out on a summer's walk, me and my little dog, chasing all our blues away. It's our favorite time.
Out on a summer's walk, me and my little dog, chasing all our blues away. It's my favorite time of day.
All right. Well done.
Thank you, darling. Thank you.
See you later.
You betcha, Lone Ranger.
That was Telegraph Narrows. They're our guests for this next 45 minutes. My name is Mark Gessel, by the way. I'm the host today, and we got Phil Knox over there on the board, keeping the microphones going. And just a little bit of special news right now. We have this coming hour will be a special matching donor hour sponsored by Emma Robinson and Ken Murray, and it's for $1,000.
Wow.
No, Phil, that's the next hour, right? The 7th. Not this hour. Right now, as we speak. Okay, well, now
Up to $1,000.
get your wallets out. $1,000. You can always do this with a couple of buddies, 3 or 4 buddies, maybe.
So that means if you make a $50 donation, it becomes a $100 donation, right? So I have to thank Judy Silverberg, who's emailed me money and said, make that donation during your show.
Right.
So she emailed me $50, which is now $100
Da, 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 da.
to the radio station. Woo!
Thank you.
Thank you, Judy Silverberg.
Okay.
Speaking of donating, before we go there, maybe we should do a quick note here. This is the Radiothon 2025, and the whole idea is to raise $74,000 to keep this station going for another year. We do have sponsors, we do have people donating money all year round, but this is our main fundraiser, so we really need your assistance there. And I know, like last year, the community sticks together and does this. It's just amazing every time. So if you'd like to donate, you can come in person up until a couple hours from now, another hour from now, right?
I'm not sure when they close. I think 5:30.
Well, then you don't even have to come in. Just call 613-476-2229, or there's an e-transfer version to it. It's info at the
Veritas.
Yeah, I'll spell it for you. Veritas Foundation. VerticaFoundation.com. And don't forget to include your name, email, and a mailing address. Please use your password, which is going to be 993 County FM. And then there's an online, which is personally the one I like the best because it's so easy. You go right to the website, which is 993countyfm.ca. Have your credit card on hand, and there's a little tag right on the website that says donate here. Can't go wrong. We're going to go to a commercial now. We'll be right back with Telegraph Narrows.
And I'm going to give you your hat.
And now, the concert calendar, brought to you by The Waring House. Open 7 days a week and bringing you live local music in the Barley Room Pub. Visit waringhouse.com for menus and prices.
I just saw them.
Every Monday, the Waring House presents open mic night in the Barley Room Pub. On Friday, June 6th, Peter Ray is at Pounders Pub and Patio. On Saturday, June 7th, it's Pounders Pub and Patio's opening party with live music from 62 South, Mad Hatter, and Dusty Keller. And John Sharkey is at Three Dog Winery. And on Sunday, June 8th, Matt Smith is at Huff Estates Winery.
The concert calendar is brought to you by The Waring House and can be heard 6 times a day, 7 days a week on 99.3 County FM, the voice of the county.
County Kids of Steel is back at Pizza, Sunday, June 8th. This triathlon invites kids aged 3 to 17 to embrace an active lifestyle. It's a great way for you to challenge yourself with fun and supportive environment. Run, enjoy a barbecue music specialized County Kids of Steel.
This ad brought to you by Books and Company, your independent bookstore on 5th Main Street for over 30 years. Let's rock the square with Empire Rock Fest at Empire Square, downtown Belleville.
Featuring the Arquettes.
Well, I'm just seeing more and more stuff that says, what's the position you should take? And I've written a post, policy, basically, I just took the CPCs and say, let's try to see what else. That's a good start. Good start.
Don't miss this all ages license outdoor
Well, I think Mike wants to talk to me about on Monday, and he did say that he wanted
July 25th to 26th
at Empire Square.
This is a 99.3 County FM Wellness Washington Radiothon 2025 Matching Donor Hour. Every donation is matched by this hour's sponsor, Emma Robinson and Ken Murray, up to $1,000. 99.3 County FM means local music, local news, and county conversation. Help us bridge the $74,000 funding gap so we can continue.
There's no airflow.
Donations are eligible for tax receipts. We remain a non-profit, volunteer-driven community radio station.
Greg, are you feeling that at all?
Keeps us on air. Donating is simple.
Just turned off.
613-476-2229. That's 613-476-2229. Or donate online at 993countyfm.ca. Or e-transfer info@theveritasfoundation.com and use 993 County FM as a password. And don't forget all your contact info.
So we're ready for another song.
Radiothon and say hi at 38 Gold Storage Road. Thank you again to our Matching Donor Hour sponsor.
I don't mean to give that.
You're listening to the 99.3 County FM
This is the last one.
Radiothon 2025. A big thank you to all the local musicians for their support and to our listeners for your generous donations.
Probably have all of that.
Donating is
40
easy.
seconds.
Call us at 613-476-2229.
I want it to be
That's
double.
613-476-2229. You can donate online at 993countyfm.ca. Send an e-transfer to info@theveritasfoundation.com using 993 County FM as the
20.
password. Please remember to include all your contact info, or feel free to drop by the station during the Radiothon at 38 Cold Storage Road, Picton.
10.
We'd love to see you. Thank you for your continued and necessary support.
5,
99.3
4,
County FM's
3,
Radiothon
2,
2025.
explosion.
All right, we're back on Radiothon 2025. My name is Mark Despo, hosting this next hour, and I have Telegraph Narrows on with me. And they're going to do us another song, right, Renee?
Oh, we can absolutely. We did tell you why we're called Telegraph Narrows, but we didn't tell you. See, Greg, I don't know if people can see it, but you guys can see it. Greg has a hat on. I don't know if the camera's getting him at all. Can you move in a little closer? You don't want to see him. He's wearing a blue hat that has dragonfly clips on it, and I have purple hair. So we took a songwriting course that you took as well with Megan Hutton, and she asked us to do an identity song. And so we called it Dragonfly Hat and Purple Hair. So we're going to do that for you now, if we remember it.
It's an original.
It is.
There you go.
Wait a minute, sir. There we go. Mike was in the right place.
He's a vineyard worker who wears dragonflies to chase the bugs away. And she's a teacher who loves color through art, dance and her hair. Together they write songs that talk of love, life, nature, and both, using any genre that the melody or the theme evolves. Up on a stage somewhere, dragonfly hat and purple hair,
Just a couple of musicians who live these days to perform for you. A repertoire of everyone's face, with some originals too. He tunes his guitar and she chats. The audience arrives in drips and drabs. There's a few hugs and laughter too. And then they begin to play for you. Amanda Marshall, Edith Piaf, the rodeo, the Beatles too. Up on a stage somewhere, dragonfly hat and purple hair. Just a couple of musicians who live these days to perform for you. The venue is soon filled with friends and fans, and the show's telegraph narrows begins. She sings and he joins her on songs from time to time, where clearly they have so much fun as he adds his voice to a line. Dragonfly hat and purple hair, just a couple of musicians who live these days to perform for you. As we watch you smile, dance, clap, and sing along, our hearts beam, knowing we've touched you with our song. Up on a stage somewhere, dragonfly hat and purple hair. Just a couple of musicians who live these days to perform for you. Ray keeps the beat with masterful guitar. A pedal board played with his feet is also a star. Like Sonny and Cher, they joke and they tease, doing all of this just to please. Up on a stage somewhere, dragonfly hat and purple hair. Just a couple of musicians who live these days to perform for you.
Nice, very nice. Very nice.
That was an original song by Telegraph Narrows. Basically, an autobiography in a sense. And not hidden very much.
The fashion show as well.
When they said purple hair, and you knew who they were talking about.
Greg.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He wears that thing everywhere. That's what scares me. Not necessarily.
I've seen him in the field, walking down the field.
Well, that's what it was bought for.
Was it really?
It was to chase the black flies.
Deer
Deer
flies and
flies.
horse
Does it
flies, yeah. I think it did, yeah.
His sister-in-law, Mary, who's from the vineyard, recognized that he was coming in with all these welts after working out in the vineyard all day long. So she bought him one of them to try, and it seemed to work. But then the thing is that, his crazy wife decided it would also look good up on stage. So, the paper. Is I making too much noise with the paper? I'm sorry.
This is what, no, you're not making.
No,
too
it's
much
not
noise.
that. It's
You're
not
doing,
that.
you're doing just fine. By the way, this hour is a special matching donor hour sponsored by Emma Robinson and Ken Murray. And it's up to $1,000. So if you happen to be donating during this hour, it doubles everything you donate. So this is a really good chance to really pick up the numbers from 43,295, which is where we're at right now. And let's hope by the end of the hour we break more than like 50,000. Let's say 50,000. We still got half an hour. Let's do it. Get your wallets out, folks.
Okay, we're gonna work really hard for you to do that, okay? So
All right.
everybody, we have a song now. If you love doctors like we do, or if you have trouble finding a doctor like people do out here, we have a song about a doctor trying to find a doctor, and it's called I Didn't Listen to My Doctor Blues.
All right, here we go. Is this one of the originals, by the way?
Yeah, another one.
Good for you. Glad you did it right.
Oops.
It's an original coming up by Telegraph Mirrors.
As I'm getting ready for bed, calming the noises in my head, I feel that thing that I dread. I get a cough, a wretched cough. I thought that I was past its hold. I thought that I'd gotten over this cold. I was so confident, so very sure that I didn't have to find no cure for this rotten cough, for this rotten cough, 'cause it was gone. Ha! I was wrong, and now that it is back again, I wish that I had followed through with what the doctor had said to do. I thought that I was past its hold. I thought I'd gotten over this cold. Instead, I now must incur her wrath as the nurses titter and laugh. I canceled necessary procedure, and now I'm feeling so much weaker. I thought that I was past its hold. I thought I'd gotten over this cold. Woo!
Cough along if you know the words.
I think Phil and I just caught whatever you got.
I think we got
Sorry,
it.
sorry. And whoever used the mic next. There's a song in the DJB called Rock My Boat. Phil, if you can find that, we want to do
Yeah,
that.
while we're doing that, we'll go to commercials right now, and it is Radiothon 2025. I'm your host, Mark Nespel. We have Telegraph Nero's with us and Phil on the board, and we'll just go to a few commercials here. They also pay some money for us, by the way. And time to get your wallets ready. This is a matching donor, so everything you donate right now doubles. Boy, it's what a great thing. I wish I had done that. but I didn't.
Okay, what's the
It's
title
called
again?
Rock My Boat.
Bring your precious pooch to Sandbanks Winery for the Humane Society of Hastings Prince Edward fundraiser. Live music, vendors, a silent auction, and a doggy ice cream parlor. Support our furry
Rock
friends
My
in
Boat.
need. Sunday, June
Find
8th.
it?
Details
So we
at
want to do that.
sandbankswinery.com.
That's actually good for
Explore the world of
Narrows.
Brokenstone
Plus,
Winery with the
it-
Vineyard Discovery
We're-
Tour.
It's
You can
more
choose between a guided tour with the
electronic,
winemaker
you know what I
or
mean?
explore at your own pace. Available starting Saturday,
not
June
acoustic.
14th. And 99.3 County
recorded
FM will be broadcasting
sound
live from the winery that day. Learn about the
Right on.
varieties of grapes, the
So
seasonal
it's at the end
vineyard
of the
styles,
song.
and the unique terroir of the county.
We have-
The
we
Vineyard
have
Discovery Tour
warrants,
opening
we
ceremony
have
is on June
so
14th
I
at
guess you
1
could say
p.m.
that.
Details at
Or
brokenstonewinery.com.
we can say that.
to the 99.3 County FM
Let's do
Wellings
it.
of
117 commercial left. What?
Today's
You know what?
show is
No,
sponsored
Mark,
by Bay of
We don't want to talk
Quality
first.
Insurance Company. For all your property insurance needs, call
So we're gonna talk first, and then you'll cue
613-476-4719.
Is that good?
Yep.
Thanks to all of our local
Sorry to
musicians
hear
who
my
have
phone
graciously
calls.
donated
No.
their talents to Radiothon 2025
Okay,
in
if
support
they
of our
don't hear something they're
not-for-profit
expecting, they're gonna blame it
volunteer-driven
all on you
community
guys.
radio station.
Okay,
Please
so
help us bridge
feel
the
better
funding
now.
gap of
Broadcast all of our listeners and say,
$74,000 by
"That wasn't
considering
my
a
fault
tax
that I hit the
receivable
wrong button."
donation.
how many times
Donating is
how
simple.
many
Call
mistakes
us at
I've made?
613-476-2229. That's 613-476-2229.
In life,
Donate
too, I
online
realize
at 993countyfm.ca or e-transfer
I have people listening
at
to the show
theveritfoundation.com.
Oh, yeah.
Use 993
I have
County
a
FM as a
band
password
in
and don't
Budapest
forget
that my
all
cousin
your
connected
contact
me to,
info.
and I
20.
Stop by and see us during Radiothon and say hi at 38 Cold Storage Road, Picton. And special thanks to all Radiothon 2025 sponsors,
10.
including McDougal Insurance and Financial, Picton, and to Angie's Cooper Helping Septic Service.
4,
99
3,
County FM
2,
to connect
1.
the county.
Okay, we're back on Radiothon 2025. Mark Despo here, your host, and I have Telegraph Narrows with me now. And we are right in the middle of I call it a happy hour, but it's a
We're happy. We're happy.
matching donor hour. So you throw in $50, you give us 100 at the same time. It's that easy. And so try that. You can do that by calling 613-476-2229. You can do an e-transfer. Info at the Veritas Foundation, so VERITAS Foundation.com. Include your name in an email and mailing address. Please use password 993 County FM when you do that. Okay, online at 993 County FMCA if you have a credit card donation. Now listen to this. This is really easy. You just go onto the website and there's the donation button right there. Okay, so let's go. We got another song coming up, and this time it's pre-recorded right down at Telegraph Narrows Studios. And who do you have on this one?
So
I
we
understand
used,
you have extra musicians.
we do. You're not on it.
No, unusually, but
I like we've been asking you.
Oh, yeah.
You're just never. You're a very busy guy. So we had a drummer. We were a 5-piece band. We were a 7-piece band. But until last year, we had a drummer named Warren Miracle who
Yes.
was on the Radiothon with us last year, and he's busy with all sorts of things like becoming a grandfather and things like that.
Wow.
So it's just us, but he's on this, and this is of all the things that we've recorded. There's 2 songs that I like. One that Caleb Hutton recorded for us called Moon Dance and Rock My Boat. Oh, and there's one other, What It Will, which is an old one, original of ours. The others, I can't stand them. I'd like to redo them all. That's what happens, I think, to musicians when they record on their own. Would you agree with me, Mark?
well, yeah, I would. Until you get used to what you're doing and you have a proper microphone and you put it through a mastering process somewhere.
Well, Greg worked really, really hard on this. And so the audience will hear electric guitar. Why don't you tell them about the process, honey?
Oh.
He's sleeping over there. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, well, as Renee said, Warren played drums, recorded drums for it, and I recorded the guitar parts and the bass, and Renee did the vocals, of course. And at the end of it, you'll hear some waves sort of washing on a beach. And so how I did that is I took a handheld recorder down to the water at our house and recorded the sound of the waves on the shore there, and then uploaded that into Pro Tools and put it in the recording. So that's the process.
So what you're going to hear is, we generally perform with an electric guitar, not an acoustic guitar. And I have a great machine that allows me to get double voice if I want, or some harmonies if I want. So it allows us to add a dimension that you cannot hear today. So you'll hear that in this recording, and listen for the sound of the water at the end. It's called Rock My Boat.
Do you want to come in and make it?
Do you want to say hello? I'm going to say hello. They're listening.
Are they? Are they watching?
I doubt
She's your neighbor.
What's happening with theater we want with the thing?
Last I heard from Conrad, it had a hip replacement. Yeah. And he was recovering well, according to John Burns. And Alfie has not been able to get back together with him to do any more editing.
You know who's my county profile this week? Alfie.
Yeah, I saw the picture. Yeah.
So I'm sorry, and I hope I didn't.
No, he's actually working on Theatre Roland's next crew of stuff. So. Minute 28. If I'm not mistaken, Greg, didn't I get you to play some ZZ Top for me last year at Radiothon?
I think so.
I don't think I did it.
I think. Oh, I think so.
Because
we talked about it.
We talked
Maybe it
about it,
didn't
and
happen.
I said,
It's hard.
what was the thing that Dave was hammering on, the drum?
Where Warren had.
Warren. Didn't you sat on a box?
Yeah, he had one of the
Silicone?
It's cajon.
A cajon.
Like you have cajon.
Did he have a cajon or did he?
Exactly the same thing.
Really?
He says he has bongos.
You might
But
have
that's
a
right.
cajon, but that's not what he was using. Here we have
And he has a better memory than me.
Okay.
Okay, so
30 seconds
you
left.
gotta listen for the ending. Don't cut it off.
A lot of effort going down the water. You can never record it. You could have just gone online to get the same thing.
No.
Not as probably not that one over the water.
It's too much fun. This is too much fun.
There it is. I hope everybody heard that.
Yeah!
It's another original by Telegraph Narrows. And I think all of us are just going to take a break and go for a pee now because of that. A little bit of water that came out at the very end of the song does it to me every time. So you are listening to Radiothon 99.3 at 2025, and we are during a double matching donation time this whole hour. So if you were thinking of donating and have just sort of, well, I'll get around to it, then now's the time. If you want to double your money without having to shell it out of your wallet, we've got a I don't remember that girl's name. We don't have this.
Emma.
Yeah. Emma Robinson and
Ken Murray.
Ken Murray. Yeah, sorry about that. They took the sheet away from me because they're adding new numbers onto it. I'm going to read it back to us in a few minutes. So, okay, so what I wanted to ask you, what you guys feel 99.3 has done for you over the years, or for the community for that matter. There's the two aspects of it: ourselves and as musicians, and the whole county as the news and that stuff. What do you guys comment on that?
So many people from my family have donated to this because they know how important the radio station is. I'm always boring my family with tales of people who I've learned about, things about the county that I've learned from doing the county profiles. Mm-hmm. And then all the musicians who I've gotten to meet, and all the technicians and stories. And there's people who are in and out of here. I've been with this station now for over 10 years. And there's people in and out of here, and they're all interesting. And I'll say, would you like to be a county profile? And they'll say to me, oh, no, my story's so boring. And I'll say, what are you talking about? It is amazing how many people think their story is boring. And then when you start to talk to them about it, you find out this is a really magical part of the world, I believe. And the people who are here are very in touch with so many and have come from such diverse backgrounds. So it's fascinating.
It is, and we never had anything like that other than a few people writing books about it, like The County by Alec Lundblom. And but nowadays we get on the radio here. We've got special shows. Phil over here has put radio plays on, and several of them now. I think put 7 or 8 of them by this point. Yeah.
Yeah.
So those are great interests, and of course, my favorite thing is the grapevine, because if you want to know about our community, that's the way to go. Especially with our wonderful, wonderful gift that we were given with Lynn Pickering.
But
Well,
Lynn Donovan's a gift too.
They're both special people. Yeah.
But Lynn Pickering has really, she's been a
She's
great
up the ante
mentor
here.
to
She's
so many of us, Mark. And you've been wonderful too. And Phil, I've learned so much from. I mean, don't ask me to name all the people we've encountered, I've encountered. But I'm not going to speak for Greg. I'm going to let him speak for himself, because we talked about this in the car. We talked about, he said, this is a tough question, because I don't think that we could imagine our lives at this point without 99.3 County FM. So what did you want to say?
Well, yeah, I was going to didn't want to say the same thing I say every year. So, but anyway, here's an example. Today I was dumping garbage at the dump, and my neighbor I haven't seen in a long time, randomly happened to pull up and was dumping his garbage too. So we got to talking, and he was asking me about the music. Were we doing anything? And I couldn't off the top of my head remember the dates or where we were playing, or what the name of the event was. So I said, well, just listen to the radio station. Will be advertised on there. So it is the radio station is very, very supportive of us musicians and artists in the county, and I find the programs that we're already talked about very interesting to listen to. Too, I get to hear all of Renee's county profile as she makes them at home. But yeah, they're I enjoy them. They're really
He has to listen to them while he's eating his dinner. I also would like to say that I have gotten some great recipes and food advice. And I have told Krista, she hasn't, I've told her in my mind that if she wants to learn how to make a good chicken soup, I am happy to come on the air and do that, because I do know how to do that. I taught myself how to do that. So
What's the secret ingredient?
Chicken.
Great, I got that covered.
Lots of chicken.
I think we have one more round of commercials here, and then we'll move on with the show even further. We still got some time left for a few more songs for sure. So 99.3, Voice of the County.
Here's another homegrown artist.
Here, we're going into the arts calendar.
The voice and the sounds of the county.
So yeah, you're gonna
And
have
now the arts calendar on 99.3.
15 minutes. No, more like 10. So you can probably get another 2 songs in.
Sculptors, glass artists,
So Colorado has a
makers
six
share their vision of the woodlands.
And how much we talk.
Towering
Yeah.
trees, winding trees, and
So
tranquil
he's
ponds. Unique.
If you want to,
Mandera
probably,
presents Botanica.
was it
Resort Museum of European and Fine Art celebrating the latest
Songwriting course.
Yeah, a little bit, because you gave me inspiration to come up. That is a good point.
Talk about our favorite musicians.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
That's good. We're gonna talk, we're gonna actually look for favorite musicians in the
I
county.
know Greg likes ZZ Top, so.
Oh, yeah, it doesn't have to be a county musician. Be nice, Greg.
I have never been able to tell you a favorite. It's really a tough question. I like so many, for so many different reasons.
You
But
know,
I have an
you know what the
idea.
thing, you ask the question about who are you listening to now?
Yeah, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Because now
Then
it's
there's no
like,
favorite.
it could be something you're
And,
picking
and,
up on.
and it's a great question, because there's something really relevant
Yeah.
now that I'm listening to. So that would be good.
As long as it's not about Trump.
Or
The arts
other
calendar can be
things.
heard 6 times
But
a
we
day,
don't have to pick
7
that
days a
song
week
out, do
on
we? Play it.
99.3
No, we want to
FM,
get another
the
song
voice
of them
of
rather
the
than
county.
playing it. I mean, that would have been another option.
And you know, we didn't have this song, by the way, until about 3 months ago. Because I asked for it. We didn't have this song. And when you hear it, when I tell you the name of it, you will both look at me like, seriously? You didn't have that song in DJB? And several times I wanted to play it because you know I choose a theme.
On budget,
And I didn't
works
have
quickly,
it.
and we recommend him highly.
And
Where your dream yard
I
becomes a
asked
reality. Visit
somebody to put it
countystone.ca
in.
today.
Because it
This
fit
is
in
a
really well
99.3
with
County
what I was
FM
doing.
Warren's Fiction Radiothon 2025 matching donor.
You know what, I'm gonna
power.
get rid of this
Every
commercial
donation is matched by this hour's sponsor.
I was gonna get rid of Alice and Kelly, but it's yellow, so I cannot.
$1,000. 99.3 County FM is local and county conversation. Help us bridge the $74,000 funding gap.
We only got
We
like
continue to connect the
8
county.
minutes left here, so you may only get one song.
Tax receipts. We remain a non-profit, volunteer-driven community radio station. Your support is what keeps
Well, one
us
song
on air.
or two?
We've only got nothing that's left, so we-
So we'll do Little Red Ice.
Hi, we're back here at Radiothon 2025. Oh, here it comes. We'll hold off on that news for a moment or two. Boy, oh boy, that's exciting. We got another poll just came in with some additional money amounts, and we're going to see about that in a minute. First of all, we've got Telegraph Narrows with us right now. My name's Mark Jessel, by the way, I should tell you that. And we are in what they call a matching donor hour, which means if you throw some money in right now before the next 6 o'clock, it'll be double. So $50 makes 100, 100 makes 200, etc. So if you're thinking of donating, now's the time. And boy, when I said it the last time, we had 3 phone calls come in right away. So I think people are listening out there. If you want to take advantage of that opportunity, you do it right now. We've got people waiting on the phone for you to call us. Okay, Renee Wiseman-Stanner and Greg Stanner are 2 musicians that call themselves Telegraph Narrows, and that happens to be where they live, as they said. Renee, both of you guys, I mean, your inspiration for writing your own music. I know we were in a music class or writing class together, and you've written many songs since then and before that. But who would you be inspired by? Who's your mentor? Or now, who you listen to now?
So, can I just say hello to Cliff and Dorothy Stanners who are listening out there. Your son doesn't want to say hello to you. He's embarrassed. I'm saying it. Those are my in-laws. Okay, so putting that aside, Megan Hutton, to me, is just a marvelous musician. And I have a CD from Instant Rivalry called Whiskey and Lead. Yeah. I keep it in the car and I sing along to it. And I actually have been waiting all my life for the opportunity to sing with Megan. That's silly. All my life. It's too long for that. But we finally got to perform it at, where was it? Dusty Keller was doing the open mic at Coach's. And Megan didn't have to play the guitar. Greg was playing the guitar, and she and I sang the song together. That was so wonderful. Another song that's really important to me, another artist that's really important to me, is Janice Ian. And Janice Ian, there's a wonderful documentary, but she's come under a lot of controversy because of certain political views. But she wrote a song around the same time I was 17 called That 17.
17.
Yes, and it was so poignant and it felt so real to so many women like me, young women at that time. And it's had a bit of a resurgence now, and she's got a very interesting life. So I would say that's another song that's really important to me. Greg?
Okay, the question was again?
What are you listening?
What am I listening to?
We're all waking up here, Greg.
Well, I'm listening to all kinds of things all the time. I really got back into the Beatles again recently, and I bought some new CDs this year of Billy Idol and the Police and that kind of thing.
CDs, what are they?
I remember, from my youth, and yes, I've been listening to that now, but it just keeps changing all the time,
And I can tell you that he's also been listening to all the songs that the LST Revival performs because he became the bass player for them because Jake had surgery. So Greg had to learn all those songs. I didn't have a husband for 2 weeks, I just want you to know, because he played the bass on it. He doesn't play the bass regularly. But I loved it.
Most of the songs I didn't know at all, too. So
3 weeks he was in the basement.
That's a challenge. Listen, we got enough time for one more song. If we get right at it, now what are you going to play for us?
Okay, so it's called Little Red Ice Fishing Hut, and it was written again in that music course. And I'm just inspired by the view that I have from my home in the wintertime, even in the wintertime. So this is about that.
All right. Well, let's hear it. Little Red
Ice Fishing Hut. I see you out on the bay as darkness falls at the end of the day. Earlier, there were others all around. Colors of blue, green, beige, and brown. But now their owners have taken them down. Nothing left but you against a white, icy ground. Knowing that seasons pass and ice melts away, I see your four walls shiver and sway. At night the winds howl out there. I'm warm in here, and all I do is stare and wonder about you. Little Red Ice Fishing Hut, Little Red Ice Fishing Hut. My mind is swamped with questions about you. Little Red Ice Fishing Hut. Do you feel the sharpness of granite branches blown against your walls? Do you worry that the ice will melt and through it you will fall? When the humans are around and fire's lit, are you happy to be filled with life like this? Your walls will warm and may begin to swell. Does this bring comfort or make you feel unwell? At night, the winds howl out there. I'm warm in here, and all I do is stare and wonder about you. Little red ice fishing hut, little red ice fishing hut. My mind is swamped with questions about you. Little red ice fishing hut. You hear laughter, smell beer and salty chips, and all the secrets that come from human lips. Are you happier alone out on the bay? Or do you count the hours till the others join the next day? I see you as fragile, and yet you are so strong. As the ice squeaks and quakes, and soon you will be gone. You aren't invincible, the weather is your boss. Yet you stand strong, knowing soon you will be lost. At night, the winds howl out there. I'm warm in here, and all I do is stare and wonder about you. Red ice fishing hut, a little red ice fishing hut. My mind is swamped with questions about you. Little red ice fishing hut.
Yeah. Woo! Nice. You guys got to keep writing. You got to keep writing.
Hi, everybody.
Very nice.
We got folks out there donating. This is wonderful. They're just pouring in here. There's no lineup at the moment, though, so it's a matching donation for 5 more minutes. And then we'll have to cut the matching over. So if you make $50 now, you're giving us $100 in reality. But after this, it's back to $50 again.
We want to thank someone for helping.
We sure do. Now we got a new tally up right at the top of this hour. It's 44515.
Yeah! All right.
If you guys are pulling it off, we still got another day and another day to go with this. But we're hoping that the big guys come in tomorrow as well. This is wonderful. So we want to thank Emma Robinson and Ken Murray for the matching donors for this past hour. I hope we don't have to take a mortgage out after that.
No, that's it. You're gonna have to sell their bike and windsurfer and all their
all the toys.
Yeah.
So it was a matching donation of up to $100. There'll be more matching donations. If you didn't catch it this time, just keep your ears peeled, and we'll let you know when that happens. Thank you so much for Teleoff for coming in today and joining us and recording Radiothon. It's absolutely wonderful. Thank you very much, and we had a lovely time. Any last words you want to say?
Just please remember that this place it did not exist 11 years ago, and there's a whole world now in this county that depends on 99.3 County FM.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much for having us on too.
Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Every minute of every day. We give you the fun stuff, and we're there for you in times of emergency.
Thanks,
This is
guys.
CJPE, better known as 99.3 County FM, voice of the county. Listen to us live anywhere at 99.3 countyfm.ca.
Thanks.
County FM, we're all together.
I'll take this back. Okay, you're up.
Quit blowing up the joint.
Hey, we just hit every button we possibly can until something hit play again.
Something works.
Yeah.
It's a record though this time. 7 buttons.
You're listening to the 99.3 County FM Wellings of Picton Annual Radiothon. Today's music is sponsored by Bay of Quinte Mutual Insurance Company. For all your property insurance needs, call 613-476-4719. Thanks to all of our local musicians who have graciously donated their talents to Radiothon 2025 in support of our not-for-profit, volunteer-driven community radio station. Please help us bridge the funding gap of $74,000 by considering a tax-receivable donation. Donating is simple. Call us at 613-476-2229.
What are the chances I can stand up?
613-476-2229.
Only
Donate
because,
online
I
at
won't have yours.
993countyfm.ca or e-transfer to
I'm limited with this haze,
info@theverisfoundation.com.
and
Oh, I hear
I'm
you.
2 weeks
93
post,
County FM is
really
the
nasty
password,
about.
and don't
I
forget all
tried
your
to, a
contact
week post,
info.
I tried to
Or
send
drop
it.
by and see us during Radiothon and say hi at 38 Cold Storage Road, Picton.
No problem at all.
Special thanks to all of Radiothon 2025 sponsors, including Heidelberg Materials and JJ International Media and Management Solutions. Stop. Visit jjthecoach.ca. Helping 99.3 County FM to connect the county. You're listening to the 99.3 County FM Wellings of Picton Annual Radiothon. Today's music is sponsored by Bay of Quinte Mutual Insurance Company. For all your property insurance needs, call 613-476-4719. Thanks to all of our local musicians who have graciously donated their talents to Radiothon 2025 in support of our not-for-profit, volunteer-driven community radio station. Please help us bridge the funding gap of $74,000 by considering a tax-receivable donation. Donating is simple. Call us at 613-476-2229. That's 613-476-2229. Donate online at 993countyfm.ca. Or e-transfer to info@theverisfoundation.com. Use 993 County FM as a password, and don't forget all your contact info. Or drop by and see us during Radiothon and say hi at 38 Cold Storage Road, Picton. And special thanks to all of Radiothon 2025 sponsors, including Heidelberg Materials and JJ International Media and Management Solutions. Stop. Visit jjthecoach.ca.
Oh, yes.
Helping 99.3 County FM to connect the county. You're listening to the 99.3 County FM Wellings of Picton Radiothon
It's fun to see
2025.
what the actual artists look like and what's going on behind the scenes.
Support, and to our listeners for your generous donations. Donating is easy.
This right here, this is all stream exclusive content. Yeah.
That's
So if you panic for anything, then
613-476-2229.
the
You
listeners
can
don't
donate
hear it.
online
The
at
viewers do.
993countyfm.ca. Send an e-transfer to info@theverisfoundation.com.
I've been trying to keep my sailor mouth.
93 County FM as the password. Please
So I got
remember to
about,
include all your
16
contact
seconds, guys.
info. Or feel free to drop by the station during the Radiothon at 38 Cold Storage Road, Picton. We'd love to see you. Thank you for your continued and necessary support of 99.3 County FM's Radiothon 2025.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. This is Radiothon 2025 on 99.3. And my name is Mark Gaspo. I'm hosting for the next hour, and I have a lovely, lovely guest, Peggy Voigt, the blues lady of Prince Edward County, I would call her.
Wow, thanks.
And she is going to rip some blues off for us very shortly. Hello, Peggy.
Hello, Mark. Nice to see you
It's been a
again.
while. Yeah, I was just
So
talking-
happy to be here.
Yeah. So we were just talking offline there, and Peggy, you've been coming to the county since
2005.
2005. Well,
20 years.
Yep. And you've seen the expansion, yeah.
I've seen some of it. I try to hide out at home. I don't have to see any of it as much as possible.
It's something else.
It is.
Yeah. Well,
But you know, it's what happens. Things change.
It is a change. I remember driving to work Sunday. In the morning, in the fall, I would be dodging pumpkins falling off the trucks, and tomatoes. That's no longer, it's grapes now, but they don't hurt the tires as much. So Peggy,
Mark.
I know. What I want to ask you the first time is, let's get right into a song. Can you tell us what you want to play and who wrote it, if not yourself, and we'll go from there.
Well, I'm not going to play anything that I wrote because it's just not ready. What do I have first? I really like Susie Vinnick. Susie Vinnick writes a lot of music, but she covers some things too. So I'm going to cover something that Susie has covered and just start with that. It's by Jerry Jeff Walker.
Yeah.
You know, it's an old one.
Which
It's
song
called
is that by
Walking
him?
by Myself.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I'm going to try a slower groove and see what happens. Walking by myself, I hope you understand. I just want you to be my loving man. I love you. Yes, I love you with all my heart and soul. Want me to treat you for my way and go. You know I love you. You know it's true. I'll give you all my loving. Honey, what more can I do? But I'm walking by myself. I hope you understand. I just want you to be my lover man. Now, pretend you can hear the rest of the band just ripping it up right here. Just stuck to do solo right now. You know I love you. You know it's true. I'll give you all my loving. Honey, what more can I do? But I'm walking by myself. I hope you understand. I just want you to be my loving man. I love you. Yes, I love you with all my heart and soul. Want me to treat you for my way to go. You know I love you. You know it's true. I give you all my loving. Honey, what more can I do? But I won't by myself. I hope you understand. I just want you to be. I just want you to be. Okay. I just want you to be my lover man. Oh yeah. Woo! Hey, settle down right there, you guys.
Radiothon 2025, sponsored by Wellings in Picton. Wonderful place for, I know I'm planning to go there.
It's nice, isn't it?
I might be past the age of consent right now.
I think you're the
I enjoy playing there. It's a
You're in
lot
your
of fun.
prime.
Yeah, we had our opening ceremony there the other day, and it was wonderful. Wellings offered us, gave us snacks and food and space, a beautiful spot.
It's a beautiful spot.
And lots of great musicians. It was really a fun time. So Peggy Voigt's here, and she's going to be singing a few songs with us today. And Peggy, what is your favorite? I know you're a blues singer, but it must be a favorite blues artist that you enjoy, or maybe who you're listening to now.
Well, always Susie Vinnick, because she's got such a variety of different things out there. But there's so much Canadian blues that is there. Angel Forrest is out performing and touring again. I'd love to catch her. Who else do we have there? Layla Zoe, I can speak. She's got her new album out, so it'd be good to hear that. And there's just lots of great music. Things evolve, things change. We've locked down. Child Blues Band has retired. It makes me a little bit sad, but you know what? still see Gary Kendall out playing everywhere, 4 nights a week, 5 nights a week. And Chuck Jackson is still doing his thing, and some of the other members of the band. So it's not dead. It's just evolved into something new. That's what we all do. We just kind of morph into the next stage.
Yeah, right. Well, I remember when it was folk music.
Well, there's still lots of folk around.
It's okay. It's all for us older folks. We like to go back to Peter Paul and Mary and stuff like that. So do you have another one, and we'll go to commercials right after this one?
A little different.
Whatever you
Written
want.
by a friend of mine named Laura Summers from Colorado. It's called Whatever Happened. Whatever happened to spending time picking up the phone just to say you're fine. Simple love letter, moment or two, sunset together when the day is through. Love that lasts a lifetime, never ending dream. Hard to always cherish these things. Rarely seen. Whatever happened to fireside talks, soft smell flowers in the candy box, warm glow of candles, loving embrace, dance with no music seems so out of place. Love that lasts a lifetime, never ending dream. Hard to always cherish these things. Rarely seen. There ain't much of this around. Not much loving to be found. When you're always on the go, never stop. Love comes by and you're not home. This is where your imagination comes in again. Sitting in a quiet place by the stream, watching the fireflies. Hand in hand with the person you love, you know. Special place. Love that lasts a lifetime, never ending dream. Hard to always cherish these things. Rarely seen. There ain't much of this around. Not much loving to be found. When you're always on the go, love comes by and you're not home. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, before you do anything else, I want to do a little shout out to a couple people.
You may very well do so.
I need to do that because I was overseeing my granddaughters. I have 4 beautiful granddaughters and they're listening in at home tonight. So I have to say
Hello.
hi to
Hello,
Alex
girls.
and to Charlie and to Biddy and Gracie Goo. Hey guys, here's Oma on the radio, just like I said. We'll see you again tomorrow, all you guys.
This is Peggy Boyd, and she is with us for the next 45 minutes on this wonderful Radiothon 2025. My name is Mark Guspel. We're going to just run off to a commercial right now, and we will be back very shortly with Peggy Boyd.
All right. I will just
Explore Jack's
sneak out
top
real
10
quick. Just
faster. A 5G ultra
something.
speeds to homes in rural and small town Canada.
So I was going to ask you a couple of questions about what we're going to do,
Yeah.
just so we're prepared ahead of time.
Disputes over a will
So there's
or
a couple
estate
of
can divide
options.
families
One
and
is,
become powerless.
where do you like to play in Summer County?
Focus on resolving the
Or,
state conflict.
and,
Clarity, compassion, and
which,
respect. Whether you're challenging a will,
what do you like about
concerned
the
about an
Summer
executive,
County?
or
Why,
defending your
why do you love
we
the
are here
radio
to help.
station if you do?
I'm Mike
And
Pretzel,
what
at Pretzel
means
Davies
to
Thompson.
you?
We bring experience
Do the radio
and
station.
determination to your side. Call us
Do the radio
today,
station question for
613
sure.
967
Radio station?
Yeah, because I got history right from back the very first
Hi,
meeting.
I'm Babe Woodyard from High
Good, we'll do
Five
it that
Arts
way.
and
You can
And then I
Crafts.
can
I'd
talk
like to
about
invite
that.
you to
My
California
time
County.
here.
Shop,
here.
mingle, and
And
meet
then
our
we'll
neighbors
introduce,
together.
you will introduce the song, I'll tell you what
Textile
you're doing, you can
This
maybe talk
Saturday,
about it, whether it's why you picked it,
over
and
80
how's
textile
that.
artists, makers, guilds,
And at some
collectors,
point,
and
I'm gonna
artists.
ask you,
Shop their
in your
collections,
future,
For the Downtown Belleville Blues Festival, I'll be doing a workshop on Saturday.
What date is that?
It was the 7th of June,
This
or
Saturday,
7th.
10 to 5.
July.
No, September, we're doing it in September.
September. Okay, I'll let you say that all.
Lives and
but we did
times
opportunity
of
to
Prince
do
Edward
that.
County.
We
When I
don't
asked you
always
that
agree
question,
with our
no,
neighbors,
lose.
but living in close proximity, we can
Whereas that's
usually
all
find some
good start.
resolution. Or at the
No, they're
very
different
least,
venues
agree
and
to
they did
disagree.
have the
Sometimes,
Pinnacle
however,
stage.
a dispute can
By the
turn
market
into
there,
a
that's all
lifelong
theater,
Not
that's
sure
feud.
exactly
Such
what
was the
they're.
case at the heart of the
And
saga
then they
we're
used the
calling
Emily
the
Parrott
tale
stage as
of
well.
two
Market,
rivals. Back in
had one street closed
1817,
off for
a
the one
United Empire
Saturday night
loyalist
event.
of New
Very
Jersey
wonderful
by the
thing.
name
They
of
charge a little
Jesse
bit for you
Potter
to go in, but
came
the
to
cover charges.
Sophia's
That there is
and
a
settled
ticket
alone
price, yeah,
on
I
a
know
Oh, yeah.
lot next to
You
a
just show
farm
the
belonging to the Roblin
tattoo,
family.
whatever they give you.
Mrs. Roblin, widow of the late Philip
Used to have that in
Sr.,
Kingston,
owned the
I
land,
remember that.
which was
I
then
know, I
called
played it
Princess
10
Sophia's
years ago.
Ravine, a
Yeah.
picturesque
It's like a
gorge
blues
and a
place,
mill
like
site
Dan
about 10
Aykroyd's
miles
place, I think that's
east
where
of
the blues were
Picton.
one year.
Roblin's
Album
son
they
built a
wrote
log
years
grist
ago.
mill
Well, the
with
headliner
a
couldn't
single
get across the
stone run
border, so
about halfway down the ravine,
These kind of
and
savings.
later
I
added
wish
a
I would have been
second
there
mill
now.
with 2 runs,
Anyway.
which brings us to the crux of our story. The power dam for the Roblin Mill was located entirely on the adjoining farm, which came to be owned by the aforementioned loyalist Jesse Potter. It was common for streams to meander over more than one farm, so to operate their mills, the Roblins would need to purchase rights to dam and
Board
flood
scares me
farmland.
sometimes, especially if
This
you're
did
trying to
not
interview
sit
somebody
well
and use
with
the
Mr.
board.
Potter. The dam came within about 4
And I
feet
don't
of
do
his
this that
farm,
often,
which was
so it's like,
frequently
and they
flooded
just changed the board
because of
around.
the dam.
I enjoyed
Thus
doing
began a
it.
campaign of
Because I would
lawsuits
come in,
instigated
I
by
could come in the
Mr.
afternoons, I
Potter.
could program a
Back
show.
and forth
It
they
doesn't
went
always
in
mean I was
bitter
here.
contention
It could
for
start over
many
without
years,
Yeah,
but
that's right, yeah.
unfortunately,
But the
the efforts
audio
proved
text
futile, and the Roblins succeeded in maintaining their mill privileges.
Yeah, I would do
The
this.
feud
It was a game with
continued
my
until
girlfriend. She
Philip
listened in from
Roblin's
Brighton,
death.
and so I'd ask her the next day, so
However,
was
as
it live
often
or
is
was
the
it
case in
Memorex?
such matters,
I think you were
there
live
is
last night
more
because you said
to
it
the
was almost
story,
9 o'clock.
as
I
legend
said, yeah, I
has it.
tricked you. I said, I've been
Roblin
recording
Sr.
for long enough that
Jesse
it's coming up on the
Potter
night
went
for an
forth
hour.
one night and
But
talked
so
him into
it's time to
signing
come.
over
That's stuff you
the
can
rights
say,
to the
you know,
dam
they
so that Roblin could legally flood the Potter land and use the water
Lots
to
of people are
operate the
doing this show
mills,
from home
thus
now.
negating
So it is-
any
it
claim
is
to the
8 mark.
contrary,
8 o'clock.
legal or otherwise.
Yeah, same time as just the
These two bitter
when we
Or
we start
lay to
versus
rest
to when we end
literally
every day.
side by side in a cemetery on the farm,
Be the same
not
next
by
year then?
design, but
I would
because
hope
the
so.
little
Start
graveyard
changing around.
sits
So I
on
can be
the property
prepared.
Yeah.
line
I
between
will have to ask you
the
this
two
question
farms,
next year.
Next year they say,
separated
what?
only by a
It's always
split rail
it's been
fence
24/7. What are you talking about?
near the
That's how it's
bank.
always been.
Just over the hillside
Well,
lays
just because it's
widow
Radiothon
boxes
doesn't
for
mean they can't
sons,
come in after the fact, but
grandsons,
I don't want to
and
mention
family
that.
relatives,
They'll
each
delay.
grave
Yeah.
marked
Yeah, wait,
Well,
yeah,
with
no, no.
they'll feel much better
in
about themselves
time,
if they
it
do their
became a
Radiothon.
general
Yeah,
burial
that's it,
place for the
100%.
area, and is where
There's a
many
moral
of the earlier
moral
inhabitants of
reward
Green
too.
Point, Grassy Point, or Robbins Millstown.
So we got
where
about
every
a
two
minute and a
spots
half
found
here,
their
guys.
final resting
This would be a
place.
nice time.
Though
to thank the
rivals in
volunteers
life,
that were
the
here.
two
No, it's the
enemies
volunteers
remain
that were here.
eternally
And,
entwined
when you're,
on the
when
common
you're not
ground they
working
could
here, at
not
least you can
find
do is
on
throw
their
some
own.
money at us. Is
County FM reflects
that a little bit too
on
accusing?
lives and times and
I think some people would get the, some people would get the joke. If there is one.
That's the point. You may be laughing out there, but I meant it. I'm giving you a
He
head
laughed,
with a
he
tariff
laughed.
of 50% on you.
He laughs,
Maybe
that
25.
disguises the pain.
We'll see tomorrow.
You're listening to the
Maybe your donation, maybe not.
Yeah.
You better get it in now.
Yeah, now we'll,
We may
now
not
it's
be
up in
here.
the air.
We may not be here next week.
We even warn it.
Donation.
For their support and to our listeners for your generous
Things we'd like to
donations.
say something
Donating
just
is
for fun.
easy.
Yeah.
Call us at
Pull the curtain down a little bit.
613-476-2229.
Here's the real deal.
613-476-2229.
All right, about 30
That's a good
seconds.
question. Then.
Donate
So,
online
Peggy
at
did some shows in here
99.3
before, and
countyfm.ca. Send an e-transfer to
Excellent,
info at
excellent.
emeritusfoundation.com using 99.3 County FM as the password. Please remember
Oh,
to choose
I'm trying to
all
host as
contact
well as
info.
do that
Or
for you.
Oh, yeah, I have to do that. I have to do that after,
Radiothon.
after Peggy's hour, yeah.
We'd love to see
You
you.
have to do that.
Oh, yeah.
Amen.
I hope so. All right, we're coming back, guys.
99.3 County FM's Radiothon 2025.
And we're back.
Hi, we're back on Radiothon 2025. I'm Mark Espo, and I have with me on the stage here, if you want to call it that, Peggy Boyd. Peggy's a well-known blues singer from around the area. And Peggy, you were just telling me while Peg was on there that you used to do quite a bit of shows in here.
Absolutely. So right from the
Tell me
very
about it.
beginning, when there were some information meetings to see if the county wanted to have a station, we went to that. We liked that. So I volunteered and became a member. I was on the policy committee before we even opened the station. And then I volunteered to do blues. And my co-host, Eric Zylstra, and I did Side Roads on Tuesday evening. Yeah, so we got Greg doing it for us now. I was there for a couple of years, and then my husband became sick, so I went home and listened from home instead. And the show has evolved. The station has
You got
evolved.
2 hours now.
It's fabulous. It's just fabulous.
This is the thing, and people that listen to 99.3 have commented to me is the versatility of the station and the different types of music. So if you don't like one type of music, you just go to the website and find out what kind of music you like and what night.
And when it's playing,
Because
yes.
there's specials on, there's blues, there's rock, there's heavy metal, there's folk, there's
hip hop, there's reggae.
Well, and plus the show tunes that Helen and
Phil, yeah. 4 o'clock jump, baby.
And do I have it right that you guys are archiving some stuff too? That there's more
Yes,
online
that's a
on
good
your
point.
yeah.
You go and you can talk about this. You more technically know how it works, but if you could just describe how this is, by the way.
Yeah, not just to
This is
listen
Gage over
live.
here on
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, you can listen live, you
Gage
can
is one of the
donate,
pulses
or you
of
can find other shows that are pre-recorded and listen to them there. You're
Right.
not liking what you're hearing live. Lots
Easy
of
to find.
options.
It's easy to find on there too.
Absolutely.
The website has just been
It's
redone recently, and it's 99.3. Which reminds me, if you want to donate and you don't want to come in person, we're open here in person until 8 o'clock. You can come in and play cash or whatever you want, credit card. Or you can just call 613-476-2229. Operators are waiting on the phone.
Operators are standing by.
Yeah, standing by. Well,
Or
she's
you want to
standing
do it
now,
with
but
your
she was
credit
sitting a
card,
minute
just go online to 993countyfm.ca and there's a donation button there right on the homepage for you.
She wasn't even paid to say that. That's just.
Oh, I was online earlier
How does it
looking.
get over
It's
her?
good. It's good. Yes. I've got girlfriends listening too. Ladies, get your wallet out, get your phone out, and then make a donation.
Get their wallet out. That's right.
Yes,
Yeah.
get your wallet out.
It's called peer-to-peer, right?
Exactly.
You betcha.
Okay, so also while we're finishing off, you can do an email transaction, and that's info at the how do you say that?
Veritas.
Veritas is Veritas Foundation, veritasfoundation.com. They would have picked a simpler name. The veritasfoundation.com. Include your name, an email address, and a mailing address. Sorry. Use the password 993 County FM. Or you can go right online. This is my preferred way of doing it, if I'm not right in here donating, is online at 993countyfm.ca. And there's a donation button right on the website. It's amazingly easy. So with that in mind, Peggy?
Yes.
You were on this radio station. You did a lot of work on here, and we were just talking about. Did we talk about that on air, or we do that off air? I can't remember.
It doesn't matter. It's great.
It's great.
No, but no
I even had the option. I could come in before work and record what I needed to on my show, and then go to work and listen to it while I was working, and then call my girlfriend the next day and say, "Hey, Julie, was I live or did I tape it? What do you think, Julie? Am I live tonight or am I taping it?" Hey.
Memorex, right? Yeah. Okay, what another song? Let's get another song going. Get the music rolling. What have you got in mind? And tell us about why you're picking it.
We used to jam with a lot of different people when I first started coming down here, and they would introduce songs to me for me. Do you like this one? Do you like that one? And a fella named Pat introduced us to this song, and some obscure band from California was recording it, and it was a really kick-ass version. I liked it a lot. When I went and did a little bit of research, I found it's Ruth Brown. So my version's kind of a little bit of Ruth and a little bit of BB Chunkin and the Buddha heads, and we'll see what kind of mess I can make of that.
Take it away.
It's called Too Little Too Late. It's 4 a.m. You've been out all night. You got home just in time to hear me say goodbye. My mind's made up, sweating. This time my heart won't get in the way, no. I don't doubt, oh, you're sorry. One little moment. Now you see the error of your ways, and those tears, oh, they're nice sliding down your face, but it's too late. Grab your hat and coat while you're talking. You can even call a cab, or take out walking. Oh, yes, you can. My advice is simple. Go ahead and find another fool somehow, 'cause all the tears ain't China. Won't change my mind now. I don't doubt, oh, you're sorry for one little moment. Now you see the error of your ways, and those tears, they're a nice touch, sliding down, but it's too little today. I don't doubt that you're sorry for one little moment. Now you see the error of your ways, and those tears, they're a nice touch, sliding down, but it's too late today. Yes, it is. It's always too little. Yes, it is. Always too little.
Is that right? That's Peggy Voigt, and that was Ruth Brown?
Ruth Brown.
Yeah. Bass player was she the bass player for
I don't have that information for you. Let's look it up.
I was just about to do that, but I'll do that after.
We'll do that after. Yeah.
I'll
That's a
phone you, I'll
little,
let you know.
little audience game they can play at home.
Yeah. Who is Ruth Brown? Where is she? What band was she with? Was she a solo? Phone it in with a donation and.
You know, back in the days when they had singers and they promoted the singers, and depending on what city she was playing in, they'd have a backing band.
Yeah.
We still do that, Dan.
We still do that, yeah. Yeah, well, when they don't do it all through synthesizer now and backup tapes and things like that. But I was just yesterday. I got a call from actually Lynn Donovan's son is a fiddler and he's just graduated 7 years university, and he's going to bus for the summer. And he says all the guys are going around getting backing tracks with a ghetto blaster.
And then just jamming on top of that.
Yeah. Which is not a bad idea, I suppose. You see it.
I don't know about a ghetto blaster, but I'm sure
Well,
they have,
whatever,
some kind of
some sort of a
device.
chain to bring it out.
Maybe we should try that, Mark. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm not into busking anymore. But you go
pretend.
ahead.
We'll sit outside, and we'll pretend.
You leave the wallet, or I'll throw some money in it.
There you go.
There we go. Hey, how about another song before we go to a break?
Sure we can.
Anything in mind?
Well, I got a couple of different songs in mind, but we'll change keys up. My favorite gal is Susie Vinnick. This is what all those good things that I save them for save me for later like chats and chocolate kiss. Save me for later like flowers from Mrs. Hyde. Smoking keeps a cigarette in his pocket. Sweethearts keep photos in lockets. They say brings out the flavor, darling. Save me for later. Save me for later like an after midnight plays. Rock me tonight, keep the fever, we'll make it shameless. Like a queen, sharing all her honey. Holiday, spending all his money. They say it's slow, brings out the flavor, darling, save me for later. Oh, they say something put aside is a little sweeter. Secret desire gets a little stronger, yeah. The will to resist it gets thicker and weaker as you think about it longer and longer, yeah, yeah. Oh, they say something put aside is a little sweeter. Secret desire gets a little stronger, yeah. Your will to resist it gets weaker and weaker as you think about it longer and longer, yeah, yeah. Save me for later like a French managed the cheese. Save me for later like a taste of luxury. Like a vintage father and mother love. Or you joke to grab a good dog. They say it's so. Brings out the flavor, darling, save me for later. Oh, they say it's slow. Brings out the flavor. Cooking it slow. Brings out the flavor. Oh, yeah. Cooking it slow. Brings out the flavor, darling, save me for later. Woo! Woo! I saw you guys dancing out there.
I gotta say that last little note there, it's pretty hard in this kind of weather, isn't it? With the smoke and the smog coming over top of us. So takes the air right
The
out.
air conditioning in here is nice because that cuts through quite a bit of that, cuts through the humidity and.
I think they're actually recommending that people stay inside over the next few days.
They are.
Oh man, I'm getting flashbacks to a couple of years ago when they told me to stay inside.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
awesome.
that was for different reasons.
Yeah. Oh, right.
However, this time I can't actually smell the smoke in the air as I could
I can't
before,
either. Yeah, no,
but
that's-
I can certainly see the difference.
Yeah.
We all make do. Drink lots of good, clean fluids, lots of water, everybody.
What would you include with beverages?
Water, lemonade made from scratch, not too much sugar.
Yeah, I
Sugar's
don't
bad
like
for
sugar.
us,
I don't
so,
go for sugar.
but you need a little bit to cut the edge of the lemon.
They tell me if you drink decaf coffee, it's like drinking water. There's no caffeine in it.
I've also heard that actually.
Yeah, I think it's true too.
I'll stick to herbal tea. It's got flavor.
I do that as well.
Yeah.
Take a sleepy time tea at night before I go to bed. Hopefully it works. It doesn't.
Maybe.
It doesn't. Okay, we're going to go to a commercial right now, and we're going to be back in a few minutes with Peggy. So click it over there, buddy.
You got it, Mark.
They play all kinds of different stuff.
This is 99.3 County FM, the voice of the county.
Donuts are still.
Explore the world of
I know.
Grindstone
Same here.
Winery with the Vineyard Discovery
I'm like,
Tour.
resist.
You
I
can
don't
choose
need it.
between a
I can turn
guided
around.
tour
Would you
with the
mind
winemaker
giving me a half a cup?
start your own
Thank
day.
you so much.
Bring those donuts over here when you
No.
No. And 99.3 County
Give
FM
Tim
will be
Hortons some free
broadcasting
sponsorship.
live
You've
from
been
the
sitting with
winery
donuts
that
all
day.
afternoon.
Learn about the varieties of
Oh,
grapes,
dude,
the
I'm
seasonal
running a good
vineyard
now.
tests, and the unique
Oh, they're good.
Well,
terroir.
if
The
you're-
store shop
The
on.
Vineyard
Ah,
Discovery
that's
Tour
true.
opening ceremony is on June
I mean, if you're
14th
desperate
at
enough for a
the
donut,
Winery.
I think you'll just take it no matter
At
how long.
wineries.com.
You're listening to the 99.3 County FM Wellings of Picton Annual Radiothon. Today's music is sponsored by Bay of Queen Mutual Insurance.
Oh, yeah, I got that.
For all your property
Yeah,
insurance
about,
needs, call 613-476-4719.
About 2.5
All
minutes.
of our local musicians
It's
who
much
have
better for
graciously
me being able to
donated their
stand to
talents
it.
to Radiothon
Yeah.
A bit more air.
2025 in support
Never
of
been a
our
good sit-down
not-for-profit
rider anyway.
volunteer
That's fun
driven
because, like,
community
I mean, I'm
radio station.
nowhere
Please
near his
help us
experience, but
bridge
do
the
you know
funding
Peter
gap
Ray?
of $74,000
He's actually my uncle,
considering a
and
tax-receivable
he's been teaching me
donation.
guitar.
Nice.
You didn't know that? I didn't know that.
$613-476-2229.
But he's been teaching me guitar for like 5 years now.
Does he know you're
Donate online at
I'm like, no, actually, oh, I knew I forgot to do something today. Crap. But, yeah, my mom is his brother. Or, yeah, is his sister.
So that would be your connection.
Exactly. That's why I lived here in the first place. I love that guy. And my uncle Mike, who was the drummer for the Reasons.
Yeah.
He was
I got to spend a little bit of time with him before he passed.
Oh, he
Came
was
home
such
for a while.
yeah. They're both such great souls. But no, I was gonna say that I'm like the only I can only play sitting down. So of course, like
That's all right.
yeah, you know. So I'm trying to learn standing up because I want to
I
actually.
remember when I first learned how to play, what you want me to sing at the same time? I said, you either have to play or sing.
Oh,
I
God.
talked about. See?
Yeah, I start strumming the same way I'm
This
singing.
brings up a great question to ask you. You've been playing for a long time, and that's what I asked you this question. What advice you would have for younger musicians coming along?
Practice. Practice.
Every
Can you give
day.
them a little? Can you give me a little more than that? Like,
It's
You're listening to
Get
the
connections.
99.3 County
No,
FM
it's-
Wellings of Picton Radio.
music is medicine, whether you play it for
A big
yourself or
thank
play
you
for
to all
other
the local
people. So
musicians
even
for
by
their
getting
support and
practice
to our
and
listeners
make
for your
it a
generous
habit,
donations.
you have to
Donating
make
is
yourself
easy.
do it.
Call
You
us
will
at
see yourself get better and better.
613-476-2229.
And the other tip of advice, try to play with musicians who are better than you, because you learn so much by listening and watching.
There's a third one.
Transfer to info at the Veritas
Foundation.com,
Foundation.com using 99.3
Oh, somewhere.
FM as the
Yeah.
password. Please remember to include all your
Yeah.
You
contact
see it when you
info.
wake up in the
Or
morning, you
feel
see it when
free
you
to
go to
drop
bed
by
at
the
night.
station
So
during
15
the
seconds.
That works.
at 38
Yeah, no, that's I keep mine
Forest
right in the
Road.
living room,
We'd love
just
to
so
see
I
you. Thank
see
you
it every
for
single
your
day.
continued and necessary support.
Anyway, that's what-
99.3 County FM's
I'm
Radiothon
one day away.
2025.
With the curve, you can't resist.
And we're back.
Okay, we're back on Radiothon 2025. And I think JJ nicely explained to us how you can do it, so I won't repeat that at the moment. Maybe we'll make sure. But if you do have any ideas what you need to know, you can simply call 613-476-2229. And our operators will help you out because you can either give them money on the phone or they'll tell you how else you can do it. Meanwhile, we've got Peggy back here sitting, getting ready to. But before we go on to another song, Peggy, you've been playing, I know, for a long, long time, and
More years than I want to count.
Hey? No, I'm not going to mention years. I'm probably older than you by quite a bit, so I am not embarrassed to say a younger person that you are than me. But you and I both have experiences, and I was just wondering what you would tell a younger musician just coming up the ranks. How do they practice playing, and once they've done that, where do they go to get work and things like that, those kind of things.
All work is always hard for every musician.
Yes, it is.
Practice is really important to hone your craft, find a style that you like, and if your own style starts to come out of that, you will get more joy from your music, because music is medicine. Whether you play it for yourself or you play it for other people, it gives you a connection. And people listening to songs, you can make them cry playing a song because of the connection that they have to the music. The melody, the words, it doesn't really matter. But it's medicine for yourself as well. So practice really, really helps. And then start playing with musicians that are better than you.
Yeah, well,
it just rubs off so
it really
quickly.
does. I don't have any problem finding people that are better than me. That's what.
Well, everybody's better than me, so it's easy for me. I can play with anybody and I can pick things up. So
Yeah. Well, one of the things that you said to me is that when you play music, it's hard to be angry, and even if you are, or you're stressed. When I get into music, it all disappears. I don't think about the world where it is right now.
Well, sometimes I drift off and think of certain things while I'm playing certain songs. And sometimes that's good too.
Sometimes it's not good.
Well, I don't let myself cry. I get past that, so.
Yeah. Well, for me, if I started to do that, I'd probably forget. Well, I'd probably forget the words anyway, but I have to, as I get older, lyrics are difficult for me to get into. I love them, and I wrote half of them, but I still can't remember them. How about another song, Peg? Let's see, we got enough for two more, I think.
Yeah, might even be able to squeeze in a third.
Yeah, I'm just going to give you two.
Something to be desired.
So this one's not exactly blues, but it's okay. It's special to me, so I get to play it. When I spent time with my late husband at the Cancer Center Lodge, Tuesdays was music night. And quite often they didn't have musicians coming in, so that was great for us. We had a beautiful Yamaha grand piano in the music room, and I would have my guitar and my little speaker, and on Tuesdays we did music. And when we finished, after, you're there for weeks at a time, and every Tuesday we finish with a song. So it's got special meaning that way, but one of the lines in there really hits home. When you hear it, you know. It's Everybody by Steel was the song. Doesn't anybody know how to walk in the morning? Doesn't anybody know what a radio is for? Doesn't anybody wear their hair down low? Doesn't anybody know? Doesn't anybody know? Doesn't anybody hate it when the street light turns red? Doesn't anybody want 5 more minutes in bed? Well, yeah. Doesn't anybody have a letter to send? Doesn't anybody need just one more friend? Everybody wants and everybody needs. Everybody asks for one more piece. Everybody wants to hear someone say please. Everybody takes and everybody steals. Everybody cries when something feels. Everybody's looking for the drug that heals. Amen. Doesn't anybody want to take another shot at me? Go ahead, the gun is loaded and the bullets are for free. Doesn't anybody spray perfume to cover up the smell? Doesn't anybody know where I can get some
Everybody wants and everybody needs, everybody begs for self-esteem. Why don't you get your mind out of the guys? Everybody thinks and everybody steals, everybody cries when something feels. Please raise your hands up in the Cause everybody wants. Doesn't anybody know how to walk in the home? Doesn't anybody know what a radio is for? Yes, we do. Doesn't anybody wear their hair down low? Doesn't anybody know? Doesn't anybody know? 'Cause everybody wants.
Woo! Woo! Cha-cha-cha.
Cha-cha-cha, that's a nice song. It
It's
is.
a beautiful song. Beautiful song. Okay, so we're getting close to the end of this, but I think we're gonna have time for another song. But Peggy, you're predominantly blues.
Predominantly blues, a little bit of
And,
folk.
I think you've got a festival coming up in September. Can you tell us
We
about
have the
that?
Downtown Belleville Blues Festival coming up September, I want to say 5th, 6th, and 7th, but if I'm wrong, shoot me later. I'll be doing a workshop for them on the Saturday. It'll be in their downtownblues.ca is the website for that. It has all the information. They've just released the artists that are going to be playing and who's going to be where, what, and when. So
Sorry, the website again was?
downtownblues.ca.
Yeah, it's easy to remember.
It is.
And it's going to be all over town, like every venue.
Oh, there's a few different venues involved and some workshops involved. And my good friend Sean Dorr and the Sean Dorr Blues Band is going to be on that one. That's going to be great to
Yeah,
see.
all
I've been
right.
following his career for years.
So, all right, well then, I think we got time for one more song. People remember you're listening to 99.3 Voice of the County. My name is Mark Dessel. I have Peggy Voigt as a guest, and we have Gage over here on the board.
Gage is doing
Say
a great
hello,
job
Gage.
pushing them
Oh,
buttons.
it's easy with you guys.
Oh, yeah.
Is it? You just saying that, aren't you?
Is it working? Do you like me better now?
Yeah, I do. Well, now that I know you're related to Pete. E-transfer to info at veritasfoundation.com. Include your name, email, and mailing address. Please use the password 993 County FM. I like the way to do it for me is either phone call 613-476-2229, or really easy, online at 993countyfm.ca, and for a credit card donation, and you just have to look for the donation button and press it, and you're on your way to donating.
It's right there on the page, yeah.
Very easy to do. Very easy. Okay, Peggy, what do you got for your last song for the day?
Well, I first learned this song in 2005, and I thought it was by Georgette Fry. She's got an album called The Richest One.
Yes.
But sure enough, you do a little bit of research and find out, guess what? It's another Ruth Brown tune.
Wow.
And this one's called The Richest One. If I had $1 for every time you broke my heart and you messed up my mind, I'd be the richest one. I'd be the richest one.
to take. I'd be driving a car, and I'd have money in the bank, and I'd be the richest one. I'd be the richest one in the world. Oh, baby, baby, well, money can't buy love. Kind I'm dreaming of is so hard to find. Good touch in the morning when I rise. Baby, I give up every single dime. If teardrops were diamonds from the African light, heartaches were silver, my whole life would shine. And I'd be the richest one. I'd be the richest one in the world. Yes, I would. Oh, baby, baby, well, money can't buy love. Kind I'm dreaming of is so hard to find. Good man's touch in the morning when I rise. Baby, I give up every single dime. Teardrops were diamonds from the African mines. Heartaches were silver, my whole life would shine. And I'd be the richest one. I'd be the richest one. I'd be the richest one over the world. I'd have a yacht in the Riviera, a mansion in Spain, oil wells in Texas, big diamond ring. I could go where I wanted to go, and I could do what I want to do. I could be what I want to be. And oh, I'd be the richest one. Oh, I'd be the richest one. I'd be the richest one all over the world.
Let's hope we made the station rich.
That's Peggy Boyd, and that's a Ruth Brown, another Ruth Brown. That was two Ruth Brown songs on one show. That's how lucky are we?
Getting a lot of exposure.
Yeah. So listen, we're gonna go with.
I think it's time for the tell.
I think it's time for the tell. I got
All
it
right.
in my hand. I'm waiting for you to give me that drum roll.
Let's hear that intro, baby.
This is 99.3 County FM Radio. It's now time to do this hour's tally.
4, 5, 2, 4, 5. Again, 4, 5, 2, 4, 5.
Woo! Way to go, everybody.
1,000, baby.
Over halfway there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
Still not enough though. We need that.
No.
Gotta make that stretch.
We're looking for $74,000. If anybody's got it.
If anybody's got it laying around.
Or any amount of it that you can handle.
If Bruce
Anything
Wayne is
at all.
listening,
Every little bit helps.
of course, as Peggy just said, every little bit helps. Any little bit you can
$5,
donate.
$10, sure.
It all matters. There's no small donation. There's no small contribution.
Thank you, Peggy, for coming all the way in for this. And
It's a pleasure
for
coming
for
in
your
to support the
to
station.
99.3 and hope to see you around here more, ready to come back and do that food show again.
You never know, you might see me here. Thanks for having me and everybody, and all you folks listening out there, if you haven't donated yet, please, come on. We need your help, so get it out and make it large. We really appreciate you out there listening to us. Thank you much.
All right. We'll be back after these couple of commercials, and we're going to get on to the next set, which is going to be
That is
Fearless Love.
Fearless Love, Joe Martin and Carol Love. I'll be
With your old Gage.
Yeah.
Yeah, right on. So looking forward to that. And they're sitting out there waiting to get on, so that's perfect. Everything's working out really well here at 99.3 on this beautiful day. We'll see you next time from my point. Take care.
I owe you a black lighter.
You want me to black letter?
I owe you a black lighter.
She was perfect. I have that whole pack.
Thank you, buddy.
Yeah, that was awesome, man.
Smoking.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah. So
This is very helpful, by the way.
yeah. Yeah. No, I probably need to turn to that.
How? But Henry is actually seeing some.
Yeah.
All right, how's it going?
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, I'm kind of glad.
Go back to town now.
Yeah, I
Right now.
got appointments. So what? I'm coming back up. Yeah.
We go back for a while.
And Reese says hi.
Great.
Reese.
How are you? Good to see
We
you.
talked to him on the phone because she was worried about the cover quality of the first.
Yeah.
Fire in your eyes.
Yeah. I submitted it.
So, yeah.
That's what we do.
So, where you?
I can go here so that, yeah.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah, that's fine.
No.
Okay. All right. So let's just see. Would you guys prefer? So we could either have you guys both over here on this side,
Right.
or one, and then I could just like kind of move over here and have eye contact with you, or do one of you want to sit over here with me, and then
Can we stand?
absolutely.
I
You
think
just wanna
that's what we.
stand over there.
Yeah.
Sure.
If-
Yeah.
if that's kind of like, yeah,
Yeah,
more what we're used to.
No problem at all.
So, you need a visual of this, right?
Indeed.
And I'm gonna move this over here for you.
Here. Yes.
Should I put this up a little bit?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
No problem. Okay, like that.
And guitar just pick up screws, or you got that for the guitar?
Yeah. So that it'll get picked up by one of those, but then that's just like another kind of standby one, just to help fill the room a little more.
It sounds like it's been loud enough, so.
Yeah. No, I haven't really had an issue with it so far, anyway.
Hey, cool.
All right.
Alrighty. Fun, wow.
Yeah. So I just wanted to. We wrapped up with Peggy there a couple minutes early, so I just wanted to, before we sprinted into it, I was like threw in something. If this is okay, that you're early too. So we'll have 2 other commercials after this, but then we'll be right on. So. So I got I made your edits there, Carol.
Okay, cool.
So,
yeah, and it was just a suggestion. It's just because.
Yeah. No, I think that's doesn't have to be word for word.
Of course not.
No problem. But some of your suggestions were like much better. So, well, all of them pretty much were. I'm this is only my second time.
You're doing a great job. I've been
Oh,
listening
thank
to you. So there you go. Oh, thanks so much.
Because it's our first time.
Yeah,
Oh,
I was
exactly.
gonna confirm that this is your first
It is.
Radiothon, right? Okay. Alrighty. Are you okay if I mention that we just heard fire in your eyes?
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
man. We don't have to go like too in depth with it, but I'll just say that was just a little taste of what's coming, you know.
At
least there's one original in our
property insurance needs, call 613-476-4719. Thanks to all of our local musicians who have graciously donated their talents to Radiothon 2025 in support of our not-for-profit, volunteer-driven community radio station.
Sounds good.
Please help us bridge the funding gap of
Remember,
$74,000 by considering a tax
Yeah, I know.
receivable.
Yeah, slow, I know.
Donating is simple.
Just-
Call us at
just be yourselves.
613-476-2229. That's 613-476-2229.
Raw, no bull crap, no sanitation. It's filthy in here. No. It's pristine in here.
99.3 County FM is a password, and don't forget all your contact info. Or drop by and see us during Radiothon and say hi at 38 Cold Storage Road, Picton.
No, it's gonna be good. It'll mostly be music. Odds are I won't get to all of these questions, but it's just like wanted to cover all my bases.
Yeah.
John Sharkey had a similar thing where he was just like, I'm mostly comfortable playing my music. You know, like didn't really want to talk too much about himself. You know,
We're okay talking.
well, that's totally fine.
A big thank you to all the local musicians for their support. And to our listeners for your generous.
Joe's dealt with worse. Working here. Oh yeah.
Yeah, but I went here too.
Yeah, that's true. I had no idea.
Yeah.
You
first.
99.3countyfm.ca.
Definitely gonna mention that though. That you guys are current and former PEs or 99.3 personnel.
Please remember to include all your contact info, or feel free to drop by the station during the radio.
12 seconds, you guys.
We'd love to see you. Thank you for your continued and necessary support of 99.3 County FM's Radiothon 2025.
Yes, indeed. You are listening to 99.3 County FM's 11th annual Radiothon, baby. My name is Gage Broderick, and I'll be your host for this hour, this final hour of the show today anyway. And where this is the event, of course, where you, the people, are able and encouraged to donate to us via, and you know, JJ just explained that beautifully, but just in case you didn't, you've missed a bit of it, you can donate in person. You can come in here until 8 o'clock tonight. You can call us at 613-476-2229. You can e-transfer to info at the Veritas Foundation. Veritas is VERITAS foundation.com. Make sure to include your name, email, and mailing address. And please use the password 993CountyFM. Or you can donate online at 993countyfm.ca. And that is for credit card donations. That's the best way to do it. So let's get down to it. In the studio with me, my guests today are husband and wife duo, Joe Martin and Carol Love, better known as, rather to many people in PEC, known as Fearless Love. Guys, how you doing tonight?
You're doing well.
Great to be here, and we're so thrilled to be involved with the Radiothon this year. This is our first time.
Yes, I was going to ask about that. This is your first ever Radiothon.
Yeah.
It's hard to imagine.
Be gentle.
We will do our best. Absolutely, we'll try to keep it soft and plushy in here for you. So you guys are also known for helping everybody find, or many people find, their dream home right here in the stunning region of PEC. Is that right?
That is correct. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. We're very proud real estate salespeople with Harvey Callis Real Estate in Picton. And ostensibly this entire region, Prince Edward County and Hastings. And yeah, there's a lot of, believe it or not, a lot of parallels between being a performer and being a real estate agent.
Yeah. So can you give us an example of just how exactly those two very different fields of work can kind of bleed over?
Yeah. Well, it's presentation, right? When we're on stage, we're presenting and performing, and when you're like, we do a lot of videos as well and content. So it's like, we're not singing, although we have sang a couple of times for presentations, which because you're trying to differentiate yourself a little bit, and since we can sing, why not use it? So there is a parallel. Well, it's kind of, sales is kind of a little bit performative, I think.
For sure.
So you're
presenting and performing, and with music, it's the same way.
Have you guys ever like sealed a deal on a house by promising to sing? Or by
No,
No.
maybe promising not to sing.
No, I from what I've heard of you guys, I would probably be I'm like, oh, I'm not sure about this house here. It's like, well, what if we sing to you about all the amazing?
I have played guitar at open houses though.
Yeah.
We've done a little bit of just to
Set the mood for people walking through a house or through a backyard, or show off how a backyard would be the perfect spot to have your own home concert. And yeah, so we use the talents that we've got, right? So we both loved performing from very early age.
Yes.
So there you go.
Awesome. So many of our listeners know you as, of course, Fearless Love. But how did this, with pun intended, harmonious partnership begin? And how did you guys meet?
Well, we actually met because somebody made a mistake. Us in a recording studio. So this was back in Scarborough, a very small independent private studio. Joe's band was in there at the time working on some originals, and I was going in to do a vocal demo to try and get a Factor recording grant.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I stuck around to hear her.
Yeah, I kicked them out of the studio because I'd prepaid for my gig.
Gotcha. It's like, take a ticket, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we needed a break anyways because it's a
so,
long day.
And afterwards, he watched me record my demo and invited me to his band was gigging at the Gasworks.
That's right.
Oh, of course,
as you do. And I went down, and we found we had a lot in common, both musically and personally. And yeah, that was the start of it.
Fantastic. You both found your better halves, you would say?
Yes, correct.
So yeah, you could say that music was really like just the initial spark of your guys' relationship, I guess.
Yeah,
Right?
definitely.
Yeah.
And we played together since we
And
got
you
together.
started on bass, not guitar.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, that was
because bass. I mean, I that's a good point to make because I got into guitar a little bit later. I wasn't one of these guys, a teenager or a young kid, picked up a guitar. I actually picked up a bass first because I had a friend that was a really good bass player, and he was like, "Oh, check this out." And I said, "Oh, this is a great instrument."
and Scarborough's the land of Rush. So,
that's right. Yeah,
of course.
Influence, right?
And also the fact that, but then I picked up guitar because open mics and all these other, when you're starting to play alone acoustically, bass is not a great accompaniment, although we've done a couple of songs just on bass just to try it out. I'm still on the fence whether I love that or not, but
you did a Miley Cyrus.
That's right.
Just
Yeah.
bass accompaniment.
Nice.
Yeah.
So Kara, how about you? What's your kind of music background like before Fearless Love?
Yeah, so I grew up at the exact opposite of what Joe did. I grew up singing in choirs, and I played classical violin. So I travel down to the Royal Conservatory from like the age of 12 years old in Toronto, and was in like the little chamber orchestras and things like that. So but I felt the pull into popular music, and I'm very happy living in popular music land now.
That's where you'll find it on the map. It's a popular music land.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Well, what do you say we get right into it? And why don't you show us a little bit what you guys do?
All
eh?
right. Yeah. Okay. We're going to start off with a Holly song. This one was popular back in the day. It came up in a couple of movies. I thought this is a great one to do, so we're going to give this a try.
Alrighty. Fearless Love, 99.3 County FM, Radiothon.
If I could make a wish, I think I'd dance. Can't think of anything I need. No cigarettes, no sleep, no light, no sound, nothing to eat, no books to read, making love with you
that's left me peaceful, warm and tired. What more could I ask? There's nothing left to leave inside. Peace came upon me and it leaves me weak. So sweet, silent angel, go to sleep. Sometimes all I need is the air that I breathe and to love you. All I need is the air that I breathe, yes, to love you. All I need is the air that I Peace came upon me and it leaves me weak. So sweet, silent angel, go to sleep. Sometimes all I need is the air that I breathe and to love you. All I need is the air that I breathe, yes, to love you. All I need is the air that I breathe. All I need is the air that I breathe and to love you. All I need is the air that I breathe, yes, to love you.
All right. Carol Love and Joe Martin.
The air that I breathe is the name of this song. So I need to take a deep breath.
So it stopped being a song there and started being a cry for help.
Yeah. Get the oxygen bottle out.
So you guys said you heard, Joe, you said you heard that from a movie?
Yeah, no, I'm trying to remember the name. It was a Steve Carell movie with what's her name? Jesus, British actress. Keira Knightley.
Oh,
it's
okay.
about the end of the world. And this couple, yeah, I mean, maybe you know the title.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Finding a Friend for the End of the World.
That's it. Yeah, such a long title. That's why I couldn't remember
right.
it. Yeah, so there's a scene where very emotional. He's trying to fly her home. It was weird because it's over the Atlantic in a Piper Cessna, like a Cessna. And I was like, I couldn't figure out, but it's one of those movies. It's a very tonally weird.
Yeah,
it is. But they used that song and it was very effective. And I thought, oh, that's a great song. I was somewhat familiar with the Hollies, and I probably had heard that song, but when it came, I said, let's try it acoustically to see if it works, right?
And
as
often happens, he'll start playing it in another room in the house, and I'll just like saunter in from doing the dishes and start doing a harmony, and he'll go, keep doing that, keep doing that.
That's your cue. It's like, okay, all right, here.
Okay, I'll stop
Time for
doing
another
the
song.
dishes. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, no, and I would say it was definitely very effective. I should have brought some tissues.
Thank you.
So going back a little bit, you guys said that you met in a recording studio.
Yes.
So when you guys met, did you kind of just immediately click and you were like, we want to be we want to start doing music together, or to kind of take a little bit of time?
It took a little while because, well, you know, I liked her and I liked her Carol singing a lot. And I invited her out just to see where it would go. And I think I called like after you came out to see our show. Then I called a few days later to ask you on an actual date, not just come see my band. That's not really a date.
Kills two birds with one stone. Kind of
yeah,
thing.
and then we started going out and and so the music thing didn't come till a bit later because I was already in that tribute. Well, it was originally a Queen tribute band. And it transitioned to originals, but the original thing just wasn't working out. So
they weren't disciplined enough to
No.
get the originals to go.
Yeah,
So
it
I
was like-
stole the prime members, the best members from that band, and we created our own band called Love and Sin.
That's right. Yeah.
And we played around Toronto with half of the members from Joe's old band.
And half of your band.
And
yeah.
half of my band.
It was
yeah.
another band with a guitar player who was.
Yeah.
I mean, all those musicians were quite good in that band.
Yeah.
So.
So
Yeah.
Fire in Your Eyes, the song, the original that you played. So that was around that sort of time period. That's when we wrote Fire in Your Eyes. That's when we did Scrimp and Save.
That's right.
That's when we did One Foot Out the Door, and all those.
I should say, Scrimp and Save was recently re-recorded in the county as well.
Yes.
At back
Caleb's.
49 studios, we brought in. Actually, we brought in the one original musician from 30 years. I mean, however many years it was,
Yeah.
and then a drummer that I used to tour with in the 80s. So that's kind of neat to do that.
Yeah, and some have scattered sort of across the globe. One's in Australia, so that's too far.
Kind of hard to.
Yeah, it's a little, probably a little awkward to do it over
Do it over
call.
Zoom.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, boy, oh boy, have we ever enjoyed, both hearing our songs on the radio station. Really, really appreciate that support. But there's also just the depth of talent of the other musicians within the county and their openness to I've sang with both Joe and I have performed and sang with so many of the other musicians, and it's really unique, and it's something to be cherished.
Absolutely.
Yeah. It's
JJ Johnston the other day actually had a very good comment where he said that a great thing about the place we live in, and also just the station in general, is the fact that you can hear so many artists and just walk down the street or just hear somebody saying the news or hosting their show and just walk down the street, see them at No Frills, you know, and see that they're an actual physical person in the real world.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah. They actually have. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, it is a rarity. I don't know of any other station in the country or maybe in North America or perhaps the world that is like this. I'm sure there probably is, but it's pretty unique.
Yeah.
Like you don't see it everywhere.
Yeah.
Absolutely. That's fantastic, guys. So we're about to take a break, but do you guys have maybe one more song before we cut to the good old ads?
Absolutely.
Sure. Alrighty. Let's do a treat the people to one more taste before they hear the commercials. What is this you're playing, guys?
Landslide. I took my love and I took it down. I climbed a mountain and I turned around and I saw my reflection in the snow-covered hills till the landslide brought me down. Oh, mirror in the sky, what is love? Can the child within my heart rise above? Can I sail through the changing ocean tides? Can I handle the reasons of my life? Well, I've been afraid of children get older and I'm getting older too. Well, I've been afraid of changing, 'cause I built my life around you. But time makes you bolder, even children get older, and I'm getting older too. Oh, I'm getting older too. Take my love, take it down. I'll climb a mountain and turn around. And if you see my reflection in the snow-covered hills, will the landslide bring you down? And if you see my reflection in the snow-covered hills, will the landslide bring you down? Oh, the landslide bring you down.
Woo! Brenda Mercer-Garvey in here, getting her snapshots of the town while she can. Carol Love, Joe Martin, Fearless Love here on 99.3 County FM's 11th annual Radiothon. We are going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we will keep things rolling with this amazing duo right here.
Hey, this is Jason Maxwell.
That was great. Yeah, no, you guys got to warm me. This is like that's songs like you know it's funny. There was
The others are not heavy.
yeah.
The others are much lighter.
There was an episode of South Park where that song gets played and it's like this. All of a sudden, like yeah, sorry, that was from me earlier.
Oh, that's from you. Okay.
Yeah, no, I had wiped the mics earlier. But
Somebody in South Park sings this.
no, well they play the actual Fleetwood Mac cover or not cover, but version of it, and it was like this really somber scene, and I was it was one of those moments where like South Park is getting sad.
Exactly.
Where I'm just like this is where like the one thing I can
safe
depend on,
place,
where
right.
like there's no no heaviness. But no, that was great, guys. So I think next we'll might dive in a bit more into the you guys' history with being here. We'll touch on that a bit. Okay.
Yeah, so at least the most complicated song is definitely
Exactly.
it's finger picking on Lance.
I know. You did a very good job, Beverly. Thank you for doing that.
Yeah, that was fantastic. I'm trying to learn separate ways
Oh.
German right now, and
yeah.
my uncle Pete. I wanted to mention too that I met you guys at all my friends, all my friends here, and I was going to go there with my uncle, and that he's been teaching me guitar for like 5 years, and that song is he's a great teacher, but I'm not always like the quickest student, So just like that opening bit of the, yeah. No, it's tricky. I mean,
Good goal. It's good to have a big goal.
Well, yeah. A seasoned pro could probably do it, with their hands tied behind their backs, but not quite. All right, so about a minute, guys. So we'll go for another another 15 minutes. We'll take another break and we'll come back and wrap it all up with a nice little bow. How you guys feeling?
Yeah, good.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Call us
I know you want to do
613-476-2229.
Yes.
That's 613-476-2229. You can donate online at 993countyfm.ca.
Yeah, that's
Send
fine.
an e-transfer
Okay.
to info@.
Yes, I got to do the guitar solo.
Using 993 County FM as the password. Please remember to include all your contact info, or feel free to drop by the station during the Radiothon at 38 Cold Storage Road, Picton. We'd love to see you. Thank you for your continued and necessary support of 99.3 County FM's Radiothon 2025.
Yes, indeed, Mr. JJ. You are listening to 99.3 County FM's 11th annual Radiothon. This is day 3 of Radiothon, hour 12 of Saturday's day of Radiothon. I'm getting really specific now. I'm joined in the studio today by Fearless Love members Carol Love and Joe Martin, and they just treated us to 2 beautiful songs that made me realize I should bring some tissues when I do these shows. So, Joe, Carol, I understand that you guys have a bit more of a history with County FM than just having your music played on the station as well. So, Carol, I understand that you used to be a newsreader for 993.
Did. Yeah, when we first moved here, I recall. So I just walked. I was listening to the radio, of course, because that's what you do to figure out, all about the community. That was where I was getting the vast majority of my information about the community. So I just walked in the door, and I remember walking up to that desk and saying, "Hi, I have a background where I worked at 1050 Chum in Toronto and 104.5 Chum FM, and at the TV stations at 299 Queen Street. And is there anything that I might be able to volunteer and do at the radio station?" And Craig Foster walked out of a booth and said, "Okay, which day can you do the news?"
When can you start? Yeah.
When can you, and could it be tomorrow type thing? So that was how I wound up here.
Yeah, and then because you were doing that, I thought, oh, I've never done the news before. Let me do that as well.
Yeah.
So I ended up doing it for a few years, and then moved into doing the social media on what's Twitter now? It's X. Who knows what the name of it is?
Yeah, I heard they were changing it back.
Oh,
I think,
okay.
But
Probably
I
a good
had no
idea.
idea.
Twits. Anyways,
Yeah, exactly.
Twits. There you go.
And then the opportunity to work here part time came up, and it's great. So yeah, it's been full circle, I guess.
What's your position? You didn't
So
tell
yes,
people.
so I'm a marketing, to get this title right, marketing and admin coordinator.
Very
That's
good.
my title.
That
So,
sounds very, very. That sounds like it would look good on a plaque on the desk.
Yeah.
Big oak desk.
Yeah, don't worry about the title, but it's a kind like there's quite a lot to do at the station. So whatever I can do and asked to do, I do.
Awesome. Yeah, no, and Carol, unfortunately, I haven't had the pleasure of working with you since I've worked here, but I must say Joe has been incredibly invaluable to the station.
We'll keep him.
Yeah, no, I think we'll keep him around for a little longer.
I don't know where else I would go.
Until he's all used up.
I'll
yeah.
keep him, and the radio
And the
station will
guys
keep
will
him.
That's awesome, guys. So, what do you say? Before we move on to my next question, how about one more song?
Okay, sure. Yeah.
Okay. A little Steely Dan.
Yeah.
Ooh, alrighty.
Yeah. We really enjoy. Well, we enjoy all the songs, but this one, yeah, it was like, can this work on acoustic? Well, you guys be the judge.
We'll figure it out.
We hear you leaving, that's okay. Our little wild time had just begun. Guess you kinda scared yourself, you turned and run. Oh, you could have a change of heart. You don't lose that number. You don't wanna call nobody else. Send it off in a letter to yourself. Ricky, don't lose that number. It's the only one you'll know. You might use it if you feel better.
when you get home. I have a friend in town, heard your name. We can go out driving on slow hand road. You can stay inside and thinking, I don't know. And you could have a change of heart. Ricky, don't lose that number. You don't wanna call nobody else. Send it off in a letter to yourself. Ricky, don't lose that number. It's the only one you know. You might use it if you feel better when you get home.
We don't have an electric guitar for the solo, so I'll sing it. Not my kind, but you don't even know your mind. And you could have a change of heart. Vicky, don't lose that number. You don't wanna call nobody else. Send it off in a letter to yourself. Ricky, don't lose that number. It's the only one you know. You might use it if you feel better when you get home. Ricky, don't lose that number. Ricky, don't lose that number.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Joe Martin, Carol Love in the studio right now, Fearless Love. And it, of course, is Radiothon 2025. And if you want to donate, you still have about 24 minutes left to come in person and donate, or right here on 38 Cold Storage Road, right next to the Farm Center. You can, of course, call us at 613-476-2229. Operators are standing by. E-transfer to info@theveritasfoundation.com. Veritas is spelled Veritas, foundation.com. Make sure to include your name, email, and mailing address. And please use password 993CountyFM. Carol is holding a crisp $50 bill.
Because I heard my good friend Bobby Cameron the other day put out a challenge for the other musicians.
That he did.
To do $25 each. So there's two of us. So here is our $50. And did all of the other musicians?
I would hope so.
If they haven't, they still have tomorrow or within the next 24 minutes. If you're just driving by, guys, drop by with your $25 and let's make it happen.
Exactly. Well said, Carol. Well said. And one last option to donate, if you want to do a credit card donation, you can do that online at 993countyfm.ca. And yeah, just like Carol said, if you're in the neighborhood, come on in, swing on by. We want you here. Alrighty, guys. So going back a little bit, you've become quite a fixture in the county, I would say. So especially known for your harmonies, of course. So what are some of your most memorable experiences, just either in the county or anywhere that you guys have played?
Good question. Well, we've played quite a few places in the county. we play regularly at Pounders Pub. That's a very nice location.
Pounders Pub and Patio.
Patio, yeah,
Don't
get
forget the
name.
patio.
The
in
full
this
name.
town.
I don't want to leave anyone out. Like Acoustic Grill, we played there a few times. It's another great. So we tried a long time to get in there because they have so many acts coming in. So we finally got to play
And
this year.
coaches.
And coaches,
And
yeah.
Carlo Estate.
That's right, yeah.
And the Picton and the Consecon Legions.
The Legions are great too.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's so many.
Upstreet, we go to the Jam on Tuesday nights.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's so many open mics opportunities to play. We go. There's one probably one a day, like per week.
Oh, yeah.
Except maybe for weekends, but you could fill your schedule just with open mics. It's great.
But I've got to say, so in terms of like memorable experiences,
Yes.
for me, it's got to have been. So we lived in Spain. Joe and I lived in Spain for 5 going on 6 years.
Yes. I was gonna ask.
Playing outside on the Costa Brava in Spain, at doing gigs, like performing outside on a sandy beach.
Oh my God.
That's got to be right up there for me. But my largest audience is when I sang the national anthems for the Blue Jays and the Toronto Argos at the Skydome.
No kidding.
And there's nothing quite like seeing yourself on the Jumbotron, because there's a close up of you and you're 2 stories high, and it's really, really weird. It's an out of body experience.
Oh God, yeah, I can't imagine. I get nervous in front of 3 people. So
I would get more nervous in front of 3 people than in front of like 40,000 in Skydome.
fair enough. They probably start to like blur together. At some
Absolutely.
point when there's so many.
Can't see 'em.
Picture them naked or something.
No,
Yeah.
that's never worked for me. But
That's awesome. Yeah, I was going to mention as well that before you worked here, Joe, I first met you guys at All My Friends Beer
That's
in
right, yeah.
Bloomfield, which they were having. I don't believe they do them anymore, but Bobby Cameron was hosting open mic nights, I believe, every Wednesday nights in the summertime last year.
Correct, yeah.
And no, I would go there with my my uncle Peter Ray. Shout out, name drop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I met you guys, of course, and met so many people there. There was Emily Fennell came a couple times.
Absolutely.
And of course, Bobby, Dusty Keller.
Yeah.
So much talent just crammed into one room. It was
yep.
almost too much to handle, you could say.
Yeah, and just about every jam night or jam day that I've gone to, because so Bobby Cameron's doing one at Bare Bones Distillery now
Yes.
on like
On
every
Sundays.
second Sunday, and so that's in the afternoon. Nothing better on a Sunday. That's awesome. The talent that comes out is incredible. It's and as I say, everybody's pretty open to collaborating, allowing you to get if you are so inclined to get up and sing with them, or I've even played the cajon a couple times,
Yes.
and I
Cajon
don't
is
play
getting
the
a lot
cajon.
They're starting to get a lot cajones at almost every open mic, and it's funny. There's only I think Foster started it.
Yeah.
And everyone, it's good because you can't do a full drum set.
Right.
at an
And a
open
cajon
mic.
is kind of Spanish. It's kind of weird to see it here in North America, but anyway.
It's a bit easier to play.
Yeah.
One thing I'll add too, it's funny, I'm noticing now, like I guess it's getting out with the music scene in the county, because we run into people like that could go to the open mics, like from Kingston. There's been a few people from Kingston.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So that I've heard about it. And Kingston's got, not for nothing, has a pretty healthy music scene as well, but they're coming here, they're going an hour, change to check out the scene here. So it's great. We've got a very special thing as far as the music scene goes in the county.
Absolutely. Very eclectic, you could say.
Yes.
Awesome, guys. So, what do you say we do one more song here
Okay.
before we cut to our second commercial break?
All right. We're going to do a little Canadiana.
Yes.
This is The Odds. And it's a little bit of fun.
It's a lot of fun.
A lot of fun.
That's what Radiothon's all about, man. It's fun.
Absolutely. Madonna, a triple fire alarm. All the other roads and darlings get sent to the farm. Yeah, I don't need to deceive you, 'cause I feel no pain. Maybe I should let you come on and eat my brain. Well, there's an art to perception might forgive me. Well, today is Remembrance Day. So if you're willing, then let me. It's time to make your play. Yeah, I don't need to deceive you, 'cause I feel no pain. Maybe I should let you come on and eat my brain. Yeah! Come on and eat my brain. Eat my brain. Look at you, boys. Eat my brain. Come on and eat my brain. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Right. Beautiful. Joe Martin and Carol Love in the studio right now. Fearless Love. It is Radiothon 2025, the 11th annual Radiothon. We're going to cut to a quick break, and when we come back, we will wrap things up. We'll get the tally, the hourly tally here shortly, and of course, we'll hear at least one more song with our talented duo here. We'll be right back.
So now the question is whether we do the Blue Rodeo or the Chapel Road.
The Arts Calendar is brought to you by Bay of Quickie.
So one thing I wanted to ask you guys
Tell me.
is, so I think it might be fun if I'm gonna do like one more, like how do you donate? I thought would one of you guys be comfortable doing that instead? Because I thought it might be fun to like have one of the artists.
Sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I thought it might be fun if you guys
Do
it together interchange. Yeah. So like Carol,
Then we'll get too messy.
I'll point.
Okay, yeah, you do. That's a good idea.
Or we could just Carol if you just want to do it if you want to.
No, we can do it together.
Okay,
Keep
we'll do
it.
together.
Okay. Which do we do?
Fine art paintings.
Chapel Rowan or
Let's do Chapel.
or Bad Timing? You want to do Chapel? Everybody always wants me to do it. Well, it is Pride Month.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly. There you go.
Thematic meaning there.
Yeah.
She kills monsters.
It's got to be slow, Joe. It's all right. It's okay. It's not a problem. If I do that, can you still see it?
Oh yeah. This one is for
Okay, 'cause I need the words more because we've only done it like a couple of times live. So
Okay.
that's why we're fearless.
Exactly. Gotta give fear the finger, as they say. So I think what I'll do is we'll come back and I'll ask you guys probably one or two more questions.
Okay.
Your song,
And then
you can read the donation, and then that'll probably get us to the tally.
all right. Okay.
But of course, if we do have time for one more song, you guys know.
No.
Okay. But I'll let you
We'd
know.
love to. Yeah.
I had a slight mishap with John Sharkey, the poor guy. He was he did great, of course, but when I was in here running the board, and he told me to try to give him like a signal, like when is the last song, right? And so the way I was gonna do it was like, okay, we'll come back, we'll do like one more song, tally, then his last song, right? So a little bit, yeah, that helps.
Cool.
I think so, yeah. Oh, there's not even a bulb in there. That's about as burnt out as you can get it. But no, so he did his 2 songs, like, and what was supposed to be his final one, and then we were gonna do the tally, right? So I did the tally, and he did the song he did was Somebody to Love. And I heard the song a million times, but for some reason I forgot how long it actually is. So he finished up like a bit sooner than I thought he would. So then we were at the tally, and I said, "Well, John, you have time for one last song?" And like he bounced right back just fine, but like I could tell he was just like, "Oh, that was kind of meant to be the last one." Yeah. So it's like, "Oh,
Thanks to all of our local musicians.
No, we're always
just donated their talents to Radiothon.
We will always do it.
Yeah,
John
of course. Yeah, it wasn't. It would have been worse if he was like, "No,
yeah, really,
I'm done." That's the fun of this, you know. All the awkwardness comes out. It's totally expected. Yeah, I like to
even mistakes.
Oh my God, everybody knows.
And then you go, oh, that mistake in the password.
Don't forget all your
I'm going to be at Fruitland and somebody's going to point me and say, "Hey, right guy who there's that
played
fraud."
a G when it was supposed to be a
Imposter syndrome.
If you see this man, do not give him a guitar. Report him to the authorities. He may be armed with a guitar. Right, so we got about 10 minutes here, guys.
This is 99.3 County
I'll explain what I'm doing.
You're listening to the 99.3 County FM.
So the next question I'll ask you guys is just any advice you might have for aspiring musicians. That will be you, man.
Okay, thanks.
Just whatever sounds right in your head.
Okay.
476-2229. You can donate online at
Oh,
993countyfm.ca. Send an e-transfer to info@theveritasfoundation.com using 993 County FM as the password. Please remember to include all your contact info, or feel free to drop by the station during the Radiothon at 38 Cold Storage Road, Picton. We'd love to see you. Thank you for your continued and necessary support of 99.3 County FM's Radiothon 2025.
Oh yeah, it is Radiothon 2025, baby, the 11th annual one to be specific. My name is Gage Broderick. I'm here in the studio with the Fearless Love duo right here, Carol Love and Joe Martin, and they've been treating us very kindly to some amazing pieces of music. So, guys, just before we're close to the end of the show here, so I just wanted to ask, do you two have any advice or any kind of anything you can offer to aspiring musicians in the county or just in general?
It's a good question, or great question rather. Yeah, just, keep practicing your craft, because you can play for 50 years, you still have room to get better, and don't be afraid to put stuff out there. I've worked with not all the musicians, but some musicians are like, it's not ready to go out, and it's like, it's paralysis by analysis, I guess is what it's called. And, just get your stuff out there, get it into, if you're writing originals or even covers, if you have a new take on cover, try it out. I mean, it's funny, the whole Fearless Love
You're
thing.
telling them to be fearless.
Yes.
Yeah.
Craig Foster gave me this nickname of Fearless Joe. And it's because I tell you, I was at the Drake and I tried playing Africa on acoustic, the Toto song.
Yep.
And it was a complete disaster. But Craig said, "Oh, this is Fearless Joe." And I'm like, "What name? Who? It's the guy behind me or something?" And it just, I think
stuck because
stuck.
he is fearless, and
Well,
you know what?
yeah.
That's really good advice to just try.
Don't be afraid. Yeah.
Be genuine and get out there in front of people or record your songs and do your music, and everything is valid if it comes from a genuine place. So that's my advice.
And that's always the hardest part I hear is always just taking that first leap, right?
Yeah.
That first step.
Right.
I just follow him. He absolutely is.
He's Fearless Joe.
He's
Yeah,
Fearless
yeah.
Joe.
Why would you not follow a guy
I'm
whose name?
Cautious Carol, so I follow. No.
Awesome, guys. And then one last question. I always love to ask this when I speak to musicians. Is there, if you could perform with any artist, alive or not, who would you want it to be?
It may surprise. It'll probably surprise you, but it's because of their. It's because of their auras, which is going to sound odd. So there are 3 gentlemen that I met, and literally their auras were inspiring. Leonard Cohen, Sting, and Robbie Robertson.
Yeah.
So those would be mine.
Okay.
Yeah, for those reasons.
I'll take Sting.
I know you would.
Because I started playing bass guitar mostly because of the Police.
Sting, yeah.
So
Of course.
if you'd have me, I'd play. I play on stage with Sting in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
He's on the stage and he's, is that Fearless Joe out there? Right next to Cautious Carol?
That's right. Oh my gosh. I shouldn't have said
Why would you want-
stick.
why would
I
you
know
want
you
two
got
of
a
us?
new nickname, eh? Look out.
Yeah, indeed.
I'm sure they'd be happy to have you, I must say. All right, guys. I think we got time for. I want to treat us to one more song.
Okay. So this began as a bit of a dare, but you know what? It's the month of June. It's Pride Month. We're very proud advocates. So we're gonna try. Just give me the. We're gonna try a Chapel Roan song, and I can hear my friend Bobby Cameron mounting up the horse at home and getting all excited. But I know you wanted me to stay, but I can't ignore the crazy visions of me in LA. And I heard there's a special place where boys and girls can all be queens every single day. I'm having wicked dreams of leaving Tennessee. Oh, Santa Monica, I swear it's calling me. Won't make my mama proud. It's gonna cause a scene. She sees a baby girl. I know she's gonna scream, God, what have you done? You big pony girl. Dance at the club, oh mama. I'm just having fun on the stage in my heels. Where I belong down at the big party club. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the big party club. I'm gonna keep on dancing down in West Hollywood. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the big party club. Big party club. I walk and jaws are on the floor. There's lovers in the bathroom and a line outside the door. Black lights, near disco ball. Every night's another reason why I left it all. I think my wicked dreams a year from Tennessee. Oh, Santa Monica, you've been too good to me. Won't make my mama proud. She sees a gonna see. She sees a baby girl. I know she's gonna scream, God, what have you done? You're a big pony girl. You dance at the club, oh mama. I'm just having fun on the stage in my heels. Where I belong down at the big pony club. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the big pony club. I'm gonna keep on dancing down in West Hollywood. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the big pony club. Big pony club. Don't think I've left you all behind. I still love you in Tennessee. You're always on my mind. Mama, every Saturday I can hear you southern drawl, 1,000 miles away, saying, God, what have you done? You're a big pony girl. You dance at the club, oh mama. I'm just having fun on the stage in my heels, where I belong, down at the Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing down in West Hollywood. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club. Pink Pony Club. And I'd almost pay to hear Joe sing the Pink Pony Club in the chorus. Good job there.
Fantastic. Awesome stuff, guys. So
thanks.
Joe, Carol, Joe Martin, and Carol Love, to be specific. Where can we find you guys? Where are you playing in the near future?
Yeah, so Saturday, June 14th, we're at Pounders Pub and Patio.
There you go.
I know we're out at Marble Lodge, and I don't know where that is.
It's near Cloyne, so it's a little out of the county.
Yeah.
And we've got some other dates coming up at Pounders Pub, and
Yeah.
I think we have a couple of winery dates. So we've set up a Facebook page that
Very
we're
good.
working on this weekend. So there'll be more dates announced for sure.
Fantastic. Well, thank you guys so much for being here.
Thank
It's
you.
been an absolute pleasure.
It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Oh, I hope so. You
Yeah.
can't spell Radiothon without fun.
Right.
Wait a minute.
Wait, no, you can't. Yeah.
I didn't do very well.
You almost
You
got that passage.
Well-
Fun.
Well, I think it is about time for the tally, folks.
This is 99.3 County FM Radio. It's now time to do this hour's tally.
And the tally for Saturday is $46,510. All right, let's go, baby.
Let's go.
A great number, but we could always have more. So tomorrow, 8 a.m., Radiothon will continue for its final day. Make sure to donate if you have the means. And thank you so much for joining us today for this hour of Radiothon and this day of Radiothon. This has been Gage Broderick. I've been joined with Carol Love and Joe Martin of Fearless Love. We will see you tomorrow. Good night, everybody.
Connecting the county every night.
Woo! All right.
And we're there for you.
That was awesome, guys.
Thank you. Oh, thanks.
Done.
Better known as